There was a time, Dale, when you'd come home and I'd hear your key in the lock and the blood would rush to my head.
Doesn't rush anymore, huh?
No, Dale. I'm sorry, but it doesn't. And why not? Why not?
There's no answer.
Oh, but there must be. We must have made lots of mistakes. For one thing, we've allowed ourselves to become highly intimate acquaintances who share nothing but a roof.
I refuse to discuss this any longer. We'll talk about it in the morning.
This can't be put off.
I refuse to alter the whole course of my life in a minute and a half. Good night, ma'am.
If you think I'm going to leave this unsettled, you're very much mistaken.
My new robe. Her father.
His mother. I'll never wear this negligee again. Never.
Why, Mother Haggerty, this is a very pleasant surprise.
Surprise my foot.
Huh?
Dale, it's Sunday morning. You know perfectly well that your mother and I always stop by before church every Sunday morning.
Yeah, of course.
Dale, you just came out of the study, didn't you?
Well?
Oh, you needn't look so guilty. Cookie just told me.
Told you what?
That you slept in the study all night.
Well, as a matter of fact, I did.
Why?
Well, because... Well, Maggie suspected she was getting a cold, and with my sinuses, well, naturally, we decided not to take any chances.
Maggie upstairs?
Yes, I believe she is.
Excuse me. Your son's in the living room, Cora. Dale?
Oh, good morning, Mother.
Dale, you don't look at all well.
Well, I'm fine. And you look fine, too.
You're haggard and preoccupied.
Oh, nonsense.
You and Maggie should go away for a nice, long vacation. I can remember when your father and I... Oh, but you couldn't leave, could you? Maggie couldn't possibly quit that magazine.
But of course she could. Why, if I wanted her
now,
to...
see here, Dale, I've just been talking to Cookie. Do you know what that child told me? She said that love...
And it's no use trying to pretend, Maggie. Your marriage is falling apart, isn't it?
Oh, Mother, please.
I always told you he wasn't right for you, but no, you wouldn't listen to me. Now you can see what's happened.
Oh, but, darling, nothing has happened.
I've got eyes. If you'd married Gil...
But I didn't marry Gil. I married Dale. And if I never see Dale again in my entire life, I've had 10 of the most wonderful years in the world. Now, is that a good enough answer for you?
Very well, Maggie. And it's a good thing I'm not an interfering mother. If I were an interfering mother, I'd most
certainly... You can relax, Dale. They're gone. Well, what did your mother say?
She thinks you dominate me.
Mine was fascinating, too.
I told my mother you had a cold, and because of my sinuses...
That was my story, too.
See? We've been together so long, we even tell the same lies. That must mean something, Maggie. Do you suppose, for instance, that...
Oh, good morning, Rosa.
Breakfast ready, Mrs. Williams. Cookie's had hers long ago. I'd sure appreciate it if you'd eat quick.
We'll go right in, Rosa. It's Rosa's day off, Dale.
Maggie, Well, let's talk in the dining room.
Very well, but I know just what you're going to say. Let's forget the whole business.
I guess you want to talk.
I certainly do.
You also wouldn't mind just a touch of a scene. With a bit of sobbing, too.
I got little country sausages, Mr. Williams.
Just coffee for me, Rosa, please.
Pops on the table. Don't know why I bother to cook.
Do you think I ought to go in there and make peace with Rosa?
You'd like to, wouldn't you? It would postpone our little talk. Oh, Dale, last night you and I faced something most married people wouldn't dare to face. Let's go on with it. Let's shed all the lies that husbands and wives tell each other.
I haven't told you any lies.
Well, I've lied to you hundreds of times.
I don't believe you.
I don't believe you either. Oh, Dale, what are we saying? What are we doing to each other?
Whatever it is, it's slightly horrible.
Oh, but we mustn't. We just mustn't.
Well, I'm glad you're coming to your senses, darling.
My senses? What about your senses?
All right. Mine, too.
Oh, you were so right. We still have so many good things together.
We do, don't we?
Oh, let's try. Let's try with everything we've got.
Everything.
Darling, the first thing tomorrow, I'm going to buy Gloria Adams something really expensive.
What did you say?
Gloria, I was half awake the night thinking about us. And that made me think of Gloria.
Look, I guess I'm not very bright,
Well, don't
darling,
you
but
see, Dale, if anything happened between us, I'd be just like Gloria.
Well, is that bad? She's pretty. She's a swell job. Boyfriend.
Gloria's been married twice, Dale. Twice. Sure, she's pretty, but she's getting older every day, just like I am. Oh, she dresses beautifully, but she told me why herself. She said she has to. It's her last resort. All this talk about the attractiveness of the modern independent woman in her 30s, well, it just isn't true.
Well, if Gloria's made you realize all this, maybe I'd better send her something, too.
Oh, yes, darling, please do. Oh, I just couldn't bear being in her shoes.
I wouldn't let you be.
No, don't ever let me be, will you?
Never. Women are certainly funny.
Why?
Well, they haven't the same strength as men. They haven't the same ability to cope with the world. It's obvious, really, isn't it? Huh?
Well, I don't think it's as obvious as all that.
Well, look, wait a minute. Women over 30, like you and Gloria, it's the plain truth you have less of a chance of getting what you want than I have of getting what I want. And that's not fair. You see what I mean, don't you?
Well, I think I'm beginning to.
Why, I couldn't bear to think of you all alone without me. Cookie growing up and making it tougher for you each year to get a husband. After all, how many men want a woman with a child?
Very few.
You see? You'd be living in a sort of high-toned misery, all dressed up and no place to go.
I wonder if you realize what you're saying.
The truth. I'm being honest. That's what you said you wanted me to be. The soundest thing you can do is to hang on to what you've got.
Oh, is it? Excuse me a moment.
Fine time to make a phone call.
None better.
Whom are you calling?
I'm calling Addison.
Give him my love. Tell him...
Addison, this is Maggie. May Dale and I come over this afternoon?
Hey, wait a minute.
No, Addison, it's about business. You're a lawyer, and we want to get a divorce.
Give me that phone. Addison!
Be quiet. We'll be there at 2:30, Addison. Thanks.
Have you gone crazy?
When I want charity, Dale, I'll go to the proper government authority.
Maggie, what do you want?
You heard me. I want a divorce.
In a moment, we'll be back with Act Two of The Perfect Marriage. And how's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter, tonight?
Oh, pretty excited, Mr. Keeley. You see, the picture my husband directed has been chosen to open the government's new security loan drive in New York State. The premiere is to be at the Winter Garden in New York on Wednesday night. Admission by bond only.
Well, that's an honor indeed for Universal International's new picture, Are You With It? A story built around the colorful life of a carnival.
With Donald O'Connor and Olga San Juan heading the cast.
Any carnival that has Donald O'Connor as its star performer ought to be a hit.
As a dancer, he's in a class by himself. He's a magnificent comedian, too.
I should think Olga San Juan was a happy choice as his teammate.
Oh, yes, she's delightful. Tiny, vivacious, and so attractive.
It must have been fun to see those two go through their paces.
Well, we saw some amazing footwork. Some of the dances certainly were strenuous, too. I know John Kennedy will be pleased when I tell him what an important role the new bath-size Lux toilet soap played in Are You With It?
How do you mean, Libby?
Well, Olga San Juan told me she used to look forward to a refreshing bath after those dance routines. It was a real luxury, she said, to have the big bath-size cake of Lux toilet soap in her dressing room.
Screen stars are certainly enthusiastic about the new bath-size Lux toilet soap.
And rightfully so. You get such a lot of creamy, fragrant lather with that generous big cake.
It was specially created to make a Lux soap beauty bath more luxurious than ever.
Screen stars love the delicate perfume it leaves on the skin. The same famous fragrance that reminds me of a garden of spring flowers.
It's easy to identify the new bath-size Lux toilet soap. It comes in the same familiar sampler wrapper. And here's a tip for the ladies. Why not let your husband enjoy that generous bath cake? Men go for the rich, creamy Lux soap lather, you know. In fact, you'll find the whole family will appreciate it for a shower or bath. The new bath-size Lux toilet soap is at your dealers now. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Presenting Act Two of The Perfect Marriage, starring Ray Milland as Dale Williams and Elizabeth Scott as Maggie. Well, it's a few hours later, and Dale and Maggie have just arrived at the home of their friend, Addison Garrett, attorney.
I can't believe it. You two wanting a divorce? I'm simply appalled.
Let's keep it impersonal, Addison.
Yes, just be legal, please.
Well, in that case, have you thought of any financial arrangement?
I don't want one penny from Dale.
Addison, look. Maggie gets half of everything I have or ever will have. Is that clear?
I won't hear of it.
Oh, you have a child. Maggie, you've given Dale 10 years of your life.
Dale has given me 10 years of his life.
Oh, this is disgusting.
I'm not going to listen to a lecture. I'll get a lawyer who's not sentimental.
Get one for me, too.
Oh, sit down, both of you.
Now, look here, Addison.
Shut up and sit down. I went through bloody murder one night because of you, remember?
No.
Then I'll remind you. It was about 9 years ago. Maggie was in the hospital.
I don't see any occasion to bring up anything...
I do. We were waiting in the corridor, you and I. We've been waiting something like 14 hours. When that doctor walked up to us, you turned white.
We'll have to operate, Dale. I don't want to, but frankly, we must. I have your permission? There's a chance, Dale.
Whatever you think best.
Try not to worry, son.
Dale, don't look like that. Maggie's going to be all right. I know it. I feel it.
I'm not quite sure I know what's happening. I can only tell you that if something happens to Maggie, it'll happen to me. She's my heart, Edison, and my eyes and my hands. I've no intention of doing without her.
I've never known a man who loved a woman as you loved Maggie.
Well, you're both crazy. I'm as strong as an ox.
And as stubborn.
Well, what did you expect of Dale? Naturally, he was distressed and unhappy. He's a human being.
Thank you, Maggie.
But what happened 9 years ago has nothing to do with today, Dale.
Absolutely nothing.
Now, let me tell you something about Maggie. Dale, you remember before the war you were working on those medium bombers?
Well?
Addison, don't you dare.
Well, Maggie called me one afternoon. Very nervous, in tears.
I was nothing of the kind.
She said you were going to make a test flight. Blind flying with radar and some special gadget for skip bombing. She was convinced they were going to bring you back in assorted pieces. But she insisted on going down to the airport.
Oh, why doesn't he come down? He's been up there for 20 minutes.
And it was your idea to come out and watch.
You've got to promise me something, Addison. You've got to. If anything happens to Dale, you and Mabel, you'll look after Cookie, won't you?
Oh, you're just being hysterical.
I'm just telling you, I couldn't live without him. Not a fraction of a second.
Well, pull yourself together. He's coming in.
Well, then let's get out of here.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't you want to stay and see him?
Oh, but Dale must never know I've been here, and promise me, Addison, you'll never tell him. Never.
All right, I promise.
Sorry my flying upset you so.
Well, it was your job, and I was hysterical, I suppose. I hate machines.
Shall we get back to the property settlement?
You don't have to be so legal, Addison.
Always thinking about business. Why couldn't we settle this in your office sometime?
Well, maybe we could even settle it by ourselves.
Dale! Maggie! I didn't know you were here.
Oh, hello, Mabel.
They're here on business, Mabel.
But that's silly. What business?
Personal business, darling.
Well, for 5 minutes it can wait. I simply have to have Maggie's advice about my mink coat.
Oh, really,
Come on, Maggie. The boys can talk business while I show you my coat.
Know what I think?
What?
I think my wife's been listening at that door ever since you got here.
Women.
You said it. Women.
And I couldn't help overhearing, darling. Oh, you poor, poor thing.
Mabel, please.
Of course, I'd suspected it for months, but I never dreamed it would reach this stage. When did you find out about Gloria?
Gloria?
Well, certainly, Dale and Gloria.
Will you kindly explain what Gloria has to do with all this?
But, darling, but I thought you knew. I thought it was the reason for the divorce.
Mabel, I know you're trying to be a friend, but you sound like a nice, well-meaning rattlesnake. What about Gloria?
Look, last summer, when you went to see Cookie in camp, your husband had dinner every night in a very obscure restaurant.
Maybe he liked the cooking there.
And maybe he liked Gloria there.
So they had dinner together. What of it?
This of it. They skulked, they giggled, they whispered together.
How do you know?
I saw them. Addison saw them. Sheila Jameson saw them. The Rileys saw them.
Thanks a lot, Mabel. I'm going home.
Maggie, why did you rush away from Addison's like that?
Because I chose to. Besides, we told Cookie we'd take her to the park for a pony ride.
Where is she?
Changing her dress.
Maggie, about us. I thought after what Addison said...
I'll admit I weakened for a moment, but my mind's made up, Dale.
Okay. What happens now? Do I move out?
When it's convenient.
What about Cookie?
If it's possible for a child to understand these things, she'll understand.
Oh, what about our families?
You can't get a divorce and not tell people about it.
I know certain places where a mild cheer will go up.
So do I. Incidentally, we invited Gloria for dinner tonight.
When did we do that?
Oh, last week, remember? I'm afraid I won't be able to join you.
Well, I'm not going either.
Huh?
All right, I will. It'll be a relief to get out of this house.
When you do go, for good I mean, take all the furniture that you picked out, including that loathsome lamp.
That lamp happens to be a superb 19th century bisque figure.
So you told me.
However, you don't like anything unless it's shocking pink and drips with tassels.
Well, let's hope your next will have a more simple taste. You're going to shop around, aren't you? I mean, you're not going to grab the first one who makes eyes at you.
I'm going to play the field.
Oh, good. Oh, good, good. Of course, at first, they won't notice those smug, self-satisfied wrinkles that are clustering around your eyes, my middle-aged friend.
And you, I suppose, are Venus. Coming home at the end of a big, important day at that magazine, putting commas and semicolons into a treatise on how to convert a horse blanket into an ermine wrap. Your hair all straggly, squawking about your dreary little problems.
Well, at last it's out. Your real opinion of me and my job.
Oh, you're a part-time businesswoman, a part-time wife, and a part-time mother.
I should have done that long ago. Now, if you excuse me, I'll see what's keeping Cookie.
The ponies are this way, Mommy.
Cookie, who's that little girl you just spoke to?
Lola Green, and she goes to my school. She in her white fur coat. Her father gave her that white fur coat.
Not hinting, are you, sweetheart?
She makes her father give her presents because he has to keep in good with her.
He does?
Well, Lola's mother and father are divorced, like Nancy's mother and father. And Lola's father once bought her a beautiful, genuine imitation pearl necklace that cost $10. I certainly wish I had a genuine imitation pearl necklace.
Listen, are all your friends' parents divorced, for heaven's sake?
Well, you're not getting any imitation pearl necklace, my friend.
And you wouldn't get one even if we were divorced.
Oh, yes, I would. You'd have to stay in good with me, too.
Now, listen to me, young lady. Even if your mother and I didn't live together, nothing would be altered. Nothing.
Mommy, are you and Daddy getting a divorce?
What makes you think that?
I don't know, but it sounds just like the way Lola's mother and father told her. They said if this and if that. Then a week later, it wasn't if anymore.
Darling, your daddy and I well, sometimes something happens.
You don't want them to happen, Cookie. They just do.
You are then, aren't you?
Well,
Yes, Cookie, we are.
Well, I might as well take that pony ride, as long as we're here.
We'll stand right here and watch you, darling. Oh, Dale, we mustn't ever let it spoil anything for her.
We'll do our best. Maggie, I think I'll run along.
Maybe you'd better.
See you later?
Of course. Give my best to Gloria. Sorry I'm a little late, Dale. Been waiting long?
Still on my first martini. Well, this is nice. Very nice.
Table for two. Where's Maggie?
She's not coming.
And I didn't believe it. Well, I still don't.
Believe what?
I'm late because I had a couple of phone calls. Some of our dearest friends say you and Maggie have had quite an argument.
Some of our dearest friends are right.
Then why the surprised look?
Because the only ones who know about it are Addison and Cookie, and I hardly think that either of them is publicity conscious.
You forget Addison is married to Mabel.
Mabel? Well, what did she say?
Oh, Mabel didn't call me. It was Julia Camberwell. And do you know who called her? Maggie's mother and your father.
Fine.
I said I had two calls. Remember Maggie's boyfriend from a way back?
Not the goop.
It was Gil, all right. He's still single and still interested in Maggie. He wanted confirmation. And Maggie's phone number.
Well, it's too bad Maggie isn't home. She took Cookie to the movies.
Dale, what happened? Whatever it was, surely you'll patch it up.
Well, suppose we don't.
That bad, huh? Well, then you'll both go through that rehabilitation process.
Will you help?
How exactly?
Oh, I don't know. Except that I seem to have got my appetite back. That's a good sign.
Dale, I'm scared. Suddenly I don't want to have dinner. Look, when it's over, when it's really honest to goodness 100% over, give old Dr. Gloria a ring. Meanwhile, I'm disappearing.
Thanks.
Sorry, pal. Don't take any wooden divorces.
Hello?
Is Mrs. Williams at home?
No, Mrs. Williams isn't at home.
This is Mr. Cummings, Gil Cummings. Who's this?
This is Mr. Williams, Dale Williams.
That's funny. I didn't expect you to be there.
Well, I happen to live here.
Then maybe you know when Maggie will be home.
I have no idea what time Mrs. Williams will be home.
You mind if I call again?
Not at all. No business of mine who my wife wants to talk to in the middle of the night. That overgrown rover boy, I'd like to kick the...
You better run straight to bed, Cookie, darling.
I want to say goodnight to Daddy.
Well, Daddy isn't here, honey.
Daddy's here.
Oh, she has to go right to bed, Dale.
Can't I talk with my mother and father while they're still together?
Well, brush your teeth, and Daddy and I will be in to say goodnight.
Okay, I'll call when I'm ready.
Poor Cookie.
Yes, poor Cookie.
Maggie?
Now, look, Dale, please don't start it all over again.
I'm just trying to tell you that Gil Cummings called.
Well, when did he get into town?
I haven't any idea.
Where's he staying?
I never thought to ask him, but he's going to call back.
Did you have a nice time with Gloria?
Excellent, thank you.
Oh, that's nice. She's such good company, isn't she?
Talk to me and Daddy.
I always do, don't I?
But you won't be anymore.
Cookie, darling, we know this is awfully tough for you, and we're truly sorry, but it just can't be helped, that's all.
Why can't it?
Look, the circus is coming soon. Why don't we get all your friends and have a great big party, huh?
I don't like the circus.
Well, we could go away for Christmas vacation, go ice skating, tobogganing.
I don't know how to ice skate.
Well, you could learn.
No, I don't think so.
You know something? I've been thinking about that genuine imitation pearl necklace.
You have?
Now, if you're a good girl, I'll get it for you.
Thanks, Daddy. Daddy?
Yes, darling?
Couldn't you try?
I have tried. Believe me, I've tried.
Well, couldn't you try a little harder?
Yes, I could try a little harder. Sleep well, darling. Maggie?
Yes?
Want to talk to you.
Oh, sorry, I'm in an awful hurry. Gil just phoned. Oh, well, come on in. We're going to the Mayfair Club.
Oh? Well, why the evening gown?
Oh, well, I thought it would be gala. After all, I haven't seen Gil for ages.
Well, there's no need to get done up like a burlesque soubrette.
Tell me, dear, did you send Gloria yellow orchids tonight? I hope not. They go so bad with her complexion.
What are you talking about?
Well, don't tell me you took her out to dine all those other times and didn't send her flowers.
I can explain all that.
Why bother?
It's all perfectly innocent.
Oh, what's a pity.
Maggie.
Well?
Don't go out with that goop.
Now, Dale, let's try not to embarrass each other, shall we?
As your husband, I ask that you stay home.
I will not have a scene.
Okay.
Okay. Now, if you'll get away from the door, I'd like to see Cookie.
Is it all fixed, Mommy? You and Daddy?
No, darling. I'm afraid it isn't.
But Daddy said he was going to try.
Oh, Cookie, you can't try to love someone. Either you do or you don't.
But you used to love him once, didn't you?
Of course.
Then how could you stop? I couldn't stop loving you or Daddy no matter what.
Oh, rats. Oh, Cookie, please try to go to sleep. Think about all the nice things you'd like to have.
I don't want anything.
Well, what about a genuine imitation pearl necklace? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll take a strand of mine and made it especially for you. How's that?
Oh, boy.
And remember that I love you, and so does Daddy. And nothing in this world will ever change or harm that. Good night, darling. Dale.
I'm on the phone.
Oh.
And I just felt like talking to you, Gloria. Well, it's 100% on the level, no fooling over.
Good night, Dale.
Good night. Oh, no, I was just saying good night to Maggie. Look, I have a wonderful idea. If you can be ready in about half an hour...
Maggie, well, for goodness sake, what are you doing standing here at the curb and alone?
Mother Williams and Father Williams. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to hail a taxicab.
Maggie, we've heard some rumors. I don't know what's happened, but this is absurd.
Well, I should have thought you'd be hanging out flags. Oh, taxi! Taxi!
Maggie, for years I thought I didn't approve. I was wrong. I can't imagine Dale without you.
Don't leave him, Maggie, please.
I'm awfully sorry, but I've got to.
Where to, lady?
The Mayfair Club, driver.
Come on, Cora. Hurry up.
Why?
When a woman is dressed up like that, anything can happen. I'm going to follow her.
Mother and Father Haggerty. Good evening.
On your way somewhere, Dale?
I am.
Dale, where's Maggie?
Maggie's at the Mayfair Club and with your favorite man, Mother Haggerty, the one you always hoped she'd marry instead of me.
This is heartbreaking for me, Dale.
Yes, and I'm sorry. Because you've always been a right guy, Pop. Can't say the same about you, though, Mother.
What?
Well, I'll be seeing you, I'm afraid.
Oh, Peter, well, do something. Taxi!
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of The Perfect Marriage. Our guest tonight is the talented Paramount actress, Miss Carol Matthews. Famous as Miss Chicago a few years ago, she passed a Hollywood screen test with flying colors. But that was only the beginning, wasn't it, Carol?
Indeed it was, Mr. Keeley. Having just graduated from high school, I'd had no acting experience. So I went to drama school and worked as a nightclub entertainer to earn my tuition. Eventually, I started my own radio show. Then came roles at the Pasadena Playhouse, and at last, what I wanted most of all, a studio contract.
Looking back on your experience, I'm sure you'd do it all over again.
Oh, yes. Being in pictures is never dull. Even now, I get a thrill watching a big production being filmed, especially when it has two such famous stars as Veronica Lake and Joan Caulfield.
Ah, you're speaking of the Sainted Sisters.
Paramount's new comedy with that wonderful actor, Barry Fitzgerald.
He takes a hand in shaping the lives of the Sainted Sisters, doesn't he?
Yes. And Veronica Lake and Joan Caulfield are cast as a pair of very clever gold diggers. But as you know, Mr. Keeley, Barry Fitzgerald reforms them.
A delightful task, I'm sure. Am I right, John Kennedy?
Yes, I'd take on the job anytime. Two lovely blondes, two lovely Lux girls.
Indeed they are, Mr. Kennedy. Veronica Lake and Joan Caulfield both have such lovely fair skin. Naturally, they depend on Lux soap care.
It's a proven beauty care. In recent tests of Lux soap by skin specialists, actually 3 out of 4 complexions became lovelier in a short time.
Lux soap facials certainly work for me. I discovered that long ago. I'm really grateful for a beauty care that's so simple and so effective.
Thank you, Miss Carol Matthews. 9 out of 10 screen stars recommend this gentle care. So here's a beauty tip for clever women everywhere. Why not try fragrant white Lux toilet soap for your precious complexion? See what quick new loveliness Hollywood's own beauty soap gives your skin. We return you now to William Keeley.
It's time for the third act of The Perfect Marriage, starring Ray Milland as Dale Williams and Elizabeth Scott as Maggie. During the last half hour, there's been a steady stream into the Mayfair Club of members of the Williams family. First came Maggie on the arm of a beaming, self-assured gentleman named Gil Cummings. Then came Dale and Gloria, followed by Mr. Williams Sr., and now by Maggie's father. As yet, there's been no consolidation of the clan.
Martha, it's been ages since we've done anything like this, hasn't it, Gil?
All the time I've been saving words to tell you. Maggie, you're going to marry me or I'll beat you over the head with a baseball bat.
You should have done that years. Oh,
What's the matter?
look over there.
That's Dale, isn't it? Put on a lot of weight, huh? Hey, he's with Gloria.
Do me a favor, Gil. Let's not even look at
Look at him, Gloria. Maggie and the Goop. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they go in Dutch treat.
You knew they were going to be here.
Yeah.
You just can't bear to have Maggie out of your sight.
Yeah, I'm just curious, that's all.
I don't know why I put up with you.
Because we are pals.
I've got news for you, chum. I'll be practically anything except a pal. Come on, let's go somewhere else.
One dance and then we leave, huh? One dance?
Okay. One dance and then we leave.
Well. And what are you doing here, Mr. Haggerty?
Hello, Mr. Williams. I hope you don't think that I've been following anybody.
Why, no, certainly not. Well, nothing's happened yet.
I simply don't know what to make of it. It's fantastic.
Haggerty, we must make every sacrifice to prevent this catastrophe.
Absolutely right.
Thank you. Now then, two people have separated. What will bring them together again?
Well, their common interests. Cookie, for instance. Now, I once saw a movie in which the little girl got terribly sick, and the father and mother...
Horseradish. Cookie's the healthiest child in town. Now, I've got an idea. You'll recall that my son and your daughter met at a fire.
Well,
if we were to burn their house up, just slightly, that is, you don't think...
Williams, Cookie happens to live in that house.
Oh, yes, that's right.
And look at them, dancing. Your son and that woman.
No, they've stopped dancing.
They're at Maggie's table. They're talking to them.
And do you and Dale come here often, Gloria?
Hardly ever, darling. Usually Dale hides me in a little saloon in the Bowery.
Suppose we just get down to cases. Dale, Maggie and I are going to get hitched just as soon as she unloads you.
And in your simple language, my simple friend, Gloria and I are also going to get married.
I could use a drink if nobody cares.
Well, we'll all have a drink. Let's have a party.
Oh, I'm afraid that won't fit in with Maggie's plans.
Oh, on the contrary, I can think of nothing more intelligent. There are so many things you ought to know about your fiancé, Gloria.
Why, thank you.
I could give this character a few tips, too.
I don't want to be nasty, Dale, but can you tell me why your father followed me here?
You probably came because your father followed me.
I will not be spied upon.
Well, we have a house, haven't we?
Well, yes, but...
Besides, Gil would like to see the place, wouldn't you, Gil?
I certainly would.
All right, let's go.
Well, I certainly don't like this room, Maggie.
We'll do it all over, Gil.
That lamp, though. Boy, I sure like that lamp.
Sorry, old man, but Gloria and I are going to do a whole room around it.
A huge, informal, cottagey room. You know Dale, darling. Chintzy.
Dale hates chintzy rooms.
I intend to like them very much.
Oh, no, not you. He never changes, Gloria.
Maggie, on the other hand, always changes. Tell me, Gil, did you ever catch Maggie with a backache?
We never had time for backaches.
Well, you'll have plenty of time now. Besides, we think that Maggie's backaches are just a great big fib that we use as a weapon. That's what we think.
Maggie's had a weak back as long as I've known her.
Well, you're going to have all you can do running out to Dale with a bottle of Synephrine.
A bottle of what?
Synephrine. Dale has sinus trouble. Didn't you know? Just keep thousands of bottles of Synephrine all over the house. I'll give you a case for a wedding present.
I'm giving Gil a whole barrel of toothpaste caps because Maggie doesn't believe in them. She also doesn't believe that anyone else is entitled to a blanket.
Well, I have to have something to cover my ears against your snoring.
She also talks in her sleep.
I don't think you're being very nice, Dale.
He isn't usually so frank. Most of the time, he's just moody and secretive and...
What's the matter, honey?
Be quiet. I think I heard Cookie crying.
I'll go and see.
Never mind, I'll go.
But that's ridiculous. Let her cry.
Oh, but you can't let her cry.
The worst thing you can do for a child is pamper her.
You gotta be tough with kids.
How would you know?
Skip it. She wasn't crying after all.
If she were, I'd have heard her immediately.
Anyway, Gil, raising children is simply a matter of understanding them, that's all.
Then I wouldn't say you've done a very good job, darling.
Oh, you wouldn't, would you?
I think you dress Cookie outrageously. And when I have something to say
that
about
will be the coldest day this world has ever known.
Oh, let's be serious. Surely Dale is going to have Cookie at least half the year.
Certainly not. I don't intend to have her life split into two pieces.
Good. You and I together, Maggie, can correct any faults Cookie may have. Sometimes a good spanking is the entire answer to a problem child.
Problem child?
All Gil means is that he and I can approach the problem without hysteria.
Hysteria?
And if you'll kindly let me finish a sentence.
I don't like any sentences you even begin about Cookie.
Well, good night, folks.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Gloria. Wait, I'm sorry.
Are you? Well, this is where I came in. And this is where I go out.
Gloria, wait a minute, please.
Ha, 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 ha. Oh, the happy couple. Oh, Gloria's much too pushy for Dale.
Honey, the last person in the world I want to discuss now is your ex-husband's future wife.
Not quite ex, darling, but soon.
Maggie.
Hmm?
I've got you bad. I always have, and I always will.
You're sweet, Gil, really sweet.
I could use a little concentration.
I'm sorry, but there's Dale again. I hope you and Gloria kissed and made up, Dale.
Oh, don't worry about us. There was a taxi out there, and Gloria was going to take it, but she couldn't. Your father was in there just sitting there.
All alone?
Well, no. My father was in it, too. But you can bet your boots it was your father's idea. Even your own father doesn't trust you.
Are you finished?
No. I'm going to the study. I'm going to bed. Except I haven't any pajamas.
The laundry's still in the kitchen. I'll get them for you.
Well, Gil, that'll give you a rough idea of her housekeeping. We have a servant, of course, but Maggie won't trust her with the laundry. She keeps my pajamas in the oven. And incidentally, why don't you go home?
Why don't you?
Listen, chum, this is still my house, and my ground rules for visitors is 2 ac Emma.
Why don't you get somebody to bounce me?
I don't think I need any help.
Care to try?
I can think of nothing I'd like better.
Here are your pajamas, Dale.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you.
How you ever put up with him for 10 years?
Oh, he used to be so gay and really very affectionate.
He doesn't even know the meaning of the word. I'll show you what it really means.
Oh, Gil, dear, please.
Why not?
Well, Dale, he's peeking at us from somewhere. I know he is.
But you've got to stop thinking about him, honey. That's all finished.
Oh, of course it is.
Then show me. Show me just how finished it is.
All right, Gil,
I'm sorry to break this up, but my vitamins have disappeared.
They're in the bathroom.
They are not in the bathroom.
Good heavens, I saw them there.
Well, don't worry. I'll find them.
Oh, now, look, simply because we're going to get a divorce is no reason for you to die of beriberi. Excuse me, Gil.
Vitamins. He needs vitamins.
I told you they were here.
Those are not the right vitamins. I don't take C. I take a B complex.
You take C, G, H, and X.
I do not take X.
Well, you'd better, the way you're losing your hair.
I'll thank you to leave my hair out of this.
Gloria will probably insist upon a toupee with a wave.
Well, you don't have to worry about Gloria anymore.
Oh, a lover's quarrel. Oh, what a shame.
Just a change of plans, that's all.
Well, I haven't changed mine.
I'm not interested. I am now going to bed, and I'm going to sleep like a baby. Why? Because I'm free. Thank Gil for me, will you?
Well, did you find his vitamins?
Certainly, they were right under his big nose.
Honey, I've been thinking. As soon as we're married, we'll go to Yucatan.
Yucatan?
Maybe even as far as Chile. Did you ever go hunting for condor's eggs?
Not that I recall.
Oh, you'll love it. We'll stay away for months.
But what about Cookie and what about my job?
Cookie will go to a girls' school. As for your job, well, I'll write the letter of resignation myself. Now, you better go to bed, honey. You're tired out.
Yes, I'm afraid I am a little.
Dream about me, honey. About a bright, wonderful life with a guy who loves you like a fool.
Oh, Gil, you make it sound so wonderful. So...
What's the matter?
It's my back again. It's out again.
Well, what can I do?
Would you mind helping me into the bedroom?
Helping you? Well, I'll just carry you in. Like this.
Oh, Gil, take it easy.
Relax, honey. All you've got is a Charlie horse.
No, it isn't a Charlie horse, Gil. It's a chronic sensitivity.
Nonsense. I'll have you like new in a jiffy.
Just put me down, dear. I'll be all right now. Now, you run along.
Now, not another word. I'm going to give you a massage. Now, here we go.
Oh, Gil, please. I'm not the heavyweight champion of the world.
Why, if I don't cure you in 5 minutes...
Oh, please, Gil, it hurts. Dale's the only one who knows how to massage me.
Dale?
Uh-huh.
Well, how's this?
Well, it's a little gentler.
Good. Now, by twisting your shoulder...
Oh, no, it's worse. Oh, you've made it worse.
Maggie, maybe I'd better get Dale.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
But you just can't sit there groaning.
I can if I want to, and I want to. Oh.
I'm going to get Dale.
No, don't you dare.
Still here?
Your wife's got a pain in her back.
You sure it's not a pain in the neck?
Well, are you going to do something about it?
I don't know.
Get out of that bed. You get inside and give Maggie a massage, or I'll fracture your skull.
I think you've convinced me.
I wouldn't let you put a finger on me even if I were dying. Now get out of here, both of you.
How bad is it?
No worse than usual. It'll pass.
Maggie, I really think you ought to let him try.
Well, if you think so, dear.
Go on, get to work.
I can't concentrate with people breathing all over me. Now kindly wait outside.
I'll do nothing of the kind.
Maggie, tell your fiancé to get out.
I am not going to let you stay here alone with my girl.
Who happens to be my wife.
That's just a technicality.
Oh, Gil, do as he says. Wait outside, please.
Well, okay, honey.
Oh.
But I'll be here if you need me.
And shut the door.
Yes.
Now, just go all limp, Maggie, and just try to relax. How's this? Huh? How is this?
It's good. It's good.
Does it feel any better?
Oh, yes, darling.
You see, it's all... What did you say?
Oh, sorry, it was a slip. Habit.
You know what I'm going to miss most about you? The things I don't like.
Oh?
Like your aching back. And the way you have exactly a cup and a half of coffee.
Oh, Dale, those things don't matter.
Well, maybe they matter more than our silly in-laws.
Or you're taking Gloria out to dinner. Oh, Dale, why didn't you tell me about Gloria?
Because there was honestly nothing to tell.
Honestly?
Honestly. And stop squirming. You know, if I don't know... I don't know whether I'm in love with you or if I just plain like you. But I do know I'd hate not rubbing your back.
Well, what about all the lies we've told each other, all the evasions? Aren't they important?
Not very. Not nearly as important as all the truth, all the fun, all the heartache.
And Cookie?
Yeah, Cookie most of all. Turn around and do your neck.
Oh, that's wonderful. You ought to be a professional masseur.
I wouldn't be any good with anybody else.
Oh, I don't care. With me, you're wonderful. Simply wonderful.
You know something? I almost think you mean that.
Oh, darling, I do. Of course I do. What was that?
The goop, I hope. And my, he didn't even say good night.
Hey, taxi. I want to go to the Biltmore Hotel. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Hop in, son.
Mr. Williams and Mr. Haggerty.
Hello, Gil. Hey, Williams, look. The light. The light just went out up there. At last. Now we can all go home.
Our curtain falls on the perfect ending for the perfect marriage. But that's not the end of our good fortune. For here are tonight's stars back to greet you as they are in real life. Ray Milland and Elizabeth Scott. Ray, every time you're on this program, it seems as if you're just back from a trip abroad.
That's right, Bill. Last time it was England, this time South America.
I understand you were there for the opening of new Paramount Theater, eh?
Yes, in Lima, Peru. But I also had a chance to take some time off and relax.
Which you deserved. Paramount put you through some pretty strenuous paces in your latest picture, The Big Clock.
Maureen Sullivan, too. She co-starred with me in the picture.
Well, Maureen has a lovely face for it.
And Charles Lawton gives you the work.
Which just about winds things up. But seriously, it was quite a thriller, Ray. And so is Elizabeth Scott's latest film for Hal Wallace.
Well, it is indeed, but the name I Walk Alone is a little contradictory, isn't it? I've never seen Elizabeth Scott except surrounded by admirers.
Well, you see, I sing this film, Ray, and maybe that explains the title.
On the contrary, Elizabeth. In my opinion, that's one of the high spots of the picture. That and a few more things like brilliant talent and, let's say, a lovely Lux complexion.
Well, I won't deny, Bill, that Lux soap has done wonders for my complexion. I wouldn't be a day without it.
And we wouldn't be a week without this theater, Bill. So let's hear what you've planned for Monday.
Next Monday night, by popular demand, we're bringing our audience one of the great pictures of all time and casting it with two of the year's most exciting stars. Academy Award winner Ronald Colman and another great Academy Award artist, Miss Greer Garson.
Well, it would take a great picture for a team like that, Bill. What's the play?
It's Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's immortal screenplay, Random Harvest. A powerful and haunting love story brought unforgettably to life by Greer Garson and Ronald Colman.
Well, that ought to be a high spot of the year for Lux, Bill. Many congratulations. And good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thanks for two very fine performances. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Ronald Colman and Greer Garson in Random Harvest. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies, here's a reminder. Did you know you can still get spot cash for the waste fats from your kitchen? Dealers pay well for every pound you turn in. Even if you reuse fats for cooking, there's always some left which can be salvaged and turned into your butcher. World supplies of industrial fats and oils are still far short of needs, and this situation will continue for some time to come. So please keep on salvaging all waste fat possible. You'll be doing your country a service. You'll be helping your food budget, too. Remember, spot cash for every pound you turn in. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Join us again next Monday night to hear Random Harvest with Greer Garson and Ronald Colman.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, in a recent survey, families throughout America compared new Pepsodent toothpaste with the brands they'd been using at home. By an overwhelming average of 3-1, they preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Random Harvest with Ronald Colman and Greer Garson. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows him.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Got an old corpse kicking around you want identified? Know of any good murders you want solved? We've got just the girl for you. Her name is Candy Matson. Mighty cute, too. She fills out a size 12 suit to just the right proportions. Soft blonde hair, 2 sparkling blue eyes, and all in all, she looks as though she might have stepped right off a Varga calendar. And what's more, she's a private eye. You scoff? You ridicule? I'll let you see for yourselves. Listen, she's talking on the phone right now.
Hello, Candy Matson.
Hello, Miss Matson. I'm afraid you don't know me.
That makes it even. You don't know me. Let's go from there.
I've read about you in the papers, Miss Matson. You handle confidential cases.
That's right. However, there's a little matter of a fee involved.
Yes, I know. I can pay.
That's item number 1. Now to item number 2. What's the confidential case?
I can't possibly tell you on the phone, Miss Matson. I said it was confidential.
Okay. Where do you want to talk?
I am the proprietor of a restaurant, the Charlemagne in North Beach.
Oh, yeah, I ate there once.
Oh, that's nice.
No, it wasn't. I didn't like the food.
Oh.
However, I'll overlook it. Do you want to talk in about an hour?
That will be fine, Miss Matson.
Good. And your name would be?
Martinello. Carlo Martinello.
Okay, Mr. Martinello. And have some ink in your pen. It costs money just to talk. I probably sounded rough and commercial, but you have to be in this racket. Most people look on a private eye as a musician. They invite you to a party and expect you to bring your harp for free. But I learned the hard way a long time ago. So now they pay in advance and take their chances later. That's the way it was with this Martinello. I was at home in my penthouse on Telegraph Hill out on the porch taking a sunbath when the phone rings and it's this Carlo character. That part was all right because I can always use new customers. But what made me mad was the fact that I had to stop listening to the 49ers belt the bejabers out of the Cleveland Browns at Kezar Stadium. But I followed through and uncovered a couple of very done-in bodies along the way. Do you like the grotesque in your whodunits? Then follow me and we'll tiptoe lightly through the Tibbets, the Ponds, and the Baccalonis, because part of this story unfolds at the Opera House. Reluctantly, I dressed into something Charlemagne-ish, turned off the 49ers Cleveland game, and went down to talk to Martinello. His place was typical, located on Paul Street, a garish neon sign, and as you walked in, the place was air-conditioned by eau de garlic.
Yes, miss. You wish a table?
I wish a table, yes. With the right party. I'm looking for the owner.
I am the owner.
I am Candy Matson.
Oh, Miss Matson. Walk this way, please.
If I could walk that way, I'd revive vaudeville.
Pardon?
Where is your office?
Right over here. Allow me. After you, Signorina.
Thank you, Signor.
Here, sit down, please.
Thanks. Now, Martinello, what's on your mind?
Always, all my life, I have run a very nice, respectable place.
Mm-hmm.
Until this morning.
What's with this morning?
I go down to the basement. My icebox is down there. That is where I keep all my meat.
So, you wanted some ground round?
Oh, no. Perhaps I'd better show you. Please, you will come with me.
Martinello led the way out of his office and down a flight of stairs. A cold blast hit my face. A musty aroma smothered my nostrils, and if I had had a phobia about darkness, I'd have ducked out then. But I followed the guy, and we ended up in front of a refrigerator about the size of an Inquisition chamber. He opened the door, and it was the usual restaurant icebox, choice legs of lamb hanging from hooks, potential fillets, and thick New York cuts. The box was cold, and I started to shiver. Not from the refrigeration, though, because over in the corner was a man. He looked like something out of a long-lost Arctic expedition. He had a long, flowing mustache, every bristle of which was coated with ice. He was quite frozen and quite dead. I slammed the door shut and reeled out. The sight had staggered my thought processes. Martinello reached over by a salami-slicing table and turned on a Mazda, a weak affair that cast dim shadows about the damp basement. Is that your little surprise?
Yes, Mr. Matson. That is what I was greeted with this morning.
Have you notified the police?
Oh, no.
Why not?
As I told you, I have run a very respectable place. And, too, that is why I am hiring you.
You can get in trouble, you know.
Yes, that is why you must help me. Please, Miss Matson, say you will help me. I will pay you anything you say.
I stick my neck out in the strangest places. Now it's a refrigerator. Okay, Martinello, $2,000.
What?
Make up your mind. Either I freeze your assets or the police find your frozen friend.
Yes. All right. Come. I give you the money now.
Now we're getting somewhere.
What about him?
Oh, he'll keep. He's on ice. Well, this was one for the books. Refrigeration the ugly way. I had to ask a few questions if I was to get anywhere, such as like, do you know the guy?
No.
Had you ever seen him before?
No.
Who was the last one to close the icebox last night?
I was.
Does it lock from the inside?
Unfortunately, yes.
I was getting places like Wiley was with Hauser. It was inevitable. I had to take my courage in my hand and go down and look at that thing again. There it was, a male Mona Lisa etched in ice. This time I looked closer, I had to. And as I did, I realized I wasn't going to get any identification because this guy was a study in crimson. Underneath all that coating of ice, he was dressed in a devil's costume. I slammed the door once again and went upstairs. There I gave Martinello strict orders not to do a thing. Usually in cases like this, you have to wait for a break. They come along like a forcing hand in poker. So I went home to do some thinking. As I arrived, there was an old friend of mine, Rembrandt Watson.
Hello, Dove. I'd almost given up.
Rembrandt, how did you get in?
Your door was open, dear. I took the liberty of coming in.
Oh, sure, that's okay.
How are things, Candy?
All right, I guess. I'm kind of bushed, though. I feel about as devaluated as a British pound.
You look wonderful, Dove. What's wrong?
I've got a deal, but I don't know where to start.
Anything I can help you with?
No, thanks, Rembrandt. If I told you about it, you wouldn't believe it.
I've never doubted you in the past, dear.
I know. Well, I was just called in by a minestrone merchant in North Beach. The guy is stuck with a corpse.
That's about par for the course.
The deceased had been sealed in the icebox overnight. I've never seen one like that before.
That's the way it is, dear. Many are called, but few are frozen.
Oh, get out of here.
But, Dove, I just got here.
I know, but I've got to change and get down to see Mallard.
I'll wait for you, Candy. I haven't seen the gumshoe since before me vacation.
All right. I'll be with you in a few moments. I did a fast change, and Rembrandt and I climbed into my car, and we dropped off Telegraph Hill on Don Kearney Street. The Hall of Justice, where Mallard hangs his star, is only a few blocks away, so we made it in about 5 minutes. Inspector Ray Mallard, Homicide, San Francisco Police. A lovable, shaggy dog type of character. Very keen with the crime, but dumb with the dame. Me, for instance. If I want him to say yes, he says no, and vice versa.
Well, my ever-loving Candy. What's new in the private eye business?
Very little. How's the legitimate flatfoot racket?
Oh, we're holding our arches up. Well, and Rembrandt. I haven't seen you since Pup was a Hector.
Please, Inspector, you're metting your mixer-paws.
Who writes this dialogue?
I'm pretty weak, I know. What's on your mind, Candy?
A character named Carlo Martinello. Have you got anything on him? What's so funny, Mallard?
Nothing, except I eat lunch there about every day of the week.
Well, answer my question.
Well, there's nothing on Martinello. Arrested a couple of times during Prohibition. He was dabbling in grappa a la under the table. Have you got a case against the guy, Detective Matson?
Oh, cut it out.
No, seriously. Why do you want to check on the guy, Candy?
No reason, just thought I'd ask.
Uh-huh. Well, Martinello's okay. Just trying to make a living. Only thing I don't like, he loves to sing to his customers.
That'd be enough to bankrupt him right there.
Anything else I can do?
No, that takes care of everything.
I tell you what, I'm through in about an hour. I'll take you up to Martinello's for dinner. You can see for yourself.
No, that's all right.
Okay, Candy. Give.
Why, Mallard, dear, what on earth do you mean?
You know something about something. I want in.
Mallard, and I want you to believe this. I mean it sincerely. If I knew something, you'd be the last to know about it.
He's got something there. Come, Dove, leave us a while.
I hate to do things like that to Mallard. He's been of great help to me in the past. More than once he's saved my life. But on a deal like this, you have to play it close. After all, a girl has to make a living. For the first time in a long time, I was completely baffled as to where to start. Something had to be done about that cadaver in the icebox, but what? While I was beetling my eyebrows, Rembrandt invited me up to his place for tea. He lives on California Street, just down away from Old St. Mary's, and only a bail bond broker's reach from the Hall of Justice. So I accepted.
Do forgive the looks of the place, Candy, dear. I had a meeting my philatelist group last night.
Philatelist?
The stamp collectors, dear.
Well, I know what they are, but I didn't think they could make such a mess.
You don't know philatelists. Sit down, Dove. Make yourself comfortable. I shan't be a moment.
That's all right.
Candy, dear, why the wrinkles?
I've got cause for wrinkles. This chap in the icebox, Rembrandt. There's something I didn't tell you. He was dressed in a devil's costume.
There, dear. Your tea will ready in just a minute. You'll feel better.
I know it sounds crazy, but it's true.
What are you going to do, Candy?
I don't know. I can't leave him in that refrigerator forever.
We'll get him out, dear. I hate to think of a corpse catching pneumonia. Oh, excuse me, Candy. Help yourself to the tea.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do? Rembrandt Watson Enterprises. Quiet down. Who? Oh, hello, Templeton. How are all your steamships? Oh, that's good. What? Could I use to what? To the opera? Of course I could. Righto, I'll pick them up at your office. Thank you, Templeton. Goodbye. Candy, dear, do you like the opera?
I can take it or leave it. Why?
It suddenly develops that I have 2 tickets tomorrow night for Tales of Hoffman.
Oh, Rembrandt, I don't think I can go.
Come, Candy. It'll do you good. You've been working too hard. You need a little relaxation.
Tales of Hoffman, Okay. Who's the pal who gave him to you?
An old friend of mine, Templeton Woodruff. He runs a steamship to Java and other places Ezio Pinza sings about.
I finished the tea and left. Right then, the only opera I could think of was the one going on in an icebox at Martinello's. I've always tried to play straight with Ray Mallard, so I decided to tell Martinello my plan.
Mr. Matson,
I don't think it's such a good idea.
Good evening, Carlo. I want to talk to you.
That's what I mean. There's a gentleman here who...
Oh, you've got a gentleman. That's fine. 3 more and you've got a crowd. What I want to talk to you about is this.
You don't understand. The gentleman I'm talking about is from the police.
The police?
Yeah. Hello, Candy.
Mallard.
How about some scallopini?
Well, up jumped the... Hello, Mallard, dear.
I had an idea you'd like dinner here tonight. Do you know my boy, Carlo?
Yes, we've met.
How do you do? How do you do? The signorina wish something to eat?
No, thanks. I want to talk to you, though, Mallard.
Sure. Come on into my booth. We'll share some salami.
No, thanks. I want to see you downstairs.
I don't think the food's as good down there.
I agree, but it isn't the food. I'm talking about murder. Once again, I headed down into the catacombs of the Charlemagne. This time the act was a double. Mallard was right behind me. Then I looked around. We were a trio. Martinello was right behind Mallard. This is it.
This is what?
This is an icebox. Inside, you'll find a body dressed in a devil's costume.
Okay, Carlo, let's humor the lady. Open the thing, will you?
Yes, I'll open it.
Lovely view of the beef.
It's gone. The body's gone. Okay, Martinello, start talking and make some sense while you're doing it.
Please, Miss Matson, I don't know anything. I haven't been down here all day.
Get rid of those arched eyebrows, Martinello. You know something. What is it?
Wait a minute, Candy. I'll do the questioning. In the first place, Carlo, was there or was there not a body in here?
Well...
Sure there was. He can't deny it. Here's a check for $2,000 signed by Martinello himself.
Well, Carlo?
Yes. There was a body, all right.
Who was it? Friend of yours?
No, Inspector. I never saw him before.
Why did you call Miss Matson? Why didn't you come to see me about it?
Well, you know, Inspector, the police...
Just because you were once arrested for bootlegging, Carlo, is no reason to be afraid of the police. Well, I'll put a couple of my men on the job and see what we can turn up.
What? Is that all you're going to do, Mallard?
No. Right now, I'm going back upstairs and have some of Carlo's scallopini.
Mallard, are you out of your head?
Look, Candy, in order to have a murder case, you've got to have a body. Obviously, we're fresh out. And until your pal with the devil's costume turns up, I intend to live my typical everyday life. Don't forget the mushrooms, Carlo.
There are times when I get so mad at Mallard I want to scream. I didn't, though. I only scrammed. I hung on to the $2,000, however. I felt I deserved it just for getting my curiosity aroused, and it was aroused plenty. Corpses don't get up and walk out of iceboxes by themselves. But after all, Mallard had a point. There was nothing to be done without a body. So I went home and waded into a stack of dirty dishes that had been piling up. Then I fixed dinner and started a new stack of dirty dishes. Got a book and ducked into bed. In the morning, I had an idea. After breakfast, I went down to the corner of Broadway and Columbus. That's where North Beach does a neat blend with Chinatown. On the corner was a Joe who sold newspapers. I'd known him for some time, and he seemed to like me. Hiya, Butch.
Well, hello there, lady. How are you?
Good, can't complain. Who won the football game yesterday?
Yeah, funny thing. I got all the news right inside here for 7 cents.
I get your point. Give me a chronicle, will you?
Sure, here.
Thanks. Who do you like in the feature at Bay Meadows?
A goat named Candy.
What did you say?
There's a pig named Candy running in the 7th. Take it or leave it.
What a tip.
I don't get it. Well, what's really on your mind, lady?
Here's a 20. You can play it on Candy all for yourself.
Well.
Do you know a gent named Martinello, Butch? He owns the Charlemagne down the block.
Sure. What about him?
That's what I'm asking you. What about him?
Oh, he's all right. A little screwy, but he keeps his nose clean.
Is that all?
Yeah. Should there be more?
I don't know. Thanks, Butch. I hope Candy pays off. I was getting nowhere, that was for sure, and the rest of the day went the same way. Dead ends, blind alleys. I checked as many loose ends as I possibly could, but I was still stuck in a quandary. But the Crusher claim, late in the afternoon, when I got a copy of the late paper and read where Candy came in at Bay Meadows and paid $32.20. And I hadn't had sense enough to get aboard. When I got home, the phone was ringing. Hello, Candy Matson.
Oh, you're Candy Matson. I should play a fanfare.
Oh, hello, Rembrandt, dear. How are you?
Like an October morning. Every single one of me pores is breathing great, huge gulps of air.
What?
I just had a facial, Dove. Most invigorating.
Oh, what on earth for? I loved your old pores just the way they were.
Candy, you've forgotten.
I have? Forgotten what, Rembrandt?
We're going to the opera tonight.
Oh, Ducky, I'm sorry. I had forgotten. I'm afraid I'll have to renege.
Now, Candy, you promised, and I don't care what you're involved in. It'll do you good.
But, Rembrandt, I'm working on it. Perhaps you're right. Okay, I'll get ready.
Wonderful, dear. Pick me up about 7:45, will you?
Pick you up 7:45? Yeah.
Oh, and another thing, Lamb. We may have to do some entertaining afterward. Do bring some cash, will you?
Mm-hmm.
That's the girl.
That Rembrandt, always stony broke. I guess photography isn't what it's cracked up to be. I didn't mind, though. He's been a friend to me on more than one occasion. Well, if I was going to the opera, I had to start thinking in operatic terms. I fished around in the closet and came up with something that would have done any woman's heart good. One of those strapless affairs that you can't stop breathing in for one moment, otherwise the opera is no longer the main attraction. I powdered, perfumed, pouted, and rouged, and took off after Rembrandt. But just as I started to leave... Just a moment.
Well, get a load of the Duchess.
Mm-hmm.
It won't be Halloween for another couple of weeks yet.
Oh, very funny. Come on in, Millard.
What are you decked out for, Candy?
Something you wouldn't understand. I'm going to the opera.
Oh, I love the opera. Any horse opera with Tex Acuff in it.
That's what I thought. What's on your mind, Millard? I've got to pick up Rembrandt in 10 minutes.
I was just driving by, so I thought I'd stop and tell you the news.
News? About what?
We found El Diablo.
The guy in the icebox?
Yeah. Martinello identified him. He was floating in the water off Aquatic Park.
Any lead on him?
The best. He was Salavini, the second baritone with the opera company. That's all, Candy. I hope you enjoy the performance tonight.
A baritone with the opera company. Well, that explained the costume, but it didn't explain a lot of other things. I walked down the stairs with Mallard. He got in his squad car, flicked on the flashing red light, and with a burst of his siren, rolled down the street. I'd have to speak to Mallard about that. All the neighbors had their heads out of their windows as I climbed into my car and followed. What an exit. I picked up Rembrandt, and we drove up to the Civic Center. I found a place to park. A minor miracle. The last time I went to the opera, I had to drive almost to Palo Alto and come back by train. Rembrandt's friend must have been very influential. We had seats in the Diamond Horseshoe. They were presenting Tales of Hoffmann, and a friend of mine, Dorothy Warrenshold, was singing the role of Antonia. It was a fine performance, and after the last curtain, I took Rembrandt. We went backstage to see Dorothy. This is her dressing room, Rembrandt.
Yes?
Hello, Dorothy. This is Candy Matson. I have a friend with me.
Oh, do come in, please, Candy. Candy, how are you?
Couldn't be better. Dorothy, may I present Mr. Watson? Rembrandt, this is Miss Warrenshold.
I'm delighted. You're in magnificent voice tonight, dear.
Thank you. Sit down, won't you? I've only a moment. We're rehearsing some of the scenes in Faust tonight.
Rehearsing after a full evening's performance?
It has to be done, Candy. Our baritone disappeared. We've had to replace him with a new man.
Yes, I know. By the way, Dorothy, I heard you on your Standard Hour broadcast a few weeks ago. It was a wonderful performance.
I'm glad you liked it, Candy. I always look forward to those.
What are your plans, Dorothy?
Well, the season closes here, and then we open in Los Angeles.
Oh, yes, of course.
Excuse me. Mm-hmm. Come in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had guests.
That's all right. Oh, Candy, I'd like to introduce Rolf Herberts. This is Miss Matson and Mr. Watson.
It's nice to know you.
Mr. Herberts is our new baritone.
Oh, yes.
That's why we're rehearsing tonight.
I won't take any more of your time, Dorothy. I just thought we'd save a few moments of rehearsal if I told you that I don't move in that last scene. I sing upstage. That will leave you free to take as much stage as you like.
Fine, Rolf. That will save time. Thanks.
Oh, not at all. Glad to have met you, Miss Matson, Mr. Watson.
Nice to have met you, sir.
See you on stage, Dorothy.
Yes, Rolf. Rolf has a wonderful voice, and he's a good actor, too. You know, I think he'll be even better than Salavini.
I've seen him before.
Oh, yes, he's been in pictures and on the concert stage. And in opera, too. But he's never really had a good break. This might be it. Uh-oh, that's it, Candy. I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave.
Certainly, Dorothy.
Say, why don't you stand in the wings? You can watch the rehearsal if you'd like.
Oh, I'd love it.
Come on, then. Follow me.
All right, to places, everyone. Places.
This is all right, Candy. You can stay right here.
Thanks, Dorothy.
Glad to have met you, Mr. Watson.
Also, as we used to say in the theater, go out there and kill 'em.
See you later.
Where is Miss Waddenshaw? Ah, there you are. Herbert! Where's Herbert?
I saw him just a moment ago in the dressing room.
Well, it's late. We've got to keep moving. Please, somebody find Herbert.
From way up in the heights of the stage, the opera house was pierced with a blood-curdling scream. That was no ordinary scream. It was the scream of death. You wait here, Rembrandt. Keep your eyes open. I'm going up to have a look. That scream wasn't in the score of Faust. I punched the button for the backstage elevator. It's a good thing they work fast and are speedy. Once inside, I pressed the button for the fourth gallery. I got out. This was the top of the opera house. The place was loaded with old sets, props, papier-mâché alligators, gold goblets. Then, over on the other side of the catwalk, I saw it. The body of a man all crumpled and distorted. I hit the catwalk and ran over. It was 100 feet above the stage, and as I looked down, I could see a score of strained faces looking up through the darkness. I got on the other side and bent over the body. It was that of Rolf Herbert.
Candy, down here. I think your man just dumped down underneath the stage.
Again, I did a Mel Patton. The elevator shot me down to the stage level, and there was Rembrandt, wild-eyed.
He came down the elevator on the other side, Candy. Then he cut across the stage and down those steps.
Come on, Rembrandt, follow me. I may need help. We ran down the steps and into the bowels of the stage. It looked like a nightmare, a myriad of cross beams of steel for the rising stages. We cleared those and went around by the chorus dressing rooms. There was only one out. I remembered it. A door over in the corner, very seldom used, but it was open. It led into a long tunnel with giant steam pipes running overhead and to the right. This went underground over to the Veterans Building. Down by your feet, there's a stream of water flowing in a trough. It's the old Hayes Valley Creek. Our killer decidedly knew his opera house. As we entered the tunnel, I could see him up ahead running like crazy, so we took off after him. We made the other side, and it breaks into a big engine room. As we came into the opening, I looked around. The engineer was lying on the floor out like a light, blood spurting from his scalp. Then I glanced up. There was another door. This led into the Veterans Building itself and an avenue of escape onto Van Ness. I ran up. Then as we got into the long corridor, I saw Martinello breaking for the door. Stop! Stop, Martinello!
Stop! You think I am a fool?
I do if you don't stop.
Try and get me.
Okay, pal. You asked for it. It was the first time I had ever shot a man. It didn't feel good. But he lived, and later the doctors of law gave him a little pill. The cyanide kind they dropped inside the gas chamber at San Quentin. Martinello paid his debt. Details? Sure, I'll fill him in now. Martinello loved to sing. Ray Mallard had told me that. For years, Carlo had been hanging around the opera house hoping to step into a role. This season, a director had jokingly told him that if he ran out of baritones, he'd let Carlo take over. Carlo took him seriously. He lured Salovini down to his restaurant on a fake emergency call, costume and all, and did him in. But then he became frightened. That's when he called me. It was worth $2,000 to have me hush things up. But I don't operate like that. He had a hunch I was going to tip off Mallard. That's when he removed the body from the icebox and dumped him into the bay. Carlo had also been at the performance of Tales of Hoffman. That's when he learned that they'd rustled up Rolf Herbert to sing in place of Salovini. By this time, Martinello was obsessed with the idea of singing in the opera house and wouldn't stop at anything. Right after Herberts left Warrenshold's dressing room, he managed to get Herberts into the elevator and up to the fourth gallery behind the stage. That scream was produced by a 6-inch stiletto through Herbert's heart. from the hands of Martinello. And that's when our chase began. I hope I never see that tunnel under the Opera House again. That Mallard and his sentiments. It was he who gave me that gun just a week before, for my birthday. He said I needed protection. Well, darn it, I do. But I can't get Mallard to believe me. Instead, he just gives me guns.
Listen again at this same time next week. For excitement and adventure, just dial
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were Harry Bechtel as Ralph Herbert, Jerry Walter as Carlo Martinello. Henry Leff plays the role of Inspector Mallard, and Jack Thomas is Rembrandt. Dorothy Warrenshold, star of the Standard Hour and the San Francisco Opera Company, was heard as herself. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and produced by Monty Masters. With the exception of Miss Warrenshold, any resemblance to actual people in tonight's play is purely coincidental. Candy Matson comes to you from San Francisco. This is Dudley Manlove speaking. You are tuned for the stars on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And from Hollywood, here comes the star-studded show train. Tonight, your railroads, through the Association of American Railroads, present the charming operetta, The Cat and the Fiddle. In our star-studded cast, you will hear the host of our series, Gordon MacRae, two famous guest stars, Miss Risa Stevens and Mr. Adolphe Manjou, and a great cast of Hollywood featured players. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the entire production is set to the music of Carmen Dragon's orchestra, and brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and the things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae. Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae helping to bring you another in our series of musical comedy successes. Tonight, the Railroad Hour show train presents The Cat and the Fiddle, a musical love story by Jerome Kern and Otto Harbach. As our first guest tonight, we are extremely happy to present one of the most charming ladies of the Metropolitan Opera, Miss Risa Stevens, whose lovely voice will be heard in one of the songs she is supposed to have written in her role as Shirley Sheridan, a young American composer.
Try to forget who you have meant to me, all I have meant to you too.
My role this evening is that of Victor Florescu, also a composer. But my music is of the more serious type, as you will hear when I sing, "One moment alone is all that we own, and yet in that instant rain." Also on our guest list is the popular Hollywood motion picture star, Mr. Adolphe Manjou. Mr. Manjou plays a producer of musical shows who seems to prefer Shirley's music to mine when he says,
"That man should be put away, preferably behind bars, where I won't be able to wring his neck."
Our story opens in Paris in the spring.
It is dusk, and the setting sun is reflected in the river Seine, which flows by the Quai Voltaire. Here, vendors are busy selling their flowers, their vegetables, their old books, and maps. Along the street comes Pompano, a vendor of music selling songs of love. Many are the lovers whose lips have met as Pompano strolled by singing, La nuit est pour l'amour. La nuit est pour l'amour.
Bravo, bravo, monsieur. Votre chanson est très jolie.
Oh, merci, mademoiselle. Voulez-vous acheter une coupée?
Ah, mon monsieur, non pas aujourd'hui.
Ah, mademoiselle is American, hein?
Is my accent that bad?
Oh, Pompino tells not only by the accent, mademoiselle. He tells by the look in the eye.
The look in the eye?
Certainement. Americans in Paris always have the look of hope that something will happen.
Something?
Oh, but yes, romance.
And don't Frenchmen have a look of hope?
Mademoiselle, Frenchmen do not hope. They know it will happen. Breathe the air. Look around you. Romance is everywhere. And while you sit here on your bench waiting, I have the charming American song for you. Here, I sing it. She didn't say yes, she didn't say no, she didn't say stay, she didn't say go.
She only knew that it's fun.
Mademoiselle knows it.
Mademoiselle wrote it.
Mais no.
Mais yes.
Oh.
See, right there, Words and Music by Shirley Sheridan. That's me.
Incredible.
Well, take the music away. I'll show you. She didn't say yes, she didn't say no, she didn't say stay, she didn't say go. She only knew that he'd find her there, and then she knew he sat beside her there. At first there was heard not one little word, then coyly she took one sly little look, and something awoke and smiled inside. Her heart had started beating wild inside. So what did she do? I leave it to you. She did just what you do too.
She didn't say yes. She didn't say no. She didn't say stay. She didn't say go. She only knew that he spied her there.
And then she knew he sat beside her there.
At first there was heard not one little word. And finally she took one sly little look, and something awoke and smiled inside. Her heart began beating wild inside.
So what did she do? I leave it to you.
She did just what you do too.
She didn't say yes. She didn't say no.
Pardon, mamselle, for my intrusion, but I just heard that song you sang. You have a fine talent for music.
Thank you.
But what a pity you choose to cheapen it with such a commercial style.
Well, really.
But your voice, the way you looked. Oh, I'm sorry. I know I'm a perfect stranger.
No, but you're not. You're Victor Florescu, the prize student in composition at the conservatory.
Oh, you study there, too?
No, I had to stop. I guess you'd call it a lack of woman's tuition.
Was I not right, mademoiselle? In Paris in the spring, it always happens. And now, Pompino goes. La nuit est pour l'amour. La nuit est pour l'amour. But I did not go far. This was the first romance of the new spring season for Pompino, and it was still too young to trust without a guiding hand. I leaned against a nearby street lamp to see if I could be of further help.
I'm afraid our friend Pompano was a little too deep for me. What did he mean? It always happens.
Oh, just something silly, Mr. Florescu. I'm glad I met you because I heard your symphony. It was very impressive.
Impressive? Nothing more?
Well, it was very sad and unhappy.
You see, I tried to make it true to life, just as I'm trying in the new operetta I'm composing.
But life isn't always sad. It can be thrilling and exciting and wonderful.
Oh, it is when I look at you. Only twice before have I ever felt like this. The first time I heard Beethoven's Ninth, and then once in the Alps when I saw a sunrise, and now tonight, when I first saw you smile.
Mr. Florescu, back home, that would be called a line.
You're afraid of life, aren't you?
Oh, no, just cautious. For all I know, you may get a feeling like the sunrise over the Alps every afternoon, only with a different girl.
Oh, you know that isn't true. Come have dinner with me.
Oh, you seize opportunity quickly, don't you? It hasn't had a chance to knock even once as yet.
Is that so bad?
Well, I suppose not. for a modern man.
And aren't you a modern girl?
I try to think I am.
Then let me see you to your hotel.
No.
That's not very modern. I know. We'll have dinner at my house.
Now you're getting futuristic. And even from 3,000 miles away, I can hear my Aunt Hester in Boston going...
Very well, then. If you insist on propriety, I'll do the most proper thing I know. In place of a proper introduction, I'll write to you. I'll bombard you with letters until you say I may call. Could anything be more proper?
Well, write to me if you wish. But you must send your letters to the American Express office.
My, you are cautious.
No, just practical. I can stay at my present address just 2 more weeks, then I must find new quarters.
You can write me your address later when you answer my letters. You will answer, won't you?
Perhaps. But if you lose interest, just stop writing. I'll understand.
Lose interest? Oh, that would be like losing interest in life itself. In fact, I shall go now and write the first letter. Au revoir.
Au revoir. Oh, I know what you're thinking, Aunt Hester. But you didn't see the look in his eyes.
Pompino, you lovable romantic rascal. You've done it again. However, the young man went away without learning the young lady's name. Luckily, Pompino knew that Monsieur Victor Florescu lived at La Petite Maison. So, leaving my lamppost quickly, I approached Miss Shirley and said, pardon, mademoiselle, you are looking for living quarters.
How did you know?
Oh, you just told Monsieur Victor.
But that was just between him and me and the lamppost.
I was the lamppost.
Oh.
Pompino, the greatest guide in all Paris, knows just the charming pension for you. La Petite Maison. Flowers, birds, sunshine, a place beloved by artists and musicians, and most reasonable.
Oh, that sounds wonderful, but I can't move there for 2 weeks.
So, Pompino arranges that rooms be held for you. Here is the card with the address on it.
Oh, you're very kind.
My pleasure, mademoiselle.
Oh, this has been such a wonderful day. Good night, and thank you, Pompino.
Bonsoir, mademoiselle. Do not forget La Petite Maison.
I won't.
Now Pompino has truly brought the lovers together. In 2 short weeks, they will be living across the court from each other in La Petite Maison. Just as I was about to give myself a hearty pat on the back, I saw Monsieur Victor returning.
I beg your pardon, mademoiselle, Oh, it's you.
My apologies, monsieur. You have forgotten something, perhaps?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have. I neglected to ask the young lady her name.
Pompino can tell you that, monsieur. It is Sheridan. Miss Shirley Sheridan.
Shirley. Oh, very lovely. It fits her. But the Sheridan part, I think she should consider as just temporary. I wonder if she has ever thought of changing it.
Oh, monsieur, a girl does not think of changing her name every 1,000 miles as if it were motor oil.
Perhaps. But I have a feeling I will change it for her one day. That is, if I ever see her again.
You shall, never fear. Just leave everything to Pompino.
Oh, Pompino, how can I thank you?
You can buy a song from me, one I have written myself. See.
Composers in Paris must be a dime a dozen.
Oh, sing it.
I would rather watch the other fellow strolling down Lover's Lane. Watch him getting soft and mellow with love life on the brain. But how nice, cool as ice, with a sweet bonbon, just to dawdle and wisely smile while I look on. Watch the love parade gaily going by, naughty man and willing maid, mischief in her eye. I see him squeeze her arm, press her little knee, buzzing round each rare fair charm like a busy bee. But when the march is ended and they part, when fears and tears are blended in each heart, I'm very glad I stayed sitting high and dry, looking on the love parade gaily going by. Why, Pompino, that's a very charming melody, but aren't the words a bit sardonic?
That is my philosophy. Let the others fall in love, while I sit back, footloose and fancy-free, watching the parade.
with a love parade gaily going by. Naughty man and willing made mischief in her eye.
I watch her closely cling to his manly side, thinking thoughts that well might bring blushes to a bride.
But when the march is ended and we part, when tears and fears are blended in each heart,
I'm very glad I stayed sitting high and dry, looking on the love parade, gaily going by.
Watch the love parade gaily going by.
We'll return to the Cat and the Fiddle in just a moment. But first, here is a bit of information that will interest you. No man is better known for results in the field of research than Charles F. Kettering of General Motors. Speaking of railroads and the research that goes into them, Mr. Kettering said, and I quote, "No matter what other forms of transportation do or what new ones come into being, the railroads will remain the backbone of transportation." And he added, "The amazing progress made by the railroads in their first century is only a promise of what they will." The progress of which Mr. Kettering spoke is the product of research, carried on not only in the laboratory, but out of the great proving ground of the railroads themselves, plus the investment of billions of dollars in the better cars and tracks and signals, and all the other improvements which research and invention have devised. And right now, to realize the promise of the future to which Mr. Kettering referred, the railroads are carrying forward an ever-increasing and expanding research program.
And now back to The Cat and the Fiddle, starring Risa Stevens, Adolphe Manjou, and yours truly, Gordon MacRae. And here is Pompino to continue our story.
In 2 weeks, just as I had planned, Shirley and Victor were living across the court from each other at La Petite Maison. Before they had a chance to realize it, Victor had callers. Monsieur Jules Daudet, the great theatrical producer, and Odette, the famous prima donna. I happened to be under Victor's window, just listening to the music, of course, as he played one of his new compositions.
Ah, glorious Victor, n'est-ce pas, Jules?
Well, frankly, Odette...
Frankly what, Monsieur Daudet? I'm anxious to hear your smallest criticism.
Oh, Victor, darling, please.
I'll be happy to give you my criticism, Florescu. Very happy.
Jules, be calm.
Why should I be calm? I'm a producer. And in my meager experience of some 20 years in the theater, I have discovered that for some reason, audiences do not pay money to listen to funeral music.
As I've told you before, I write only what I feel.
Then feel better. You've got to lighten that score with some brighter numbers.
The score stands exactly as I have planned it.
Victor, darling, Jules, this can all be worked out, and we'll have a wonderful show. Victor, chérie, go back to the piano and play that number you wrote for me in the third act, eh? I'll play too, on my fiddle.
Very well.
Oh, Jules, Jules, listen to me. Victor will do better, I'm sure. Oh, he's just in a mood. 2 weeks ago, he met some little American girl, and instead of working, he began writing long letters to her. So, when she finally answered one, I simply destroyed it before he saw it. Soon he will forget all about her. You know composer.
Yes, too many of them.
Sing the words, Victor, darling, while I play.
Very well.
The breeze kissed your hair, knowing you were fair, and all the night seemed to woo. I wanted to, but I did not dare. You filled me with despair. One moment there I sat with you, then vanished from your view. One moment alone, that's all we have known, and yet it seemed paradise had opened its golden portal there in your lovely eyes. One moment alone, 'twas then I was shown a glimpse of an angel fair, too much for a lowly mortal. That's why it ended there. One word or two tenderly spoken, gay little laugh, sad little sigh, then all old dreams suddenly broken, everything changed under the sky. One moment alone is all that we own, and yet in that instant rare, life fashioned her one perfection. That's why it ended
Well, Victor, there's no denying it has beauty, but such somberness can only induce mass melancholia.
Listen to that. That's all I need. New neighbors with a passion for trash. Is that the sort of thing you want, Monsieur Daudet?
Not bad. In fact, just the sort of thing I want.
Then you're in the wrong studio.
Very possibly. Au revoir, Odette.
As Monsieur Daudet left Victor's room, the spot where I had been lolling under his window grew suddenly quite uncomfortable. So I followed Daudet across the court because I noticed a bench outside of Shirley's window that would be a much better place for me. To rest, of course. I settled myself just as Daudet knocked on Shirley's door.
Come in.
May I? My name is Jules Daudet.
The producer?
Yes, but don't hold it against me.
Oh, I should say not. I'm Shirley Sheridan.
You are quite as lovely as the tune you were playing. Did you compose it, Miss Sheridan?
I'm afraid I'm the guilty party.
I'm looking for some songs like that for a new operetta I'm producing. Would you mind playing it again?
Well, I'd be happy to. Try to forget, won't you, all you have meant to me, all I have meant to you too. I'm sending back to you the things you said to me, your daydreams, your gay dreams, your glad dreams, your mad dreams. Yet don't forget, will you, that memories haunt me too. Here's what they want me to know. To go on just doing my best to forget. So I'll remember you.
Charming, charming. I know just the spot in the play for that number. I'll fill the stage with dancers. As they dance, they'll sing.
Try to forget, won't you, all you have meant to me.
Here's what they want me to know. just doing my best to forget.
Marvelous, marvelous. That's just the spirit that needs to be injected into the score that headstrong young composer has written.
Injected? But I couldn't do that, Monsieur Daudet. I know how a composer would feel having someone else alter his score.
There goes the happiness boy across the court again. That's the composer whose operetta I'm considering, Victor Florescu.
Florescu?
Yes, he has loads of talent, but egotistical. Thinks no one composes anything good but himself. You should have heard what he said about your composition.
He didn't like it?
He called it trash, but no matter. His show will not be produced without lighter music. He'll argue, but Odette is used to calming him.
Odette?
Yes, the star of the show. And of course, she has a personal interest in, very personal.
And he has a personal interest in her?
Definitely. Although it's apparent he dabbles elsewhere from time to time.
Oh, he dabbles, does he? Well, Monsieur Daudet, I'll write as many songs for Victor Florescu's operetta as you can use. I'm something of a dabbler myself.
Lesser genius than Pompino would have given up hope to see his favorite romance fall so far asunder. I did not know how, but I was sure that someday, somehow, I would bring those two together in happiness in spite of themselves. So, on the night that Shirley was to play her music for Victor at Daudet's apartment, I, quite coincidentally, was standing near his window, enjoying the view of the lovely Bois.
Oh, Jules, I'm so nervous about tonight.
But you needn't be, my dear. When Victor hears your songs, well, not even that mad genius could resist your charm. Ah, Shirley, my dear, if I was sure that no one else had a claim on your heart, I would... that will be Odette and Victor. You can depend on him for bad timing. Now, don't worry. If Victor won't permit your numbers in the show, there will be no show.
Ah, bonjour, Jules, mon cher.
Well, Odette, come in. And Victor, how are you?
Well, where's this composer? Let's get it over with. I promised I'd listen, so... Shirley.
Good evening, Victor.
Ah, you two know each other? Well, that makes it all the better.
Yes, it gets better and better all the time.
Now, what's the matter with him?
Jules, please, no quarreling tonight.
Oh, Shirley, this is Mademoiselle Odette, Miss Sheridan.
Ah, how do you do, Mademoiselle Sheridan? I'm always interested in Jules' protégés. He's so generous with them.
I'm sure you speak from experience, mademoiselle.
I wish somebody would tell me what's wrong with everybody.
Oh, nothing's wrong, Jules, darling. Should I begin my additions to the score?
Of course. Sit down, Odette. Victor?
I'll stand.
Naturally.
This is not my own composition, Mr. Florescu, but a rewrite of one of yours.
I'm sure it's a great improvement.
Oh, I tried to make it a little happier, more optimistic.
As I remember, you thought life is wonderful and exciting. I'm glad you found what you were looking for.
Florescu, would you mind letting her get on with the thing? All right, Shirley, my dear.
Perhaps Mr. Florescu would join me.
I'd be...
Victor!
charmed.
Thank you, Mr. Florescu. One moment alone, that's all we have known, and yet it seems paradise. And open its golden portal, there in your lovely eyes. One moment alone, 'twas then I was shown a glimpse of an angel fair, too much for Louis mortal. That's why it ended there. One word or two tenderly spoken, gay little laugh, sad little sigh. Then all our dreams suddenly broken, everything changed
Bravo. Now wait till you hear the next one.
Well, I, for one, intend to hear no more. Victor's beautiful music ruined.
Oh, Dad.
I will listen to no more. If you wish to see me, I will be in my apartment.
And what do you think, Victor?
Unfortunately, Monsieur Daudet, that is also my opinion. Easy, commercialized emotion sickens me. Good night.
That man should be put away. Preferably behind bars, where I won't be able to wring his neck.
Victor, please.
Oh, forget Victor, my dear. Frankly, I'm not at all sorry they've left us. Come, my dove. I have a bottle of Napoleon brandy I've been saving for just such an occasion. What does the most beautiful composer in all Paris say to that?
What does she say, Jules? Da-da-da-dee-dee, da-dee-dee-dee-dee.
Well, I don't quite understand.
She wanted to stay, but thought she should go. She wasn't so sure that he'd be good. She wasn't even sure that she'd be good. She wanted to rest, all cuddled and pressed, a popular part of somebody's heart. She loved to be on rapport with him, but not behind a bolted door with him. So what did she do? I leave it to you. She did just what I'll do too. Good night, Jules.
Shirley, come back, my dove.
I'm not a dove. I'm a homing pigeon.
Mademoiselle Sheridan.
Oh, Pompino.
When Pompino decides to watch over someone, he watches. Come, I'll take you home, my pigeon. My bicycle is here.
Bicycle?
A tandem, with room for two. Have you never bicycled through the bois in the moonlight?
There's always a first time. Let's go.
Mademoiselle, you are comfortable?
Yes, but not very happy.
You and that young composer, you're having trouble, huh?
Oh, Pompano, I don't understand it. I fixed his music and did all I could for him. And did he appreciate it? No. He laughed at it and left with Odette. That cat with her fiddle.
You must not jump to conclusions. Perhaps there is a reason, a very simple one. If you will but go to him and give him a chance to explain.
Well, I...
Oh, but of course, if Mademoiselle insists on being stubborn,
No, Pompano, no. Take me to him. Take me as quickly as you can. Nothing matters except love. The night was made for love. The night was made for love. The day has eyes for sweet, delicate charm. But nighttime sighs for soft, hungry arms. To lovingly hold you while tulips on fire have ardently told you of sweet desire. For like caressing an empty glove,
Here we are, mademoiselle. And there is Victor's door. Go quickly, up the stairs with you.
Victor, are you there? Victor, it's Shirley. Please let me in.
What goes on in here? Oh, it is you, Mademoiselle Sheridan. Your studio is on the other side of the court.
Madame, has Monsieur Florescu come in yet?
Oh, mais oui. In like a storm and then right out again like a hurricane. Bag and baggage.
Bag and baggage? He's gone?
He say he's through with Paris for life. And if any mail come for him, tear it up. I go back to bed now. Bonsoir, mademoiselle.
Bonsoir, madame. Oh, Victor, I loved you so.
Here's a bit of news which means something to everybody who uses transportation. And in this country, that's all of us. The other day, the Association of American Railroads completed arrangements to build a new railroad research laboratory. It's going to be located on the campus of the Illinois Institute of Technology at Chicago. From this laboratory, much of the widespread engineering and mechanical research of the industry will be directed. This new development is completely in line with the long-time practice of the railroad industry. For many years, research has been carried on by and for the railroads in the laboratories of universities and technological institutions, and manufacturers of railroad supplies and equipment. Research has been carried on, too, on the railroads, which, in addition, have served as the proving grounds for the testing and trial of ideas, no matter where developed. There are two things we should keep in mind about all railroad research. One is that railroads don't make things to sell. They buy things, all sorts of things, from manufacturers and use them to produce transportation service. As a service industry, therefore, railroads receive the benefits of research done by almost every manufacturing industry in the country. And another thing to remember is that the railroads which serve you can never shut down to retool for next year's models. So everything new that is introduced on a railroad must work right along with what is already there during a necessary period of transition. That's why progress on the railroads is and must be an evolution, a growth, not a revolution. This new research laboratory to be built by the Association of American Railroads on the Illinois Technology campus is another forward step in a long-continued cooperative program that is going forward today more actively and on a broader front than ever before. You will see its results more and more in the new equipment coming into service on the railroads in ever-increasing numbers, just as one part of what Mr. Kettering called the amazing progress of the railroads. The show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification.
Now back to The Cat and the Fiddle, starring Reza Stevens, Adolphe Manjou, and yours truly, Gordon MacRae. And here's Pompano continuing the story.
For days I searched all Paris, but I could find not one trace of Victor. Then one day, as I was passing Shirley's window, I heard her talking to Dode.
No, Jules, my mind is made up. I'm sailing for America on the first boat I can get, and I won't allow any of my songs to be used in Victor's score.
You're throwing away your big chance, my dear.
I'm sorry, Jules, but that's final. Come in.
Mademoiselle.
Oh, what is it, Pompano?
Mademoiselle, you must give up this thought of going to America.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pompano, but there's no reason for me to stay now.
Just because your composer has vanished. All you have to do is get him back.
Well, he'll never come back.
But of course he will. He composed this operetta, no?
Yes.
And Monsieur Daudet wants to produce it if some of your songs are used, no?
Of course I do.
Then let it be produced.
Pompano, what are you talking about?
Mademoiselle, angry lions could not keep a composer away from hearing the opening night of his first operetta.
Oh, Pompano, I think you might be right. You're a genius.
Naturellement, the greatest genius in all Paris.
Shirley, I'll give it the most brilliant opening this town has ever seen.
For once it appeared that Pompino, the greatest student of human nature in all Paris, was wrong. At the opening of the operetta, Shirley and I stood in the lobby, watching every member of the audience. But nowhere did we see Victor. Patiently we waited all through the show.
Oh, Pompano, what a pity Victor can't hear how everyone loves his music.
Mademoiselle is too generous. They like your music, too.
But listen, they're going to do the finale now, and I didn't touch one note of it. It's all Victor.
Retreat
are calling for you, mademoiselle.
No, it's for Victor. Victor who isn't here.
Look. Monsieur Daudet is out on the stage.
Messieurs, mesdames, I thank you for the manner in which you have received tonight's operetta. You have called for the author. Actually, there are two of them, but I can only guarantee producing one.
I won't go up there.
This one is standing in the wing, where he has been standing all evening. Monsieur Victor Flores.
Victor Pomino, did you hear?
Thank you. Thank you very much. If you enjoyed tonight's production, it was because of my collaborator. For it was she who supplied the happiness that is in it. And if she is in the audience, I beg her to come up here and stand beside me where she belongs. Are you out there, Shirley?
Yes, Victor, yes, here I am.
Run, go up there.
Yes, Pompano.
Shirley, my darling, are you coming?
Yes, Victor, yes.
Here, my dear, right up those steps.
Oh, thank you, George.
I've lost you, but what hits I'll get out of you and Victor.
Shirley, my darling, kiss me.
No, in front of this whole audience?
Why, even your Aunt Hester would approve this time. I'm asking you to marry me.
Oh, Victor.
Give us a song. Say.
All right, you two. Save that clinch till later. Sing.
The nighttime sighs for soft hungry arms. The night was made for
So we decide, I, Pompino, the greatest romantic genius in all Paris, slipped out of the theater. Mission completed.
So very glad to be sitting high and dry, looking on night was made for love. The night was made for love.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae giving a special vote of thanks to our guest stars this evening, Miss Teresa Stevens and Mr. Adolphe Monjou, and to the other members of tonight's cast for their fine performances in our production of The Cat and the Fiddle, which was adapted for radio by Mr. Don Ettlinger. Next week, our star-studded show train will arrive on the same tracks at the same time. On board will be the Metropolitan Opera soprano, Miss Dorothy Kirsten, and Kenny Baker to join me in bringing you the famous Sigmund Romberg operetta, The Student Prince, with our chorus under the direction of Norman Luboff and the music arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon.
All aboard!
Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. So until next week, goodbye. And remember, during the coming week, as always, the American railroads will provide for you the dependable, low-cost transportation which is so essential to the American way of living.
The Cat and the Fiddle has been presented by special arrangement with Pam's Whitmark Music Library. Mr. Monjou will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture My Dream Is Yours. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the Association of American Railroads.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
We present The Late Edwina Black, a mystery thriller by William Dinner and William Morham, with all the members of the original London theatre production, Stephen Murray, Catherine Lacey, Raymond Huntley, and Beatrice Varley. The Late Edwina Black.
Wind bell tinkling, do you, miss?
We should take it down.
Oh, no, miss. You mustn't do that. It was hers. The mistress loved that windmill. She often said it was like her laughter when she was young. And so
Did you
it
say
was.
my black dress had arrived?
Yes, miss. I unpacked it to save it creasing.
Bring it over here by the fire, will you, please? Would you mind holding it a little higher? Now, that's it. You know, after the mourning period, it can be relieved very nicely by white or scarlet.
It's a new sort of silk, isn't it, miss? I don't remember the mistress ever having any like that.
It's a special mourning material, the dressmaker tells me. Made in London somewhere. Spitalfields, I think.
I expect the mistress would have approved. That's a very expensive dress for a lady's companion, isn't it?
I don't think so, Ellen.
You'll be looking for a new post now, won't you? It would never do for you to stay here unchaperoned now the mistress has gone, would it? I mean...
Leave my dress on the back of the sofa, will you?
Yes, miss. By the way, miss, do you know if the master is giving up the house?
I don't know, Ellen. Why do you ask me?
I thought perhaps he might have discussed it with you. You see, I wouldn't like to think of someone else living here.
I doubt whether many people would want to. It's so lonely. It's so far from the village. Oh, it's so unfriendly.
Call at this time of night?
I don't think Mr. Black will want to see anybody, so try and get rid of them as quickly as you can, Ellen. I'll go upstairs.
Yes, miss.
Good evening, ma'am. Chilly this evening.
I didn't quite catch your name, sir.
Martin, ma'am. Henry Martin. Did you say Mr. Black was at home?
No, sir, he's not. He's out for his constitutional. But I don't think the master will see you. I'm sure he won't. This is a house of mourning.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I have to see him.
Miss Graham is in. Would you like to see her?
Miss Graham?
She was the mistress's companion, sir.
Oh, yes. No, I have to see Mr. Black himself, ma'am.
Couldn't you come back after the funeral tomorrow?
I'm afraid my business won't wait till then.
Are you from the Amberwood Weekly Press?
Heaven forbid, ma'am.
Then from the lawyer's office, maybe.
I am not, ma'am.
Then what is it you want?
I've come on a matter regarding the funeral, ma'am.
Oh, from the undertakers. Why didn't you say? They told the master they were sending someone about the bearers. You'd better come in out of the cold and wait.
Thank you, ma'am.
That way, sir, in the drawing room.
Thank you.
You can sit down.
Thank you, ma'am.
I must say your firm has supplied a nice coffin. Neat without being vulgar, as my missus would have said. And I like the shiny handles, quite genteel. She deserved the best, she always did.
Oh, I'm sure she did, ma'am. A sad loss.
Oh, it doesn't seem possible that I shall never see her again. Death can be very tragic for those who are left, for those who loved her.
Are you staying in service here, ma'am?
Why shouldn't I? It was Miss Edwina's house.
Miss Edwina?
I was with her ever since she was 21. I was a personal maid, a present from her father in the first place. No servant ever had a better mistress.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that, ma'am.
And now she's lying up there, upstairs, just waiting to be buried. Oh, I mustn't keep talking about her. I mustn't. It brings her back to me so.
Keep busy, ma'am. That always helps.
Well, I've certainly got plenty to do. Jellies and cakes and hams for the funeral tea. You've no idea how grief makes people eat.
How's the master taking it?
Quite well, thank you.
I no doubt his schoolmastering keeps him from brooding. Boys can be little devils. I know, I've got a couple.
He's too easy with those hooligans. They just take advantage of him. You can't be too soft with boys.
I agree, ma'am.
I ought to have charged them for a week. Well, I mustn't waste time like this. I suppose you'd like a glass of beer while you're waiting. Miss Edwina always liked me to do that, even for anybody who was nobody, as you might say.
Oh, I'm not much of a one for beer, ma'am, but I wouldn't say no to a nice cup of tea.
Tea at this hour of night?
I'm very partial to a cup of tea. I could drink one almost any hour of the day.
Maybe you can, but I never make tea in this house after 4:15, and I hope I never shall. It's beer or nothing.
Then nothing, thank you, ma'am. If you'll excuse me, I'll just go outside and tell my cabby not to wait.
Well, you'll have to walk to the village if you do that. Miss Edwina got rid of our pony and trap after she took to her bed.
Well, it's only about a mile to the village, isn't it, ma'am?
You know your own business best.
I can walk. I'll be back very shortly.
Ellen, who was it, Ellen? Just someone to see the master about the funeral. Oh, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Erin. Who was our caller? I've just seen the cab in the drive, so I came in by the back door.
It's a Mr. Martin, sir. He'll be back in a moment.
No, I can't see anyone now. Tell him to come back after the funeral.
He's come about the funeral, sir. The bearers, I think.
Oh. Very well, I'll have to see him, I suppose. Oh, by the way, Ellen, you haven't hung any crepe on the back door. You know what the squire's wife will think when she rides down the lane.
Oh, I'll go and do it straight away, sir.
Lisa, your dress has arrived.
Yes,
First one I've given you.
and it's black. Oh, I hate black. Along the colour and masses of it. Rich, exciting colour. I seem to have worn dull, drab things all my life. And now the first dress you give me is black. Oh, Gregory, I don't want to go to her funeral. I can't bear the idea.
It'll be over in half an hour. An hour at the most.
Yes, but she's so many friends. They'll all be there. And what will they be thinking, saying about us?
Don't even worry either of us. Not now. We're not staying in this house much longer. There's only the funeral, and then we'll be free, Lisa.
Oh.
Completely free. Next week I'll start clearing up my affairs, and then, in a month or two, Italy.
Thousands of miles away from this house. No more whispering, no more deceit. Oh, it'll be heaven, Gregory.
You've been wonderful, my dear.
Sometimes I can scarcely believe we'll never hear her knocking upstairs on the floor of her room again. Never hear her sharp voice. Never have that feeling of guilt when we look at her.
I love you, Lisa.
Do you remember how she used to walk round the house drawing the blinds if there was the least bit of sunshine to save the carpets? No air or sunlight ever seemed to get into this house.
Yes, and how silently she used to do it. That's what I remember most. The silent way she walked, her eyes always looking on the floor. It's seeing everything around her.
It's going to take me a long time to believe she's dead. I don't think I will believe it until we get to Italy. Menaggio. It's such a peaceful name, isn't it? I found a wonderful picture of it this morning in those travel booklets.
Did you?
Now, where did I put... Yes, the bureau. Look, here it is. Menaggio overlooking the waters of Lake Como. Surely the lake will never be as blue as that. It's impossible.
Yes, it will be. And the poplars will be just as green.
Look at the carving on that bridge.
And the vines trailing over it. It's lovely.
I wish we didn't have to use our money. If only we could go away now, straight away. Couldn't we? You know, well, immediately after the funeral.
Come in.
Excuse me, sir. That gentleman's back to see you, sir.
Oh, very well.
This way, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin.
Good evening, sir. I hope you'll pardon this late call, but my business is urgent. It wouldn't wait till the morning.
Certainly rather late. Please sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, this is Miss Graham.
Good evening, miss.
Good evening.
Well, Mr. Martin, you wish to see me about the bearers, I understand.
No, sir. A private matter.
I'll take this dress up to my room.
No. There's no need for you to go, Miss Graham. What is your business, Mr. Martin? You can speak in front of my secretary.
Well, sir, it's rather a delicate matter. I hardly know how to begin.
You sound very mysterious.
Do I, sir? Oh, I don't mean to be, but...
Hadn't you better come to the point?
I believe you've just lost your good lady, Mrs. Edwina Black.
Yes. The funeral's tomorrow.
Please accept my sympathy, sir.
Thank you.
I understand the lady had been ill for some time.
It's about 6 months. Why do you ask?
Well, it's like this, sir. Dr. Prendergast is worried about your wife's death certificate. It seems he regrets signing it.
Regrets signing it?
He's dissatisfied with the apparent cause of death, sir. So I've come to ask you to delay the funeral.
What?
Delay the funeral?
It's a bit awkward, I'm afraid, but it can't be helped, sir.
But who are you to interfere like this?
I'm a police officer, miss.
A police officer?
My card, sir.
Inspector Martin, Scotland Yard.
Yes, sir. The Home Office got in touch with us, and I was sent down to you.
I can't see why they should send you here. Surely you can see the funeral can't be delayed now. Everything's arranged.
I realize how you feel, sir, but I'm afraid it must be.
Must be? Why?
In order to discover the cause of your wife's death, sir. I believe Dr. Prendergast termed it a sudden death. He speaks of certain symptoms which now strike him as strange.
But Dr. Prendergast is not only old and doddering, he's quite beyond his work.
Oh, he admits that himself, sir. When he signed the death certificate, he'd just come from a maternity case, which had taxed him considerably.
Surely you're not suggesting that my wife died by other than natural causes?
Oh, don't. Let's put it that way, sir. Let's say the suggestion will always be there unless the matter's cleared up.
But if you stop the funeral, the whole village will gossip. It isn't fair to the late Mrs. Black or to Mr. Black.
I'm only obeying instructions, miss. Forgive me, sir, but I'd like you to understand my position clearly.
Yes, yeah, I do, but I'm surprised at Scotland Yard wasting time and money sending you here.
Believe me, sir, it's the last kind of job I'd choose if I had my way. The doctor's notions will have to be indulged for everybody's sake. As a sensible man, sir, you'll realize there's no other course left. And after all, a pathologist's report will ease everybody's mind.
A pathologist's report? That sounds rather horrible, doesn't it?
Depends how you look at it, miss.
I shall speak to Prendergast. I shall write him a note at once. I suppose if he admits that he's satisfied with the cause of death, that will satisfy you, Inspector?
I'm afraid not, sir. It's out of my hands now.
You mean there's nothing I can do?
Well, post-mortem must be carried out. I realize how you feel, sir, but you must remember that I'm only doing my duty. A question has been raised concerning Mrs. Black's death, and the law must know the answer.
Even though the question is asked by a senile old man like Prendergast?
Yes, sir.
You know, as Mrs. Black's husband, I have certain rights in this matter.
There are no rights involved, sir. It's simply a question of our satisfying ourselves that the cause of death is correctly stated.
Well, I'm sorry I can't take it as calmly as you do, Inspector. I object most strongly. I won't allow a post-mortem.
Don't you think you owe this post-mortem to your wife, sir, in the circumstances? To her memory?
I should have stopped Prendergast attending my wife. The man's an ass. But it's an awful situation. What excuse can I give to the vicar, the undertaker?
Oh, don't you bother about that, sir. You leave it all to me. I'll make arrangements to have everything done discreetly, sir. I think we can keep the matter quiet. The funeral can take place as soon as possible after the post-mortem, say the day after tomorrow.
What about all the people who are going to attend the funeral? Half the village will be there. It might give rise to the most awful rumors. Well, it might even be suggested...
It's to stop any suggestion that we're having the post-mortem, sir. Well, I think that's all. I won't keep you any longer, sir. What's this? Touring booklets? You planning to go abroad, sir?
Yes, for a holiday. Italy, as you see.
A touring agency, eh? I once had a trip with these people myself. My good lady came into a little money from her father, so we went to Paris. But you're going much further afield, sir.
Oh, I don't know, Inspector. I should probably do a great deal of travelling now.
Bit of a stay at home myself, sir. Nothing I like better than to potter about my bit of garden at Streatham. Well, I'll be off. I expect I'll have the report through by Thursday.
You'll keep me informed, I suppose.
I'll come down at once, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night, Inspector. My apology if I've taken the matter rather badly.
But you haven't, sir. You've taken it very well indeed. Very well indeed. Good night, miss.
Good night.
No, don't bother, sir. I can see myself now.
That stupid fool of a doctor.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
You what?
I knew Edwina would stop us.
How can she stop us, Lisa? Now, do be reasonable. There's nothing to be frightened of. Why are you frightened?
I don't know. That's the awful thing about it. I don't know. Oh, well, you're frightened, too.
Nonsense. Why should I be frightened? She died a natural death.
Yes, but she stopped us from going away. She might almost be sitting there laughing at us, telling us we can't escape her.
For heaven's sake, control yourself, Lisa. There's nothing to be frightened of. The whole thing will be cleared up in a few days. But in the meantime, we must carry on as though Inspector Martin and the whole of Scotland Yard didn't exist. Now, will you promise me to do just that?
Yes, I will.
Good. Now, let's get back to business. This letter from the bank, they want Edwina's passbook. Could you get it for me, dear?
Oh, yes, it's upstairs. I'll bring it down.
Lisa. Lisa, why are you gazing up the stairs like that?
The passbook. It's in her room. I hate going there now.
You're letting your imagination run away with you.
I can't go up there. I can't.
She's dead, Lisa. Can't you get that into your head? She's dead.
Is she?
Large garden you've got here, ma'am.
It won't be if you take much more of it upstairs on your feet.
Don't worry, ma'am. I'm being careful.
You've been in and out of Miss Edwina's room 20 times this morning.
Well, ma'am, I believe in being thorough. The job's worth doing. It's worth doing well. By the way, what's that Mr. Black I heard just now?
No, it wasn't.
I wonder where he is this morning.
I've already told you I don't know.
Regarding the sick room, ma'am, you're quite sure you moved nothing from it?
You keep asking me that. I've already told you that nothing's been moved to my knowledge since her death, except the things you took away the other day.
You're certain, ma'am?
I am, and the way you keep asking.
My good lady always says I need telling everything 6 times, ma'am.
She asks for it, marrying a policeman. Oh, good morning, miss.
Good morning, Inspector.
Weather looks uncertain, doesn't it, miss? I guess I'll have a wet journey home.
I expect you want to see Mr. Black, Inspector. I imagine he must have gone down to the village.
Oh, well, I've no doubt he'll be back shortly. If you'll excuse me, I'll go upstairs just once again. Take another look at Miss Edwina's room.
Oh, but feeling better, miss? The vicar's wife was saying how upset you looked at the funeral.
Of course. Well, so are you, Ellen.
Naturally, miss. I loved her.
Is that you, Gregory?
Yes, back at last, Lisa. It's 12:15 already. The morning's nearly over. The stonemason buttonholed me as I came through the village. Your Edwina's hardly buried 3 days before the old man's on my track. He proposes to erect an elaborate tombstone.
Gregory, the inspector's here again.
Oh?
He's up in Edwina's room.
Did he say anything?
No.
The post-mortem took place 4 days ago. Surely he must know the result by now. Found the fellow.
Hush, Gregory. He'll hear you.
Well, I'm angry. I have the greatest respect for the police, but I prefer them at street corners, not in my house. How long's he been upstairs in
a
Edwina's
long
room?
time. He's on and off for over half an hour. Why don't you go up and see him?
Yes. No, I think I will. Well, no, perhaps it might look odd being so anxious.
Well, it's natural for you to want to know you were her husband. Oh, do go up, Gregory.
But, give him another 5 minutes. Come in.
Excuse me, miss, it's your laundress. She starched the collars better this week.
Thank you, Ellen.
That policeman's upstairs again, sir.
So I hear. He appears to regard my house as a hotel.
You'd no right to let me think he was an undertaker's
Well, he won't be here after today, Ellen.
He seems very curious, doesn't he, sir? He's been asking me all sorts of questions.
Indeed? What sort of questions?
About the house and Miss Edwina, when you and she first married.
I hope you didn't gossip.
What could I gossip about, sir?
No, nothing, of course. But I meant that... Well, your mistress was inclined to lose her temper and say the most unwarrantable things to us both, wasn't she?
If she lost her temper with me, sir, she was always justified and...
Hush, Ellen. The inspector's coming downstairs now.
Poking his nose into her room, it's indecent.
Morning, Inspector.
Good morning, sir.
I'll get along and prepare the lunch for 2.
Just a moment, ma'am. There's something I want to ask you.
Me, sir?
Yes. May I sit down, sir?
Yes, do.
Thank you. Rheumatism in my knee. Always gets me when the wind's in the east. Now, ma'am, you were telling me just now that you acted as nurse to your mistress. And a very good nurse I expect you were, too.
I did my best, sir.
And you'll be responsible for carrying out the doctor's instructions.
Yes, sir.
For example, you'd see that she had her medicine without fail.
Of course, sir. No point in having doctors if you don't do what they say.
A very reasonable attitude, ma'am. And by the same token, you might say there's no point in having policemen if you don't tell them the truth.
Naturally, sir. Mr. Black thinks they cost enough anyway.
Indeed, ma'am. Well, we'll see he gets his money's worth. Now, you're sure you always gave your mistress her medicine, night and morning, and that you never forgot once?
Yes, sir.
Then we have a little mystery, ma'am, because the post-mortem reveals no traces of medicine at all.
Well, she had it, sir.
I don't think you're quite telling me the truth.
Not telling the truth.
Science is very exact. If she had it, we'd have found traces of it. You ought to know better than to lie to the policeman.
Well, I...
Yes?
I tried to make her take it, sir, but she never would. She'd just pour it away. Once she ruined a bottle of toilet water by pouring it into that, and she made me promise not to tell the doctor or anyone.
I see, ma'am. An obstinate invalid, eh? She didn't like the stuff, so she got rid of it.
She used to say it tasted horrible. And I don't think it would have done her any good anyway.
Well, ma'am, that solved my little mystery. And now I'll not keep you any longer from preparing your lunch for 2.
Yes, sir.
Ellen, Perhaps the inspector would like some lunch?
Oh, it's very kind of you, sir, but I have to catch the 1-5 to Paddington. No, I wouldn't say no to a cup of tea.
Tea for the inspector, Ellen?
Tea before lunch. Well, of course, if you say so, sir.
A very spirited lady, sir.
Inspector, I really cannot see that it matters now whether my wife took her medicine or not.
Well, sir, when there's a post-mortem, we get a report, and then every little detail has to be checked.
Yes, I know what the official mind is like, but I hope that now you're satisfied and we've seen the end of it.
The end, sir? I'm afraid you don't quite understand. It's more like the beginning.
Beginning?
Yes, sir. It's my unpleasant duty to tell you that we've discovered arsenic in your wife's body.
Arsenic?
Yes, sir. Arsenic.
Good heavens, are you suggesting my wife died of poisoning?
Well, that would be the inference, sir.
Her medicine. Prendergast must have made a mistake in his dispensary.
But you just heard the housekeeper say that she never took her medicine.
Well, she might have taken one dose, an overdose.
An overdose might make her ill, sir, but it wouldn't kill her. Besides, I've traced all the medicine bottles. Found them in the local dust tip.
In that case, Inspector, you must analyze them at once.
Oh, but you see, miss, they've been analysed.
Well, Inspector, well?
The analyst found nothing in them save traces of medicine. Harmless medicine.
No trace of arsenic at all?
None. Which clears Dr. Prendergast of carelessness in his dispensary.
Then your pathologist has made an error in the post-mortem.
That's unlikely, miss.
But if arsenic was found in her body, how did it get there?
That's what we have to find out, miss. That's why I'm here again.
You're making her death seem so strange. I don't like it, Inspector. It's disturbing.
A few questions might answer.
I'm tired of your questions, Inspector.
I know, sir, but I don't think you quite appreciate my position. I ought to put my point of view. Your wife dies suddenly. A post-mortem is carried out, and the report shows death to have been due to poisoning. I'm placed in charge of the investigation. Now, sir, if you were in my place, how would you set about the inquiry?
Well, I...
Yes, sir?
Well, I suppose I should have to ask some questions.
Exactly, sir.
I apologize, Inspector. But what is it you want to know?
Now, sir, there's a tin of weed killer in the greenhouse.
Weed killer?
Yes, sir. I understand you ordered it from the general stores in the village. Let me see. On the 2nd of October. It was delivered the same afternoon.
Was it? Yes, that's quite right. I did order some.
Are you suggesting that the weed killer was responsible for her death, Inspector?
I can't say yet, miss. But the particular brand Mr. Black ordered contains a high percentage of arsenic. I see the tin in the greenhouse has been used, sir.
Yes. We've always used weed killer here. My wife was very particular about the gravel paths.
When was it last used in the garden?
I'm afraid I can't remember that. No, I simply can't remember.
Do you mean Mrs. Black was accidentally poisoned by this weed killer, Inspector?
We'll hope. Accidentally, miss.
Wait a minute, Inspector.
Yes, sir?
If there's no doubt about the poison, then have you considered the possibility that perhaps my wife... she was suffering from the strain of her illness. I don't know quite how to put this, I'm afraid.
Suicide? No, sir. Impossible. How could she have risen and gone to the greenhouse where you keep the stuff? The tin was only delivered after she was forced to take to her bed. The doctor's words bear me out there. He says she couldn't stand on her feet.
Oh, no, she was far too ill. We know that.
And no one in their senses would have taken the stuff up to her, would they?
No, of course not.
And there's not the slightest trace of any arsenical substance in her room. I'm afraid it can only point to one conclusion. Someone in this house must have... Well, your wife couldn't have taken the stuff herself, could she, sir?
Someone in this house?
Someone in this house.
But who?
Well, there's the housekeeper, though I hear she was deeply attached to her mistress.
Ellen, she was devoted to her, almost like a sister.
Old ladies, in spite of devotion, have been known to commit serious crimes, miss, even murder.
Oh, but not Ellen. The idea's utterly ridiculous.
What do you say, sir? Do you think the old lady had a motive?
Well, the will hasn't been read yet, but we know she was left a small annuity, but... It's silly to suppose that Ellen would do anyone an injury to get it.
Exactly, sir. The motive isn't large enough.
You mean...
Yes, sir?
You mean Mr. Black has a larger motive since he will inherit the fortune?
Good heavens. Do you mean that, Inspector?
I don't mean anything yet, sir.
But you said...
Please, put yourself in my place
But haven't
again.
you forgotten another possibility?
Have I, miss? Now, what would that be?
Well, Mrs. Bloom, who helped nurse Mrs. Black for several weeks.
I hadn't forgotten her, miss. Do you think she had a motive for poisoning Mrs. Black?
Mr. Black dismissed her for thieving, and I heard her say something about paying him out for it. That's true, isn't it, Mr. Black? I did hear her say that.
Yes, it's quite true, Inspector. I caught the woman stealing some of my books. I had to dismiss her.
But you doubt if she'd poisoned your wife in revenge, sir.
Yes, quite frankly, I do.
Oh, she might have done it to get you into trouble. Some women would do anything.
Do you sincerely believe that, miss?
No, of course I don't. It's quite ridiculous. But if she didn't do it, then Mrs. Black must have died by accident. Or your man at Scotland Yard has made a mistake in the laboratory.
We may make mistakes at Scotland Yard, miss, but not in the laboratory.
But you're seriously suggesting it? I would deliberately... Well, good heavens, Inspector, this is too unreasonable for words.
Unreasonable, sir?
But you really believe I poisoned my wife?
I have no belief, sir. I'm here simply putting my point of view.
Well, your point of view may be quite natural, Inspector, but you're wasting your time if you try to connect my wife's death with me.
If she did die of poison.
Yes, if she did die of poison.
She died of poisoning, sir. However, let's go back a few weeks before Mrs. Black's death. I'd like to know something of her habits, her daily routine. Did you see your wife that morning, sir? Morning of her death?
Yes, naturally.
How was she?
Well, pale and restless. The same as she'd been for several weeks.
Did she complain of anything?
No more than usual. I mean, she spoke naturally enough of the monotony of lying in bed on a sunny day.
Now, miss, as the lady's companion, will you tell me something of her daily routine?
Well, it's very simple. I mean, that is when she took to her bed 4 or 5 months ago. Every morning at 8 o'clock, I would have to brush her hair.
Say, from 8 to 8:15?
No, much longer. She liked me to brush it very, very slowly.
What time did she breakfast?
Well, the tray came up at 8:30. She always had tea and toast.
And preserves?
Honey. There's always honey.
Do you know if it was kept apart from the rest of the household preserves?
No, Ellen would take it from the same jar.
And after breakfast, miss?
Well, at 10 o'clock, Ellen and I would go up to her room and she'd give us our orders for the day. In my case, letters, a little shopping necessities, books, flowers for her room, and so on.
And then, miss?
Well, I'd read to her every afternoon.
Yes, she liked to keep in touch with the fashion notes and also the latest novels.
And in the evening, miss?
She'd have a light dinner, then Mr. Black would come up, and of course I would go.
Yeah. How did Mrs. Black call anyone when she wanted attention? By a bell?
No. She would knock from upstairs on the floor with a stick.
A carved ebony stick.
Her room is... Oh, it was over this one.
And you'd go at once?
Yes. Well, often she'd not want anything at all.
I see. Now, sir, about stimulants. Did your wife ever take any wine, for instance?
Well...
Yes, sir?
But I have to admit that she was sometimes a little indiscreet.
She drank, sir?
No, that's not the way I'd care to put it. She was a little careless, perhaps. She tried to insist on this particular habit when she took to her bed, but Prendergast wouldn't allow it. No, Inspector, my wife didn't have any stimulants during her illness.
She have anything to drink apart from tea and so on?
A cup of warm milk every morning at 11 o'clock.
Who generally took it up?
Ellen.
Does she take it up on the morning in question?
I think so.
Are you certain, miss?
Well, if she says so, of course she is.
No, I'm wrong. I took it up that morning.
Oh. By the way, miss, did you get on quite well with your mistress?
Yes, of course I did. Perfectly.
I see. Now, sir, about that weed killer, is the greenhouse locked at night?
Yes. And the keys kept hanging in the hall.
Now, I want you to think very hard, sir. Can you recall who was last in the greenhouse on the night before your wife died?
Ellen. Yes, I remember distinctly. Ellen.
You're absolutely certain it was Ellen?
Absolutely.
I see in my book I've made a note that Ellen is under the impression that someone else locked the greenhouse door that night when I asked her very tactfully. She said Miss Graham watered some plants.
I did? In the greenhouse?
So she says, miss.
Did you, Miss Graham?
Well, I must have done if Ellen says so.
Did you notice whether the tin of weed killer was in its usual place, miss, on the shelf?
No, I didn't notice. I can't say.
I thought perhaps as you were the last there.
How could it, Elizabeth? I mean, Miss Graham, no, it would turn out to be so important.
And your wife died the next morning about 12 o'clock, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there's anything else at the moment. I'm sorry we've delayed you from taking your holiday, sir.
I hope you'll soon bring your inquiries to an end. I'm anxious to leave Amberwood in a week or two.
But you wouldn't want to go with Mrs. Black's death not satisfactorily explained, would you, sir?
No, of course I wouldn't want to do that.
You were going to, Egypt, wasn't it?
No, Italy.
Ah, yes, of course. I saw those touring booklets, didn't I? Were you going alone, sir?
Why do you ask?
Oh, just curiosity, sir.
Well, I don't know yet.
They make those booklets very attractive, don't they? Those you had were ordered some time ago, I believe. I remember noticing the date when they were sent out. Travel agency always rubber stamps them before posting, as you probably noticed. Those you had were sent here about 5 weeks before the lady's death.
Really? Yes, that's quite right.
I don't mind telling you, sir. That puzzled me a bit.
Why?
Oh, 5 weeks in advance of the lady's death seems a little pessimistic.
Pessimistic? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing, sir, really. Just that it was fortunate you had those booklets already.
I ordered those booklets in advance because I'd often thought of going abroad.
But you didn't order them, sir.
I beg your pardon?
You sent for them, miss, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
But why have you been asking me, Inspector? Why hide the fact that you knew Miss Graham had sent for them? You've been making strange suggestions because they were ordered 5 weeks in advance of my wife's death. You've been making quite a mystery out of it. Why?
Not at all, sir. I merely imagined Miss Graham sent for them at your request as a secretarial duty, sir.
Oh, I see.
12:30. Our mine is off.
Inspector, Mr. Black did not order me to send for those booklets. I got them on my own initiative.
Then, you were very wise, miss, getting them so well in advance. Very wise as it happened.
Oh,
My apologies for having to bother you again this morning, but that greenhouse was worrying me, and who was there last? Well, I'm off to London now. I shall be back tomorrow morning, sir. Should either of you require me?
Well, why should we require you, Inspector?
Oh, I don't know, sir. You may discover something that I've overlooked.
overlooked?
Overlooked. Well, good day to you, sir. Good day, miss.
Thank heaven this is the last batch of exercise books I shall ever correct. Now that I'm free of the school, I can't think what possessed me to enter the teaching profession. Lisa, push the lamp a little nearer, will you? You need so much light for your sewing.
Oh, I hate this room. So many drafts, so many shadows.
That's better. Ellen back here. I want to ask her for those housekeeping accounts.
No, she's probably staying at the vicarage until after the rain stops.
No doubt discussing Edwina's qualities with the vicar's housemaid.
Overlooked.
What did you say, my dear?
I wonder what Inspector Martin meant when he said that before he left this morning.
I don't know, my dear.
Something we'd overlooked. No, he questioned Ellen again about Edwina's food.
We mustn't keep discussing it, Elizabeth.
He can't dismiss it like a boy dismissed from class. It's here in the house with us, not letting us rest. Like this rain, it goes on and on.
You really must try not to think about it, my dear.
It's 3 days since they buried her. Only 3 days. 72 hours, thousands of minutes. I've never been aware of minutes before. Gregory, what could we have overlooked?
We'll keep talking about it, Lisa.
Are you as calm as you pretend?
Of course. Yes, of course I am.
I keep starting a little task like this piece of sewing, and suddenly I find myself staring at it, and 5 minutes have gone by, and I haven't made a stitch, Gregory. In this rain, all the flowers on her grave will be ruined.
Lisa, you must control your thoughts. Discipline yourself.
I can't. I keep seeing the inspector's face, the way he looked at me when he was talking of those wretched booklets. He must have guessed I was going to Italy with you.
Well, if he already believes we're lovers, and his knowledge about our trip to Italy can't make much difference, can it?
No, I suppose it can't. Oh, dear. My thoughts go round and round in a circle. It's all so confusing. And how I've always hated confusion.
Elizabeth, come sit here beside me. That's better. Now, try to keep your mind on Italy, on Menaggio. I'm certain we'll be there in less than 3 weeks. Incidentally, let's stop in Paris for a day or two. You'll need clothes and hats, and I've always wanted to buy you a necklace, a pearl necklace.
What do you say, Gregory?
Lisa, aren't you listening to me? What a way to treat a man who wants to buy you a pearl necklace.
I thought I heard something.
Oh, impossible. We're alone in the house.
I'm sure I heard a sound upstairs.
Rubbish, my dear. It's only your imagination. Now, about those pearls, I think... Lisa, why don't you listen to me?
You remember how she would knock on the floor towards the last, beginning very softly and then thumping more and more.
You must forget her, Lisa.
Every room, every corridor is alive with her, every inch of the house. Her things, the things she chose, they belong to her and speak of her. We'll never get rid of her, Gregory.
Lisa, remember the first time I spoke to you about us? That time in the garden when Edwina had gone to the village. You came over and straightened my tie, remember? And you pushed the hair off my forehead and you said, Gregory, you're helpless. Why can't you keep tidy?
I didn't say that, did I? That's so long ago I've forgotten.
Why did I seem so helpless, Lisa?
I think because you were lonely. I was lonely, too.
But although it started with pity, you did fall in love with me, didn't you?
Yes, Gregory.
I don't mind so much. Pity alone isn't very heroic, is it? I wasn't a very romantic figure, was I? You even mistook me for the gardener when you came out to drive that first day.
Well, you let me think you were the gardener.
You wore the ugliest hat I've ever seen. You had a rose in it as large as a cabbage, a really vulgar rose.
It may have been, but it was very fashionable. And how Edwina stared because we laughed when we were first introduced to each other. You know, I was very nervous of her.
You didn't show it.
I wasn't going to let another woman see how I felt. Oh, certainly not Edwina. You see, at that time, I was quite impressed by her clothes and her jewels. You know, in all the houses where I've worked, I've always pictured myself as the mistress. I would tell myself how money, luxury, travel must give one a feeling of such confidence.
Money can do other things, too. In the hands of someone else, it can be a weapon, a reason for telling you 50 times a day that you're fortunate to have servants, a comfortable home, when your salary as a schoolmaster is only £125 a year.
Didn't you see what she was like when you first met her?
Lonely men are often blind, Lisa.
Oh, I suppose she told you her money didn't matter, that it was a gift given with a full heart. Oh, she was so easy to read, wasn't she?
She's gone now. She can't hurt us anymore. We said we were going to be happy. We are. You do believe that, don't you?
Oh, it's hard to think of happiness for all...
No use worrying, my dear. Something will soon turn up to prove the whole thing a mistake. Of course it will. We're together, aren't we? We have each other, haven't we?
Yes, we have each other. She's the only safe thing left. Gregory, that was the door of Edwina's room.
No, it couldn't be.
It was, I'm sure of it.
Look, nonsense.
Oh, she's clinging to the house she loved.
Well, the door's locked. I locked it myself. Now, Ellen's left the box room door open. You know how careless she is. Well, how could it have been Edwina's door? She's dead and buried.
No, it couldn't have been her door, could it?
My dear, you're trembling.
My nerves have been dreadful since Inspector Martin came
Silly
here.
to let him upset you so much.
I can't help it, Gregory.
You've got no reason to be nervous of him. He's just an ordinary man carrying out his duty. Why should it upset you? You've got nothing to conceal.
Silly of me. I know it's silly.
It isn't as if you have anything to conceal.
He's just an ordinary man, a homely, ordinary man, just a man who likes pottering about in a garden. I expect he has a wife who's ordinary, too.
Why are you so nervous of him?
I think it's because he's ordinary that he frightens me. You know, when I was little, I had a doll. It was an ordinary doll with a smiling face. One day, the gardener's boy was clipping a hedge. He cut his finger and some blood dropped on my doll's face. I screamed. She suddenly changed, suddenly become frightening. Just as the ordinary things in this house are changing, just as the inspector... I must stop this. Oh, what made me think of that doll?
I can't imagine why the inspector should frighten you so much.
He's ordinary, yet there's something behind his eyes. Perhaps it's power I see there. Power of what he represents. For the first time in my life, I can feel the whole weight of the law behind that ordinary man. Surely the inspector can't believe we had anything to do with Edwina's death. Surely he can't.
We said we wouldn't talk about it anymore.
No.
I must get on with my corrections.
Shall I help you? Give me some of the exercise books.
There you are. It's composition. I gave them the French Revolution as a subject.
Well, I know a little about it. The French found the guillotine very useful for cutting with. Master Smith understates a little, doesn't he? Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, spelt wrongly, And the Constitution spelt wrongly. Do you want me to correct the spelling as well as the English? Do you want me to correct... Gregory, why are you looking at me like that?
What do you mean? You must control your imagination, Elizabeth.
Yes, I know I must. I'm giving way far too much. No, we've done nothing wrong. We've just made a mistake, a dreadful mistake. That pathologist made an error.
Yes, of course.
After all, who'd want to poison her? Mrs. Bloom, Ellen, why should they? And who else is there?
Nobody. But us.
We know we didn't do it, so that it is. Oh, if only they can find out so that we can leave this house. Listen to the rain. Will it never stop?
Nobody but us.
Was the execution of Marie Antoinette 1793 or 83?
93.
I thought so.
Lisa,
Yes?
what made you send for those travel booklets?
I don't know. I just happened to. I've often sent for such things. You know, I've always wanted to travel so much.
Yeah.
Why do you mention it?
Well, it's just an idle remark.
Gregory, what are you thinking?
Why did you send for them so early?
Early? Did I know Edwina was going to die in 5 weeks? Gregory, what is in your mind?
No, nothing. Why do you say that?
Because you spoke to me as if you were the inspector.
Oh, don't be so silly, Elizabeth.
You even looked at me as you did, as if I were lying.
Lisa!
Yes, lying. Now, why did I say that? Why did you make me say that?
I only meant it must have seemed odd to the inspector you're sending for them weeks before her death.
I think you mean you found it odd, Gregory.
You're twisting my words.
No. You had the thought that I... Oh, good heavens, surely it's not possible. No.
You're twisting my words, Elizabeth. Why shouldn't you send for them early? It's perfectly natural. You've always been interested in travel, and your nervousness is only caused by this house. By the way, she still seems to haunt us, isn't it? Well, why don't you answer me? You're not nervous for any other reason, are you? I can't believe there's anything in what the inspector suggests. Couldn't have been premeditation that made you send... Could it? Well, why do you sit there just gazing at me? Why did you tell me I'm wrong? Lisa, she was in our way, wasn't she? I don't like saying that, but she was, wasn't she? And you saw how much I needed you. And because you loved me... Lisa, did you? No, answer me. If you did, I'll understand. I love you, Lisa. I love you. I must know.
You believe I killed your wife. You believe I poisoned her. How dare you doubt me like this? Do you realize what you're saying? Do you think I would be capable of murder?
No, don't use that word, Lisa. Please don't use that
Well,
word.
what you're accusing me of? Murder. Yeah. A woman could do it because she loved, many have. Besides, I hated Edwina. Yes, Gregory, I hated her. And I wouldn't let you see it. She was cruel. She was horribly cruel. Always making me aware of my place. Always patronizing me in front of her friends. My companion, Miss Graham, such a household treasure.
I'm not accusing you, but she was poisoned, and in this house.
And there's only the two of us, isn't there? You and me. The inspector thinks one of us did it. It's no use trying to deceive me, Gregory. You really believe I did it, that I did it because I loved you. Gregory, how can you accuse me? How can you?
I'm not, my dear, I'm not. But all last night, all day, I kept telling myself something would happen to prove it was a mistake. And just now, I couldn't any longer.
It is a mistake, Gregory. Please say it is a mistake. Please say it.
I wish I could believe the pathologist was wrong, but I can't any longer. My brain won't let me anymore. My brain tells me she was poisoned. And if she was, who did it?
I swear to you, I didn't do it.
Very well. Now, let's forget all about it.
It's 9 o'clock. We haven't had anything to eat.
We can't go on accusing each other like this.
But I haven't accused you, Gregory. Ellen left everything ready on a tray before she went out. So we might as well dine in here where there's a fire.
I'll clear away my books and things. It's not raining so hard now.
Hold the door open for me, please.
Let me take the tray while you put on the cloth.
Thank you.
Lisa, can't you forget what I said? It wasn't my fault. It was this house. It's affecting us somehow, making us say things we don't mean. It's alive with malice.
She's alive, Gregory.
Only in our minds, Lisa.
I feel at any moment she may quietly walk down those stairs again, smiling as she used
She's
to.
only in your mind, Lisa. Why should we think of her? We know we didn't kill her, either of us. Trust me, Lisa. Surely you can trust me.
Yes, people can't change so suddenly. Not people you love. And now you must eat, my dear. It's nearly an hour past your usual time. Well, sit down at the table.
I'm not hungry.
It's picnic fashion, I'm afraid. I told Ellen not to bother. See, cold chicken, salad, a trifle I made for you myself.
Shouldn't have bothered. Cheese and biscuits would have done.
But you like trifle. Gregory, I wonder what would have happened if we told Edwina.
Told her what?
About us. You never wanted to do that, did you?
Well, you know what would have happened. There'd have been the most dreadful scenes. I should have had to leave the school.
Yes, you had no money and Edwina was ill, I know. Compromise. It's always compromise.
It's not fair of you, Lisa.
Why did you never change her doctor?
Well, you know she'd never have anyone but Prendergast. Her faith in him was pathetic.
But you should have insisted.
Surely it was kinder to let her have him if she wished. There was no hope of saving her. It was only a question of time.
Yes, perhaps a year, 2 years. That's a very long time. Did you know she was leaving you her money?
Yes, but don't go on like this, my dear. You're worrying again.
Yes.
Lisa, we said we'd trust each other.
I'll make some coffee.
No, I don't want any tonight.
But it's already on the stove. It won't take a moment.
Oh, very well.
No, it isn't mocha.
Which isn't that awful stuff from the village store. You know, I can't drink that.
But I'm afraid we're out of mocha.
What does Ellen do with it?
Ellen? You should say Mrs. Bloom.
She hasn't stolen from the kitchen, too, has she? I should have prosecuted that woman. I was far too lenient.
You should have done it months ago.
Well, I would have done if I'd known she was stealing from the sick room.
Sick room?
I told you. I saw her take a brooch from Edwina's jewel box and put it into the pocket of her cloak on the very morning Edwina died.
No, you didn't tell me.
Well, I thought I had. So much happened that day, I must have forgotten.
Gregory, you say you saw Mrs. Bloom take a brooch from Edwina's jewel box and put it in the pocket of her cloak.
I just told you so.
On the morning Edwina died?
Yeah, in the sick room.
But you were only in the sick room twice. Once when I was there at 10 o'clock with Mrs. Bloom, and not again until Ellen called you to the bedside at 12.
I was in the sick room twice. What of it?
I gave Edwina her milk at 11 o'clock. If you saw Mrs. Bloom in her cloak, then she must have been leaving the house at 11:30 as usual, after I gave Edwina the milk and before Ellen called you at 12.
Why won't you stop talking about it, Lisa?
I want an answer, Gregory. Now, please don't put me off like this. What is your reason for not telling me you were in the sick room after I gave her the cup of milk?
What? The explanation is quite simple. Edwina was dead when I went up to the sick room.
Dead? At 11:30?
Yes. Don't you believe me?
No.
Lisa, listen to me. Why don't you help me instead of disbelieving everything I say? We're lost if we go on like this. Why don't you help me?
Gregory, if you killed her, then you've destroyed every hope we have. Every hope. How could we live together, love each other with death between us?
But I'm innocent, Lisa. You've got to believe me.
Gregory, you swear you're innocent.
Yes, Lisa. I swear to you I didn't kill her. I swear it on the Bible. Look, here's Edwina's Bible. Lisa, I swear I did not kill my wife.
Oh, Gregory, please forgive me.
You shouldn't have doubted me. How could you imagine I could kill anyone? I'm just a simple man, my dear. Murderers aren't like me. You know they can't be. Lisa, what's the matter?
I know I can hear something this time.
No, it can't be.
You can hear it, too. Ellen!
Ellen, what are you doing upstairs? What are you doing with that stick?
The stick, sir? I just went up to fetch it. Didn't you promise it to the vicar's wife as a keepsake from Miss Edwina? I forgot it, sir, when I went down to the village earlier.
When did you come back?
I didn't know you were back.
I got home just before the rain started. So I went to her room at once, in case I forgot the stick again. I've been sitting there remembering her. It was so very quiet. We never set her clock again. That's why, I suppose.
You shouldn't have come down like that, Ellen. You startled us.
Did I, sir? I know I shouldn't have sat there so long, but it was so quiet, what with the clock still standing at 12. Just as I stopped it the morning she lay dying.
Stop the clock, you say?
In case it chimed the hour. I wanted her to have peace while she... Do you remember, sir, how still and peaceful it was in the room when I did that? And how my Miss Edwina just looked at us...
That's enough, Ellen.
I'm sorry, sir. I'll just put this stick in the hall stand. The vicar's wife is sending a girl for it tomorrow. Shall I make you some coffee or cocoa, sir?
No, thanks.
Very good, sir. Good night.
Damned old fool. No, I can't work. Look, come and sit by me, Lisa, and let's talk about our tour to Italy.
No.
What is it? What is it?
You said Edwina was dead when you went up at 11:30, but she wasn't. Ellen's just said she stopped the clock at 12 when Edwina lay dying, not dead. Edwina was alive when you went into her room at 11:30. What were you doing in that missing half hour?
Lisa, if you loved me, you couldn't talk like that. I never harmed her, Lisa. I'd never kill a human being. How could I?
Gregory, will you tell the inspector about your visit to the sick room?
You really want me to do that?
An innocent man would do it.
I see. You want me to shoulder the blame for her death because you're afraid of the police. Yes. Yes, you want me to be guilty. You should have been more honest with me. You should have confessed it when I asked you. You poisoned her.
What?
You poisoned her because you've always wanted luxury. You've always wanted to be the mistress of a large establishment. You killed my wife for it, and now you want me to take the blame.
What do you say?
You'd do anything to get what you want. I believe you'd even poison me.
Poison you?
Yes. Why not with this food? It'd be easier for you, wouldn't it? Because everything has gone wrong. It'd be easier for you if I were to die tonight.
Easier for me?
Yes. You could say I'd committed suicide because I'd murdered my wife and was afraid now that the police were making inquiries. You'd be safe if they thought that, wouldn't you?
What are you saying? I'm not trying to poison you. But no doubt you want me to swear that on the Bible, too. Yes, look. Shall I swear on the Bible, too?
Lisa,
Gregory. This isn't a Bible at all. It's not a Bible. It's a Latin primer.
But I thought it was a Bible. Both the covers are black. I thought...
You knew it wasn't. You swore to me on that you didn't kill her. Were you afraid to swear in a Bible because you knew you were going to tell a lie?
No, Lisa.
You did kill her. You've told me lie after lie.
You must believe me.
Lie after lie.
I won't have you say that. You hear?
Don't shout at me. I'm not one of your schoolboys.
You're trying to dominate me as she did.
How dare you say that?
To think that you could smile at me and let me kiss you while you were planning what you were going to do. You could be in my arms and think of murder.
Oh, there are worse crimes than murder. You've shown me that. I've been poisoned, too. Poisoned by your lies, your talk of Italy, your love-making that meant nothing at all. You said I was the only woman in the world for you. Together we'd have a glorious future. Lies, lies, lies.
You talk of love to me, Elizabeth. What was it for you but an escape from poverty?
I should have known that a man who was capable of living on his wife's money was capable of anything.
I did not live on my wife's money.
You were content to let her keep you, weren't you?
It's not the truth. No. I had my own salary.
£125 a year. Did it pay for your servants, your luxurious surroundings, your expensive clothes?
How dare you throw that in my face just as she did?
It's all true, that's why. She only had to raise a little finger. You came running like a little pet dog. You've never looked at yourself honestly all your life. You've only seen what you wanted to see. You daren't. Because then you'd have known you were only a sentimental, weak coward, a silly little schoolmaster who couldn't even control his own boys.
You could say that to me after making love to me.
You made love to me.
Indeed. And I succeeded very easily, didn't I? Lisa.
Gregory. I didn't mean to strike you like that, but...
Very well. Now I will tell you why I lied and said Edwina was dead when I went up to the sick room. I'll tell you the truth.
The truth from you?
This is the truth. Look at me. I said, look at me. When I went up to the sick room at 11:30, Edwina told me you were trying to be rid of her. She said she thought she'd seen you putting something in her milk.
Why should she tell you such a lie?
Well, I thought then that she was simply trying to make trouble between us.
You mean she knew about it? She knew all the time?
Yes. You'd always comforted yourself by saying that Edwina never knew. I didn't want to take that comfort away from you. I should have told you from the beginning that she knew about us.
I wish you had. It would have been easier.
I told myself she was only talking nonsense about the milk, but when the inspector came and I started thinking about those booklets, I thought perhaps you might have done it for my sake.
I didn't do it, Gregory. You believe that, don't you?
Yes. It was only Edwina's suggestion. It made everything so sinister.
Oh, aren't we silly to let Edwina come between us like this? You know, we're grown-up people and we behave like children.
I was cruel to you, my dear. Gregory Black, whom the boys defy, just as you said they did.
No, that was a vile thing to say. It isn't true.
It is true. But I'm going to change, my dear. I'm going to be strong. And you're going to help me.
Yes. We'll not worry about the inspector. Oh, we'll not worry any longer.
We'll laugh about it, my darling. But I even thought you'd poisoned this trifle. No, it's funny, don't you see?
Well, I'll never make you another trifle as long as I live.
Oh, it's wonderful to be laughing again. Look, this calls for a grand gesture. We'll drink to it. We'll drink to Menaggio. I'll get the port and 2 glasses from the cupboard.
You know I never touch port.
Well, you're going to touch it this time. Don't argue, my love. This is a special occasion.
Oh, Gregory, you're right. I won't argue.
That's better. There's a glass for you. Now, will you give the toast?
Yes, Gregory. I drink to Italy, the sunlight, and Menaggio. Gregory, why aren't you drinking? Well, stop gazing in your glass and drink to Menaggio.
Just see you on the terrace, standing beside me near the green poplars and the blue water. We're going to be happy at last, Lisa. Happy at last. It'll be the end of worry for both of us. Both, thank heaven.
Then drink to it. Why aren't you drinking? Is there something wrong with this port? Gregory!
Oh, I didn't know you were out this early in the garden, sir.
I've been down to the village, Ellen, to fetch Prendergast, so I came back across the field. How is she now?
She fell asleep about 8:30, sir, after she got over another turn of sickness. I'll close the window if you don't mind, sir. These early mornings are far too cold for me.
Prendergast was out on a case. His wife said she'd send him up directly he got home. Have you done everything you can for her?
As much as I can, sir. I'm not a doctor, sir.
But do you think she really needs a doctor?
I'm not likely to know what's wrong with her, sir. She's as white as a sheet. But then who isn't after sickness? She didn't say much to me, too old to speak, I suppose, sir. But her eyes... She kept staring into space like anyone seeing a ghost, as if she was scared.
Is there anything I can do?
Oh, nothing at all, sir. She'll be all right for a few minutes, even if she wakes.
Ellen.
Yes, sir?
What did you do with the other glass of port that was left on the table when we took Miss Graham upstairs last night?
I threw it away down the sink.
You shouldn't have done that. I wanted it.
Miss Graham kept saying something about the port being bad. Some nonsense about poison. As if port could turn poisonous even if it was bad.
Seems a little unlikely, doesn't it?
That's what I said. Well, if that'll be all, sir.
Yes, that's all. Thank you, Ellen.
Very good, sir. I'll go and make the beef tea.
What are you doing with that bottle, Gregory?
Lisa, I thought you were too ill to leave your room.
I am ill, but I've strength enough to come downstairs to be here when the inspector arrives. You remember, he said he'd be coming this morning.
I haven't forgotten.
I've made up my mind. I'm going to tell him the truth. I'm going to tell him that you murdered your wife and then tried to poison me. You realize that bottle of port is poison, don't you?
Yes.
Then put it on the table. The inspector will want it.
I was going to.
All these months, I never knew you. All these months.
Well, here he is.
Yes.
You'll have your wish now, Elizabeth. You'll be able to denounce me to him. He'll believe you, too. You're clever enough to make him believe you.
Where are you going?
Upstairs.
Oh, no, you're not. For once in your life, you shan't run away.
I'm not running away.
You run away all your life. This time you can't do it. This is something you've got to face. Come in.
Excuse me, sir. Oh, you're up, miss.
Yes, Ellen, I'm up.
It's Mr. Martin, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, sir. Good morning, miss. I hear you've been ill. I'm sorry.
Yes, I am ill, Inspector, but not as dangerously as I might have been.
Oh, I'm pleased to hear it, miss. May I sit down, sir? I've been all round the village since before 8 o'clock this morning. Hasn't done my rheumatism any good. Far too much exercise.
Inspector, Mr. Black has something to tell you.
Have you, sir? Well, there's just one question I want to ask Miss Graham, first of all, then we'll hear what it is. Now, miss, how often do you go to the chemist in the village?
Very seldom.
Now, I want you to cast your mind back to last April. You went there and you bought some soap and some tooth powder. Can you remember buying anything else?
Well, of course I can't. It's so long ago. But, Inspector, you'll see that all this is a waste of time when you hear what Mr. Black has to say.
I think it was about the second week in April.
I told you I can't remember.
Oh, that's a pity, miss. Pity. Perhaps later on you might be able to recall it.
Inspector.
Yes, miss?
Last night I was nearly killed.
Really, miss?
I was given a glass of port from that bottle.
Well, port isn't usually considered very lethal, miss.
Well, this port is different. This port. Gregory, tell him about the port.
Well, sir, what about the port?
Gregory.
Now, sir, tell me about this port.
Well, it's poisoned.
Indeed, sir. How do you know?
I was violently ill after being given a glass of it.
Who gave you a glass of poisoned port, miss?
Mr. Black.
It was perfectly harmless as far as I knew. Well, I had a glass as well.
You didn't drink yours. Inspector, he poured out 2 glasses and he made me drink mine first.
It was only sheer chance that I didn't drink it. Now, I'm afraid, Inspector, I must tell you that, in my opinion, Miss Graham poisoned that port herself. She took just enough to make herself ill, no more. Just enough to make me look guilty when she accused me of murder.
That's a very serious charge, sir.
Inspector, he knows I didn't do it.
Now, you each had a glass and only one of you drank. Well, where's the untouched glass?
Ellen threw it away.
When did you last have a glass of porter?
Well, not for several weeks.
And you, miss?
I've never had a glass before in this house.
So, bearing in mind that the housekeeper's teetotal and that the late Mrs. Black was forbidden by the doctor to drink, that bottle would have been in the house for some time.
Yes.
You're absolutely certain of that, sir?
Yes.
Then how is it that when I called at your wine merchant this morning, I was told that a large number of bottles of port came into this house during the last 6 months?
Well, I knew nothing about it.
You can't throw any light on it either, miss?
No.
Well, we'd better have asked the housekeeper. I'll ring if you don't mind.
Inspector, this is a complete waste of time. Isn't it obvious? He was giving his wife poisoned port.
And what motive would you give Mr. Black for doing that, miss?
He knew he was going to inherit her money.
Did he? But you see, that's not strictly true.
Not true.
No, miss. I called on Mrs. Black's solicitor this morning. I understand he's coming here tomorrow for the reading of the will. He told me a most interesting fact. That you, miss, inherit a half of Mrs. Black's fortune.
I?
Yes, miss.
No, it's not true.
Quite true, miss.
It can't be.
Did Mrs. Black ever say anything to you about it?
She did say one day she'd make me wealthy, but I thought she was just talking nonsense or playing one of her cruel jokes.
You never told me, Elizabeth. Why didn't you tell me? Well, now you see, Inspector, there is a motive.
A motive? Oh, yes, sir, we have a motive. But you're forgetting something.
Forgetting something?
You come into the other half of the fortune, so you have a motive too, sir. I wonder what's happened to that housekeeper. You know, miss, I hope you won't mind my saying so, but you have very attractive hands. Think I notice hands?
What have my hands got to do with it?
Nothing, miss, nothing. But they're so shapely and white. Beats me how you ladies keep them like that. One of those feminine secrets, I suppose.
Come in.
You rang, sir?
The inspector wishes to ask you a question, Ellen.
Oh, yes, sir.
It's about the port, ma'am.
I'm teetotal, sir.
So I understand, and a very excellent thing, too, ma'am.
I can't help then, can I?
Ah, but I think you can, ma'am. In the past 6 months, a considerable amount of port's come into this house, and I'm trying to discover what's happened to it.
How should I know? I don't keep the key of the cupboard.
I doubt whether this port was ever kept long enough to be put in a cupboard. Did you ever give any of it to the late Mrs. Black?
Give her port, sir? Why, the doctor said strictly forbidden it.
But you never took any notice of the doctor, ma'am. You told me in this house only a week ago that Mrs. Black never took her medicine, that she used to pour it away, and that you knew it.
That was different, sir.
Now, ma'am, I don't want any nonsense. You can go to prison for telling lies, you know. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen that bottle before?
I don't know, sir.
Have you or haven't you?
I might have done.
Where did you see it?
I found it in Mrs. Black's room the morning she died. She used to hide it away from the doctor. I brought it down and put it in the cupboard over there.
You brought it down?
Yes, sir.
So you did give Mrs. Black port? A lot of it?
I wouldn't have given it to her, sir, but she used to crave for it. And it brought the colour back into her cheeks and made her feel so much better.
You come into a nice little annuity by her death, ma'am. I suggest you might have tampered with that last bottle of port.
Tampered with it, sir?
I'm trying to discover how Mrs. Black died.
You mean? Oh, what a wicked thing to say. As if I would have harmed her. Besides, Mr. Black knew she was having the port, sir.
That's not true,
Oh,
Ellen.
yes, it is, sir.
Did you ever see Mr. Black take it upstairs?
No, sir, but he knew it was coming into the house. He knew that.
That'll be all, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. As if I would have harmed her. As if I would have harmed her.
Now, Mr. Black, why did you tell me your wife didn't have any stimulants during her illness?
Well, I didn't want anyone to know. I didn't want anyone to realize that I sometimes had to give in to her. She kept at me day after day until I did give in.
And you allowed her port, knowing it was dangerous in her condition?
What did he care about that? It was just an easy method of giving her the weed killer.
I did not touch that weed killer.
Inspector, is there any need to prolong this? You know the truth now.
Sorry, miss, but you must bear with me for a little while. There are some things I know and some things I don't know. I shall have to explore everything. For example, I'm still interested in that little purchase you made last April. Then there's the weed killer and the cups of milk. So many questions which have to be answered.
There is also that bottle of port staring you in the face. He put weed killer into it.
But we've analyzed the weed killer that was used for the garden. Less than half of it was composed of pure arsenic that had dissolved in liquid. The rest of it was like sand. Wouldn't dissolve in anything. This liquid is perfectly clear. Look at it against the light. You see? Perfectly clear.
You mean that bottle does not contain weed killer?
I do, sir. Because, you see, your wife was not poisoned by weed killer.
Not poisoned by weed killer? I don't understand.
You will, miss, you will. Now, we come to that little purchase you made last April. Apart from soap and tooth powder, you also bought a certain preparation that's quite fashionable nowadays.
I may have done. But what has that got to do with all this?
I hope to show you in a minute. But I wish you'd try and recall that
Well,
purchase.
how can I recall it last April? It was so long ago.
I think it was for your hands, miss.
Oh, yes, I did buy a preparation for my hands. Something to whiten the skin.
Perhaps you can describe it, miss.
Well, it was a powder which I had to dissolve in water.
Exactly, miss. The chemist ought never to have sold it to you. But I suppose they're very lax in these country districts, and he probably makes an exorbitant profit out of it. Poison laws need tightening up. You see, miss, that powder was pure white arsenic.
Arsenic?
I'm afraid so, miss.
But I never knew it was arsenic. I just used it on my hands. I swear I never knew.
Are you sure you never knew, miss?
I didn't know it was arsenic. And I didn't put arsenic in that bottle of port. I know nothing about the port. I didn't even know Mrs. Black was drinking it.
I should think as a lady's companion, it was your business to know what she was
I
drinking.
wish you'd leave me alone. I've told you I'm ill. I feel sick.
Inspector, surely the inquiry can be closed now. You've learnt all you came to find out.
Not quite, sir. Now, miss, I believe you used all that packet on your hands.
Yes, I did.
I understand. That was in April. But you ordered a second packet in June. Now, sir, as master of the house, you left all the shopping to the womenfolk.
Why do you think my wife kept servants,
Right,
Inspector?
sir. But there'd be little things you'd buy for yourself in spite of that. Books and so
There
on.
isn't a bookshop in Amberwood, Inspector.
No, sir. But there's a barber's. You'd have to go down to the village for that occasionally, wouldn't you? One of those things the womenfolk can't do for us, eh? And I dare say that on one of those little excursions you might have bought something for your wife. Some little thing she particularly asked you to get for her.
No, Inspector, my wife would hardly have trusted me. Besides, she had Miss Graham to do that sort of thing for her.
But perhaps Miss Graham would have trusted you, sir. You might have got something for her if she'd asked you to.
Well, I might have done, yes.
Exactly, sir. That's my point. You did get something for her. The second packet of powder, sir. The second packet of arsenic.
I got the second packet.
So the chemist says he's most emphatic on the point.
I don't remember anything about it.
Oh, come, sir. You've got a habit of not remembering.
I remember. It was when Ellen was ill in bed with a cold, and you said you would get it for me on your way back from school.
I didn't know it was arsenic. Miss Graham asked me to fetch the preparation. I just gave it to her, that's all.
Now, miss, did you use all that packet on your hands?
No, I didn't use the whole packet.
Where is the remainder?
It was in my room.
Well, it's not there now.
No, I must have mislaid it.
You mislaid it, eh? Well, that's a pity, miss. A great pity. Because the remainder of that packet killed Mrs. Black.
Huh?
Now, miss, regarding that preparation, did you always keep it in the packet?
Yes.
I asked because the chemist said he suggested it should be kept in a container, because long exposure to the air would discolor it. He says he generally told his customers that.
But I didn't bother.
Yeah, that's right, Inspector. I remember telling Miss Graham that she ought to do it when I gave her the
Yes,
packet.
but I didn't bother to do it.
But you did bother, Elizabeth. Because I saw the stuff in a silver bowl.
You say you told Miss Graham it should be in a container, sir. Then you knew that arsenic was likely to go dark if exposed long to the air.
Well, the chemist told me so.
I wondered, sir. Because you'd have more than a passing knowledge of chemistry, wouldn't you, since you're a schoolmaster? You might have known the peculiar properties of arsenic.
But I didn't know it was arsenic. I've told you that.
Where did you see the silver bowl?
I don't remember.
Where is it now?
I don't know.
Do you know, miss?
Well, how can I know? I've never seen it.
Oh, I find myself at a loss. Both of you stand to inherit a considerable sum of money. Both of you were in love. Both of you had access to arsenic. Miss Graham mislays a quantity of it, which later poisoned your wife, possibly in that bottle of wine. A silver bowl, which may or may not contain arsenic, and which would or would not reveal traces of this, is missing. If we could find that bowl, we could verify one or other of the conflicting stories, but neither of you can tell me where it is now. If your wife hadn't died, sir, you might have both gone on for years, the two of you sitting in this room waiting, while in the room above, Mrs. Black continued to maintain her feeble hold on life.
Are you suggesting that Miss Graham and I poisoned my wife between us?
People in love have been known to act in an extremely desperate manner, sir. I'm not suggesting anything, sir. I'm merely relating the facts. And the facts are not particularly helpful at this moment. I'm afraid I can only ask you to accompany me to London, where we can take proper statements and go into the matter a little more fully.
You mean you're arresting us?
Well, sir, let's rather say that you've been called in for further questioning.
But I was poisoned by that port last night. Would I have done that myself, Inspector?
I can't say, miss. There's so many stories about this bottle of port. But we'll sort it out, miss. We'll have the bottle analyzed, and we shall know all about it. It may prove to be the drink which poisoned Mrs. Black. Now, there's a train at 10:05, or is it 10:25? I shall have to look it up. It'll be a cold journey, so with your permission, sir, I think it might be a good idea if we had some tea before we left. I'll tell the housekeeper. Excuse me, please. I won't be long.
No matter what he says, they'll arrest us when we get there and charge us both with murder.
Why haven't you the courage to admit that you took the arsenic from my room?
No, what's the use of arguing? Unless one of us confesses, they'll believe we did it together. And the more we blame each other, the worse it'll be for us.
I'll make them see the truth.
What is the truth? You and I were secretly in love. My wife died of poisoning. We started at a disadvantage, don't we? There have been too many lovers who've got rid of the wife who was in the way.
I feel Edwina's watching all this. How she must be enjoying herself.
I can't face it. They'll question me, question after question, pushing me further and further into a trap.
Yes, you can stand there and say that, but you were quite content to let me take the blame to save your own skin.
And so are you. Oh, it's no good, Elizabeth. We're bound together by her death, bound together by what happened to her. We can't escape her. But there's one thing we can do. Run away. Now, at once. If we can get abroad, we shall be safe.
Where should we go? Menaggio?
Well, there must be somewhere in the world where they couldn't find us.
And what will our life be like if we ever reach it? I'll tell you, living in shabby little cafes, afraid to go out in the sun, starting an alarm if anybody knocked at the door.
After a time, we'd be safe.
And Edwina will be with us always.
So you won't run away?
No.
I'll tell you why you won't run away. Because you still think I'll be convicted. That you'll be allowed to come back and spend the money you inherited through murder. And when you do come back, you'll change into another Edwina. You're even beginning to look like her. Your eyes are cold and hard.
Gregory, keep away from me.
You both shamed me and humiliated me. You've turned me into a weak coward between you.
Let me go. You're hurting me.
Admit that you killed Edwina. You won't destroy me. Go on, Elizabeth. Admit it. You shan't destroy me. I won't let you.
What will you do?
Oh, nothing. That's the whole point. Nothing. You both succeeded too well. Come in.
Mr. Martin tells me you'll all three be going to London by the 10:05 train, sir. So I've packed a bag for you.
Thank you, Ellen.
I've also packed a few things for you, Miss Graham. Now, sir, about the house.
No, you can see to that, Ellen.
No special instructions?
No.
Miss Edwina was the only one who gave special instructions. But then everything had to be just right for her. You're much more easygoing, aren't you, sir? But perhaps you don't love the house as she did.
There we are now. It trains at 10:05, sir, so we've got plenty of time. Oh, I hope you'll pardon the liberty in your kitchen, ma'am, that the kettle boils, so I made the tea. I always make the tea when I'm at home.
You got the wrong cups.
Have I now? Well, never mind, ma'am. I'm not much of a one for these dainty little thimbles are going for nowadays. I like a good-sized cup. Now, miss, you'll have some tea, won't you?
No, thank you.
There's a cold journey ahead of us. I think you ought to have some.
Oh, very well.
That's right. Sugar, miss?
No, thank you.
Oh, dear, I'll put it in now.
It doesn't matter. Thank you.
Sugar for you, sir? There you are, sir. I'll put one in. Now, ma'am, you'll have a cup of tea, won't you?
I'll have mine in the kitchen.
Oh, I think Mr. Black will waive convention for once, won't you, sir? I'm sure you like plenty of sugar, ma'am. There you are.
Thank you, sir.
You seem to be enjoying this, Inspector.
Well, why not, sir?
I should have thought it was hard in the moment.
Moments like this happen quite frequently in my profession, sir. But you know, few moments in life are too serious for a nice cup of tea. What an attractive sugar bowl this is, isn't it? I often wish my salary allowed me to collect silver. Finely engraved piece, isn't it? I like the way the designers entwined the letters E.B. with the pattern of leaves. Your wife's initials, of course, sir.
Where did you get that?
Why, ma'am, it's only a sugar bowl.
It's not a sugar bowl, it's...
I'm sorry, ma'am, I thought it was. That's what comes of letting your kitchen be invaded by a man.
You didn't find it in the kitchen.
Now, where else would I find it? Could it have been under some bushes in the garden?
You put some in my tea.
Put what in your tea, ma'am? Sugar?
It wasn't sugar, it wasn't sugar.
What was it then, ma'am?
Of course, it was the arsenic.
He's put some in the tea.
I've done nothing of the kind, ma'am, but I suggest you put it in Mrs. Black's port.
No, they did it. Miss Graham, Mr. Black, the two of them. They were the only ones who wanted to get rid of Miss Edwina.
But you threw the bowl away.
They told me to do it.
That's a lie, Inspector.
And they told me not to tell anyone.
When did they tell you to throw it away, ma'am?
The day after Miss Edwina died.
Oh, this is preposterous.
Just a moment, sir, please. Now, ma'am, what did they say to you? They told you to throw it away?
They did.
They didn't say anything else. They just said, will you throw this away in the garden?
Yes, sir.
Didn't you think that strange? It looks a very valuable bowl.
I didn't think at all, sir. I just did what I was told.
Then how did you know the contents was poisonous?
Well, I knew it had poisoned Miss Edwina, didn't I?
Did you, ma'am? And how did you know that? Neither Mr. Black nor Miss Graham told you. As far as you were concerned, it was just a bowl they wanted thrown away.
I guessed it.
No, ma'am, you didn't. I suggest you knew it was poison because you'd already given it to Mrs. Black in her port.
But why should I harm her? I loved her, do you hear?
And you've also stood to gain a comfortable little annuity from her death, ma'am. I suggest you stole the hand preparation from Miss Graham's room and put it into the bottle of port before you took it upstairs to your mistress.
I didn't steal it. Miss Edwina asked me to get it. She said she wanted it for her hands, and she told me to put it in the silver bowl.
And then you poisoned her.
I didn't poison her. She poisoned herself. Oh, my, what have I said?
Herself.
Now, ma'am, just calm yourself and tell us the rest.
Just before she died, she told me she'd taken some of the stuff in her milk.
You mean her port, ma'am?
She told me it was her milk.
Are you sure?
Sure as I'm standing here. She said she'd done it because of them, because they'd made her so unhappy she didn't want to live anymore. And she told me not to tell anyone and to throw the bowl away.
And you knew that Mr. Black and Miss Graham might be accused of her death. In fact, you deliberately accused them just now.
No more than they deserve. They'd hurt her cruelly, and I was going to let them suffer in return. They ought to suffer like she suffered up there in that room alone, unable to move and knowing that they were down here carrying on. If it hadn't been for them, she'd have been alive today, alive, and I'd been looking after her.
But she'd have died anyway, ma'am, according to the doctor.
I'd have kept her alive somehow. But now you've tricked me into telling you, and everybody will know about her. I don't care what you do to me. You can send me to prison, but nobody must know about Miss Edwina killing herself. They mustn't know she committed such a sin. the vicar's wife, the whole village. They respect your memory. They must always respect it. Oh, you mustn't tell. You mustn't tell.
No, ma'am, calm yourself. You and I will go and have a little talk, shall we?
Nobody must know. You mustn't tell, please.
All right, ma'am. Now, you leave it all to me.
Nobody must know. Nobody. Miss Edwina will never forgive me. She'll never forgive me. You mustn't tell anybody. You mustn't.
Now, just leave it to me. It'll be all right.
Edwina. Not you or I, but Edwina. Oh, Gregory.
She wanted to hang us. She knew she was going to die, so she schemed and plotted in that damn sick room of hers.
She was mad. I remember now, it was she who advised me to get that preparation for my hands. Well, she knew it was arsenic.
Who else but Edwina could have thought of such a thing? Who else would have used her own death in such a way?
Ellen said Edwina was poisoned with a cup of milk. But I was ill, so who poisoned...
She's quieter now. She'll be all right. I hope you'll pardon that very clumsy ruse, but there was nothing else I could do. I was guessing. Till a few minutes ago, I had no inkling of the truth. Just imagine. A frail, sick woman commits suicide and causes all this misery. But where did this bottle of port fit into the picture? That's what I asked myself, sir. In fact, I've been asking myself that for the last half hour. And I can only come to one conclusion. A conclusion based on something I heard in this house 2 or 3 days ago. Do you recall it, sir? It concerns your late wife.
No.
I have a theory. Let me remove the cork and perhaps... as I thought. The smell of this contents explained why you thought you were poisoned, miss. Do you remember Mrs. Black had a habit of throwing her nasty medicine away anywhere just to get rid of it? This bottle happens to be handy, possibly with a little port left in it. So why not pop it into that?
But I was ill, Inspector.
Of course you were ill, miss. You had a strong overdose of wine last night, and in your overwrought condition...
Only medicine. And all the suspicion we built from it.
We human beings are very open to suggestion, sir. In the dark, an overcoat hanging on a door becomes a monster. A tree becomes the devil himself. Amberwood's been a dark place these last few days. So medicine becomes a deadly poison.
And Edwina was behind everything. Edwina.
Can we blame the poor sick lady entirely, miss? After all, she wouldn't have succeeded as far as she did unless...
Unless what?
The ground has to be fertile, sir, if the seed is to flourish. Oh, there's 9:30 now. Hey, I'll catch the 10:05 train. I'll go by the garden way, if you don't mind, sir. Greet it for me. You'll be hearing from us very shortly. Fine all formality, sir. Good day to you both.
He's right. It was our fault, Gregory. Not either of us, but both of us.
And now we're free, Lisa.
No, Gregory. She's won, hasn't she? Even after her death, Edwina has parted us.
But our love for each other...
Our love. What a shoddy, tawdry thing that turned out to be. I think I'll go to my room now and pack.
You're not leaving me?
Yes, Gregory.
We could try again.
Could we? Could we live together, love each other without remembering the dreadful things we've said? I couldn't. I'm going upstairs to my room now.
If you leave me now, I shall be alone. Alone with her. Alone with Edwina. Lisa, please, come over here. Lisa, we can try again. Don't you see? We know each other now. With no romantic illusions left, we really know each other. We could build on that, Lisa. We could build.
Gregory, if only we could.
We can, my dear. Menaggio's still there, waiting for us.
Oh, Gregory. Yes, you're right. We can. We will.
That was The Late Edwina Black by William Dinner and William Morham. It was acted by all the original members of the London theatre production. Ellen, the housekeeper, was played by Beatrice Varley. Henry Martin of Scotland Yard by Raymond Huntley. Elizabeth Graham, the companion, by Catherine Lacey. And Gregory Black, husband of the late Edwina Black, by Stephen Murray. The recorded production was by Raymond Rakes. Raymond Huntley is now appearing in Difference of Opinion at the Garrick Theatre, London.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theatre, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Robert Young, and Frank Lovejoy in Goodbye, My Fancy. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that if you had a choice of going back into the past and reliving a part of your lives, a great many of you would pick your college days. Or perhaps rather than relive them, you'd just like to return there now, be awarded an honorary degree for your present accomplishments, and maybe rekindle an old romance. That's what our heroine does in tonight's play, which is based on the stage play Goodbye, My Fancy by Fay Kanan. As our stars of this intriguing story from the Warner Brothers Studios, we have one of Hollywood's finest actresses, Barbara Stanwyck, and co-starring in their original roles, Frank Lovejoy and Robert Young, who make it, rather difficult for Barbara to make up her mind between the old romance and the new. And for romance, a young man's fancy naturally turns to lovely girls with perfect complexions. We'd like to recommend Lux Toilet Soap for that fine beauty care. There is no better guarantee for romance than a radiant complexion. Now, Goodbye, My Fancy, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Agatha Reed, Robert Young as Dr. Jim Merrill, and Frank Lovejoy as Matt Cole. Among the members of the United States Congress, few are more widely respected and certainly none is more attractive than the Honorable Agatha Reed. Miss Reed has just returned to her office, lightly battle-worn, after another harrowing day in the cause of better government.
All right, Woody, what's the mail?
Another 1,000 or so letters. Make another speech like that last one, and you'll get the post office out of the red.
What's this one?
Marion Dennis, radio interview about your book.
Oh, I've been avoiding her for weeks. All right, but not before the middle of June.
What about this invitation? It's from Good Hope College.
You know I haven't time to... Why, it's from Good Hope.
Yeah, that's what I said. Then you said...
Woody, they want to give me an honorary degree.
Well, what's so special about that? You turned down Wellesley without blinking an eye.
But you don't understand. I went to Good Hope.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, take a letter.
Shall I type it on parchment?
Special delivery to Dr. James Merrill, President, Good Hope College, Good Hope, Massachusetts. My dear Jim, I can't tell you how... No, you'd better make that... Dear Dr. Merrill, I can't tell you how happy I was to receive your gracious invitation to return to Good Hope for an honorary degree. Good Hope has always been close to me, and nothing short of a congressional crisis will keep me away. And if I may be sentimental, it would give me great pleasure to be able to stay in my old rooms. Sincerely, Agatha Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Griswold.
Is he in? Dr. Merrill in his office?
Well, I believe he's alone, Mr. Griswold, but perhaps I...
Never mind. I'm going in. Jim, I've got to talk to you. Good. Well, sit down, won't you? Last night, I wrote a letter to Agatha Reed. As chairman of the Board of Trustees, I thought it would be nice to let her know how happy we all are that she accepted your invitation.
Well, that was very thoughtful.
Then 10 minutes after the letter was mailed, my wife told me.
Your wife told you what?
That she used to be Agatha Reed's classmate.
Oh, I thought you knew.
And that Agatha Reed was expelled for staying out all night.
Yes, she was. We're giving an honorary degree to a woman who was once expelled from here? Now, look, Jim, we're going to call the whole thing off.
I'm afraid it's too late for that, Claude. I've given the announcement to the papers. And Real Magazine is sending a man up to cover the commencement.
Real Mag? Oh, that's great. If they ever find out about her being expelled, we'll all wind up on the cover. There were a dozen women to choose from, but you've got to pick a hot potato like Agatha Reed. Why?
Well, Good Hope meted out some pretty harsh punishment to her. I think it's time we told her we were sorry. What's more, she's one of the most outstanding women in the nation. A woman who's won recognition as a columnist, war correspondent, and author.
We've got to go through with it, huh?
Yes, and stop worrying.
And it's entirely in your hands, Jim. She's your baby till after commencement.
Thank you, Claude. I find the prospect very interesting.
You may as well go on home, Woody. Our train doesn't leave until midnight. You can meet me at the station. What about my warm milk?
Room service is sending it up. Maybe I should tell them to put it in a baby bottle.
Meaning what?
Oh, this trip back to the cradle. A crowded calendar, 2 important bills coming out of committee, election 4 months away, and we're off to braid a daisy chain at some college.
Now, look, Woody, I'm going to enjoy this weekend. I'm going to be sentimental. I'm going to cry. I'm going to walk barefoot down memory lane with ivy entwined in my hair. And if you don't like it, you don't have to look.
I'll bring my dark glasses.
Do that. Oh, and leave the door unlocked for room service, will you? The door's open. Just put the milk on the table, please.
Just milk today? No butter, eggs, yummy yogurt?
Matt!
That's right, Aggie. Real Magazine's favorite photographer. And yours.
Matt!
You just said that. Usual greeting after 5 years is, well, this is a surprise.
I'm sorry you caught me off guard.
I didn't think that was possible.
I see you haven't changed.
Oh, neither have you. A little more dignified, perhaps. A little more, shall we say, refined. But just as attractive as ever.
I thought you were in Europe.
Well, I got back this afternoon. I thought I'd find out about that date we had in Paris. When you didn't show up for 5 years, I began to wonder, is it on or off?
I'm sure you didn't come here to dig all that up.
You mind telling me why you didn't show up?
Well, does it matter now?
Well, of course it matters. When a woman runs out on a man, he ought to know why. Helps him the next time.
I suppose it never occurred to you that I might have been in love with someone else.
Well, it occurred to me, but I rejected it.
Really? Why?
Well, because I've kept tabs on you, Aggie. That hasn't been hard, not with a congresswoman. Congratulations. You're doing a great job.
What about before I was a congresswoman?
Well, those were my years.
And the years before that?
Oh. Well, why haven't you done something about the guy?
Maybe I will. Now, do you mind, Matt? I'm in the midst of packing. I want you to leave.
Did you ever get those pictures I sent you from China?
Yes, I did.
Did you like the one of yourself? The one on the Orient Express nearing Paris.
No, I didn't like it.
Why not?
Well, the one time you don't expect to be photographed is asleep in a train compartment. Besides, the occasion wasn't exactly the kind of thing I wanted recorded for posterity.
That's funny. I thought it had the makings of one of the big moments of history. Come to think of it, you did, too.
Oh, Matt, please. It was fun, but war has a way of making little moments seem big at the time.
Well, that's very penetrating. May I quote you sometime?
Well, I'm sorry if I said it badly, but it's true. We were a nice snapshot, but never a family portrait.
Oh, I get it. It's subtle, but I get it.
You've got to go now. I have to catch the New Yorker at midnight.
The New Yorker?
Yes, and I haven't even started to
The
pack
New Yorker. Here I've been holding you up with idle chit-chat, and all the time we're going to be traveling companions.
You're going to be on that train?
Happy coincidence, just like the good old Orient Express.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
I know what trains do to some people. So long, Aggie. I'll see you on the New Yorker.
Western Union, please. This is Agatha Reed. I want to send a straight wire to Dr. James Merrill, Good Hope College, Good Hope, Massachusetts. Have you got that? Please don't have anyone meet train. Have decided to come by plane. Sign it, Agatha Reed. Thank you. Yes?
Room service, Miss Reed.
Come in.
Your warm milk, Miss Reed.
I've changed my mind. Just bring me a double brandy. So this is it, huh? Dear old school days.
Oh,
Woody, just look. Oh, this wonderful, wonderful dormitory. My old rooms, the same furniture, the same pictures. Everything just the way it was. Looks fierce, doesn't it? Do you know what those girls told me? They moved all these things up from the basement just for me. Oh, I haven't cried in years. It feels wonderful.
Look, if you're such a big shot, how come nobody bothered to meet you?
Because I purposely stopped the taxi 2 blocks away. That was Memory Lane we walked through.
That alfalfa field is Memory Lane?
I'm sorry for you, Woody, if you don't have something like this to remember. Come in.
I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Reed.
Oh, I'm the one who should be sorry, dear, putting you out of your rooms like this.
Oh, no. Mary Nell and I think it's the greatest honor we've ever known. It's this, Miss Reed, your book, Women in the Vanguard.
If you'll pardon me, Agatha, I'll run out and tear down some ivy for my hair. A wreath, you know.
Oh, Woody, really. And now, what about the book?
Well, Dr. Pitt said we all ought to read it.
Your political science teacher?
No, physics. In his classes, you learn about everything.
Well, it sounds as if I'd like to know him.
I was wondering if you'd autograph it for me.
I'd love to. Now, what name do I write?
Virginia. Would you make it Ginny? Ginny Merrill.
Ginny Merrill. Will your parents be here for commencement?
There's just my father. Mother died 4 years ago.
Oh. Does your father have to come very far?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, he's...
You're Jim Merrill's daughter, aren't you?
Why, yes.
Oh, I might have known. I knew your father very well. He was my favorite professor.
What was he like, Miss Reed?
Oh, he was very handsome. All the girls were in love with him.
They still are. But that's not what I meant. Was he a good teacher?
He was a wonderful teacher.
I wish he were still a teacher.
Oh? Is being president of a college so bad?
It's different.
Different?
I'd better be going, Miss Reed. Is it all right if I tell my father you're here? I'm sure he must be anxious to see you.
Perhaps I'd better walk over to his office.
Oh, no. He'll want to call on you. And thanks again, Miss Reed. Oh, excuse me.
That's all right. We just had a phone call, Real Magazine. They're covering your weekend here.
Oh, how nice.
Oh, it's better than that. They're sending Matt Cole.
Who did you say?
Matt Cole, the war photographer.
You're joking. Why should they send him here? This isn't his type of thing at all.
Yeah, but why the blood pressure?
Get Real Magazine on the phone immediately. I'll put a stop to this right now.
Why bother?
I want to bother, and don't argue.
Okay. Hello, get me New York. Yeah, Real Magazine.
I want to speak to Bronson personally.
Make that person to Mr. Bronson, will you? That's right. He owns the magazine. Is this a matter of life and death?
I asked you not to argue. Just get Bronson on the phone.
I can't. The circuits are busy.
Give me the phone. Hello? This is Agatha Reed. On that call to Real Magazine, it's most important.
This is a crisis?
I'd appreciate it if you do everything you possibly can. Come in. Jim.
Agatha, it's been a long time.
20 years.
I'm taking advantage of my position. The entire college is waiting to meet you.
I'm overcome. I mean it, Jim.
My daughter mentioned your secretary was with you.
Woody's downstairs with the telephone operator. There's an important call I'm trying to put through.
Oh, I'm glad we're alone. You're looking very well, Agatha.
Thank you, Jim.
I suppose you realize you're in for quite a weekend.
Yes, I've seen the agenda.
We start in an hour with your official reception. I can turn my back if you'd like to escape.
I wouldn't think of it. Vanity, I guess. I suppose everyone dreams of coming back for an honorary degree. It's a popular ambition, like wanting a mink coat.
Or to be president.
Yes. How does it feel?
Well, it's never dull. The faces change so often. And with so much youth around, you actually get the feeling you're preserving your own.
Well, your daughter should keep you young. She's a lovely child. No, that's wrong. She's not a child. What are we at that age, Jim? That That wonderful, terrible in-between time. You've seen so many of it.
Yeah, well, tell me about yourself, Agatha. Have you been happy?
Well, I've been busy.
Yes, I've followed your career very closely.
In that case, I won't have to bring you up to date on the past 20 years.
No, only the first year. I've never quite caught up with that first year. Perhaps it's my vanity. But all these years, I've wondered what happened. Why you just disappeared.
Oh, it was very stupid of me to get caught climbing in my window at 5 a.m. I hope the girls are more expert now.
I wouldn't know. I'm not up on the statistics.
Listen, Jim, it would have made no difference to the trustees that you were the man and that we were planning to be married. I would have been kicked out anyway, only you would have been kicked out with me.
I thought we decided to take that chance.
I couldn't let you do it. They were already eyeing you for the presidency.
Well, where did you go? My letters came back. When I phoned your home, they said they didn't know where you were.
Yes, I made them promise. Once I weakened and started to write you a letter, but I never did finish it. And then later on, I read about your marriage.
Yes. Did Ginny tell you anything about her mother?
No.
She was a wonderful woman. We had a lot of things in common. That helped to balance the things we didn't have. She died 4 years ago.
Why did you feel that you had to tell me that?
I don't know exactly, I suppose.
What are you trying to say, Jim?
You came up here this weekend. Why?
Well, don't you remember? You invited me.
I carried that invitation around for 2 years before I sent it.
Well, that was silly, Jim. I answered it as soon as I got it.
Bronson's in Chicago. I just told... Oh, sorry if I interrupted.
That's quite all right. I was just leaving.
Dr. Merrill, my secretary and right arm, Miss Wood.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, Miss Reed, did I tell you it's wonderful to have you back?
Yes, you did, Dr. Merrill. But it's good to hear it again.
I'll see you at the reception. There'll be a committee calling for you at 4 o'clock. Oh, it's nice to have you here, too, Miss Wood.
Thank you. Rexy's nice looking, isn't he?
Yes, isn't he?
Looked mighty cozy just now, talking over old history exams.
Do you know what's wrong with you? You're so used to having your thumb in every Washington pie that you
can't stop filibustering.
All right, Woody, it's so.
What so?
Just what you're thinking.
Oh.
He's the first man I ever loved.
He's what?
Maybe the only one. The truth is, I'd marry him tomorrow if he asked me.
Oh, you're kidding, aren't you?
What's the matter? Are you against marriage, too?
Well, of course not, but you're smack in the middle of an election campaign and 100 other things. Your life's too busy.
Oh, there's quite a difference between a busy life and a full one. I thought you'd be happy for me.
Well, what do you expect? I don't even know the guy.
Well, I know him. Well, this isn't just a whim, Woody. This is something I've waited for and thought about for 20 years. Maybe the most important thing in my whole life. That's why I don't want anything to spoil it. That's why I don't want... What about the phone call?
Phone call?
Mr. Bronson, Real Magazine.
Oh, that. They're expecting him back at his hotel.
Anything I can do?
Oh, all right, Matt. Come on in. What do you think you're doing here?
My job. I'm a photographer.
You don't expect me to believe they picked you for an assignment like this, do you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I asked for it. I had a great idea for a layout. The Honorable Agatha Reed and How She Grew.
Don't try anything. I'm warning you, Matt.
Yes, ma'am.
This is my secretary, Miss Wood.
Hi.
Oh, it's a real pleasure. Would you mind directing me to the president's office?
Why?
I'm supposed to check in with the old codger.
Well, you'll probably find the old codger in the administration building.
Now, where might that be?
Woody?
Let's go, Mr. Cole.
Thanks, Woody. I wouldn't want him to get lost.
Well, if I do, I'll send up a flare.
Oh, I'll get it. Hello? Oh, yes, Mr. Bronson. We've been trying all over to find you. I mean, well,
Well, say something.
we just wanted to tell you we decided to renew our subscription. You can tell me something, Mr. Cole. Why was the Honorable so upset about you coming up here?
She thinks I'm in the employ of a foreign government.
Oh, come on, give. You're about as innocent as a rattlesnake.
All right. I'm here because I think she's on the verge of making a big mistake.
What kind of a mistake?
For a man, there's only one kind of mistake a woman can make. Another man.
Why should that bother you?
That shouldn't be hard for a smart girl like you to figure out.
Oh, no. Now I know who you are. You're up here to make trouble. That's who you are. But no fisticuffs when we get there. This is supposed to be a happy weekend.
When we get there? Wait a minute. Don't tell me he's the president of this seminary.
I thought you knew.
No, thanks for telling me.
You tricked me. Wild horses wouldn't have dragged that out of me.
Forget it. What am I worried about? If I can't take her away from some old Mr. Chips, I'll quit the business.
Ha!
What does that mean?
Get out that flare, Mr. Cole. You're going to need it.
Act 2 of Goodbye, My Fancy, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Agatha Reed, Frank Lovejoy as Matt Cole, and Robert Young as Dr. Jim Merrill. The faculty reception in honor of Agatha Reed is in full progress. Among those present are Matt Cole and a professor of physics named Dr. Pitt.
You care for a cup of punch, Mr. Cole?
Oh, thank you. You have to go through this every year, Dr. Pitt.
Occupational hazard. But I'm rather enjoying it.
You mean it can be worse than this?
It's just that this is my last faculty reception. Good Hope and I'll soon be going our separate ways. I haven't been exactly happy under the present management.
With Dr. Merrill?
Oh, no. Claude Griswold, our illustrious chairman of the board.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Mr. Cole, let's drink to Saturday morning.
What's with Saturday morning?
Oh, that's when I'll be asked to resign. I shall take my departure in a blaze of futile glory.
You're going to blow up the physics building?
Not exactly. But there will be an explosion of a kind.
What kind, Dr. Pitt?
That's my little secret, Mr. Cole. Oh, this punch, it's not very stimulating, is it?
Oh, you're wrong, Dr. Pitt. I feel a noticeable lift. As a matter of fact,
Is there something wrong, Mr. Cole?
Seems our guest of honor has disappeared.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I saw Miss Reed and Dr. Merrill walk out there to the terrace just a moment ago.
Well, that should make a charming picture for the magazine. Excuse me, Dr. Pitt.
I suppose I had no right to take you out here, Agatha. But there won't be many opportunities to be alone. And there's so much I want to say.
We had the same problem 20 years ago, Jim. Until we discovered the amphitheater. Remember?
I was just about to suggest it. The usual time, the reception will be over by then.
The usual time. And thank you for remembering.
How could I ever? Oh, Mr. Cole.
I'm sorry if I startled you, Doctor, but the layout wouldn't be complete without a picture of the president and his number one graduate.
Might have been a better picture if you'd given us a little warning.
Mr. Cole specializes in catching people off guard.
So, there you are, Jim. Now, look, I've been working on Jeff Barnes. He's just about ready to fork over for the new library. I'll talk to him in the morning, Claude. Take my word for it and do it now. But we were just...
I'll be all right, Jim. Mr. Griswold, your wife was telling me that you just gave the college a projection room and motion picture equipment.
I don't mind saying it cost me a young fortune. Claude's one of the best friends this college ever had.
Well, I'm honored, Mr. Griswold. You see, Miss Shackelford was saying that my film will be the first to be shown.
Your film?
Oh, just something I assembled a couple of years ago to illustrate a lecture. Miss Shackelford thought it might interest some of the students.
Sounds fine, Miss Reed. Fine. Well, Jim? Yes, of course. We mustn't let Mr. Barnes cool off.
Heavy odor of orange blossoms in the air.
You haven't wasted a minute, have you, Matt?
Merrill must be quite a guy to keep a woman like you on the hook for 20 years.
Yes, he is. Quite a guy.
Or else you must be getting tired.
Now, what does that mean?
Oh, this overwhelming desire to return to the past. Girlhood memories, old rooms in the dormitory, old furniture, old sweethearts, old hats.
You've been on war fronts for so long that a decent atmosphere is bound to seem a little incongruous.
Who are you kidding, Aggie? Take a good look around. Talk to some of the students. Talk to some of the professors. This is a lost world up here, and Merrill is the perfect president for it.
That penetrating analysis of Jim Merrill is based on one, how do you do?
Is it? You used to be a pretty good reporter, Aggie. Talk to some of the teachers. Dr. Pitt, for example. You might get an earful.
The old amphitheater, Agatha. Looks just the same, doesn't it?
Just the same.
I was late, wasn't I?
Oh, a little.
On my way, Dr. Pitt stopped me. He said you had quite a talk with him.
Oh, Jim, I'm sorry. I was meddling. I had no right to.
In this case, you had every right.
What did you tell him? Is he going to resign?
No, I asked him to remain here. That's what you expected, isn't it?
Well, that's what I hoped for, but what about Mr. Griswold?
Well, I imagine there'll be some tearing of hair. But I'm sure I can manage the situation so that both sides appear to win.
Oh, Jim.
Remember the last time we were here? We were very young, very much in love.
And you proposed to me.
Agatha, if I were to ask you again, is there any chance your answer might be the same?
Oh, always on second proposal.
This time you won't run away?
No.
Well, then I can tear this up. It's the note you left for me.
You kept it.
I've never quite forgiven myself for introducing you to the beauties of Walt Whitman. Goodbye, my fancy. Farewell, dear mate. Dear love.
The note. May I have it? Thank you. Hello, my fancy.
Agatha.
Aggie?
Woody's the name.
Oh, it's you.
That's the answer I always get.
Well, I'll stick it out for a couple of hours longer. If she doesn't show up by morning, I'll leave.
Got it bad, haven't you? Look, I'm not being nosy. I think Aggie's making a mistake, too. I don't just work for this woman. I like her. I care what happens to her.
So do I.
What was it with you and Aggie, anyway?
Well, I hadn't seen her since the day Paris was liberated. And before that, not for months. I knew I was going to ask her to marry me. I think she did, too. We made a date for that night. I rustled up 8 red roses, a bottle of champagne, and a ring. I tore the petals off the roses and sprinkled them in the doorway. I put the ring at the bottom of the glass. She'd drink the champagne, see the ring, and catch on that I was proposing. Nice idea, wasn't it?
Yes, very.
Only Aggie never showed up.
Too bad.
Well, the evening wasn't entirely wasted. I learned something that's been invaluable to me ever since. You know it only takes 3 hours for roses to turn brown around the edges?
I'm sorry, Cole.
What are you sorry about? Now that I've seen her dreamboat in action, I'm not worried. He's a memory, something she pressed in a book through the years like an old rose.
You're expecting an awful lot of her in one short weekend.
That's why I'm going to give her a little help. Right before your very eyes, I'll turn that memory into a man.
Very clever, if it works.
Oh, it'll work. Oh, you leaving?
Wouldn't you rather? I hear the approach of familiar footsteps.
Well, good evening. I was just about to put a light in the window.
I'm glad you didn't bother. I know exactly where I'm going. Good night, Matt.
Aggie, I want to talk to you.
Oh, yes, of course, about Dr. Pitt. You'll be very unhappy to hear that any difference of opinion is now a thing of the past. Dr. Pitt will remain here.
Oh, well, that's one thing in the Prexy's favor. He doesn't want to lose you. I don't blame him.
He's not going to lose me.
Then it's all set?
All set.
Well, congratulations.
You just can't take it, can you, Matt? That he could be more exciting, more desirable than you.
Well, that's right. I'm as vain as the next guy. Since you've gone in for collecting memories, here's another one. I'm sorry if I smeared your lipstick. Good night, Aggie.
Why, it's Mr. Cole. Do come in, Mr. Cole.
Good morning, Miss Shackelford.
Busy taking pictures, I suppose?
Well, that's what I wanted to see you about. I just want to be sure I'm at the right place at the right time. Now, let me see. Tomorrow is Saturday.
Oh, but tonight's the prom and a step sing at Griswold Hall.
Step sing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. They sing on the steps. Tomorrow morning, I believe Dr. Pitt mentioned something for 11 o'clock.
Oh, yes, the film showing. Miss Reed's film.
No. I don't mean that. Isn't there something else on tap?
Why, no, nothing.
Well, there must be.
Mr. Cole, there will be nothing at 11 o'clock tomorrow but Miss Reed's motion picture.
Anybody seen it yet?
No, I don't think so. Oh, yes, Dr. Pitt. It was at his suggestion that I sent for it.
Dr. Pitt? Oh, fine. Miss Shackelford, where can I find Mr. Griswold?
Mr. Griswold?
Yeah.
Well, now, I'd be glad to show you, Mr. Cole. Now, you just come with me.
I would have stopped by sooner, Agatha, but something came up. I just wanted to remind you about the prom tonight.
Jim, are you sure that's all?
No, I just couldn't wait that long to see you.
Did Griswold reach you, Jim? He phoned here some time ago.
I've just come from his house.
He asked about that film of mine. He seemed a little concerned.
Well, yes, a little. I'm terribly sorry, darling, but I forgot to ask you anything about the picture.
Do you think I would have brought anything unsuitable here?
Agatha, of course not.
Jim, I spent 5 years in Europe. I saw what happened in those countries where freedom was destroyed. That's what the film is about. Actual newsreel shots of some of the dreadful things that have happened in our time. How they burned the books, how they hanged the teachers by their feet because they dared to teach the truth. You think I want to see that happen here?
I'm not questioning it at all. It's just that these are touchy times, so Claude feels we ought to have a look at it. It's a shame Mr. Cole had to bring it up.
Cole?
Well, yes. Claude said that Cole had stopped by to take a picture. He happened to mention the film to Claude.
What did he say about it?
He praised it very highly. But when he said that Dr. Pitt had liked it, too, well, Claude got a little worried.
Oh, that's funny. It's really funny.
Darling, believe me, we'll straighten it out. I don't need to see the picture. I know it's all right. Besides, there's something the matter with my eyes.
Oh?
I can't seem to see anything but you. About the prom. Wait for me here, dear. I'll pick you up.
Yes, Jim, of course.
It's Ginny, Miss Reed. May I come in?
Ginny, of course.
In a moment.
What are you trying to tell me, Ginny?
Well, some people think the president of a college has the right to make decisions on things. But he doesn't. He has to check everything with the trustees. Whatever he may feel himself just doesn't matter.
You mean they may not run the film?
My father's done wonderful things for the school. 7 new buildings in 10 years. Isn't that something to be proud of? I'm so proud of...
It's all right, Ginny. It's all right.
Oh, I'm so ashamed. My father's a coward, Miss Reed. He's so afraid of losing his job, he's lost everything he ever believed in.
How do you know he isn't fighting them on this?
Because he's forgotten how to fight. Oh, Miss Reed, you just don't understand.
I want to tell you something, Ginny. Something I'm sure you don't know. I was expelled from this college.
You were... what?
Expelled because I stayed out all night with a man. We were very much in love and planning to be married, but I ran away so I wouldn't hurt his chances of becoming president. He had strength and integrity and courage. He still has. So let's not turn away from him now, just when he needs us the most.
Miss Reed. Oh, I should have known. Whenever he talked about you, he was different. And I never really gave him up. I just needed someone else to believe in him, too.
Now you'd better get dressed for the prom.
Oh, thank you, Miss Reed. Thank you.
Agatha, you look beautiful.
Thank you. And what's more, I'm all ready. Surprised?
Your arm, Miss Reed.
Oh, Jim, imagine going to a prom again.
Claude and Ellen stopped by. They thought we might as well make it a foursome.
Of course.
They're downstairs.
Oh, just like old times, isn't it, Ed?
Hello, Ellie. Good evening, Mr. Griswold.
Now, that's what I call a charming couple. Ellie, you didn't forget my pills. My stomach's murdering me.
I knew it. If you hadn't got so upset at the movie, you wouldn't have had to call that nickname. Oh?
Oh, that's too bad, Mr. Griswold. It sounds like it's all my fault.
Oh, I didn't mean that, Ag. It's just that we were late for dinner and Claude just gulped.
How did you like the movie, Mr. Griswold?
Well, it's no Abbott and Costello.
They're Claude's favorites.
Agatha, Claude realizes what you tried to accomplish with the film, and Sure, I do. But why show college kids this kind of stuff? Time enough to start worrying when they're out of college.
That's a very interesting theory of education, Mr. Griswold. Is it yours?
I leave theories to experts here like Jim. All I care about, frankly, is protecting the minds of the young people here.
You're not protecting them, Mr. Griswold. You're destroying them. A college is where the future of the world begins, and professors aren't intellectual babysitters. It's their job to bring some light into this muddled world, but you've put a stop to that. The result is the girls who graduate tomorrow aren't prepared for the world they'll have to face. Yet you're content to hand it to them and say, fight for it, die for it, but don't attempt to understand it.
Miss Reed, I think we know what's best for our school. Claude, please, let me handle this. There's no handling to it, Jim. And we might as well tell her now. Miss Reed, we've canceled the showing of the film.
I see. And Dr. Merrill, did he agree?
On vital issues, the president and the trustees always agree. Now, suppose we get over to the prom. Claude, you and Ellen go ahead. I'd like to speak to Miss Reed alone. Don't be too long. It wouldn't look well if you were late.
Oh, dear.
Forget it, Ellie. Now she knows just how we feel. When Jim turns on the old charm.
Excuse me, have you seen Miss Reed?
The man from the magazine, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Miss Reed's inside, but I don't think you'd better disturb her right now. Come along, Ellie.
Thank you. I'll just wait for her here.
I know how you must feel, Agatha, but you must give me a chance to explain.
Jim, did you see the film?
Yes?
Well, do you think it's wrong for your students to see it? Be honest with me.
No.
And you didn't stand up and say that?
Agatha, I'm just asking you to try to see my position. There are times when I have to bow to...
To Claude Griswold?
You're exaggerating Claude's importance in this whole affair.
Am I? When he and not you seems to be the real judge of what should be taught at this college?
He's a businessman. He gives money, and he wants his say. It's as simple as that. Why do you look so shocked?
I'm not shocked. Just frightened. That you can stand here and say that and accept it.
Good heavens, Agatha. I have to run this school. That means getting buildings, endowments. It's part of the job. Suppose I fought Griswold on this to a showdown. It would be an heroic gesture, and I'd be out of here tomorrow.
Would you? You used to love a fight like that.
Well, things are quite different now. I have Ginny to think about.
Oh, there's no need to lie to me. I've talked to Ginny. And if you're not careful, you're going to lose her. I don't know how important that is to you, but I suspect it's very important.
What have you been telling her?
Oh, dreadful things. That you have courage, integrity. And I didn't just say it, Jim. I believed it. Stand up to Griswold. Not for me, not even for Ginny, but for yourself. All right, Jim. I know when I'm beaten. I'm going to offer you a deal, a business deal. That's more in your line.
What are you talking about?
A few minutes ago, I assured your daughter that you'd run that film tomorrow. So I'm afraid you're going to do it with or without Mr. Griswold's consent.
Is this your idea of a joke?
No. And in exchange for that small service, I'll give you my personal guarantee that the article in Real Magazine won't even hit at the colorful events leading up to my expulsion from the seat of higher learning.
I can't believe you...
Why not? You see, Jim, I'm willing to take a chance on you. I know now that you're afraid. And with a man who's afraid, it's just a question of the lesser of two evils. Whether you risk being removed from here by running the film or whether you accept the certainty of being removed after this story breaks.
You'd really do a thing like that?
Yeah. You learn all kinds of cute tricks in my work. The most important one being never to play fair unless you respect the men you're dealing with.
I'd never believed this could happen. Not after last night.
Last night was 20 years ago. Listen, they're playing the alma mater. Very appropriate, isn't it? Come along, Jim. We'll be late for the prom.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Goodbye, My Fancy, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Agatha Reed, Robert Young as Dr. Jim Merrill, and Frank Lovejoy as Matt Cole. It's the following morning, and the motion picture theater at Good Hope College is rapidly filling with students and faculty. In front of the theater, Matt Cole has just walked over to the student advisor, Miss Shackelford.
Hi, but you look just radiant this morning, Miss Shackelford.
Why, Mr. Cole.
So you're showing the movie, huh? Sort of a flexible program you run up here, isn't it?
Oh, it's completely beyond me. Last night, Dr. Merrill tells me to cancel the film, and this morning he says to go ahead.
Dr. Merrill ordered the film shown?
Well, it's not my responsibility. Oh, I'll certainly be glad when this weekend is over. Hi.
Oh, hi. All alone, Woody? Isn't the Honorable going to show up? The film's about to begin.
Now, listen out of focus. Merrill came through, didn't he? They're running her picture, aren't they? You know what that does to your chances.
Oh, well.
What are you so happy about?
I'm not happy. I'm sad. But you got to be philosophical about it. You take the bad with the good. You're up, you're down.
You're punch drunk. You coming in?
No, I've seen the picture. I think I'll take one last happy look at Good Hope. Might run into an old friend. You know, a man can wear himself out walking around this campus looking for someone.
What are you doing here, Matt?
What are you doing here, Agatha?
I happen to like the amphitheater.
They're showing your film.
I know.
Aren't you glad?
Yes, of course.
Well, it seems I was wrong about Merrill.
Oh, fine, but there's no need to
eat crow. Oh, I don't mind. I don't have any pride where you're concerned, Aggie. You ought to know that.
We've been all through this, Matt.
You've got nothing to say to me, huh?
It's all been said.
Yeah, but I'm stupid. I've got to have it spelled out. He's a great guy. He's everything you ever hoped for, dreamed about all these years, and you're going to marry him. Is that it?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, I'll go down and congratulate Dr. Merrill.
Matt!
You couldn't face that, could you? Because you know it's a lie. You threw away 6 years that we could have had together. 6 wonderful, beautiful years, all because of a lie, and you haven't got honesty enough to admit it. To me or to yourself. You've got to hang on to your precious ego. Well, you can have it, sister. I'm a big boy now. I got bigger and better things to do. And don't worry, I'll stay away from Merrill.
Agatha?
Come in, Jim.
You're not packing.
That's right, Jim. I'm leaving. My commencement speech is there in the wastebasket. If I had to stand up here this afternoon and say it, I'd choke on every word.
Don't you realize?
You can say I was taken ill, that I was called back to Washington, anything.
Just like 20 years ago, isn't it? Running away again.
Jim, I was wrong last night, expecting you to be the same man I remembered. And I was wrong to think I could help you win back your daughter. I can't blackmail you for the rest of your life. It's better that she know the truth now while she's young.
Would you tell Jenny that? That I ordered your film shown because if I didn't, you were going
Yes, if I had to. Yes, I'd tell her. Who is it?
It's Jenny, Miss Reed.
Come in, Jenny.
I went to your office, Father. They told me you'd come here. We just saw your picture, Miss Reed. It was wonderful. Oh, I wish you'd been there, Father. I'm sure none of us will ever forget it. It was the best graduation present you could have given the senior class. And me. I just wanted to thank you.
Jenny, don't go.
Yes?
You kissed me just now, Jenny. You haven't done that in a long time. I'm very grateful. But I can't accept it under false pretenses.
False pretenses?
Jim, no, don't.
I had the movie shown only because Miss Reed forced me to. She gave me an alternative that left me no choice. That's the truth, and I want you to know it. I haven't been much of a father for quite a while. I'm sorry, Jenny. I didn't tell you all this to hurt you.
You've forgotten a lot of things about me, haven't you? That I don't cry only when I'm sad. That I cry just as much when I'm happy. Oh, I don't care why you showed the film. I just wanted you to be honest with me and with yourself.
Oh, so this is where you all are.
Ellen, if you don't mind,
It's all right. Come in, Ellen.
Now, what is all this nonsense, Jim? Claude's terribly upset. The whole board's upset. First when they heard about the movie, and then right out of the blue, this resignation.
Resignation?
Oh, it was just beautiful, Jim. Especially that part about self-respect. It just about made me cry.
Jim, why did you do it?
I stood in back of the theater a little while ago and watched them looking at the picture. Suddenly I realized I had almost not let them see it. That's when I knew that everything you said last night was true. That I had no right to be the president of a college.
Why, Aggie, how could you have told him such a thing? Why, Jim, you should hear them all shouting back there at home about how much good you've done to this school. And what a row the students would raise if they heard about it. Wouldn't they, Jenny?
They'd raise a heck of a row, Mrs. Griswold.
Why, I didn't resign as alumni president.
Thank you, Ellen.
Oh, my goodness, Jenny, what are you doing here? Did you forget it's commencement?
I'm going, Mrs. Griswold. I always wondered why they called it commencement. Now I know.
Well, I'd better be leaving, too. I just wanted to ask you to reconsider, Jim. You won't mention this to Claude, will you? He'll like thinking it was his own idea. Very important to a man like Claude, you know. I think everything's his own idea.
I'm afraid I've been underestimating you, Ellen.
You forget. I was once a student in your history class, too. See you later, Aggie.
I'm overwhelmed, Jim. I never expected this.
Well, we're even. Neither did I.
Will you reconsider? I think it's very important to Good Hope that you stay on.
When I came in here, I wanted to tell you again how much I love you. That I didn't have much hope for it after last night. But that somehow, today, I know we're different people than we were 20 years ago. I know that a lot of things have changed. But I wouldn't want to go through the rest of my life feeling I hadn't tried. Do I have a chance?
You might have had a very good chance, Jim. Except that, well, you see, we only met today. Just now, really. And there's someone who has a few years' start on you.
Yes. He's lucky.
Thank you.
You will stay, won't you, for commencement, I mean?
Yes, I'll stay.
Thank you, Agatha.
Well, hello.
Hello.
No, I mean Agatha.
Well, where have you been?
Where have I been? Where have you been?
Straightening out my life.
Well, now I know.
What arrangements did you make for getting us out of here?
Getting us out?
By plane, Woody, tonight. You'd better phone Washington, tell them to set up that committee meeting for 10 tomorrow morning, and call Senator McElroy. Tell him he was right. I'll make a swing through the whole state before election. And, yes, close your mouth. You look like a fish.
But I thought
now,
you and
get
Merrill
on the phone. I've got to change my shoes.
Hello, this is Miss Woods. Would you get me to the airport, please?
All right, Woody, where's the Honorable?
Look, Cole, would you mind telling me something? What's going on? Okay, I'll hold on. Merrill runs the film. You're philosophical, and she straightens out her life. I don't get it.
You will.
What in my black shoes? What did you do with...
Well, I thought you were on your way to bigger and better things.
I've got some news for you.
Hello?
Leave us alone, Woody.
But
I said leave us alone.
Oh, I'll call you later.
Aggie, you're not going to do it. You're not going to marry.
Really?
Now, look, I'm not asking you to fall into my arms. I wouldn't even catch you if you did. There's one thing I found out this weekend. I don't like women.
Then why all the bother?
Because I'm neat. I straighten pictures. I put the tops on toothpaste tubes. I don't like unfinished things lying around. You're not going to go through with this and throw away your life.
Aren't you being a little overconfident?
I don't think so. I'm offering you a deal. A business deal. And in exchange for such a small service, I'm giving you my personal guarantee that the article in Real Magazine won't even hit at the colorful events leading up to your expulsion from this seat of higher learning.
Why, you...
See pictures on opposite page.
So you're an eavesdropper, too, among all your other accomplishments.
You learn a lot of cute tricks in my work, too.
Well, it seems I have no choice, have I? Woody!
Yes, ma'am.
There's been a change of plans, Woody. We're leaving Good Hope tonight. Huh? You'd better phone Washington. They can set up a committee meeting for tomorrow at 10 and call Senator McElroy. Tell him I'll make a swing through the entire state before the election.
But you just
I know. There's been a change of plans.
Oh, a change of plans.
Miss Reed, are you ready?
Ginny?
The ceremonies are going to begin.
Well, I guess I'm ready.
Oh, your speech. Have you got your speech?
My speech? I left it on the desk. What did you do with it?
I never touched it.
I distinctly remember leaving it on
What's
the desk.
that in the wastebasket?
Oh.
We had no fire.
Yeah, that's right. Come on, let's go. Ginny, where are you?
One weekend. Could a woman go crazy in one weekend?
What's so crazy about changing her mind?
Changing her mind? She told me the same thing 5 minutes ago.
She what?
What are they putting the food around here anyway? Now what's got into you?
Sweetheart, don't even try to understand it. Just relax and enjoy it. Hello.
Well, what kept you? Oh, Matt, you were right. We have missed 6 wonderful years. I've been so blind. Why didn't you make me see?
Why didn't I make you? Oh, you politician, you.
And now, here's Mr. Keeley with our star.
And we want to thank them for a very exceptional show. Barbara Stanwyck, Frank Lovejoy, and Robert Young. You certainly have done a lot for education this evening, Barbara.
And just what have I done?
You've shown our audience that women can be brilliant and beautiful.
Well, all I've done is use Lux toilet soap faithfully. It's my favorite complexion care.
A perfect combination of brains and beauty care. You know, all smart women use Lux soap.
Well, I'm certainly in favor of it, Bill.
What college did you attend, Barbara?
Well, as a matter of fact, I finished school at the age of 13.
Really? What held you up?
You weren't caught climbing through the window at 5 a.m.
No, Frank. Barbara, at the age of 13, got her first job in the chorus.
That'll make you back up, Frank.
I retreat.
Hold it, Frank. Seems to me you've just finished a picture at Warner Brothers entitled Retreat something or other.
Yes, Barbara, it's a Milton Sperling production for Warner Brothers. Retreat, you should pardon the expression, hell.
Well, we'll pardon it because it's about the courageous attitude of the Marines in retreat hell. An excellent picture of the Korean War.
Well, now that we're all in full retreat, why don't you tell us about next week's play, Bill?
Gladly, Barbara. Next week, we'll have a swashbuckling adventure story. Captain Horatio Hornblower. And as our stars in this recent Warner Brothers screen success, playing their original roles, the exciting team of Gregory Peck and Virginia Mayo.
Well, we'll certainly look forward to that one, Bill.
Good night. You are all great.
Here's a beauty tip from one of Hollywood's loveliest young stars, that charming Lux girl, Dorothy Patrick. She says, daily active lather facials with Lux toilet soap do wonders for my skin. Make it softer, smoother, really lovelier. Why don't you try this simple care Dorothy Patrick recommends? You'll find it's easy to be Lux lovely. Lux Soap's gentle, active lather cleanses so thoroughly, quickly gives skin appealing, fresh new beauty. Put Hollywood's own beauty soap on your shopping list tomorrow. Lux Toilet Soap is as fine a complexion soap as money can buy. You'll soon discover why 9 out of 10 are Lux girls.
Lux Toilet Soap Care is guaranteed by Lever Brothers Company to give your complexion a fresher, smoother, lovelier look, or your money back. Lever Brothers Company, New York, New York, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Gregory Peck and Virginia Mayo in Captain Horatio Hornblower. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Robert Young, star of radio's Father Knows Best, has appeared through the courtesy of the Crosley Corporation. Heard in our cast tonight were Lorene Tuttle as Ellen, Joan Banks as Woody, Rhoda Williams as Ginny, Herbert Butterfield as Griswold, Howard McNear as Dr. Pitt, Gwen Delano as Miss Shackelford, and Eddie Marr. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. Our Lux Radio Theater production of Goodbye, My Fancy has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's own beauty soap. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Captain Horatio Hornblower, starring Gregory Peck and Virginia Mayo.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young, William Holden, and David Bruce in Christmas Holiday. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Probably no modern writer has given us more extraordinary situations in his stories, more excitement and suspense and drama than W. Somerset Maugham. Tonight we bring you Universal's adaptation of his recent novel, Christmas Holiday, the compelling story of a woman whose life is shattered by a tragic crime, who finds herself caught between a hopeless love and a man who tries to free her from its bondage. That woman is portrayed tonight by one of Hollywood's outstanding stars, Loretta Young, making her 18th appearance on this stage. Co-starred with Miss Young is David Bruce from the original screen cast of Christmas Holiday. Also, William Holden, who just last week received his honorable discharge from the Army Air Forces and is making his first return appearance in radio. I had the privilege of following Bill's career when I was in the same branch of the service, and also the privilege of following the productions of this theater, broadcast overseas by shortwave. I can honestly say those broadcasts were as much of a blessing to men in isolated islands, steaming jungles, and waste deserts as a cake of Lux soap. And that is no exaggeration. If people knew how much small luxuries like a cake of Lux soap are appreciated overseas, I'm sure we'd all be doubly grateful for them here at home. Grateful, too, that Lux can bring us three fine stars. Loretta Young as Abigail, William Holden as Jerry, and David Bruce as Robert in Universal's Christmas Holiday. Our curtain rises on the first act. December 24th, 1944. Through heavy skies, a transcontinental plane wings its way westward. Among the passengers are two young Army officers on holiday furloughs.
Jerry will be in Nashville in a few minutes. Why don't you change your mind and get off with me?
I thought we weren't going to talk about it.
Sorry, but you're my best friend, and we've got to talk about it. That telegram you got in camp. What was it? What did she say?
Okay. She got married. She got married yesterday. She wishes me happiness. That's all it said.
That's tough, Jerry.
Yeah. Can I use for a wedding ring? Here's one you can have cheap.
And you're going on to Frisco just the same?
That's right.
Why? Suppose you do see her. What good'll that do you? Look, Jerry, get off with me. We could have a terrific time. It's practically Christmas
Sorry,
Eve.
but I'm going.
Jerry, forget her. Forget her as fast as you can. Now, you're not going to make a fool out of yourself just because
I've already made a fool out of myself. And she's not going to get away with it.
Look,
No,
Jerry...
That's all I've got to say.
Well, maybe you'll change your mind later. You could always get off at New Orleans.
I'll pipe down and lay off.
Well, I suppose you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I know just what I'm doing.
Say, I thought you said we were coming into New Orleans, stewardess.
We're just outside of New Orleans, sir. This is our alternate airport.
Oh. Gosh, some rain.
Lieutenant, wake up, Lieutenant.
Oh, I guess I must have dozed off.
We're making a landing just outside of New Orleans. Nothing wrong, just unfavorable weather ahead.
Oh, how long are we laying over?
We really don't know, Lieutenant. We're taking all the passengers to a hotel just in case we have to stay here for the night. Watch your step getting off the plane. And Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas.
Now, if you've all registered here at the desk, ladies and gentlemen, you can go to your rooms. We're keeping in constant touch with the airport, and we'll advise you as soon as we learn anything.
Oh, beg pardon, Lieutenant.
Yes?
I'm Simon Fenimore, the Evening Inquirer. You one of the party that made that emergency landing?
That's right.
Oh, anything happen? Anybody hurt?
No, nothing happened. Not a thing.
Oh, I was afraid of that. Thanks.
Take your bags, Lieutenant?
Oh, yeah, room 1012.
This way, sir.
Look, you suppose I could get anything to eat down here?
The dining room's closed, sir, but you can probably get a sandwich at the bar.
Okay, here. You can go on up with the bag.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. You know, I've been watching you. Ha, what's the matter? Christmas kind of getting you down? Have a drink, Lieutenant.
No, thanks.
No? Oh, Steve.
Yes, Mr. Fenimore?
Double scotch, straight.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you sure you won't change your mind, Lieutenant? You're just a plain old chatterbox, aren't you?
Now, look, I don't want to seem like a...
Forget it. I'll leave just as soon as I finish my drink. Something's wrong, huh? I bet you I can guess. You figured on being in San Francisco bright and early Christmas morning, and here you are, trapped like a rat in New Orleans. Am I right?
Well, I had sort of planned...
I thought so. Planes all grounded, trains sold out. Wait a minute, I got an idea. If anybody can fix anything, I know the one who can. And you and I are going there.
What are you talking about?
About a place called the Maison Lafayette. And a dame called Valerie DeMoro. Oh, she's the greatest little fixer south of Chicago. Come on.
Now, wait a minute. I don't get it. What and where?
Well, it's a nightclub. Maybe not too high class. But who cares? I'm the public relations counsel. Press agent.
Well, thanks, but I've got to stay here. There's no telling when they may resume my flight.
Oh, just leave word at the desk where you've gone.
You think that's safe?
Of course it's safe. Besides, what have you got to lose? Believe me, they don't roll second lieutenants at the Maison Lafayette. They don't generally have more than a couple of bucks on them and a picture of a sweater girl. Come on, what do you say?
Well, just what you said. What have I got to lose?
Well, here she is, Lieutenant. This is the lady I was telling you about. Valerie DeMoro, Jerry Mason. Valerie runs this charming little place. How do you do?
Please sit down, Lieutenant.
And won't you sit down, too, Simon? Thank you very much. I will.
Simon told me you're trying to get to San Francisco.
That's just what I told her. Also, that you're a very nice guy, and maybe she can fix it to get you on a train.
Simon has a heart as big as all outdoors, Lieutenant. He likes to help people, if I can do it.
Well, I'd certainly appreciate it, Mr. Morrow.
I had a friend ask me the same thing this afternoon. I tried every connection. It was no use then, and it's no use now. I'm sorry.
Well, thanks anyway.
How about a drink?
Oh, no, he doesn't drink. It's an election bet or something. Look, Valerie, do you think you could arrange it so the lieutenant wouldn't be lonely for a minute or two? Like letting him hear the sound of a human voice.
Oh, no, really,
What about Jackie?
Why not? Eddie,
Yes, ma'am.
see if you can find Jackie. She's probably in her dressing room.
Yes, ma'am.
Jackie's a singer, kid. She's the so-called star of our so-called entertainment here.
Look, now, there's really no need for anything like that.
Relax, will you? You give me the willies. It's Christmas Eve. So you see, Jackie, Jerry here is what you might call an unexpected pleasure.
Hello, Lieutenant.
How do you do?
His plane had to make a forced landing, sort of. Isn't that the way things always happen, Jackie? You're going along, and all of a sudden, boom, you got to make a forced landing.
Suppose you and I just amble along, Simon.
Okay. Oh, just one word in parting. You won't find Jackie hard to talk to, Lieutenant.
He's pretty tight, isn't he?
Oh, not for him. He's been drinking himself into the gutter for a long time. They're running out of gutters now. Do you want to dance?
Oh, I'm afraid I'm not a very good dancer.
Then we'll just sit here and have a drink.
Whatever you say.
Eddie,
Yes, miss?
the usual, and,
Scotch and soda.
Yes, sir.
Well, having a good time?
Oh, hello. Yes, fine.
Our friend Mr. Fenimore just passed out, but don't worry, Lieutenant. He had you on his mind. He just written you a note. Here.
A note?
Well,
It just says midnight mass at the St. Louis Cathedral.
Midnight mass.
Oh, maybe you know what he means, Lieutenant. I don't.
You're going to the cathedral? You're going?
Well, I certainly hadn't planned on it.
Oh, take me with you, Lieutenant, will you?
But I don't think I'm going myself.
It would be a big favor, really, it would, and I want to go terribly.
Looks to me like you're on the spot, Lieutenant.
Please.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks very much. It won't take me 5 minutes to change.
I don't understand. Can she leave here just like that? Doesn't she work here?
She's really a very nice kid. She deserves a break. Oh, you'll need a car to get to town. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, yes, and here's some money.
Oh, that's okay. It's on the house. Christmas.
Oh, well, thanks. I still don't know quite what to say about all this.
Well, then don't say anything. I'll see you around sometime.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yes.
I never attended a mass before. I never knew what it was like.
It's been a long time for me, too.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
But you're crying. Is there anything I can...
No, please. Just let me alone.
Jackie, I think we'd better leave now. The service is over. Practically all the people are gone. But if you want to stay, I'll...
No, it's all right.
Would you like me to take you home?
No, not yet.
Would you like a cup of coffee or something?
You mind?
Oh, no. I was hoping you would.
All right.
But I'll have to stop by the hotel first. There's still a chance that my plane may get out.
Your plane? Yes, that's right.
Well, let's see if we can find a cab.
Well, Lieutenant, any news?
The desk clerk says the airlines are calling back in a little while. There's still a remote chance of leaving tonight.
I'd better get on home, then.
Oh, no, please. We still can have a cup of coffee. There's a bar just across the lobby.
A bar that serves coffee?
Well, let's find out. Come on. Well, we have one thing to be thankful for. The coffee's even blacker than the look the waiter gave us. How do you feel?
All right. How do my eyes look?
Very nice. Well, they're not red anymore.
You know, I'm sorry I broke down like that in church. I've never cried like that before in all my life. And I didn't cry for the reason you may think.
I didn't think anything.
Do you mean Simon Fenimore didn't tell you about me?
No.
Well, I wanted to go to Mass with you because I thought if I did, I might become a part of it. Share something with some of all those people there in church. Some feeling or some praying, some forgetting.
Well, you had a good cry, and that's supposed to help.
Yeah. You know, I've been alone as long as I can remember. I was born in Maine. I lived there until I was 16, and then I came to New Orleans. You're sure Simon didn't tell you anything?
Nothing.
Well, my name isn't Jackie Lamont. It's Abigail Manette. I thought it best to change my name after the trial. You see, I'm the wife of Robert Manette. I'm Mrs. Robert Manette.
Oh?
3 years ago, my husband murdered a man named Harry Jordan. He was convicted and sentenced to death. And then they changed it to life imprisonment. He's in the state prison right now.
Look, there's nothing you have to tell me. Really,
I want to talk. Really, I want to tell you. Robert and I had been married only about 6 months. I didn't think it was possible to be as happy as we were. Maybe I mean as I was. They wanted me to divorce Robert after he was convicted. They said it was shameful that I should still love him. As if you could stop loving just because it's shameful to love. That night he killed Jordan. He came home very late. I didn't see him until the next morning. He was still sleeping when I went downstairs to the kitchen, and Robert's mother, we were living with her, she was fixing breakfast. Good morning, Mother.
Good morning, Abigail.
Robert's still asleep. He didn't get home until late.
Yes, he stopped by my room. We talked for a while. Didn't he tell you?
Oh, I brought his suit down. I'm going to press it for him. I'll have it all ready for him when he gets up. Oh, dear.
What is it?
Oh, look, there's a stain on his trousers, and it's his new suit, too.
The coffee's ready. Take some up to Robert. It's time he was awake.
But, Mother, he always likes to have it here with me. He'll be down in a minute. And...
Abigail, take his coffee up to Robert.
All right, Mother.
Robert is up. Robert will have his coffee with his wife and his mother.
Then hurry up, darling.
Good morning, Mrs. Manette.
Good morning.
And good morning to you, Mrs. Manette. May I breakfast in my robe?
Sit down, Robert.
If you look for your trousers...
As I most definitely did.
Well, I was just about to press them.
Thank you, darling. Well, Mother, where is it? The morning paper.
Here. There's nothing in it.
Oh. Just 24 pages of blank paper, huh?
You know what I mean. There's nothing.
Nothing? You're sure?
What's this nothing? Nothing what?
Oh, you should know Mother by now. She says there's nothing. There's nothing. Sit down, sweetheart. You can press the trousers later.
Well, except they'll have to go to the cleaners. There's a big stain, Robert. And, darling, you should be more careful. We're trying to economize, remember?
Mother, what are you doing?
If this suit has to be cleaned, the pockets have to be empty.
You're not to go through my pockets, do you hear?
Robert, this money. Where did you get all this money? Robert.
You know where I got it.
Oh, you promised us you wouldn't gamble. You promised both of us.
Except it wasn't gambling. It was a sure thing. Money in the bank. I was going to tell you, but I'll tell you what. You hold on to the money for me, Abigail. If I keep it, it'll just slip through my fingers. But if you keep it...
No.
Now, look, Mother. I know you mean well. Believe me, I do, but I'm capable of handling my own affairs.
Abigail, you'd better go up and do your room.
No? But...
We can't leave the rooms unmade all day. Please go, Abigail.
Yes, Mother? I was hurt and puzzled and so worried. I said nothing to Robert when he came to kiss me goodbye. Nor did I say anything during the afternoon when I saw Mrs. Manette slip into the backyard carrying Robert's suit. She went to the incinerator and threw it in, and stood there until it was consumed. When Robert didn't come home for dinner, I made up my mind to get at the bottom of this mystery at once. Mother.
Yes, dear.
I've wanted to talk to you all day. I must talk to you. What is it? What's it all about?
What's what all about, Abigail?
Well, this morning. About there being nothing in the paper. Nothing about what? And Robert's trousers. You burned the suit in the incinerator. Why?
I burned his suit? Robert's suit?
Yes.
Oh, now I know what you're talking about. You remember that old blue velvet dress of mine? Well, I just decided I couldn't stand to look at it another minute. Robert's suit.
I could get nothing more out of her. A little while later, we had a visitor, a detective. He asked us to tell Robert to stop by police headquarters. He said it was nothing important. I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. 1,000 terrible thoughts stabbed through my mind, and then suddenly the bedroom door opened softly. I turned on the lamp.
It's kind of late, isn't it? I'm sorry.
Robert, are you all right? Where have you been?
I'm all right. Why aren't you sleeping?
Well, I've been worried about you, Robert.
I got tied up. I wish people would stop worrying about me. What is it now?
There was a detective here to see you.
What did he want?
He said you should go to police headquarters tomorrow.
Okay, I will. Why?
I don't know. Robert, what are you trying to keep from me?
It's nothing.
But, Robert, please, I want
Please,
to know.
Abigail, it's nothing.
If there's anything wrong,
Shut
darling...
up! Shut up and let me alone!
He wasn't gone for long this time. When he came back, he was a different person. Oh, he was so gentle and so sweet. So full of remorse and begging for forgiveness.
Darling, how can I tell you how sorry I am? You know I wouldn't want to hurt you for anything in the world.
I know that.
Please say you'll forgive me, please.
I do, Robert. I do forgive you. Darling, you must tell me the truth. Where did you really get that money? You didn't win at gambling, did you?
No. Darling, you know how silly Mother is about putting her money in a bank.
Yes?
You know about that cash she keeps in her room. Well, I got in a jam last week, and, well, there was just no other way to get out of it. I borrowed some of it.
I see.
Sweetheart, I know I've said it 100 times before, but this time I mean it. Everything's going to be different.
Oh.
Abigail, after all, those people had to be paid.
What people?
Well, you know, those people I owed money to, Jordan and those other bookmakers.
I don't believe you. What about that detective? And what about those trousers?
Mother couldn't get the stain out. I put this suit on and took the others to the cleaners.
Robert, I saw your mother burn those trousers in the incinerator.
Okay. I lied to you. But if anybody asks you, I got those trousers dirty cleaning the car.
But why?
Do you hear me? Cleaning the car. They got dirty, and my mother gave them away to a tramp. You stick to that story, Abigail. It's a story my mother's going to tell. And about the money, if anybody asks you, you never saw that money. You never knew I had it. My life may depend upon it.
No.
Abigail, if you ever loved me.
I don't know what you've done, Robert. I can't help myself. I'll always, always love you. Robert was arrested a couple of days later, and then it came out. He'd had an argument with Jordan about that money he owed him. There'd been a fight, and Robert had taken Jordan's gun away from him and killed him with it. And then he took his money. The charge was first-degree murder.
Well, it must have been awful. Is there anything I can do?
No, not a thing. You're a nice person, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Mason. Lieutenant Mason.
So that's you, isn't it?
Lieutenant Mason.
Oh, excuse me a second, please. I'm Lieutenant Mason.
About your planes, sir. The desk told me to tell you there'll be no planes out of New Orleans until tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, well, thanks. Thanks very much.
Well, where were we, Lieutenant?
You were saying I was a nice guy.
And you are. And it's late, and it's time for me to say goodbye.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe home. Maybe back to the Maison Lafayette. I'm tired. I'm awful tired.
Look, the bellboy just then. My plane's leaving in 30 minutes, so that leaves a perfectly good room going to waste upstairs. Why don't you use it?
Are you sure your plane's leaving? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
All right. I just thought that, well, you do look tired and something upset you terribly in
I
the
thought
church.
I explained all that in my own vague sort of way.
Yes, you did. Let's skip it then. I'll see if I can get a cab.
Oh, Lieutenant. I'll surprise you. I'll take that room.
Oh, swell. I'll have them send my bags down.
You've been nice. Maybe we'll meet again some stormy Christmas Eve.
I hope so. I'd like to very much.
You're not checking out, Lieutenant?
No, but I won't be back tonight. I've loaned the room to a friend of mine.
But your baggage, sir?
Check it down here, can't you? I'll be back in the morning.
Well, yes, if you wish.
Thanks. You see,
Oh, would you care for the morning paper, sir? They just came in.
I was just looking at that headline. Manette escapes from state prison.
Yes, that Manette fellow. He was in there for life. It was quite a sensational case. Good family, you know. Oh, they'll catch him all right.
Yes. Yes, I guess they will. Well, good night.
Good night, sir. Merry Christmas.
In just a minute, we'll bring you the second act of Christmas Holiday. Right now, I see Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. What's new tonight, Libby?
Well, it's news when a famous singing star has a brand new type of role in her latest picture, isn't it, Mr. Keeley?
Well, that must be Deanna Durbin, if I know my movies.
Mm-hmm. The picture is Universal's Lady on a Train, in which Deanna's co-starred with one of our stars of this evening, David Bruce.
It's a mystery thriller, and I understand Deanna does a fine job as an amateur lady sleuth.
And wait till the women in our audience see the clothes she wears. A wardrobe specially created by 3 of Hollywood's most famous designers. Wouldn't that make even the men sit up and take notice, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, Libby, Deanna certainly has the looks and personality to set off a beautiful wardrobe, but it was her close-up shots that gave me the thrill. One of the loveliest complexions in Hollywood. A Lux complexion, Libby.
I was waiting for you to mention the fact that Deanna's a Lux girl. She always uses Lux toilet soap. Says it gives her skin real beauty care.
Of course, Libby. That's the reason 9 out of 10 lovely Hollywood stars use Lux toilet soap regularly.
Active lather facials are so quick and easy that busy women everywhere can depend on them. Here's all you do. Cover your face generously with Lux Soap's creamy lather and work it in thoroughly. Rinse with warm water, then cold, and pat with a soft towel to dry. That's Deanna Durbin's daily complexion care. It really makes skin lovely, as she says.
Recent tests show that. Actually, 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time with this gentle daily care. If you haven't tried Lux Toilet Soap, why not begin tomorrow? See if you aren't delighted with the new smoothness and softness Hollywood's own beauty care gives your skin. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of Christmas Holiday, starring Loretta Young as Abigail, David Bruce as Robert, and William Holden as Jerry. It's early the following morning. Through the fog and rain, Lieutenant Jerry Mason makes his way back to the hotel. In the deserted lobby, still piled on the desk, is a stack of morning newspapers, their headlines bearing out the war news. And in type not much smaller, the escape of a murderer named Robert Manette. In room 1012, a girl who married Robert Manette is about to check out.
Yes?
It's me, Jerry Mason.
Who?
Good morning.
But I thought you said you...
The airline changed their mind. They stayed grounded all night.
You don't lie very well, Lieutenant.
Well, you looked so tired last night and upset, and I got a swell room at the athletic club.
Just wanted to do me a favor, huh? Why?
Oh, I don't know, except that you're a nice girl.
And what do the airlines have to report now?
That it's still raining and the fog is pretty thick. It'll be a while yet.
Oh.
See a newspaper this morning?
No. Why?
Oh, no reason. I just wondered what the weatherman had to say. Think it'll ever stop raining?
They have an answer for that in Maine. It always has, they say.
Yeah.
Tell me, Jerry, what's she like?
What's who like?
Your girl. You left a telegram on the dresser. You shouldn't leave telegrams around if you don't want other people to read them.
Yeah.
So she married another man. Well, I hope she knows what she was doing, but I doubt it. You don't want to talk about it?
Oh, it's something I'll have to take care of myself when I get to San Francisco.
Oh, now, look, you don't want to do anything foolish.
Have you had any breakfast?
No.
Any reason why you shouldn't?
Tell me, why are you pacing back and forth like that? What is there about doing that makes a man feel better?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize.
That's what he used to do, Robert. I often wonder about it now. Not much room for pacing in a prison cell. Jerry, what's the matter?
Nothing at all.
I keep talking about him, don't I? I shouldn't.
Oh, I wish you would.
Oh, come on, let's have breakfast. I'll get my hat and coat.
Look, why not have it up here? I'll phone and have them send it up.
Oh, sure, if you'd rather.
Do you mind?
No, I don't mind, Lieutenant. It'll be fine.
More toast, more coffee, and more eggs. How about it?
Just coffee? I shouldn't, though.
Why not?
Well, look what I did last night over a cup of coffee. Practically told you the story of my life.
Only part of it. And that isn't right, not to finish. You said you were from Maine.
Yes.
Was he from there, too?
No. No, I came down here looking for a job. I always wanted to live in New Orleans.
How did you meet him?
At a concert.
Oh?
I had a seat in the gallery. The concert finished, and I was trying to get out, and he was just sitting there, looking at the stage, just as if the orchestra was still playing. I beg your pardon.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, I just didn't realize it was over.
Oh.
It was wonderful, wasn't it?
Yes. Now, if you don't mind,
Sometimes when a concert's over, I get the feeling that I've left myself for a long time. Of course, you wouldn't know it, but that's the greatest thing that could happen to me. I'm the most wonderful person in the world to leave. And that's what you'd like to do right now, isn't it? Leave me.
I hardly think I can
Coming
stand...
out, please.
Oh, I'm
Coming
so
out.
sorry.
Look, all I want is to walk to the street with you. There's no harm in that, is there?
Well, no, I guess not.
Would you like my views on music? When I listen to good music, I feel that there's nothing that man is capable of doing that I can't do. Then it stops and it's all over.
Oh, I don't think that. I think music adds something to your life. It wasn't there before. And that it stays with you always.
Yeah, I'd like that. You think you could teach me?
Frankly, no.
Well, look, I'm sorry. I should have told you about me. I just go along talking to everybody I meet that I like. And then after a minute, I say something silly, and that's that. Thanks for the minute.
Goodbye.
You come here often?
No.
Why not? Look, there's an all-Beethoven program next Sunday. If you'd meet me out here in front, I know a fellow who handles the publicity, and he generally gets me a couple of passes. How about it?
Maybe. I don't know.
It's at 2 o'clock. I'll be out in front 10 minutes at 2. If you're there, well, that'll be fine.
I'll see. Goodbye.
Goodbye. And please, I didn't mean to be... Well, never mind. Goodbye.
Yes, Lieutenant, you guessed it. I was there at 10 minutes of 2. After the concert, we went to dinner. The most expensive place in town. That's the way he was. He was always like that.
You keep looking at your wristwatch, Abigail.
Well, that's because I keep thinking of a stack of envelopes at home. I have to have them all addressed by morning.
Why?
So I can get paid. So I can eat.
Well, you've got something there. I told you I worked in a stockbroker's office, didn't I?
Yes.
But I just got fired.
Oh.
I get fired all the time. You don't know much about me, do you?
Well, a little. I'm very observant.
All you really know is that my name is Robert Minette. Now, does that name mean anything?
Well, isn't there a Minette Park down by the river?
Yes. Then a Minette Street, and there used to be a Minette Mansion. My great-great-grandfather was Governor General of Louisiana before there was a United States. For 150 years, there hasn't been anything going on around here that a Minette... Well, it does something to you to get standards set for you and ideals and ambitions that, well, that you just know are too high for you. You're a Minette, so they expect you to set the world on fire. Except I don't have a match. You do understand, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Well, then you're a genius, because I don't. Anyway, now you know why I am the way I am.
Oh, what's the matter with the way you are?
If you think I'm going to tell you, you're wrong. You haven't caught on to a very important thing.
What?
I'm doing my best to get you to like me. Now, which do you like better? The person I pretend to be or the person I am?
Oh, the person you are.
You're making a terrible mistake.
I don't think so.
Well, if you really don't think so, that'd help an awful lot. Come on, let's dance.
I saw a great deal of Robert during the next few weeks. And then he asked me to go home to meet his mother. I knew how important that was to him. And from the little things that he had said, how desperately she loved him. Oh, I wanted so much for her to like me. I suppose it was really pretty funny because all the time there was only one thing that she wanted. And that was to be able to like me, to approve of me. Because I was her last chance to save Robert. I've often wondered what would have happened if she'd told me all she knew about him that first afternoon when we were alone.
More tea, my dear.
No, thank you.
I hope you'll forgive me, Miss Martin, if I seem terribly blunt. We've discussed a lot of things this afternoon, but I know what's on your mind, and I'm sure that you know what's on my mind. Ever since Robert met you, he's been able to talk of nothing else. Do you always have that effect on young men?
Well, I really don't know. You see, Robert's the first young man I've ever known. Well, what I mean is that
I know what you mean. Tell me, are you in love with my son?
Yes.
Well, this may seem a little silly to you, but ours is a very old-fashioned family, and, well, Robert wouldn't think of marrying without my consent. I want you to know that he has it.
He wants to marry me?
Hasn't he told you?
No.
Well, he does, Abigail, with all his heart.
Oh.
And I want him to, with all mine.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Minette.
There's just one thing, dear.
Yes?
There are certain traits in Robert that you may... Oh, they're nothing really evil, believe me. He just sometimes forgets his sense of responsibility. That's why I'm so glad you're the kind of person you are. Between us, we will make him strong. Now go find him, dear. Tell him he can come in now.
Later, when we were alone, Robert said he wanted to take me someplace. It was very important that we go. Cafe, he said. Not a shabby place, just a cafe. He often talked in silly little riddles like that. I just laughed and went with him.
Have a good look, Abigail. This is the den of iniquity I used to spend so much of my time in.
I see. You know, your mother warned me about you, Robert.
Oh, I can tell you much worse things about me than she can. You see, I know more about the subject. Abigail, do you think there's any hope for me?
Well, maybe. Robert, what is this place?
A hangout, gamblers, bookmakers.
Why do they have to make it so uncomfortable for themselves? It's so full of smoke.
Oh, it's a law. Don't ask me why, but it's a law. I came here to look it all in the face and say goodbye. Do you believe me?
Yes, of course I believe you, darling.
Look, up there at the bar, that big fella.
Yeah?
That's Harry Jordan.
Who?
Jordan. He's probably the biggest bookmaker in town. I've seen him lose as much as $30,000 in... I guess I do get a little too excited over something that doesn't mean anything to me anymore.
Well. Mr. Robert Manette, in person.
Oh, hello, Simon.
You know, you haven't been honoring us with your presence lately. Oh, but now that you're back, all is forgiven. Isn't that right, Miss
Martin, Mr. Fenimore.
Oh, how do you do? Yeah, they tell me our friends the bookies are arranging one of those sucker traps at the racetrack tomorrow. Do you know anything about it?
No.
Oh, if a fellow was sure he could clean it up. But that's the trouble with these dirty crooks. You never know when they're on the level with their crookedness. Isn't that right, Miss Martin?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why don't you ask Robert? I don't think I know anybody who can explain things more clearly to a beautiful girl than Robert.
Why don't you just get along, Simon?
Yeah, I've got to go to the paper anyway. Got a lot of good stories to write. Fire of mysterious origin. Bad boy meets good girl. Damage estimated at $3,000. I can't tell you what an interesting life a reporter leads.
You're getting way out of line, Simon.
I don't mean anything. See you later. Goodbye, Miss Martin.
I'm sorry, darling.
He isn't really a friend of yours, is he?
No, just a newspaper reporter I happen to know.
Oh.
Abigail, I'm trying to punish myself. I wanted you to see how rotten I've
Darling,
been.
you mustn't. It's all right now. It's all past.
You'll believe that. You'll help me.
Darling, I love you.
Let's get out of here.
We were married on Christmas Day. Mrs. Manette wanted us to live with her, and it had never really entered our minds to do otherwise. She was completely happy, and so was I. And then, overnight, everything changed. Robert was arrested for the murder of Harry Jordan. Mrs. Manette still had the money she'd found in Robert's trousers. One morning while she was out, 2 detectives came to the house. When Mrs. Manette returned...
What happened, Abigail? Did they find the money? What happened?
Nothing. They didn't find anything.
Oh, thank goodness. I saw their car here. I kept walking around the block until they left.
They didn't find the money, Mother, because I did.
What do you mean?
Sewed into the lining of the draperies.
I had to hide it, Abigail. Robert must have a good lawyer. Lawyers cost money.
Well, I destroyed the money. I burned it.
Oh, no.
We could never use that money, Mother.
Abigail, I swear to you by all my love for Robert and for you that he did not kill Harry Jordan.
You know and I know, Mother, that he did.
Are you going to turn against him, too? From the day you married him, you closed your eyes to what it was all about, to what he was all about, selfishly, just so you could be happy. He needed your strength, not your love. That's why I let you marry him. And all you gave him back was his own weakness.
But, Mother, I didn't know. There was no way. The trial was short. Robert had confessed. We walked out of the courtroom together, Mrs. Manette and I. Neither of us could say anything. But outside, on the steps of the courthouse, suddenly she whirled and faced me.
You killed him! You killed him! You killed him!
Well, that was about a year ago, Lieutenant. She left here and went to New York. Housekeeper for some wealthy family.
And what happened? It didn't make you feel different about him? About Robert?
No. No, for a while I'd visit him in prison as often as I could, but then...
Oh, excuse me.
Hello?
We have some good news for you, Lieutenant. All planes are resuming schedule at midnight.
Not until midnight?
I'm afraid not, sir. There'll be a limousine leaving here for the airport at 11:30.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, looks like I'll be on my way tonight. funny. It stopped raining, and I didn't even notice.
Shows what an interesting talker I am. Well, I'll run along now. It's been nice meeting you, Jerry. It was even nicer of you to listen to me. Good luck.
Thank you. I guess I should say Merry Christmas. Except it isn't, is it?
Oh, sure. And thanks for the use of your room.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello?
This is Simon Fenimore, Lieutenant. Say, that girl, Jackie Lamont, do you happen to know where she is?
She was here, but she left about an hour ago. What do you want? Has something to do with those headlines in the paper?
Yeah, maybe. Something like that. There's nothing wrong. There was something I wanted to talk to her about, that's all. Oh, did she see the paper?
She hadn't when she left here.
Oh. Well, thanks, Lieutenant. Goodbye.
Okay, Simon. What did he say?
I told you he wouldn't know where she was. Now, why don't you get out of here, Manette? My landlady wouldn't like this.
Think of the wonderful story you can write for the newspaper. Escaped murderer hides out in reporter's room. Exclusive.
At least you can put down that gun, Robert.
Tell me again. The woman who runs that joint, what did she say?
Okay. She hasn't seen her since last night when she went to the cathedral with that lieutenant. And what's wrong with that?
What size suit do you wear?
Look, Robert, the cops are looking for you all over town.
And I want to shave, Simon. I want to look pretty when I see my wife again. Clean and pretty. You can understand that, Simon, can't you?
Yeah, I understand. Well, I'll get on downtown. Help yourself to whatever you want.
No, Simon. I'm staying here till it's dark, and you're staying with me. I went to a lot of trouble to see my wife. My wife who gets a job in a place like the Maison Lafette while I'm in prison. I've got things to talk over with her. You can understand that, too, can't you?
What are you going to do?
Just straighten out my family life, that's all. What time does she go to work at that place, the Maison Lafette?
Oh, I guess about 9 o'clock.
That's fine, Simon. And that's where we'll be tonight, you and I. 9 o'clock at the Maison Lafette.
In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Christmas Holiday. Was there ever a girl in love who didn't sometime or other ask this question?
Come on and tell me, Jim. What was it made you fall in love with me?
And 9 times out of 10, the answer goes something like this.
Gosh, honey, I don't know exactly. Something about you, that's all. You're so sweet.
You see, it's often hard for a man to put into words the way he feels about the girl he loves. But when he says she's sweet, it's pretty sure to mean one thing. It means she has the all-important feminine charm that women call daintiness. Men just know it makes a girl nice to be close to. Here's what a famous screen star, Maria Montez, says.
Without perfect daintiness, no other charm counts.
And she gives you a tip.
It's so easy to make daintiness sure. A daily Lux Soap Beauty Bath does the trick. The creamy, fragrant lather leaves skin really fresh and sweet.
Yes, charming women everywhere have discovered that their complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, makes a delightful bath soap, too. They love the luxury of this satin-smooth cake, the delicate clinging fragrance it leaves on the skin. They love the way it lathers, even in hard water. Yet Lux Toilet Soap is thrifty, too. Each cake can be used to the last thin sliver. So, for a real beauty bath, use the soap that's luxurious yet inexpensive. The soap 9 out of 10 screen stars prefer. Hollywood's own beauty soap. Why not get some fragrant white Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow? We return you to Mr. Keeley.
Act 3 of Christmas Holiday, starring Loretta Young as Abigail, William Holden as Jerry, and David Bruce as Robert. It's a few minutes before 9 o'clock at the nightclub called the Maison Lafette. The crowd tonight is unusually large, perhaps because of the holidays, perhaps because the wife of an escaped murderer is billed as the star entertainer. Among the crowd is Jerry Mason. Quickly, he seeks out the proprietor, Valerie DeMoro.
Hello, Mr. Morrow.
Well, good evening, Lieutenant. How are you? I thought you were well on your way to Frisco by now.
Oh, the planes aren't leaving till midnight. Mr. Morrow, she's here, isn't she? Jackie Lamont?
Close the door. Yeah, she's here, Lieutenant. She's getting ready to do a number. You heard about her husband?
Yes. How is she?
Wouldn't you know? She's waiting for him.
I thought if I came out here, maybe I could help. I don't know how quite I
Well,
could
you
help.
might.
You don't think there's a chance that Manette would risk coming out here, do you?
Well, you never can tell. But just in case, they've got detectives all over the place.
Yeah, I saw one when I got out of the cab.
I hope they catch him soon. You don't really know Jackie, Lieutenant.
I think I do.
I like that crazy kid. I like that one-man look in her eyes. I only wish she were a different kind of guy. When she came here tonight, I told her to go on home, but she wouldn't go. She wants to do a job. But what about you? If your plane's going to leave, what are you doing out here?
Cab's waiting. It'll take me direct to the airport.
Oh, I'll be in Frisco in the morning, huh?
I'm not going. I've changed my mind.
Oh?
No. You see, I've learned 100 years' worth of life in the past 24 hours. I found out that you just don't do things because people have done the same things, the same way. The important thing is being honest with yourself. Whatever you feel, whatever you are. That's why I said I think I know Jackie better than you think I do. Or maybe I mean I know Abigail.
You're all right, Lieutenant. Well, that's her number. I think we'd better get out there, huh? Coming, Lieutenant?
Oh, yes, I'd like to watch it.
Things you plan, need a helping hand, I will understand always.
Did they let you away that easy? Don't you even take an encore?
Robert! Oh, Robert, my darling. Oh, here, let me look at you. Let me look
You
at
look
you,
well, Abigail.
Abigail. Oh, no one has called me that.
Oh, that's right. You're Jackie now, aren't you?
Yes.
Jackie Lamont. No, don't turn on the light. I like it this way. It's a nice effect. The moonlight streaming in the window, and Simon here squirming against the shadows on the wall. Say hello to Jackie, Simon.
I'm sorry, Jackie.
Robert, we can't stay here. There must be a dozen detectives here looking for you.
I keep telling him that. I keep telling him
I know
to get
they're
out.
here. They're on the dance floor, and they're at the front door, and they're at the back door.
Yes.
Kind of forgot I might not want to come in that way just to please them. Simon and I use the window, and I'll go out the same way.
We'll have to hurry. I can be ready in just a minute. And we'll need some money. Maybe Val
Wait a
will
minute.
give us
You mean you want to come along with me? Why? Tell me that. Why? I've kind of had the idea the last 2.5 years that you'd gotten used to getting along without me. At least it looked like that, didn't it, Simon?
Robert! I'll get the money.
You're staying right here. What kind of a fool do you think I am? You thought I'd rot in jail, didn't you? And you could do whatever you wanted to. Probably I'd never know. And even if I did, it wouldn't make any difference. There'd be nothing I could do about it anyway. Whatever made you think you could get away with it, Abigail?
Robert, I love you, darling. I love you. I
You
love
know, the way you say it, I could almost believe it. Say it a little louder. I'd like the press to hear it. Say it for Simon.
There hasn't been a second that I didn't love you.
Sure. Right here at the Maison Lafette.
There's only one reason I've been working here. Only one. When it was all over the trial and everything, I saw that your mother was right. I should have kept you from doing those things you were doing, Robert. I was just as much to blame as anybody. I can still hear them call you guilty. Guilty, guilty. I knew it was meant for me, too, and I wanted to die. But you were in prison, Robert, and you were alive. That's why I had to live like you and to suffer like you. People that I've met here had nothing but contempt for me. And that's what I wanted, was contempt and degradation. And now, darling, now do you know? This is my prison, Robert. But I'm not as strong as you are. I can't break out without you. I need you, darling. I've been holding on to you all this time, Robert, because I love you.
They told me after the trial how my mother stood on the courthouse steps and slapped you across the face. It's time that I give you your reward, too. Anybody that loves as much as you do is entitled to a reward.
Manette, don't. Manette, put down that gun.
You've never loved anybody but me, Abigail, isn't that right? No one else but me.
No.
Of course, people don't understand. They never do. Or there might even be somebody who thinks you didn't love me, that you enjoy your career out here. And maybe that's true. Maybe people are right. Maybe you're what they say you are, a cheap dirt...
Stop it, Robert! Who's in here? What's going on?
Get away from that light switch. Come in, both of you. Close that door. Now, get over against the wall. Yes, soldier, you too.
Now, don't be a fool, Manette.
You ought to know how easy one of these things can go off, soldier.
If you got any sense at all, you put that gun away.
I promise the police won't try any rough stuff if you do.
Get smart, will you, Manette? Put that gun down.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, you? You promise?
They're closing in. I heard them talking just now. I heard them mention this dressing room.
You killed a man once, Manette, and you didn't get away with it. This time they're going to hang you.
Shut up.
You're not going to kill anybody here, Manette. You're not going to shoot me because you'll have to wait until I turn my back on you. And I'm not going to turn my back on you, see? You're not going to shoot Jackie because I just now saw a cop come to that window.
Manette, stand where you are.
I came to kill you, Abigail, and that's just what I'm going to do. Step out of the way, soldier.
Drop that gun, Manette.
I'm not even sorry for you, Abigail. I'm not even...
Robert! Robert!
Sergeant, tell the boys they can go in.
Oh, Robert.
You know, I never saw you cry before. Not once.
Oh, Robert. Robert.
You can let go now, Abigail.
No.
You can let go now.
No, darling, no. Robert.
You heard what he said, Abigail. You can let go now.
Oh, take me home. Oh, please, take me home. Well, this is it. This is where I live. Thank you, Jerry.
I was planning to go to the airport in a little while, Abigail. Except I'm not going until I know that you're all right. Until I know what you're going to do. I won't leave until I know.
You know, all of it was like a dream. A beautiful dream at first. And then a nightmare that wouldn't end. It would never end as long as I lived. But tonight it did end. I'm alive.
Abigail.
I'm all right. Really, I'm all right. I'll be going back now, Jerry. Back to Maine, I mean. My grandparents, they live there. I think I'd like to see them.
Do you remember what you said a little while ago? You asked me to take you home. I can't tell you how that made me feel. I'd like to do that, Abigail. I want to do that. Back to Maine. Would you let me?
Oh, Jerry, you're looking ahead, and I know what you're thinking, but it would be a mistake. Really, it would. I know it would.
Oh, you saved me from one mistake. I was going to San Francisco, remember? All I want is to take you back, Abigail. And then maybe, if I ever get another leave sometime, maybe I could come and see you. If you'd like to see me.
If I'd like to. Oh, thanks, Jerry. I think that'll be fine.
Now that we've had our Christmas holiday 3 months ahead of time, I think you'll all agree that every minute of it was a great experience. Thanks to Loretta Young and 2 ex-servicemen we're proud to welcome to this theater, David Bruce and William Holden.
Oh, how about yourself, Bill? Last time I saw you, you were in uniform, too, and with eagles on your shoulders.
Well, Loretta, with your husband in the service, that makes this performance strictly GI. Right, boys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, come, fellas, let's demobilize. You can treat the colonel like a human being now. He's just a producer.
Quiet, Loretta. Here in Hollywood, you don't refer to a producer as just a producer. Or as a human being.
Now, seriously, Bill, you must be glad to be making feature pictures with established stars again.
I am, David. But I feel that I've directed some of the biggest stars in the world these last few years.
Biggest stars in the world?
The men of the Army Air Forces. Pilots, gunners, bombardiers, and ground crews. Men who have just completed the greatest performance in history.
Oh, I think we'll all agree with you there, Bill.
I missed meeting you in person in the Air Force, Colonel, but I saw your picture Target for Today, and it was really great.
Were your Air Force pictures strictly for instruction purposes?
That's right. We made pictures covering every detail of our activities, from taking off a bomber to coming out of a dive.
Coming out of a dive, don't you just sneak out the back way?
Tell us, Bill, do you think that motion pictures will be used for education in civilian schools from now on?
I think they can be, and in many cases should be.
Oh?
They did wonders in the service.
I think I could stand to go back to school again and brush up on my 3 Gs.
Don't you mean your 3 R's?
No, 3 Gs. Grable, Garbo, and Garson.
You know, I'd sort of like to brush up on the Old West with Loretta Young.
The Old West with Loretta Young?
Yes, if the professor will give a showing of Along Came Jones.
Oh, you mean her current Gary Cooper picture?
Yes, but I wasn't thinking about Gary Cooper. Just Loretta.
You mean you're falling for that Lux complexion, David?
And he's not alone in that, Bill.
Well, thank you, kind people. And I'm not alone in using Lux soap, either. Most of the people I know depend on it. It's a wonderful complexion care.
And in return for those kind words, Loretta, Lux has a special treat for all of you next Monday night when we take you to colorful Hawaii for Universal sparkling comedy, It's a Date. Our stars are Brian Ahern as the wealthy bachelor trapped by love, Diana Lynn as the young, ambitious actress training for her first big role, and Gail Sundergaard as the mother who finds herself in the center of a mix-up fit to end all mix-ups. Who gets who and who gets what? Well, you'll hear the surprising answer next week.
It's a date for Monday night, Bill. Thanks a million.
Good night, sir.
Good night, and our thanks to all of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Brian Ahern, Diana Lynn, and Gail Sundergaard in It's a Date. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Every loyal American is interested in speeding our return to normal, overcoming shortages, and supplying Americans both here and overseas with things they need. So remember, we are still critically short of these very essential products, fats and oils. Waste fats are important not only to the manufacture of medicine for our wounded, but equally important in the manufacture of civilian goods. Automobiles, tires, vacuum cleaners and refrigerators, nylon, plastics, paint, soap, and scores of others. Housewives can render a vital service to their country by saving all waste kitchen fats, every drop, no matter how charred or discolored. Keep a tin can handy and deliver waste fats regularly to your butcher. He'll give you 4 cents plus 2 red points for each pound. William Holden appeared tonight through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is Duffy's Tavern. The war is over, but with millions of our men and women overseas, the Hollywood Victory Committee has pledged its continued support to the entertainment program of the USO. To date, almost 4,000 Hollywood performers, stars of screen and radio, have traveled millions of miles to brighten the leisure hours of our fighting forces. With the support of the entire motion picture industry, they'll continue to visit our occupation forces, just as they are currently entertaining wounded servicemen in hospitals and convalescent homes throughout America. This program of the Lux Radio Theater will be broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear It's a Date with Brian Ahern, Diana Lynn, and Gail Sundergaard.
3 little words when you bake and fry mean surefire results. Rely on Spry.
Rely on Spry for light, full-flavored cakes, tender, nut-sweet pastry, crisp-coated, digestible fried food.
You can say that again.
Rely on Spry.
Pure, all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of It's a Date with Brian Ahern, Diana Lynn, and Gail Sundergaard. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. May I be your guide once again for that trip through another world, a world of the weird and the unusual? Consider, what we are pleased to call science is based primarily on our observation of cause and effect. So, we say the rooster crows to herald the approach of dawn. But what does the rooster think? From his point of view, isn't he justified in believing that the sun rises because he commands it? In the final analysis, it all becomes a matter of perspective, doesn't it?
Hello, darling.
Hi. Dinner ready?
Just about.
Have a good day?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so happy, Carlotta. Does that mean you finally straightened out the problem that's been bothering you?
Yes, I found out how to get rid of it.
Wonderful. How?
Like this, Edmund.
Mike, what are you doing with that gun? What are you...
Our mystery drama, The Deadliest Favor, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Norman Rose and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Excuse me, sir, but do you know what happens this time of year?
Right on, pal. I happen to know that right about now a freak blizzard falls on Dumont, New Jersey, and they're snowed in for the rest of the summer. Happens every year.
No. You see, what happens this time of year is that you can get a particularly good deal on what is perhaps the most luxurious mid-size car on the market, the mid-size Buick Century Regal.
Well, what good's a car when you're hopelessly snowed in?
Well, that's a point.
How long would it take you to read a brief 3-page pamphlet on drugs? 3 minutes? 4 minutes? Well, not very long. And it would be time well spent. For your free pamphlet, write Drugs, Box 8200, Albany, New York. That's Drugs, Box 8200, Albany, New York.
But don't wait. Time might be running out. This message nationwide brought to you by the New York State Drug Abuse Control Commission.
Listen to a tough summer wash. The machine's loaded with sweat socks, beach towels. These things aren't just dirty, they smell. If you want to make sure it comes out clean and fresh, pour Lysol brand disinfectant in your washing machine. Lysol cuts way down on germs, eliminates odors, especially important if you wash in cold water. Lysol, the brown bottle and the red and yellow box. The fast, easy, effective way to cut down on germs. Make your whole wash smell fresh and clean every time you wash.
The poet said, "He that dies pays all his debts." And while this may be true, it is neither a practical nor a popular way to discharge one's obligations. And yet, how can we ever hope to pay the vast accumulation of debt that accrues during our lifetime? Well, this has nothing to do with money. We refer rather to the true obligations when we ask, can anyone live long enough to repay all the favors extended, all the kindnesses shown, all the comforting words spoken by friends and strangers? Rare is that fortunate man or woman whose account is not in arrears.
The Prime Minister described the situation as one of the utmost gravity. And now, let us go to the West Coast, where they are having a fantastic premiere of that super-sensational million-dollar epic, Kiss of Blood. This is a premiere like they had in the good old days. Everybody who is anybody is here.
Oh, yeah, that's a long way from here, Carlotta, baby. A long, long way. I made myself this bed. I'll just have to learn to like it. Live with it.
Hello, darling.
Hi.
Anything exciting in the news?
Man said there's going to be a war, I think.
Well, that's not new.
Hungry?
Mm-hmm.
Steak and salad, okay?
Okay.
You have a good work session?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's the problem?
I don't know.
That first draft is due in 2 months, Edmund.
I just can't seem to get it down.
Well, why not?
I can't concentrate.
Up here, a million miles from no place.
Maybe that's why.
Well, but you're the one who wanted to get away from the hustle and the bustle and the hurly-burly.
Believe me, I don't miss it. I'm happy to be up here.
Then why can't you write?
Because, well, Carlotta, because I've got a guilty conscience. I feel guilty about you.
Me?
Mm-hmm. See, I don't need people. I don't need parties, the theater, opening nights.
I don't either.
But, Carlotta, you were always so...
I was always... what?
Always in the middle of it, in the middle of a whole world of excitement and glamour.
No, darling. I wasn't in the middle of it. I was on the fringes. I was merely one of 2,470,000 aspiring young actresses. And that's just 1 year's crop.
Yeah, but I have a feeling it must be so dull for you up here.
Dull? I can read, I can paint.
And I get the feeling that I'm dull, too.
Edmund.
No, dear, let me say this. I'm just a writer.
Just a writer. You're the best,
And I'm not even the kind of writer who gets his name in the paper. Well, not the part of the paper anybody bothers to read.
Oh, darling, you mustn't run yourself down.
My book, my latest book, what is it concerned with?
You said you'd explain it to me.
Well, in this book, I explore the pupal and the larval stages in the development of the caddis fly.
Oh.
Exactly. Oh.
Oh, but I'm sure it must be very interesting.
Really? To whom?
Well, to those people who would be interested. Well, you find it exciting, don't you?
Well, yes, because it is exciting. You see, Carlotta, the caddis fly encloses himself in what he thinks is a golden protective sheath. But in reality, it's his coffin.
Ah, that sounds good.
And the fish that prey upon him, they also meet their doom.
That sounds even better.
Because
Is that what you want?
No, but...
But what?
Well, I have an idea. It's what you would want.
Edmund, I'm happy. I'm very happy. I've got you, and you're everything I could wish for.
Come in. Oh, Sheriff.
Afternoon, Mr. Churchill. Miss Churchill?
Well, you're just in time for dinner, Sheriff.
Well, thank you both very kindly, but I happen to be here in line of duty.
Oh, you mean there's a possibility you may have to arrest me or Mr. Churchill?
Or maybe both of us.
No, I don't think so.
What can we do for you, Sheriff?
Well, now, Mr. Churchill, it's about an old friend of yours named Mike Perry.
Mike Perry?
The Mike Perry?
Killer Mike Perry.
He's a friend of yours, Edmund?
That's what we've been told.
Well, you learn something every day.
After all these years, they finally did catch up with Killer Mike. They got him on a charge that can stick. And what does he go ahead and do? Smooth as you please, he just busts his way out of jail.
And he's here? He's up here?
Well, no, he probably ain't up here.
Well, then why are you...
The big city cops and the federals, they went and compiled this list of all his friends.
You were one of his friends, Edmund.
Well, 20 years ago, we went to school together.
And that's what I mean. We've got to run down those leads. You seen him around here, Mr. Churchill?
No, Sheriff.
If you do, you'll get in touch.
Certainly.
Well, I just done my day's work. Drive 20 miles up to see the Churchills. Ask my 2 questions, and now drive 20 miles back to town. Well, I'm sorry I bothered you, folks.
That's quite all right.
Oh, drop in again anytime.
Well, goodbye now, and have a nice evening. Oh, are you going to take part in the annual fly casting contest a week from Saturday, Mr. Churchill?
You couldn't keep him away.
Well, I almost won last year, remember?
Well, Frank Miller over at the motel asked me to remind you. You haven't sent in your entry fee. It's got to be paid by tomorrow.
Oh, right. Thank you. I'm not going to be disqualified on a technicality. Would you take the money to him, Sheriff?
Oh, sure thing.
Darling, do you have $5?
Mm-hmm.
It's gone up to 10 this year. We have twice as many prizes.
Oh, well, here you are, Sheriff.
Right. Well, let me know if you hear anything or see anything. Night.
Good night.
Edmund? This gang leader? This Mike Perry? How could he possibly have been a friend of yours?
Well, we were roommates in college.
No.
He's an educated man, Carlotta.
Then how could he...
Rob? Kill? I don't know.
Then how could you associate with a gangster?
Well, he wasn't a gangster in those days. Actually, he was a history major.
Darling, do you know something? If this were a movie, that door would open right now. And he'd storm in here with a gun in his hand.
No, he wouldn't do that. He'd knock on the door, and he'd politely ask permission to come in. And he'd say to me, "Well, Eddie, I'm here to collect."
Collect? What?
The debt I owe him.
What? What do you owe him?
Well, it's hard to say, Carlotta, on the face of it. I owe him $3,000.
$3,000?
$3,000 can mean a little or a lot. Depends on the situation. To me, it once meant life itself.
But you never told me.
It was tuition and living expenses for my senior year. There would be a job waiting for me in June. A job in research. A job I dreamed about. But I would need the degree. Well, my uncle, who was executor of my father's estate, gambled away the money.
And are you about to tell me that Mike Perry gave you the $3,000?
Yes.
Where'd he get the money?
He robbed a bank.
He what?
Yeah. He robbed a bank. But... He came into my room that day and he said, "Eddie, nobody has the right to be that down in the mouth. You look as if you're ready to hang yourself." And I said I was. And he said, "Kid, tomorrow morning, I'm going to lay that $3,000 right in your hot little hand." And he did. And when I asked him where he got it, he told me. He robbed a bank.
And you believed him?
Oh, he did. I said to him, "How could you?" And he said, "They got plenty of money. They'll never miss it. But for you, it's the end of the world."
And you took that money?
I took it because at that time, without that money, it would have been the end of the world for me. But Carlotta, I'll tell you this. I repaid the bank.
You did?
After I sold my first book. I sent them $3,000 in cash. Anonymously, of course.
Oh, well then you don't owe anybody anything.
No, that's not true. I'm still indebted to Mike Perry.
Well, I'm sure he doesn't need your $3,000. They say he has millions.
I don't owe him the money, exactly. See, what I owe him is a favor.
What kind of a favor?
I don't know. Whatever he asks.
Well, what could he ask of you?
Well, when he gave me the money all those years ago, he said, "Eddie, one day I'm going to come to you for a favor. Maybe to save my life, the way I just saved yours. And you better be good for it."
Well, there isn't anything you can do for him, Edmund. It's all ancient history. It's 20 years. That's so long ago. That's another world.
Yes?
And so much has happened to both of you. Oh, I'd venture to say he doesn't even remember you. He just can't get used to the idea.
What idea?
What idea? Edmund, the idea of Mike Perry being a college man. And your roommate. When was the last time you saw Mike Perry?
When?
Or can't you even remember?
Oh, yeah, I can remember. The last time I saw Mike Perry was about 30 minutes ago.
Look out for the quiet people. At any rate, Mike Perry, a lord of the underworld, has come to this remote mountain area to collect a debt. A debt of 20 years' standing. But is Edmund Churchill ready, willing, and able to pay it? I shall return with further news of the principal and interest shortly in Act 2.
When you drink beer, do you tilt the glass for long, hearty swallows? Or just tip it and sip it? Well, sipping's the thing for wine. But Budweiser beer is a hearty drink, brewed for zest and character. The best way to enjoy Bud is to drink it, not chug a lug, Just man-sized beer drinker swallows. That's when that famous Budweiser taste, smoothness, and drinkability really come through. Smoothness and drinkability that come only from natural carbonation and exclusive beechwood aging. Smoothness and drinkability, too good for any half-hearted sipping. So drink up. You'll see that brewing beer right does make a difference. And that when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
It's our anniversary. 10 years. 10. But tonight we're going to live a little. 10 years. Now, I know tomorrow my head and my stomach may not feel too hot. But it's our anniversary. And if I happen to overdo it, isn't it nice there's Alka-Seltzer? 10 years.
Alka-Seltzer, with antacids for your stomach and specially buffered aspirin for your aches and pains. Use it only as directed. Isn't it nice there's Alka-Seltzer?
When we got a lot of wash we gotta do, and all the skirts and shirts are dirty through and through, that's when we're glad for Fab. Clean, so clean, lemon fresh too. Fabs are seen a booty-yada-doo. White, so white, razzle-dazzling. Bright, so bright, you're gonna wanna sing. Oh, Fab, we're glad there's lemon fresh for us and you.
Ladies, what do you know about your husbands? To Carlotta Churchill, Edmund, her husband, was mild, self-effacing, unassuming, a writer of books on nature. Now she has discovered that Edmund is providing refuge for Mike Perry, an underworld overlord who is a fugitive from justice. Why? Well, it seems the two men are old friends.
He's here? Mike Perry is here?
Yes, Carlotta.
Where?
In my studio, above the barn.
Then you lied to Sheriff Parker.
Yes.
You and I were not...
We're not what, Carlotta?
We're not the kind of people who assist gangsters, killers.
At one time, Mike Perry did me a favor. Now he's calling it in.
But the law, Edmund.
Yes, I've thought about it, and, well, sometimes you just have to.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
It's not the point.
Are you telling me that we are going to shelter this murderer?
I'm telling you I have no alternative as a man of honor.
Honor? What has honor got to do with this hoodlum? How can you pervert the word honor?
Honor is a personal thing, Carlotta.
He's come here to destroy you.
But I owe a debt to the roommate I had in my senior year. Now, please, Carlotta, try to understand.
I hope it's okay to come in.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sure, Mike, come in. Carlotta, this is Mike Perry, very old friend.
How do you do, Carlotta? Well, I must say, Eddie, your taste has improved since we were undergraduates.
Mr. Perry, my husband is under the misguided impression that he is somehow obligated to you. That's his affair. If I had my way, I would call the police.
You would? Why?
You stand for everything I find evil, vicious, and depraved in our society.
Well, surely not everything.
Well, darling, why don't I help you with dinner, huh?
I'm particular with whom I break bread. If you care to feed Mr. Perry, you'll find something in the refrigerator. Meanwhile, you'll excuse me, I have a headache.
You know, Eddie, I don't think she likes me.
Good morning, dear. I prepared breakfast.
Just coffee for me. Where's the gangster chieftain?
I put him in the spare room. Carlotta.
Yes?
Carlotta, there are certain laws that one does not violate. The law of hospitality. And it doesn't matter who a man is or what he does if he's a guest under your roof.
He's a guest under your roof, Edmund, not mine.
Good morning.
Morning. Did you sleep well, Mike?
I always sleep well.
Oh, one might think you have a clear conscience.
Like some breakfast?
Well, I can help myself, thank you.
Oh, I've been up for hours. I did some pages. Now I'll cast a few flies, sharpen up for the tournament, and maybe catch a few rainbows for lunch. I'll see you both later.
Well, alone at last.
If you'll excuse me, Mr. Perry.
Oh, no, don't go. If my presence is so distasteful, I'll leave the table and have breakfast later.
Thank you.
Tell me, Carlotta, why do you hate me?
You flatter yourself. I have contempt for what you are. But hate, that's too important an emotion to squander.
Well, I'll say this for you. You don't squander it. You invested very carefully. You lowered the boom on me last night. You said I was everything vile and evil and depraved.
It's true.
Well, it's immaterial. Those are only words, but I saw something that you didn't see when you said that about
What
me.
do you think you saw?
The flush in your cheeks, the fire in your eyes.
Well, of course. I was angry.
Yes, I know. But show me a person who really hates something or someone. I'll tell you why. They hate because they're afraid.
Afraid of what?
Of themselves. They instinctively know. They're fascinated by that something or that someone.
Are you saying that I'm fascinated by you?
Aren't you? No, don't answer that right now. Because you're probably not aware of it. Just yet.
Hello?
Morning, Miss Churchill.
Oh, good morning, Sheriff.
Mr. Churchill about?
He's fishing. Is it important?
Well, just tell him I gave Frank Miller his entry fee, and he's all set for the contest.
Yes, I'll tell him. Oh, is there any news about the escaped gangster?
Not a whisper. Although they do think he may be headed toward this part of the country.
Oh?
When it comes to hiding out, this is as good a place as any, and better than most. Keep an eye peeled, will you, Miss Churchill?
Well, of course.
Bye now.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
For what?
For not calling in the hounds.
Had I told the sheriff you were here, I'm sure you would have killed me on the spot.
That isn't true.
You mean you're not capable of it?
Oh, no. Of course I am. But there'd be no point to it. They'd have me. Where can I go in this wilderness?
But how do you know I won't call him back?
I know. You've got a good highlight on the cliffside there. And your shadows are remarkable.
What are you...
What am I doing here? Well, I thought I'd take a walk. You're not a bad painter.
What would you know about it?
Oh, I'm quite a patron of the arts. Haven't you heard?
Oh, I can imagine.
No. People like the Medicis and the Borgias, they robbed and they killed. Yet they practically financed the Renaissance.
You know, you have delusions of grandeur.
Why did you quit?
Quit what?
The theater.
I was never in the theater.
Oh, that isn't true. I saw you in a play. It was 10 years ago. I'll never forget your performance.
You have developed flattery into a fine art.
It was a great performance. What happened?
Nothing.
Tell me the truth.
I told you. Nothing happened. I had a bit part in an off-Broadway play. I had one scene, and I stole the show. The critics raved, and... and that was the end of it.
It couldn't be.
I never got another job.
That's impossible.
No, it's the way things can work out or not work out in the theater. So I decided to go back to school and get a degree and maybe teach.
And you married your professor.
That's right.
And you've been miserable ever since.
That's not true.
Now, go ahead, tell me. Tell me you've been deliriously happy.
Nobody is deliriously happy in this world.
That's not true. I am.
You?
Oh, yes. Because I live. Every second of every minute of every hour. I have everything I want.
But you can be shot down at any time.
And you can get hit by a truck. You abdicated from life.
I'm reconciled to it.
Reconciled? You? I saw you on the stage. I saw fire and ice.
Excuse me.
Where are you going?
I'm going back to the house.
Yes?
Please, I said I'm going back.
Well, of course. You know why? You're afraid.
Afraid of what?
Of this?
Let go of me. Please let go.
Oh, now, who are you kidding?
Let... Oh.
Now, I'll let you go.
I despise you.
Oh, sure.
And now for the news headlines. There is still no word on the whereabouts of Mike Perry, who escaped from federal custody in New York last Monday. It's believed he may be headed west. Little Dolly Prescott, the teenage sex queen, is suing...
Not so good.
Oh, they'll never think to look here, Eddie.
You can't tell. Look, don't walk around in the open. They be patrolling in helicopters.
And how long shall we be honored with your company, Mr. Perry?
Darling, Mike is welcome to stay as long as he likes.
Well, until the heat's off.
I see.
You know, Mike, I don't believe it.
What?
Well, everything I read in the papers.
You should always believe what you read in the papers, even if it isn't true.
You never killed anybody.
No one can ever prove I did.
You are the same guy I went to school with.
Sure.
I mean it. Well, I don't know what's gotten into me, but I'm writing again. 26 pages yesterday, and 9 this morning already, and I'm going to get back to that typewriter. Will you both excuse me?
Oh, sure. You know how it is when you're hot.
See you good people at cocktail time.
Well, I'll have to get out of here.
Where will you go?
Well, don't tell me you care. You know, I have an idea. There's going to be some heat here. It's time to make a move. The big one. Well, I'm prepared for it. I got the place all set up. There's only one thing missing. You know what that is?
I'm not interested.
Well, you should be. It concerns you.
Listen, Mr. Perry, get this straight. Nothing you do concerns me.
You're coming with me.
Where?
I caught you. Your instinctive reaction was not to say no, but where? We're leaving the country.
What makes you think...
I want you. And I get what I want. It's that simple. And besides, you want me.
What gives you that idea?
As of right now, you don't have the courage to take what you want. It's all right, I'll help you.
And what makes you think I want you?
You mean you want what you've got now? Eddie? This hermitage, a million miles from nowhere?
I'm happy.
Oh, yes. Doing what? Every year that goes by is wasted. Soon you'll be old. Too old. Where are you running to? You see, your problem is with timing. You quit the theater too soon. You stayed with Eddie too long. Make your move. Now. You'll never get another chance.
Please keep away from me.
Why?
Because
I'm right, huh? You know the poem? Full many a flower was made to blush unseen and waste its fragrance on the desert air. Don't waste the fragrance, baby. Don't.
Mike,
That's better. Oh, that's much better.
What about Eddie?
Eddie? Oh, we'll take care of Eddie.
What are you saying, Mike?
I'm saying we'll just let things work out. No. Don't move.
Edmund.
Shh. Let me just finish this paragraph. I know just how I want to say this, and if I stop, Carlotta, what did you do?
I want you to listen to me.
You could have torn that paper.
Edmund, please, I beg of you. Pick up that phone right now.
Why?
Do it.
All right.
Now, when the operator comes on, ask her to give you the sheriff's office and tell Sheriff Parker that Mike Perry is here.
Carlotta, how can you ask me?
I won't ask you again.
I should hope not.
I won't have the strength.
You know, I don't understand you at all.
Please call, please, before it's too late.
Too late for what? Too late for what?
Nothing. Nothing.
You mean you became so excited over nothing?
I tried. Oh, Edmund, I tried. Whatever happens, at least I did try.
If at first they don't succeed, some people will try again. On the other hand, there are others who quit. And there's a lot to be said for both points of view. Will she try again to convince Edmund? If so, how hard? Everything will be revealed in good time when I return shortly with Act 3. Hey, we're the Action Corps. See, we contribute more.
Tease for the teamwork of our crew. Our ideals are high.
Oh, oughtn't you apply?
Means it now that we need you. A-C-T. We could go on all day.
Oh.
Here's why volunteers are needed right away.
Action is VISTA, the Peace Corps, RSVP, SCORE, and other volunteer programs that are helping people to help themselves. If you're trained in a skill or just have a little love to share, Action needs you.
Yeah, baby. Action really needs you.
Don't crawl under a rock. Get into action.
Oh, yeah.
This is the public service of this station and the Advertising Council.
Hey, well, what are you doing?
Just putting in my 2 cents worth.
Oh, come on, honey. That's my fabulous one and only charcoal broiled burger recipe you're fooling with.
I know, but I had to put in my 2 cents worth.
2 cents worth of what?
Accent flavor enhancer, dear.
And why, may I ask, did you do that?
Because Accent Flavor Enhancer helps us get all the good natural flavor we paid for, and all it takes is 2 cents worth per pound of meat. Been using it for years.
You know, with the price of meat today, I'd be glad to pay an extra 2 cents to make sure I got the best flavor I could get. Honey, thanks for putting in your 2 cents worth.
Accent Flavor Enhancer. Accent has the answer. Accent Flavor Enhancer. Accent has the answer. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Friendship can form the strangest pairs. And one of these is Edmund Churchill, a writer of nature books, and Mike Perry, a notorious gangster. Right now, Mike is hiding out in Edmund's secluded mountain home. And far from being bored by the solitude, he is quite happy. Why not? Edmund has a lovely young wife. And as they say, all's fair.
And then Mike said to the professor, "Sir, there is every reason to believe that the Arthurian legend is based on fact. Furthermore,
I must have been a bore in those days.
Wait.
What is it?
Hear that outside?
It's a car.
Who is it, Edmund?
Coming up the hill. It's the sheriff. What would the sheriff...
Mike, go to the spare room, quickly.
All right.
Oh, Edmund, get the ashtray. Get rid of it. Everybody knows we don't smoke.
But it's no good. The smell will still be in the...
Oh. Give me one of Mike's cigarettes.
Yeah, okay.
Leave the pack on the table, and I'll say I started again if you notice.
No, wait. Something must be wrong.
What?
I don't understand why.
God. The table's set for 3.
Come in. What did you say, Carlotta?
Table is...
Oh, Hello, Sheriff.
Hi, folks. How's that casting arm, Mr. Churchill?
Oh, it's first rate.
Well, you people having company? Table set for 3, I noticed.
It's lunchtime. I saw your car coming up the hill, so I set another plate. Join us?
Don't mind if I do. That platter of roast beef looks great.
Sheriff, what's going on?
Well, tell you, I figure Mike Perry's gonna head this way.
You do? Why?
Because he's that type of person. He does the unexpected. Goes where you'd never dream to look for him.
But to come here?
Every place else is red hot. Now, my theory is he's headed this way. Well, I see you started smoking again.
Yes, ever since this thing started, I've been so nervous. I just...
Oh, there's nothing to worry about.
Well, we're not worried. It's just...
We're going to patrol this whole area. On foot, in cars, by helicopter. We'll get him.
That is, if your hunch is correct.
Well, I got a feeling. There's more than a hunch. It's based on a pretty fair analysis of all the known factors. Now, could I trouble you for a slice of that terrific roast beef?
Morning, Carlotta.
You slept late.
Where's Eddie?
Oh, fishing.
That's become a big thing with him.
He's got the contest coming up on Saturday.
We have to get out of here.
Mike.
I don't like that sheriff.
Oh, he's just...
Just what? A hick constable? Don't sell him short. He makes smart moves.
Where could you go?
Where could we go? Remember that we.
Well, where?
Out of the country.
But what's the good? You'll be extradited.
What for?
Well, for...
I'm not wanted for crimes like murder. All I have on me is income taxes. Maybe embezzlement. There are plenty of places where they can't extradite you.
But...
Come with me.
But... Edmund.
I said we'd take care of Edmund.
No.
Carlotta, come into a new world. The world of the people who have power. It's a world where rules have no meaning.
But Edmund's such a good person.
Good, bad, they mean nothing. You do what must be done.
And I'm not sure that I can.
And stay here.
Oh, Mike,
Where we're going, I have a palace, a yacht. There's nothing you can't have. Name it, it's yours.
But I don't want just things.
I'll buy you a theater, your own company, act, star.
Oh, Mike.
Everything, anything,
Mike.
yours for the asking. This is my world. I want to share it with you.
But what's supposed to happen to Edmund?
Edmund must be taken care of.
You mean killed?
There's nothing personal involved. I even like Eddie.
No.
There's no other way. When he finds out we're gone, he calls the sheriff. Now, look, I've been told there's only one road out of these mountains.
Yes, it leads right through the main street of Council Forks, 20 miles from here.
Well, we'll have to chance it.
No, it's dangerous.
At night, late, I'll wear a hat. I do look a little like Eddie. We'll be moving pretty quickly. Yes, we'll go as soon as it gets dark. The stores will be closed. No one will be on the streets.
But Mike, it's still a 3-hour drive through these hills before we get to the turnpike. Suppose the sheriff should call here.
He won't.
Oh, how can you be sure?
Call him. And here's what to tell him.
Sheriff Parker speaking.
Oh, Sheriff, I just called to tell you we're leaving.
Leaving? When?
This evening, we received a call from Mr. Churchill's agent. He has to be in Hollywood by tomorrow afternoon.
Will we be seeing him on the screen?
Well, you'll be seeing characters from his book.
Well, good luck.
And we won't be back for, well, I don't know how long.
Well, maybe it's for the best. Might have been dangerous if that gangster fella showed up.
Well, we'll see you when we return. Goodbye, Sheriff.
Bye now. Oh, tell Mr. Churchill I'll get back. Miss Churchill? Miss Churchill? Well, I guess she hung up. It doesn't matter. I can catch them when they come through town.
Mike,
You what?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Of what?
Of anything.
Come here.
No, that won't help.
Yes, it will.
Oh, Mike. I'm so frightened.
You should be. You know why? You're crossing the line.
Promise me you won't hurt Edmund.
Of course. Are you packed?
Yes.
Okay. When he comes in, you go out to the car.
You won't hurt him. Promise.
I promise.
Well, greetings.
Well, just in time for a drink, Eddie.
Oh, I'm in great form. Shame you can't come to town with us Saturday and watch the contest.
Well, I'll keep amused.
Fix you something, darling?
Who? Me?
Join us?
I don't think so. I feel so... it's a little stuffy in here. I think I'll get a breath of fresh air.
Listen, Carlotta. I appreciate this.
What?
Well, what you're doing. It's plain you have no use for Mike, and you're going against your code of morality. I know it's uncomfortable for you, but you're doing it for me, and, well, I think you're wonderful.
Goodbye, Edmund.
Goodbye? Where are you going?
Oh, just for a walk.
Well, Mike, here's to us.
Yes, Eddie. To us.
She's right, but she doesn't understand how it used to be between you and me.
Of course not.
But after this is over, we're finished, Mike. We're square.
But that's how you want it.
It can't be any other way.
That's right. It can't be any other way.
Mike, what are you doing with that gun?
Well, you see what I'm doing. I'm aiming it.
Mike, why?
Because I have no choice. As you said, it can't be any other way.
Well, why? I mean, why do you want to kill me?
I don't want to kill you, Eddie. I have to. And therefore...
Mike, it's me. It's Eddie.
If you stand still, Eddie, you won't feel a thing.
Mike, no!
Mike! You killed him!
Yes, I killed him.
You promised!
I promised I wouldn't hurt him. And I didn't. He died instantly.
Oh, no. Oh, I didn't realize.
Yes, you did. You did.
No. I don't want to go with you.
You have to go. You have no choice. You just crossed the line.
Mike, please hold me close.
Now, dear, I have to drive with two hands, especially when we go through town.
Oh, slow down. The local cops love to pick up people for speeding.
Not much of a town.
Well, we chose the right hour. All the stores are closed. People have finished dinner. The movie won't break for at least an hour. I'm so nervous.
It's all right. Everything's all right.
Edmund, I've never stopped being sick.
You'll be okay. Up ahead. Is that a police car?
It's the sheriff's car.
I think somebody's in it.
Well, we have to go down this street, but...
Well, why not? He can't suspect anything. It's dark. He won't recognize me. Look, as we go by, you wave at him.
All right.
There's nothing to be scared of. Now, give him a loud, cheerful goodbye. And a big wave.
Hi, Sheriff.
Hi, Miss Churchill.
There. You see? There's nothing to it. We're in the clear. You don't have to look back.
Mike, he's pulling away from the curb.
Okay, that doesn't mean he's after us.
Mike, he's following us.
Now, don't panic. Maybe he's heading someplace else.
Nowhere. This road leads away from town. There's nothing for more than 80 miles. He He's after us. Why?
I don't know
What do you
why.
mean you don't know? You know everything.
Shut up.
He's after us. Look, he's gaining on us.
lose him.
He wants us. Oh,
Hold the wheel. Hold the wheel steady. Steer.
Don't shoot at him.
I got a cannibal. He hasn't got the radio yet. I can stop it.
No, don't.
Steer to the right.
No.
Hold the car steady.
They're firing back at us. They're shooting back.
Get away from the wheel. Get away from the wheel. Move away.
And I have with me here a man who captured the fugitive gangster Mike Perry, our own Sheriff Pete Parker. Sheriff, what's the story?
I didn't know anything. I saw them drive by in the car, and I thought it was Mr. Churchill with her. And since he was not going to be here for the fly casting tournament on Saturday, I wanted to give him back his entry fee. After all, it was $10, and that don't grow on trees, you know.
Of course not. But that $10 discharged the debt. And while we don't know who did win that fishing contest the following day, the grand winner should be Sheriff Parker, who caught the biggest fish of all the night before. We're going to catch you for some more Mystery Theater when I return in a few moments.
Pardon me, miss. Can you tell me what happens this time of year?
Rhubarb reaches its peak.
Nope.
Muskmelon reaches its peak?
No.
Oh, does it in any way involve something reaching its peak?
No, not really.
Oh.
What happens this time of year is that you can get a really outstanding deal on Buick's small but surprisingly elegant Apollo. And with what's happening to prices, you may never have a better chance to buy a Buick, huh?
Hey, I know what happens.
Yeah?
The buzzards come back to Hinckley Ridge, Ohio.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
I hadn't thought of that.
Sure, I've heard that phrase, give to the college of your choice. Good idea. And I know all colleges need more money, what with inflation and all. It's just that since I graduated, I've been so busy, not just with my career, but with the community affairs, too, I haven't found the time to reevaluate.
Take the time now and give more to the college of your choice. Now.
A public service message of this station and the Advertising Council.
Certain emotions slumber inside each of us. We lead lives that may have nothing to do with our true desires. And then one day, a Mike Perry can arrive to awaken a Carlotta Churchill. Well, we certainly hope there are no Carlottas among our listeners. And if any of you are even contemplating a Carlotta-like move, tune us in instead. You'll get all the vicarious enjoyment with none of the actual penalties. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Norman Rose, Ralph Bell, and Dan Ocko. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
What's a young guy like you doing with all white hair?
I swapped for it, Mr. Halpert. I can swap anything I got for anything you've got. And what you got is plenty of money.
And years, kid. Too many years.
I'll take them off your back. You just say yes. That's all you have to do.
Okay. That's enough. Beat it.
Look, you gotta believe me, Mr. Halpert. Give me a chance to prove it. You don't have to pay me off until it works. I mean, what would you give to be 26 years old again?
$1 million, kid. That's what I'd give. What kind of pills you peddling?
Would you give me $1 million?
Just like that?
Just say yes, Mr. Halpert. The rest is easy. Only don't try double-crossing me, because once we make the swap, it's final. I get the $1 million, you get to be 26. Is that a deal?
Sure. It's a deal.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
freeze is on at Kroger, and that means savings for you. Because from now until October 12th, Kroger is freezing prices on over 500 different items. It's true. For 60 days, the prices on hundreds of name brand items you use most often, will not.
Sense transcribed. Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. You know, in the long story of human relations, conflict between brothers is no new item. It goes all the way back to Cain and Abel. Now, you can see it all the time if you care to look, but most people don't. It's not always pleasant. Anyway, I want to tell you a story about two brothers. They were jockeys, and when they started knocking up against each other, coming down the stretch in a drive for the wire, all mixed up with a ton of horseflesh and a mess of pounding hooves, well, somebody should have run up the red flag of danger. It all goes back to yesterday morning. I was sitting in front of my typewriter trying to get a story to fit into place. It was close to 5 a.m., and the clock on the wall was sticking its tongue out at me. I just about decided to turn in what I had and let it go when I felt someone move up to my desk.
Hi, Randy.
It was Ben Clark, a jockey fellow I'd known on and off for years and a pretty good friend. Well, Ben, you old son of a gun, how are you?
Pretty good, Randy. Good to see you.
Where'd you pop out of all of a sudden?
Well, a meet's opening this afternoon. I was on my way out to the track for a little morning workout. Saw the light on up here. Wondered if it was you.
Well, I'm glad you came up. Sit down.
Thanks.
Cup of cold coffee? I keep it around for special friends.
Oh, no thanks, Randy. I haven't got much time. Gonna have to shove in a minute.
How's the wife?
Oh, Stella's swell. We just got in from California a couple of days ago. Been riding out there.
Yeah, I know. I've been keeping tabs on you through sports.
Randy.
What's the matter, Ben? You look kind of beat.
Tired, I guess, that's all. Randy, you seen Keeney?
Your brother? No.
Yeah, he's in Chi, too. I thought you might have bumped into him.
No, last I heard of him, he was riding apprentice down at Gulfstream.
Yeah. Well, he's going to ride here. He got in a couple of days ago, the boys tell me, all fired up, ready to ride against me to prove he's better than I am or something.
You two still at it, huh? Why don't you two kiss and make up? Be better all the way around.
No, I don't know. We don't speak the same language, I guess. Kid's sore. Figures I was trying to hold him down when I wouldn't give him permission to ride before he was 18. I was his guardian. It's a laugh, isn't it?
Yeah.
I couldn't let him ride. You know that. He was like a maniac on a horse. He'd get out there and he didn't care what happened, what he did, as long as he won. He's going to get himself killed, you know that. Couldn't let him ride for his own good.
Well, he's old enough to call his own shots now, Ben. I wouldn't worry about it.
No. The way it looks to me, he waited till I signed to ride here, and then he wangled himself some mounts so he could go against me. Just hope he's got a little more sense now, that's all. Just hope he's settled down some since I saw him last.
Oh, sure he has, Ben. He was just a kid then. Riding was a game to him. Winning was fun. Now it's a business to him. He doesn't want to break his neck any more than the next fellow.
Yeah. Oh, look, Randy, give us a ring at the hotel tonight, will you? Stella'd love to see you. Maybe we can take in dinner?
Sure, that'd be swell. Say, wait a minute. You going out to the track now?
Yeah.
Why don't I come along? You mind?
No, not at all. Come on.
Maybe that's what I need, a little fresh air. That's my trouble, too much indoor living. It was just after dawn when we reached the track. Ben went on into the jockey room to suit up, and I ambled over to the rail. There it was, the dawn patrol, watching the horses in their early morning blowouts. Trainers, owners, exercise and stable boys, and handicappers. Each of them with a stopwatch in his hand or in his head. And most of them looking for the pot of gold at the end of a mile and an eighth. A big gray was thundering down the track, and I recognized the jock, Keeney Clark. I knew right then and there why I'd gone out to the track. After Keeney finished his workout, I caught up with him, heading for the jockey room. Hey, Keeney! Keeney!
Huh?
Just a minute.
Oh, Randy Stone, hi.
Hi. I saw you on that gray. You look good.
Thanks. What you doing out? They got you in sports now?
Oh, no. Nothing like that. I want to talk to you.
Me?
Yeah. Come on, let's sit down over there.
Yeah, all right.
How you been, Keeney? Hey, you did pretty well down at Gulfstream.
Yeah, I did okay.
Okay. Leading apprentice, that's better than okay, isn't it?
It's all right.
Yeah, sit down.
Yeah. Well, what is it, Randy?
Well...
Go on, I'm listening.
You know, you're looking at a guy who's just about ready to put his foot into something he'd do better to keep it out of.
Go ahead, shoot.
I talked to Ben a little earlier.
Oh.
He's kind of worried.
He is, huh?
About you.
Me? What's he worried about me for?
Well, I told him it was silly, but you know Ben, sometimes he's a little old woman.
I hadn't noticed.
Well, he's worried about the way you ride. He's afraid you're going to bust yourself up or something. You know, I think it'd be pretty nice if you went up to see him.
I'll see you around, Randy.
Now, Keeney, wait a minute.
You got things mixed up, Randy. Ben's not worried about me. Not one bit, no.
What do you mean?
He's worried about himself, like he's always been. That's what I mean. He's worried I'll become something and beat him out of some headlines.
Ben?
He's worried about two guys with the same name. He's worried he'll have to share the glory. He's been stepping on me all my life. He wants me down. He wants to be up. I don't like that. And I'll tell you something else.
Oh, now ease off.
He's scared. Yeah, Ben's scared. Deep down in him, he's scared because he's getting old for a jock and soft. And it eats him because he thinks I'm better than he is. And he's right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you run down now?
Just a pause for a station break.
Well, I think you got it wrong, Keeney.
You do, huh? Okay, I got it wrong. You got it right? You got all the facts?
Well, no.
You know everything that's going on between us?
No, I don't.
Okay, you gave yourself an answer. Now, listen, Randy. Ben's business is Ben's and mine is mine.
Yeah, and neither of them is mine. Yeah, I know. Okay, Keeney, you told me. I'll see you around. Yeah, he told me all right. Some of what he said, at least, was true. I didn't have all the facts, and my business was elsewhere. A lesson I have to keep relearning on occasion. So I tucked my tail between my legs and decided to leave bad enough alone. I checked out of the track, stopped off for a bite to eat, figuring the affair of the feuding brothers was behind me. As often is the case, I was wrong. It was 8 a.m. when I got back to the office to see if I had any mail, and the phone caught me. Hello?
Randy?
Yeah?
Stella Clark.
Oh, hi, Estelle.
Busy?
No, I saw Ben today.
Uh-huh. He told me. Randy, I got an extra ticket for the races this afternoon. Same box as me. Do you want to come?
Well, I don't know, Stell. That's usually my...
I wish you'd come, Randy. Please come. I want to talk to you. It's important.
Well...
I'll leave the ticket at will call. Bye.
Stell, hey.
The post in 5 minutes.
I'd gone on home, caught a few hours of sleep, and made the track just before the first race. I shoved my way through the crowd over to the boxes, and I saw her. Blonde, a little heavier than before. She was sitting there nervously fingering her program, then she looked around.
Randy, I was beginning to wonder if you'd come.
I'm sorry, Stell. Made it as soon as I could.
Here, come on, sit down.
Yep. I didn't get a chance to check the program. Who's Ben on?
Number 4, Bosun's mate.
I better get down to the window if I want to put my $2 on him.
Keeney's on number 1, Blue Flyer.
Yeah?
Randy, they had a big argument a little while ago. Keeney and Ben. They went at it hot and heavy.
Oh, what about?
The same old what about. Keeney said Ben's been holding him down and a lot of other things. That kid's got a persecution complex, I tell you.
Stella.
Keeney hates Ben. He's just waiting for a chance to get back at him.
Now, Stella, please, listen to me. I talked to Ben. I talked to Keeney, too, this morning. This is none of my business, Stella. I don't know what it's all about, and besides, there's nothing I can do about it.
I'm only talking to you, Randy, because you're a friend of Ben's. Because I got no one else to talk to.
Yeah, I know.
It was all right as long as they were apart. Riding on different tracks, it didn't matter none. But now, down there on the same track, pounding down the stretch together, something's going to happen, Randy.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Stella. Nothing says anything's going to happen.
No, nothing says it. You won't find it written anywhere. But something is, I know.
The horses have now reached the post.
Randy, I'm afraid.
Easy, Stella.
I'm afraid. I can't help it. I got a feeling.
They're off and running.
Randy.
You came out of the gate in a pack, 10 horses going 6 furlongs. They began to string out on the backstretch, Canapé in front by a neck, Ben's horse, Bosun's Mate, second by a length over Pedro D. And Keeney's horse, Blue Flyer, was well back. They held their way pretty much coming around the far turn with Keeney's horse picking up ground. And then they headed into the stretch.
And in the stretch, Canapé in front by a head, Bosun's Mate second, and next over Pedro D. Lacanican, here comes Blue Flyer between horses. Canapé, Bosun's Mate, neck to neck, and Blue Flyer gaining steadily. Canapé, Bosun's Mate, Blue Flyer, Bosun's Mate, Canapé, Blue Flyer.
Kitty, Randy, that fell.
Well, a lot of things happened after that, and all about the same time. Keeney's horse streaked across the finish line the winner, but the inquiry sign went up just as fast, which meant the stewards were going to look at the motion pictures of the race to see if everything had been on the up and up. Meanwhile, the word foul was rumbling through the stands, and so was a sense of tragedy. Ben Clark hadn't moved at all from where he'd fallen on the turf. The track ambulance made it out to him fast, and a few minutes later he was in the track infirmary, a couple of pale green rooms attached to the jockey room. The doctor was bending over him. Stella sat in the anteroom doing a good job of turning her handkerchief into a wet and salty pulp.
I can't stop crying, Randy. I can't.
Well, then don't,
I
Stella.
want to cry. I want to hold up. I do.
I can't think of one reason why you should. Now, go ahead. Cry, Stella.
Ben can't be hurt, Randy. He just can't be hurt bad.
Well, then he won't, Stella. He's pretty solid. He's taken spills before.
Yeah. But how long can you keep taking them?
Mind if I come in?
Keeney.
Yeah. How is he?
We don't know yet.
What'd the doc say? He must have said something.
He hasn't come out yet.
Oh.
Get out of here, Keeney. Get out of here.
Stella.
Beat it, get out of here. Get out of my sight.
Now, wait a minute,
Killer,
Stella.
that's what he is. Maniac. Ben was right when he called you that.
Please, Stella.
What'd you do, come to gloat? Oh, Ben ain't dead yet, I'll tell you that. He's too good a guy to die because of a punk like you.
I guess I better take off.
Keeney, I guess you better.
For your sake, sonny boy. Ben better be all right.
Yeah. Can you come out a minute, Randy?
Oh, yeah, sure. Excuse me a minute, Stella.
Kind of upset, isn't she?
Now, it's hard to blame her.
Yeah.
She doesn't mean half the things she says, though.
Only half? Half of what she said's enough. You think like she does, Randy, that I fouled Ben deliberately?
I don't know.
Wait until the stewards see the pictures, huh? A man's innocent until proven guilty. You're a good guy no matter what. Don't you even have an opinion?
On something I don't know about? I thought you told me once before. That was kind of dumb.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ride you. I guess I'm kind of edgy. Randy, I didn't foul Ben.
Well, then I hope the pictures show it.
There was some bumping in there, that's true. But I don't even know for sure who was bumping who. There were 3 horses in there. I was riding pretty hard. That's true, too.
Yeah, I heard about the way you ride.
Nothing intentional, though, Randy.
No, nothing that seems intentional, at least.
What do you mean?
Well, we do a lot of things unintentionally that we really mean to do all along.
Then you are blaming me.
No. It's just a comment. Like we said, I haven't got all the facts.
Funny kind of comment.
Yeah, maybe it is. Well, I better get inside, Jeannie. Stella's alone.
All I know is, Randy, that I ride hard. Rough, I guess. Yeah, I'm a cowboy on a horse, like they say. When I get in there, I drive with all that's in me, and I don't think too much. That's because I want to win and keep on winning. But that's one thing. Fouling's another, and that's something I've never done.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
The inquiry signs come down.
The stewards have viewed the motion pictures of the first race, and the results are now official. 1, 6, and 3. Blue Flyer, Canapé, and Pedro D. The stewards have declared no foul.
Well, that's it.
You are right, kid. No foul. You won it fair and square.
Yeah.
So you're in the clear. I'm glad it turned out that way.
Yeah, thanks, Randy. Maybe you better go on inside now and see if Ben made out as well.
went back on into the infirmary. The doctor was there, and Stella had her head buried on his shoulder. At first, I couldn't tell whether her crying was from sorrow or relief. The doctor soon enlightened me.
I'll need x-rays to be sure, Randy. But it may be a broken neck.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. For millions of Americans, tonight marks the beginning of a 3-day holiday. A large percentage of these people will be out on the highways driving to vacation spots, and it is to these people that this message is directed. Actually, we don't like to be grim at times such as these when a holiday is in the offing. Unfortunately, it is sometimes necessary. The National Safety Council estimates that 310 persons will be killed in traffic accidents during the next 3 days. 310 people will die on our highways. Now, the council hopes that the estimate is high. When you drive this weekend, please be careful. Be alert. Drive only at the safe speed limit, even though it is many miles less than the legal limit. Be courteous and careful. Help reduce the number of traffic deaths on this holiday weekend by practicing the golden rule when you drive. Don't chisel in traffic, or you may be only a statistic on Monday. The life you save may be your own. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Well, you couldn't convince Stella that Keeney hadn't fouled Ben. She claimed the pictures just didn't show it. Anyway, Ben was taken to Mercy Hospital where they took some x-rays. Fortunately, it was only a slipped disc and not nearly as severe as an out-and-out break. They put some traction on Ben's neck, and in a couple of hours, he was up again. A little wobbly, but navigable. The doctor told him to lay off riding for a few days, and then they let him go home. Meanwhile, Keeney had himself a big afternoon at the track, booting in 4 winners. That night, I got another call from Stella Clark. She was all upset again and asked me if I could come over, which I did.
Mr. Summerfield was out to see Ben a little while ago.
Summerfield?
He's the man who owns the stable Ben rides for.
Oh.
He wants Ben to ride in the Memorial Stakes tomorrow.
That's a big race.
He wants him on demolition.
That's the favorite, if I remember right. Ben wants to do it, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's up to Ben, isn't it?
Doc said to lay off 10 days at least. The spill just happened today. He's not ready.
Well, Ben knows how he feels. He wouldn't do it.
He doesn't know how he feels at all. He doesn't care about the race itself. It's Keeney.
How do you mean?
Booting in all those winners, that's what's eating Ben.
I don't believe that, Stella.
Well, I'm telling you. I've watched him read about it in the papers, listened to it on the radio.
What, Stella?
Hi, Ben. You're back sooner than I thought.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Randy.
Ben?
Didn't know you were coming up.
I called him and asked him.
You told him about Summerfield wanting me to ride tomorrow?
Uh-huh.
She's worried about me.
Well, that's a good sign. She loves you.
Yeah, I know. I'm not complaining. Just wish she wouldn't worry, though, that's all. I'm riding tomorrow because I feel like it. Because racing's my business. Gave me everything I've got. A bank account, a reputation. And you, Stell.
Oh,
Even gave me you.
Ben.
That's why I'm going tomorrow. And you're wrong, hon, about what you're thinking. Keeney's got nothing to do with it at all.
Ben was convincing. His manner was easy. He was quiet and dispassionate about the whole thing. Then all of a sudden, I got a funny feeling. I began to think that maybe he was too quiet and too dispassionate because the truth of the matter was there was going to be another test between them. Ben and Keeney were going to play out any grievances they had or thought they had the only place they knew how, on the track. And to me, the whole thing began to feel like a stick of dynamite with a short fuse.
The 7th race, the Memorial Stakes, 1 mile and a 16th for 4-year-olds and up. Number 1, Carmel with jockey Jake Hubbard up. Number 2, Demolition, jockey Ben Clark in the saddle. Number 3, Cover Girl, Steve Abbott booting. Number 4, Hurry Up, jockey Keeney Clark. Number 5, Kathleen H, jockey Pete Spinelli.
I'd gone on gone down to the jockey room before the race for a last-minute word with Ben and Keeney. Ben was calm as ever. We chatted a bit, and then he went out to talk to Mr. Summerfield, the owner of his mount. Keeney wasn't so calm. He stood by himself in the corner of the room, looking out the window, banging his whip up against the palm of his hand. He turned when I came up to him.
Huh? Oh, hi, Randy.
Hi, Keeney.
Well, you got your $2 on.
Well, I figured I'd play it strictly neutral, kid. I got 2 going on each of you. I figured I'd win that way no matter what.
No matter what?
What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing, just the pre-race jitters. Yeah, there is something. Randy, you got much influence with Ben?
Well, not that I've noticed.
Think you can get him to cancel out?
Cancel out?
It'll be easy for him. He's got a headache or something. Don't feel so good on account of the spill. He don't look so good, you know. He's not up to it.
Well, that's up to Ben, Keeney. He's calling it. Why do you want him to cancel out anyway?
Well, like I said, he's not in very good shape. It's going to be rough out there.
Well, who's going to make it so rough?
There'll be 10 other guys out there besides him.
Including you?
Including me. I'm telling you, Randy, if it's him and me coming down to the wire, I'm not letting up no matter how big that spill Ben took yesterday. No matter how he's feeling.
Well, I don't think Ben'd want you to.
Okay, just thought I'd say it for the record. I'm going to beat him again, Randy. I am. And that won't sit well with him.
You still got to do it.
I'm telling you, I will. I'll beat him, you'll see. Like I've wanted to all my life. He's going to get the dirt in his face this time. I'm going to win it.
You know, kid, I've heard a lot of guys talk about winning before. But you got a way of making it sound like it's a sickness.
Yeah? Maybe so, Randy. All I know is I got to win and keep on winning.
Why?
Simple. Take a look at me. What do you see?
I don't follow.
What do you see? Look at me. 4'9", 98 pounds, a head taller than a Pekingese. Too big for a sideshow and too little for much else. Do you like nice, tall girls with long legs, Randy?
That's a silly question.
Well, I like them, too. But they don't pay much attention to me. They get sore necks looking down.
What are you getting at?
Oh, you know what I'm getting at. I'm a jock. That's all I'm left with. That's all I can be. So if I'm a winning one, I'm a king. I got money, respect. I got a life. If I'm a losing one, I'm nothing. I'm a bust. Face the fact, if I'm a loser, I'm just a little squirt and nobody gives a care. So you see, I gotta win.
No matter how?
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't.
The horses have now reached the post.
Even before the race began, you knew it was going to be a strange one. A run between 2 jocks. The horses less important than the 2 men up on their back.
They're off and running.
From the beginning, it was a 2-man race. Ben on demolition, Keeney on hurry up. The other horses melted away like it was a conspiracy.
Coming round the clubhouse turn, hurry up in front by a length. Demolition, second by 3 lengths over Kathleen H. Cover Girl, fade away, and Empire Queen.
They held that way past the half-mile post and onto the back stretch. Keeney in front, Ben a length or so behind.
On to the far turn, hurry up in front, 2 lengths over Demolition. Empire Queen third, 4 lengths back. Kathleen H. Grassroots, and Cover Girl. Coming into the stretch, and here's Demolition making his bid on the inside.
Ben on Demolition began to move. Keeney had 2 lengths on him, but coming for home, Ben began to lay onto the whip, and the lead began to melt. A length and a half, a length. Ben was closing ground, a half a length, a neck, a head. And then both of them were pounding toward the wire, neck and neck, riding hard, trying with all their might. And suddenly it happened. The foul was obvious. Keeney's horse lugged in and bumped Ben's mount, and a rider went spilling out onto the turf. It was Keeney Clark, and up in the stands you could almost hear his back break.
5 minutes, Randy. No more.
All right, Doctor.
That's you, Randy?
Yeah, it's me, kid.
I'm a mess, ain't I? Doc says I'll be laid up for months.
Yeah, I know.
Take some of the steam out of me, huh? Doc says maybe no more riding, ever. No, he's wrong there. If I say I ride again, I ride again.
I believe you.
What's with Ben?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
The stewards, they had a lot to say, I'll bet.
No, not much. They saw the pictures of the race. Your horse lugged in badly, bumped Ben's. That gave him the race, cleared him of the blame. They figured you'd fouled him to keep him from pulling on ahead and winning.
They did, huh? Randy, I'm going to tell you something. I want you to believe me. It's not going to be easy.
Go on.
I didn't foul Ben. My horse lugged in. It bumped Ben's mount. I know that. But I didn't foul him. Honest to Pete, I don't know what really happened out there at all. Ben.
Hi, Keeney. Randy, glad you're here.
What's the matter, Ben? What happened? You look like you've been through a ringer.
Yeah, I have, Randy, I have. Let me sit down. I've been walking. I've been thinking about the kid up here with his back busted.
Here, Ben.
Thanks. Gentlemen, you ever hear of a louse who never knew he was a louse? A real no-good guy who always figured himself for a prince of a fella? I know a guy like that. You want to know who?
Ben.
Me. Yeah, me, old Ben, Keeney's big brother. Old Ben Clark, louse. Keeney's always known it. He knows exactly what I was. But so help me on a stack of Bibles I didn't know until today. And when I got a look at myself, it turned my guts.
Oh, now settle down, Ben.
Please, Randy, don't stop me. Let me get this out, will you?
Sorry.
It was an impulse, Randy. You know what that is? Something you do on the spur of the moment without thinking. Something that comes from deep down inside of you, and it's got more truth to it than anything you do. Well, that's what it was. An impulse. Hey, kid.
Yeah, Ben?
Can you forgive me? Coming down that stretch, I suddenly felt I couldn't let you beat me. The pictures didn't show it, but the foul wasn't really yours. I stuck my whip in your horse's eye.
Well, Ben told the whole story to the stewards, and they gave the race to Keeney. Not that it mattered much anymore. What's going to happen now between the no longer feuding brothers? Well, I don't know for sure. Ben's given up riding. He's going to try his hand at training. I like to think in the not-too-distant future, Ben will saddle himself a fine animal, Keeney will get in the irons and boot him home a big stakes winner. But win or lose, Keeney and Ben bear out something I've always believed. You don't have to win to be a winner. In our book, it's how you run the race that counts. And remember, just because you didn't come in first doesn't necessarily mean you've lost. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Larry Roman, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Keeney was played by Sam Edwards. Dick Crenna was Ben. Others featured were Harry Lang and Ann Diamond. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Friday evening, The Roy Rogers Show brings you an exciting half hour of Western music and adventure. The short story presents Three Pair of Heels by Neil Bell. Short story is your invitation to a half hour of great dramatic entertainment. Consult your local newspaper for broadcast time and join us Friday for Roy Rogers and Short Story. Two great shows on NBC. Tonight, Dragnet brings you authentic adventure on NBC.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Patricia Power's eerie saga of a neighborhood besieged. Face of the Foe. Starring Jessica Walter, Joseph Campanella, and Judy Carn. In Elliot Lewis's production of The 0 Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The 0 Hour. Sponsored in part by Beechnut Chewing Tobacco, V8 Vegetable Juice, and Camphor-Phenique. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
This week, A Winter's Tale, set in a pleasant residential neighborhood in the Canadian city of Montreal, where two attractive young women share a cozy, stylish apartment, their workaday problems and pleasures, and their dreams and uncertainties of the future. For Nicole Nugent, there's the question of whether or not she should marry the budding young novelist, Christopher Galloway. For Laura Prescott, still smarting from a broken love affair, there is her current plan to start a beer garden restaurant, to put her penchant for German cooking profitably to work. But for Nicole Nugent and Laura Prescott, there will soon be a far more immediate and vital concern. There's a psychopath loose in the neighborhood. He's murdering people. And his victims all are women. Our story, Face of the Foe, begins after this word.
Josephine, open up! It's me, Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of all France, much of the civilized world, and Louisiana if the deal falls through.
Quick, Pierre, hide in the closet. Napoleon must not find you here. Coming now, Pete.
Ah, Josephine, I had to see you.
Napoleon, my dearest heart, what are you doing here? I thought you were at Waterloo.
I was, but it ended early. What is that? I smell cigarette smoke. You know I hate you to smoke.
I didn't. I don't. I started again.
Aha! The smoke coming from that closet. Come out of there, you scoundrel, and on guard.
It was only in there to pick up the dry cleaning.
Take that, you filthy escargot.
This world history lesson was brought to you by your American Cancer Society, which says smoking can be injurious to your health.
Touché!
In more ways than one.
Asphalt and concrete, neon and steel. Nowhere, anything real. Bolted doors on the houses, shutter doors on the hearts. Broken dreams in the concrete, murder dreams in the steel. Grief in the darkness, grief in the space.
Picture this. A cold, blustery winter's evening in the city of Montreal. In front of a cozy fire in the living room of their shared apartment, Nicole Nugent and Laura Prescott sit over their after-dinner coffee.
Till Eulenspiegel. How does that sound to you as a name for my restaurant?
Till Eulenspiegel? What is it?
It's not a what is it, it's a who is it. A collection of satirical tales were written about him back in the 1500s. He was kind of a German hippie of his time. Liked to play tricks on the establishment, including innkeepers.
Now that you've told me, it's a great name. But will the customers know who he is?
His legend will be proclaimed on a plaque outside the door and on the back of our menu. I just hope this place I have an appointment to see tomorrow turns out to be as ideal as it sounds. It's a delicatessen restaurant with modern equipment, even an area at the side for outdoor tables and chairs, and it's right across from the university. A beer garden should have great appeal to college students.
It sounds perfect. How come the owner is giving it up?
He's retiring.
What time is your appointment with him?
Not until late tomorrow afternoon, so I have to try to get my mind off it. I'm going to a movie with Amy tonight. Want to join us?
No, thank you. This is the kind of evening to curl up in front of the fire with a good book. Especially if the man you're in love with is too busy writing one to curl up with you.
I take it Chris is on a deadline.
Again. I'm not sure I want to marry a man who's already married to a typewriter.
I wouldn't hesitate too long if a man like Christopher Galloway loved me.
Be careful on your way out. You may run into the man in apartment 4.
Oh, I hope not.
All we knew of the man in apartment 4 was the name on his mailbox, T. Oliphant. He'd moved in a month ago. A tall, stooped, cadaverous-looking character with a bald, high-domed head and a gray prison pallor look to his skin. Every time Laura and I encountered him in the lobby, he looked at us through his thick-lensed glasses in a way that gave us both the creeps. A cold, sneering look, as though we were reacting to something that thoroughly disgusted him.
He's a woman hater. I'm sure of that.
Sybil Hepworth thinks he's the mad bomber.
It's ridiculous to even ask where Sybil Hepworth gets any of her ideas. But where does she get that one from?
Well, you know how he's always carrying a brown carton under his arm when he goes out? And she says she hears him hammering on something in his apartment all the time.
So she figures he's in there making bombs.
Well, you know Sybil. Sybil Hepworth was our apartment house busybody. Unfortunately, her apartment was right across the hall from ours. And now, as Laura left for her movie date, Sybil came flying out of her door to corner me with an idle comment about the weather, which was always her devious way of trying to strike up a gossip-laden conversation.
Real wintry night out, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Not fit for man or beast. But I notice it didn't daunt Miss Prescott none. She must have a very important engagement to go out to a night like this.
Very.
She's a beautiful girl. Used to see her going out all the time with a gentleman friend. But he doesn't seem to come around anymore. I suppose things between them must have gone as they say.
Gone what?
You know, like they write in the gossip columns.
Oh, do you read the gossip columns, Miss Hepworth? I shouldn't think you'd have the time. Good night. I'd long ago reached the conclusion that Sybil Hepworth moved her bed out into the lobby at bedtime. But she was right about one thing. It was a real wintry night outside. I stirred up the flames in the fireplace, kicked off my shoes, and settled down on the sofa with my book. It was a murder mystery, a good one. I was so absorbed in the story I was reading that the sudden frantic pounding on the door gave me a start that nearly sent me out of my skin. Who could it be, and what was wrong? No one had rung the buzzer. Whoever it was, how had they gotten in? I was almost afraid to open the door, but the urgent hammering went on like a cry for help. I turned the catch and cautiously opened the door. The colorless, terrified face of a woman peered in at me.
Please let me in. Someone's after me.
My daddy was a mighty fine man. He taught me a thing or two. A woman can hurt, so you stay on your guard. And beechnuts the tobacco you chew. Them times we'd go fishing, my daddy and me. He'd tell me everything he ever knew. You go after big mouth in close to the bank. And beechnuts the tobacco you chew. Around here, beechnut's the word for chewing tobacco. And it's been that way, father and son, for a long, long time. What's the secret? It's the way beechnut just keeps getting better. Like beechnut's a lot moister these days, with more taste and less stems. Big improvements. You ought to try today's beechnut chewing tobacco. And now I'm a daddy with a son who's full grown, and I tell him a thing or two. Scared money don't win, evil women drink gin, and beechnut's the tobacco you chew.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. A household move is always a difficult undertaking, but it can be particularly unpleasant during the summer. Pickups and deliveries are more likely to be delayed then because the demand on moving companies is at a peak. One way to minimize such problems and save a substantial amount of money, too, is to move yourself. However, there are a few things to think about before you go out and rent a truck or trailer. Are you and your helpers physically up to carrying your heaviest furniture in and out of houses? If you need a large trailer, is your car up to towing it? Rental trailers are cheaper than trucks, but less advisable for long hauls with heavy loads. You should also take into consideration the additional wear and tear on your car, and allow for greatly reduced gas mileage. Unless a driver is accustomed to pulling a camp trailer, hauling a load of furniture may present problems, especially in parking. Sure, you want to save money, but be sure you know what it means to do it yourself. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Oh, let me in, please. Yes, of course. He was right behind me, all the way down Winnicott Road. You're safe now. I've locked the door. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Come in and sit down. I'll get you some brandy, and then you can tell me what happened. With shaking hands, she put the armful of sheet music and books she was carrying on the coffee table and sat down heavily on the sofa. A big, ungainly woman with a round, childlike face framed by black sausage curls. In her late 30s, I figured, and well-to-do, judging by the pastel mink, velvet pantsuit, and pearl necklace she was wearing. I went into the kitchen and poured a generous measure of brandy into a glass, noting by my watch that it was 10:30. And at that moment, I suddenly remembered something that sent a shiver of fear down my spine. Only 4 nights ago, a woman had been found strangled inside a garage on Winnicott Road. Thank you, Miss Nugent, Nicole Nugent. I'm Kathleen Windsor. I live on Winnicott Road, close to Queen Mary. I was on my way home. And someone was following you? Yes. He followed me along Côte Saint-Luc from Girouard and then down Winnicott. I crossed the street, and he crossed right behind me, getting closer and closer. How frightening. I knew I couldn't reach my house, so I turned and ran down Phoebe Lane. Did he come after you? Yes. He stopped for just a minute, and then I heard him coming. That's when I ran in and started pounding on your door. Oh, thank heaven you were here to let me in. But how did you get into the lobby without ringing the buzzer? Well, I didn't have to ring. The door wasn't locked. Oh, that's what I was afraid of. We've been having trouble with the lock on that door. I guess the janitor hasn't fixed it yet. Well, you'd better see that he does. But I am grateful that it was still broken tonight. Perhaps I should call the police. Could you give them any description of the man? No. I just ran when I heard him getting closer. I only glanced at him once when I crossed the street on Winnicott before he came across after me. What did he look like? Kind of short, I think, with a dark coat. I couldn't really see. It was dark and he was in the shadows. I was really too frightened to notice. Oh, I understand. You see, only last Monday night, a girl from my church choir was murdered on Winnicott Road. Yes, I read about it. It must be awful when it's someone you knew. Elsie Grumberger. She sang the solo sometimes. Had a beautiful soprano voice. Shall I get you some more brandy? No, I have to go home. Mother would be so worried if she knew. She's always warning me to come straight home after choir practice. You live with your mother? Yes, but she's in the hospital now. Has been for weeks, poor thing, with a broken hip. If we were to call the police, something might appear in the paper to worry her. I don't think you have enough of a description to be of any help to them. And I'm sure the man isn't still hanging about. Oh, dear, I hope not. To tell you the truth, I'm frightened about walking home from here. Oh, but I won't let you walk home alone. I'll go with you. Oh, that's very kind, but do you really think you should? I mean, that means from my house back here, you'd be walking alone. Now that she mentioned it, the idea didn't exactly appeal to me. We were in definite need of an escort. And almost at once I thought of Mr. Matrai, the janitor. If he were home, he wouldn't mind, I was sure. I remembered his telling me how he liked to take walks at night. There he is now. In just a few minutes, he'll be safely home. Oh. Hello, Mr. Matrai. This is so good of you.
No trouble at all, Miss Nugent.
This is Miss Windsor. She lives just down the street on Winnicott Road. Thank you ever so much for coming to our rescue, Mr. Matrai. A sudden suspicion dawned on me. Was Kathleen Windsor just imagining things? Had a man actually been following her, or was it only wishful thinking? She was close to 40, I was sure of it. But when it came to men and mother, it appeared she was just a naughty little girl. Mr. Mattry's broad, swarthy face remained expressionless at all of the fawning and giggling Kathleen Windsor couldn't seem to refrain from. Your things are on the coffee table, Miss Windsor. Don't forget them.
Oh, yes, my music. I'm going to be singing a solo this Sunday. Are you a church-going man, Mr. Mattry?
Yes, I go to church every week.
As the three of us came out of the apartment, I saw the door across the hall furtively closed. I knew that Sybil Hepworth had had her eyes and ears open. A full moon rode high behind a veil of clouds. We walked quickly, heads down against the wind, and arrived at Seabury House in a few minutes' time. A doorman in maroon and gold livery tipped his hat to Kathleen Windsor, swung the outer door open, and admitted us into the inner sanctum. We rode a whispery, silent elevator to the 4th floor, walked down a thickly carpeted, softly lit hall to a plum-colored door numbered 415. We waited while Kathleen Windsor searched her purse for her keys, found them, and opened the door.
Won't you please come in for a moment? Both of you. Just to see that everything's all right.
Yes, of course. Just for a moment.
He might have gotten into my apartment somehow.
No, that does not seem very likely to me. It would be very difficult to get past that doorman and through a locked door.
But we'll make certain you're safe before we leave. Won't we, Mr. Mattry?
Of course.
Mr. Mattry patiently looked into every corner and cupboard and checked the window leading to the fire escape.
There is no one here. You do not have to worry.
But the other rooms, Mr. Mattry, would you mind?
He went into the kitchen, the bathroom, and Kathleen's mother's room, looking behind curtains and doors and the clothes hanging in closets. Finally, we walked together into the room that I knew at once belonged to Kathleen Windsor. The little girl's room, all pink and white with ruffled curtains and a menagerie of stuffed animals on a canopied 4-poster bed. From a rocking chair in the corner, a giant plush teddy bear stared at me with glass button eyes.
It's all right, Miss Windsor. I've looked everywhere. There is no one.
I know you're going to think this is silly of me, Mr. Mattry, but there is one other place he could be hiding. Would you just take one little peek under my bed?
Hey, what you got there? It looks like tomato juice. It's V8. What you got there? It's V8. Looks like tomato juice. It's V8. Try it. Wow. It sure doesn't taste like tomato juice. It tastes like V8. A great natural blend of 8 garden vegetables. V8 cocktail vegetable juice. V8.
When a skin injury makes your child cry out in pain,
Ow! It hurts!
remember Camphofenique. Camphofenique is the multi-purpose family medication that instantly stops the pain of minor cuts, scrapes, burns, even cold sores and fever blisters. Camphofenique gently penetrates skin injuries to kill germs, protect against infection, helps nature heal skin injuries. Camphofenique, the penetrating first aid medication, stops pain instantly. Camphofenique.
The 0 Hour continues after this.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get going? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't, who'll take care of the futures of our sons? Well, let me ask you now, who's gonna tell them about the pusher man? Who's gonna show them how to clean the man? Who's gonna tell them why they shouldn't drop out? Who's gonna show them what it's all about? You know you can if you want to. You can if you want to right now. Well, let me lay it on you.
Well, let me tell them, you know, if you're 18 or older, you can help a lot of guys be prepared by being a leader in scouting. I mean it, fella, scouting today's a lot more than you think.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get more? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't, who'll help teach your sons to be prepared?
retrospect, my adventurous evening with Kathleen Windsor seemed rather ludicrous. I was looking ahead to the following evening when that struggling young novelist, Christopher Galloway, would tear himself away from his current literary effort long enough to take me out to dinner. But it was just my luck to wake up the next morning with a cold.
Cheer up. 2 weeks from now, you'll be sunning yourself on the sands of Jamaica, where probably no one's ever even heard of a cold.
Oh, right now, my only concern is about my date with Chris tonight. Any time he's willing to take off when he's on a deadline is pure gold.
Yes. A glass of freshly squeezed vitamin C. Maybe if you take it easy all day, you'll feel better tonight.
Oh, maybe.
Too bad you had to go out at all last night.
My big errand of mercy. It was a fool's errand, I'm sure. That poor silly woman. You should have seen her bedroom, Laura. It looked like something out of an old Shirley Temple movie.
Well, from what you've told me, I guess her mother just never let her grow up.
Her mother should have seen her last night, giggling and fawning over poor little Mr. Matrai.
How was Mr. Matrai taking it?
He didn't say anything after we left. You know how quiet and polite he always is. I caught him staring at her a couple of times, though.
Hey, we better remind him to fix that lock on the lobby door.
Oh, we met T. Oliphant in the lobby on our way out last night. And you should have seen the way he stared at Kathleen Windsor.
I've seen the way he stares at me, and that's enough.
It was strange. He looked her up and down with that awful sneer of his.
Maybe he doesn't approve of women in mink coats.
A mink and an apartment at Seabury House. Whatever it is that Kathleen Windsor lacks, it isn't money anyway.
Well, minks aren't in my line. All I want is a nice going little restaurant. I hope this place I'm seeing today will be it. Keep your fingers crossed.
I will. That's about as much activity as I feel up to. It was a long, cold day. Even bundled up under blankets on the sofa in front of a roaring fire, I couldn't stop shivering. I kept trying to get Chris on the phone, but the line was always busy. I knew he had the receiver off the hook. Another annoying habit of his when he was in the throes of creation.
Hello?
Finally, I've been trying to ring you all day.
Oh, you know I sometimes take the phone off the hook when I'm writing.
Yes, I know. It's very frustrating.
What's the matter, Muffet? You sound a little out of sorts.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. I have a cold, that's all.
Oh, poor Miss Muffet. I thought you sounded a little fuzzy. Hey, what does this do to our dinner date?
It cancels it, I'm afraid. I just don't think I should go out tonight.
Oh, well, then how about me bringing dinner in? Your favorite Chinese food. Or would you rather not have any company at all?
Not just any company, but you and Chinese food sound perfect. I'm rallying already.
Good girl. I'll be there soon, and I won't stay too late.
Oh, it's just as well. Probably full of germs.
Seeing as how they're your germs, I'll risk it. I'll see you, Muffet.
Muffet. Chris always called me that. With affection, but also with a twinkle of amusement in his eye that he wouldn't explain. I couldn't honestly say why I didn't jump at the chance to marry Chris. I loved him and he loved me. We both knew it without having to say it all the time. But I also knew his commitment to his work might sometimes come between us. Was that the real reason I put off saying yes? Right now, with the man of my life due any minute, I thought I'd better try to make myself as appealing as anybody with a cold of the nose could be. About all I could manage was a touch of eye makeup and a few strokes of the hairbrush. At least it took some of the lackluster from my eyes and returned a little of the sheen to my hair.
Hello, darling. How's my Muffet feel, huh?
I'll live, especially now that help's arrived.
With provisions. Here we are. Beef, wonton, lobster, shrimp, fried rice, pineapple chicken, and pork chop suey.
Sounds fantastic, even to my poor dull taste buds.
Hey, where's Laura? I brought dinner for 3.
Well, she should be back any time. She went to check out a location for her restaurant. It sounded perfect.
Oh, good. Well, let's get everything all ready. She may be in the mood for celebration when she comes in.
I don't have anything to celebrate. The property wasn't even for sale.
Not for sale? But I thought you talked to the owner on the telephone.
Well, I thought I did, too. I told him he'd called me in answer to my ad. But he swore it wasn't he who called.
Then who was it?
He said it must have been some joker. Some joke.
I wonder why anyone would do something like that.
Don't ask me. Maybe running a wanted ad in the paper on my own wasn't such a good idea.
Oh, shouldn't be anything wrong with that. Let's see the ad.
Oh, my God.
Nicky, what's the matter?
What is it, Buffett?
That story in the paper. Look what it says. I pointed to a small news item at the bottom of the page. Woman found strangled was the headline. Below it, with disbelieving eyes, I read, early this morning, the body of a woman identified as Kathleen Windsor was found in her apartment at Seabury House on Winnicott Road. She'd been strangled.
Grief in the darkness, grief and despair. Nowhere, nowhere, someone to care.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Your Heart Association presents Maureen Stapleton and Martin Balsam.
A red blazer with brass buttons. Oh, it's great.
Open the other birthday present.
It feels like... Well, what is it?
A sphygmomanometer.
Sphig what?
Sphygmomanometer. I can take your blood pressure with it.
Oh, just when I need it.
Well, it's your 40th birthday. I'd like to celebrate 50 more. And there's millions of people walking around who don't even know they have high blood pressure.
So?
So high blood pressure, if it goes untreated, can lead to heart attack, stroke, and other not-so-nice things.
Look, I don't have it.
How do you know? There's no constant symptoms, and you never get checkups.
Well, I'm not about to let you check my blood pressure.
Then you'll see the doctor about a checkup.
Okay.
Good. Then I'll return his spare
So this was a trick, huh?
I thought of it after reading a Heart Association booklet on high blood pressure. You want to read it?
Your free copy of your Heart Association booklet on high blood pressure is waiting for you. Why not pick it up? Just another service you support when you give to the Heart Fund. Make heart health your #1 cause.
Young I may be, but still I'm a man, just turned 18, and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be free. Get ready for life, be free as the sea. Oh, where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? I'm finished with school, but what I learn? Don't wanna get trapped, wanna see things instead of there's so much to do. The call of the sea, don't you hear it too? Oh, where do I go from here? Where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You'll get your chance at success. Learn an exciting job and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000 or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Face of the Foe. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This episode brought to you in part by Beechnut, V8 and Campo Felique. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio. You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow. And once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. exercise your imagination. This week, Patricia Power's eerie saga of a neighborhood besieged. Face of the Foe. Starring Jessica Walter, Joseph Campanella, and Judy Carn. In Elliot Lewis's production of The 0 Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The 0 Hour. Sponsored in part by
Quaker State Motor Oil and State Farm Insurance. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
Ordinarily, the greatest winter concern for Montreal residents is hockey. But this is no ordinary winter in Montreal. Only the climate is as usual, and Canadians have learned to deal with inclement weather. But in one particular neighborhood, there's something outside more terrible than snow, or so it would seem to young Nicole Nugent. She enlisted the company of the gentle-mannered janitor of her building to join her in walking an hysterical woman, one Kathleen Windsor, safely home. Seeing the middle-aged woman's plush apartment and frilly little girl bedroom, and having witnessed her flirtatious manner with her male escort, Nicole concludes that the shadowy pursuer that Miss Windsor claimed was following her home in the night was merely the product of a lonely spinster's fertile imagination. But now, Kathleen Windsor is dead. And for Nicole Nugent, a story in the newspaper lends credence to the theory that there is a fiend on the loose, and he's somewhere, very close by. Face of the Foe will continue after this word.
If your house needs insulation, and you don't have storm windows and doors and caulking around the doors and windows, you could be spending 50% more than necessary on heating costs this winter. The National Bureau of Standards recommends 3 inches of insulation in the walls and under the floor of your house, and 6 inches in the attic. Weather stripping movable door and window joints and caulking around the frames will stop cold drafts. And storm windows and doors can drastically cut heat loss through glass. While you're thinking about heat loss, hot water pipes lose a lot of their heat going through cool basements, unless they have an insulated wrapping. So think seriously about spending a little money to save quite a bit. You will also save on short fuel supplies. For more information about cutting heating and cooling costs, send for a copy of the fact sheet Home Energy Savers. It's free from Consumer Information, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009.
Maybe the man who killed her was someone else, someone she knew.
Why do you say that?
Well, how did he get in? She wouldn't open a door to a stranger, would she? Especially if she had really just escaped from a man following her.
Chris is right, Nicky. It doesn't make sense. It must have been someone she knew.
Which means it doesn't have anything to do with you and what happened last night. So try to put the whole thing out of your mind.
I'll fix us all a drink.
And then I'm going to say goodnight, Buffett. Let you put that poor stuffy head of yours to bed.
Bed was one thing, but sleep was another. My head began to throb. I didn't know whether it was from my cold or the image I couldn't keep out of my mind. Kathleen Windsor with her little girl curls and big blue please-like-me eyes, lying lifeless beneath the ruffled canopy of her 4-poster bed, under the sightless glass-button stare of the giant plush teddy bear in the corner. The sudden ring of the telephone startled me. Laura was evidently sleeping too soundly to hear it. Lucky Laura. Hello?
Miss Prescott.
No, this isn't...
Where is she?
Who is this?
Is she out with a boyfriend?
Who is this calling?
I'll call again.
Who was that, I wondered? As far as I knew, Laura had no man in her life. And the man on the phone, whoever he was, sounded like someone she wouldn't want to have in it. In the morning, I mentioned what happened.
Norman Roxburgh. I'm sure that's who it was. Only what a nerve. Calling and asking questions about my business. As if he had a right to know.
Who is he?
Oh, just someone in my restaurant administration class. Just hang up on him if he calls again.
But it seemed I'd barely gotten settled on the sofa and begun to drowse off when Laura gently shook me awake.
Sorry, Nicky, but I'm afraid you're going to have company.
Oh, no. Who?
Your Aunt Emily. She just phoned. I tried to put her off, but you know your Aunt Emily.
I wouldn't trade my Aunt Emily for a round dozen of anybody else's aunts. Granted, she was a little eccentric. Some people might even say crazy. The truth of the matter was, she was just gloriously herself. A blithe spirit. Unfortunately, though I was only 24 and she was close to 70, just listening to Aunt Emily took more energy than I was up to in my present condition.
You sound like a frog, dear. But never mind. They turn into princes, you know.
As bad as I felt, I had to admit the sight of Aunt Emily was like a spring tonic. Lately, she'd been attending Sunday feasts at the Park Avenue Hare Krishna Temple. She loved the food, the incense, the dancing, the hand-clapping, and she generally dropped in at our apartment afterward, swathed in a sheet, with tilax painted on her forehead, and 108 japa prayer beads adorning her scrawny neck. Today, however, she'd just come from her regular attendance at St. Simon's Church, for which she wore the slightly more conventional attire of a jaunty bright wool cape over knickers and argyle knee socks.
Laura, do you suppose I could have a drop or two of brandy?
Of course, we'll all have some. Be good for Nicky's cold.
I had some shocking news at church today, and I'm quite unstrung.
What news, Aunt Emily?
Murder. The second member of our church choir in a week. First Elsie and now Kathleen.
Kathleen Windsor sang in the choir at your church?
And now she's been strangled by someone, the same as Elsie was. And both of them on Winnicott Road, where I live.
Oh, Aunt Emily.
I know, it's a bit unnerving. Everybody in the choir warned me to be careful. But I told them no one would bother killing an old woman like me. I've been getting some strange vibes from Kathleen lately.
What do you mean, vibes?
She just wasn't herself. She was usually so quiet and subdued. A good little girl, as her mother would say. But these past few weeks, something had really turned her on. She started acting all nervous and giggly.
Probably because her mother was away in the hospital. She felt free for a change.
That must have been it. I can't think of anything else it could be.
You don't suppose she could have found a boyfriend?
Heavens, no. Kathleen was deathly afraid of men. Only
what, Aunt Emily?
I remember one Sunday a month or so ago, just after her mother went into the hospital. Kathleen didn't stay after church for choir practice.
Was that unusual?
Very. She never missed choir practice. And as it happened, I had to skip that Sunday, too, because of a cold. I had a throat as froggy as yours, Nicky. No good for singing.
Well, so what happened, Aunt Emily?
Well, I was walking home, and about a block away from church, I could swear I saw Kathleen Windsor in a car with a man.
There's a little town in western Pennsylvania called Oil City where they make peace of mind. They put it up in quart-sized green and white cans and ship millions of them all over the land to people who don't want to worry about their cars. This peace of mind for car owners is called Quaker State Motor Oil. The folks who make it are experts, men who really know motor oil, because that's been Quaker State's specialty for over 50 years. Quaker State starts with the finest natural petroleum the earth provides, 100% pure Pennsylvania-grade crude oil. Then they put it through step after step of refining and fortify it to fight heat and rust and dirt and wear and give your engine the protection it needs. Quaker State Motor Oil. Who says you can't buy peace of mind?
Quaker State your car to keep it running, yeah. To keep it running.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Your Heart Association presents Stiller and Mira.
Honey, I'm going to test you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you have high blood pressure, what are the things you should do?
Watch your weight.
Right.
Follow your doctor's instructions on smoking.
Yeah.
Take your medicine.
Good.
Get plenty of rest.
Terrific. Hey, honey, let's stay home tonight, huh?
And exercise, but don't overdo it.
Right. We'll stay home tonight, okay? Okay?
Yeah, and you got to rest before you get tired, right?
Exactly. So we'll stay home tonight, okay?
Okay, we'll stay home tonight.
Terrific.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
You don't happen to have high blood pressure, do you?
Me? Of course not. I have my checkup at the doctor. I'm terrific. And I made an appointment for you.
Why?
Because I love you. And only a doctor can tell.
Another way to protect your loved ones is to give to the Heart Fund.
This whole business is just another reminder that we should all live life to the fullest while we're here. So hurry and get rid of that cold, Nicky, and give that man of yours a kiss for me when you see him.
I will, Aunt Emily.
Don't disturb yourself, dears. I'll see myself out. Oh, he wore flowing robes and sandals, and he came with love for all.
With a flourish of her cape, she pirouetted across the room and was gone. I was glad it was winter. With the streets frozen over with snow and sleet, Aunt Emily had temporarily stored away her favorite mode of transportation, a gleaming red motorcycle. I spent the rest of Sunday catching snatches of fevered sleep. Monday morning, I felt slightly more human, but not quite up to my job as secretary to the principal of Kensington School for Girls. When Laura left for work, I called in sick and went through my ritual of lighting the fire in the living room, bringing a blanket and Kleenex in from the bedroom, and curling up on the sofa again. I didn't stay curled up long.
Forgive me, mademoiselle, but I'm Detective Lieutenant Noel Philippe from Homicide.
Homicide?
You are Mademoiselle Nugent, are you not?
Yes, I am, but...
Then you're the person I've come to see. May I come in?
Yes, of course. I don't understand.
I wish to question you about Kathleen Windsor, the woman who was murdered. You knew her, did you not?
No, not really. I mean, I only met her once, briefly.
Briefly or not, mademoiselle, according to the information I've been given, you were one of the last persons to see Kathleen Windsor alive. You and a Monsieur Georges Montray.
Yes, that's true. But how did you...
Apparently, you didn't consider such a fact of sufficient importance to inform the police?
I'm sorry. I suppose I should have.
Yes, mademoiselle, you should have. But now I think you and I must have our little conversation, tardy though it may be.
Lieutenant Philippe was of medium height with a weary face and bleak gray eyes that looked as though they'd seen too much of the seamy side of life. He looked like a tired bloodhound as he trailed me into the living room and sank heavily into the chair by the fire.
Please tell me everything that happened when Miss Windsor came here last Friday night. Do not omit anything, no matter how trivial it may seem.
Lieutenant?
Yes, mademoiselle?
The two murders on Winnicott Road, do you think the same person committed them both?
It is too soon to draw such conclusions. A psychopath may read of a murder in the paper, and his feverish brain is inspired to duplicate the act. Thus, one murder often leads to another.
What a terrible thought.
In the two incidents on Winnicott Road, there is the similarity in the method of murder, strangulation. But there is also an important difference. The Grunberger woman had not been sexually molested. The Windsor woman was. Of course, in the Grunberger case, the killer may have intended to molest his victim, but did not have the time. The car in the garage was running, and he knew the owner might return at any moment.
It's all too terrible to think about.
Yes, murder is never pleasant to contemplate, mademoiselle. But in the event of 2 murders of women in your immediate vicinity, I suggest you must give it some thought.
Oh, yes, we will. We'll be careful.
There is sometimes a sexual element in murders by strangulation. We may be dealing with a sexual deviant.
Have you talked to Mr. Mattry, Lieutenant? Perhaps he might remember something I've forgotten.
I was wondering when you would think to bring up Monsieur Mattry. He was, after all, the only other known person to be with Kathleen Windsor just before her death.
He's a very nice man, Lieutenant. I'm sure you'd find him most obliging.
I'm afraid, Mademoiselle Nugent, at this moment we do not find him so. Mr. Mattry, it seems, has disappeared before we could question him.
Disappeared?
Tell me what you know of the man.
Not very much, I suppose. I've lived here a year, and he's always been very polite and helpful.
And that is why you thought of him to accompany you and Miss Windsor to her home, is that correct?
Yes. And also I remembered his telling me once that he liked to take walks at night. But, Lieutenant, that doesn't mean he walked around murdering women.
Oh, perhaps not. Perhaps not. But then, what reason do you suggest he had for not wanting to be questioned by the police?
A very good one, as a matter of fact. I'm thinking of a conversation I had with him last summer. He was working outside in the garden, and I was admiring the flowers he planted. He told me then how he had fled from Hungary in the 1956 revolution, how terrible it was there for his family and himself. He was so thankful to be living here in Montreal.
Yes, oh, that's very interesting.
Well, don't you see? No wonder he ran away from the police. He was afraid from his past experiences.
A sound enough theory, perhaps, Mademoiselle. Except for one thing.
What is that, Lieutenant?
I'm afraid we have uncovered another reason for his fear of the police. The record shows that your nice, quiet Monsieur Mattry has actually served 2 terms in prison.
What for?
For molesting women, Mademoiselle.
Agent Darrell Hutchison of Garden City, Georgia, explains why personal service and car insurance is just as important to State Farm Mutual's low rates.
We are not always the lowest price that an individual can find for insurance. I have had people come by that have already gotten prices from other companies. They come by, and this particular time, we were a little higher than they were. But after talking with them, tell them that I can give them one thing that the other company cannot give them, and that is my personalized service. They know that I am here. I'm here to stay as an agent, and these points make a difference. They don't want to be treated as a number. They still want to be treated as an individual, especially when they have a claim problem. They want to be given service because that's what they're paying for.
A good neighbor.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Young I may be, but still I'm a man. Just turned 18 and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be me. Get ready for life, be free and the sea. Oh, where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here? I'm finished with school, but what lies ahead? Don't wanna get trapped, wanna feel free instead. All over the world, there's so much to do. The call of the sea, don't you hear it too? Oh, where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You'll get your chance of success, learn an exciting job, and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000 or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
I know where I'm going from here.
The most puzzling aspect of the Kathleen Windsor murder is how the killer got into her apartment. There was no sign of forced entry, which leads to the obvious conclusion that she willingly opened the door to whomever it was.
And you think it might have been George Matrai?
He had witnessed the type of woman she was and knew that she was alone in her apartment. He could very easily have returned and gained admittance on the pretext that he wanted to be certain everything was all right.
And you think she would have let him in?
Mademoiselle, have you not been insisting all along that he was not the type that anyone would take to be a murderer?
Lieutenant Philippe had made his point. He lifted himself wearily out of his chair, reclaimed his battered hat, and left me with the information that a man would be stationed at our building in the event that George Matrai returned. When I finally crawled back into my cocoon by the fire, I was shivering again, but this time it wasn't from the cold. Luckily, Chris chose just the right moment to cheer me up with a phone call.
Stop trying to blame yourself, Muffet. You had no way of knowing about Mr. Matrai. Maybe he isn't a murderer. Maybe he's just a sweet little dirty old man.
Oh, Chris, I'm so glad you called.
Well, I figured you might need a little cheering up. And how about continuing the treatment with a night out this Friday, if you're feeling okay by then?
If I'm not okay by then, I'll never be.
Guy and Lisa have invited us to a play and a buffet supper at their place afterward.
Sounds like the perfect cure for a shut-in. What's the play about?
Oh, something written by a friend of Guy's, a comedy.
Just as long as it isn't a murder mystery. Even if the play were disappointing, an evening with Lisa and one of her buffet suppers could never be. She was a friend from my school days, and Chris had become as fond of her as I was. Lisa had met and married Guy Sabarin less than a year ago. Unfortunately, neither Chris nor I liked the man, but we'd learned to tolerate him for Lisa's sake. At the moment, I found myself thinking I was going to have to get well by Friday night if I were going to stomach a whole evening in Guy Sabarin's company. Hello?
Aunt Emily, Nicky. How are you feeling?
Oh, getting better, and you?
Splendid. Nicky, I was wondering, do you suppose Laura will be willing to bake a birthday cake for me? I'd pay her for the ingredients, of course. Laura makes such beautiful cakes. And Donald's such a nice boy. So much soul.
Oh, I'm sure Laura would love to, Aunt Emily. But who is Donald?
Donald Hamill. I got him from the drop-in center.
The drop-in center?
For homeless youth on Bleary. He comes from Windsor. Couldn't stand it at home and ran away. Says he won't go back again, and I don't blame him from what he tells me.
Aunt Emily, you didn't...
Bring him home with me? Well, of course I did. Where else was there for the poor boy to go? I'm going to keep him with me until he finds a job and can look after himself.
Aunt Emily, I don't think it's very wise of you to take in some strange boy like that.
Oh, Donald isn't strange. He's a very good boy. Awfully quiet and shy, but not sullen like Tony. Now, you're right about Tony. He is a strange boy, and I'm not so sure I should have let him come home with me.
Who is Tony, Aunt Emily?
Tony Bartha, Donald's friend. Although I wonder if he really is. I know for a fact Tony's going steady with Mary Jane, and I'm afraid he has Donald flirting with her.
Mary Jane? Is that someone else you brought home with you?
Oh, dear, no. Mary Jane is marijuana, dear.
You mean Tony Bartha's into drugs? Oh, Aunt Emily, I don't think you should let him stay with you.
Don't worry, I'm not going to for long. I don't like his attitude. Cheers.
The rest of the day passed uneventfully, except for another encounter with T. Oliphant when I went to the lobby to get the mail. I was wearing a cable knit sweater and my oldest pair of corduroy slacks for warmth, and T. Oliphant looked me up and down in the same manner that he had Kathleen Windsor. A new thought occurred to me. Maybe he just didn't approve of women wearing pants. I scuttled past him quickly and hurried back to the sheltering circle of my fire like primitive man huddling against evil spirits. A few moments later, I had fallen sound asleep. It was dark in the room when I woke up. Laura had her class on Monday nights and didn't come home for dinner. The room was chilly. I put more wood on the fire and turned on the lamp. I thought of all the things I needed to do before I left on my trip to Jamaica. Clothes to sew, laundry to do, Christmas presents to wrap. I still didn't have the energy. I picked up a book to read, making certain it wasn't the one I'd been reading the night Kathleen Windsor had come pounding on my door. Laura came in so quietly I didn't hear her. I gave a start when she suddenly materialized beside me. She looked strange, her face pale, her eyes staring. Laura, is something wrong?
There's someone with me, Nicky. May I ask him in?
Of course. She walked to the hall and in a moment returned with a man at her side. Pleasant looking, sensitive features, with dark blonde hair that just brushed the collar of his expensively tailored suit.
Mr. Brooke, this is my roommate, Nicole Nugent. Nicky, this is Julian Brooke.
How do you do?
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Brooke. Laura, what's wrong? Something is, I can tell.
I'm afraid Miss Prescott doesn't feel yet like talking about it, Miss Nugent. You see, she's just had a ruddy bad scare.
Laura, what happened?
A man attacked her on the street. Tried to drag her off into the park.
Got to get out of this city of night. Find me, oh find me, my city of light.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful forest where everything was all lovely and green and peaceful. Sunlight fell in ribbons of daylight through its trees. Birds flew in the quiet air above it. Deer and rabbits found secret hiding places to play, for it was truly a beautiful place. And then one day, into this beautiful emerald forest, a new creature came, a creature called man. And man brought with him fire to warm him against the night. Only with his fire, man did not bring caution, and the fire got away from him suddenly. And the beautiful forest was no more. And yet there might easily be a different ending. For if man is careful with his fire, he need never say, once upon a time, there was a beautiful forest.
I'm Lucille Maness, an unsuccessful big businesswoman, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about my unsuccessful business. Well, I was the co-founder of this women's book club, but we ran into a little trouble. We had all kinds of problems, so I called SCORE. That's the Service Corps of Retired Executives. They're retired executives who
volunteer to help small businesses. I went over and discovered Lucille was in deep trouble. I made several simple business suggestions. I also strongly recommended the club seek incorporation with a well-established women's magazine until its membership increased sufficiently.
Unfortunately, one of my associates really didn't like the idea of a man giving us advice, so she wrote herself a check with the remainder of what we had left in the treasury and took off. Well, Mr. Krause came back to help again.
A man who knows how to solve problems likes to keep solving them.
Volunteer for SCORE. SCORE is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Face of the Foe. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Quaker State Motor Oil and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Patricia Power's eerie saga of a neighborhood besieged. Face of the Foe. Starring Jessica Walter, Joseph Campanella, and Judy Carn. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Big Red Chewing Tobacco, V8 Vegetable Juice, and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Winter in Montreal. Cold, blustery. A good time to stay indoors around a warm fire. Especially if you're a young woman like Nicole Nugent and living with a female friend like Laura Prescott. Staying indoors is an especially good idea if two women living just down the street have been murdered within the past week, which they have. Some male companionship, a shoulder to lean on, would perhaps be a comfort. Nicole has Christopher Galloway, but he's off working on a novel. And Laura has just returned home, accompanied by a gentle-mannered young Englishman named Julian Brooke. A comfort? Hardly. For Laura Prescott met the man while on her way home, while another man, whose face she couldn't see, was about to drag her off into the park. Face of the Foe continues after this message.
$3 billion a year. That's the amount lost through shoplifting and theft in American stores annually. It is clear that a great number of those involved are not practicing criminals, but ordinary citizens. Many rationalize their actions with the common reflection, so what? They're insured. A phrase that justifies nothing. It is not only property that's at issue, it is the sacredness of all things within the community of man. Ecologists and conservationists are making the point of the interdependence of all plant and animal life. Pollution breaks the cycle. So, too, when we break the trust we owe one another in the community of man, we contribute to moral pollution. The community of man, God's club. Be an active member. This message has been brought to you by Religion and American Life in cooperation with this station.
Body ached, my head was throbbing. And then Laura was there, back from her night class. White as a sheet. I got sick all over again.
A man attacked her on the street and tried to drag her off into the park.
Oh, Laura, how dreadful. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Thanks to Mr. Brooke. You tell her about it, will you, Julian?
After I pour you some brandy.
Thanks, Nicky. I'm just a bit shaky, that's all.
Mr. Brooke?
Yes, I could do this by myself, thank you.
Now, tell me.
Well, I was driving on Côte Saint-Luc, there along the park, you know, between Godfrey and Winnicott Road, when suddenly I saw this woman on the sidewalk struggling with a man. I braked my car quickly and dashed out to help her.
That was a risky thing to do, but thank God you did.
By then, the blackguard was trying to drag her off into the park. I shouted a warning, and he let go of her and ran off. Left poor Laura here shaking and sobbing on the grass.
Did he hurt you, Laura?
No, he just handled me roughly, that's all.
She'll have a few bruises, I should imagine.
But Lord knows what he would have done if Julian hadn't stopped to help me. It was foolish of me to be walking by it. especially after 2 women have just been murdered in this area.
And considering the man who accosted you might possibly have been the murderer, I think we'd better call the police.
I was expecting the battered little figure of Lieutenant Detective Philippe to reappear at our door in answer to Julian's call. But instead, a pair of lesser police officers arrived to take notes on the incident and firmly caution Laura and me to do no more walking the streets alone at night. Later in the week, I was especially glad that Julian Brooke had come into Laura's life, because Norman Roxburgh, the obnoxious man in her restaurant administration class, was still giving her trouble.
He even grabbed my arm and tried to keep me from getting into the taxi last night after class. I can't reason with him, Nicky. He really hurt me. As if I didn't have enough black and blue marks from that awful little encounter in the park.
That is awful, but what can you do about him?
I've already done the only thing I can. Switch classes. They're on the same nights, but begin and end an hour earlier. So hopefully I won't have to see anything more of Mr. Roxburgh.
But a lot more of Julian Brooke? Laura only smiled, but the look in her sea-green eyes answered my question. It was Friday evening, and we were both dressing for our dates, hers with Julian, mine with Chris and Lisa and Guy Sabrin. Aunt Emily was also coming by to pick up the birthday cake she'd asked Laura to bake.
Do you think your Aunt Emily's friend will like it?
Oh, he should love it. According to Aunt Emily, Donald Hamill is a nice boy with a lot of soul.
Leave it to your Aunt Emily to take in a couple of homeless boys off the street.
That worries me, especially from the way she describes the other one. She thinks he may be using drugs.
That could be risky.
You know, Aunt Emily, we should all live life to the fullest while we... That's probably her now. I'll get it. But it was Julian Brooke, looking youthful and attractive, in a narrow-cut royal blue coat that set off his fair skin and dark blonde hair. I ushered him into the living room and told him Laura would be out in a few moments. He settled on the sofa with a cocktail, and as I left the room, I saw him bring out a pad of paper and a pen and start sketching. Laura had told me he was a designer of modern furniture. This time it was Aunt Emily, in a pair of plum velvet knickers, white silk knee socks, and a white silk blouse with ruffles of lace at her throat and wrists. She looked like a transplanted court page. And to my surprise, she had her 2 homeless boys in tow.
Boys, this is my niece, Nicole. Nicky, this is Donald Hamill and Tony Bartha.
She sat down cross-legged on the floor, as she always did, and Donald settled beside her, cradling his guitar in his lap and stroking it fondly as though it were a baby. Tony Bartha, meanwhile, stayed scowling in a corner apart from the group. Aunt Emily's sparrow-bright eyes darted at once to the sketch Julian Brooke had been doodling. It wasn't furniture design after all, but a skillful line drawing in red ink of a sailing ship, its clouds of canvas billowing in imaginary wind, the figure of an angel blowing a trumpet at its bow.
That's a really far-out sketch, Mr. Brooke. Is she a clipper ship?
She's the Flying Cloud, a beauty. You a sailing enthusiast, Mrs. Teasdale?
Oh, yes. I love beauty in motion. You know, it's funny. I could swear I saw a very similar sketch of a clipper ship recently. Only where?
Do you ever pop into the Warwick Tea Room by any chance?
Of course, that's it. I go there sometimes after church for Sunday brunch. They have a whole wall of clipper ships, all done in red ink as it happens.
Precisely. They're all there. The Cutty Sark, the Moppelet, the Flying Spur, Sir Lancelot, Ariel.
Oh, ships have such romantic-sounding names. I must think of a magic, exciting name for my motorcycle. What do you think, Nicky?
I'm sorry, Aunt Emily. I'm only glad it's winter and you're not riding that thing.
Lovely girl, my niece, but so conservative. Aha! Let's hope this is that man of yours. I'll bet you he could think of a name.
It was Chris with Guy and Lisa. They made a striking-looking couple. Lisa was a statuesque blonde with a Valkyrian profile, her thick golden hair braided into a coronet, adding a queenly touch to her Earth Mother figure. Guy Sabrin was lean and suave-looking, his dark satyr face set off by a pair of bushy brows that curled upward like the horns of a devil, and a carefully groomed black Van Dyke beard.
A devil's beard.
What, Aunt Emily?
That detective investigating Kathleen Windsor's murder. He's started asking me to describe the man I saw her with in the car that day, and I couldn't for the life of me remember what he looked like. But seeing Mr. Saberin reminded me.
He had a Van Dyke beard like mine?
Yes, Mr. Saberin. The man had a beard like yours. Exactly like yours.
Here's tobacco chewing, truck driving Dave Dudley for Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Chauffeur in a big machine rolling all day. How sweet it is with Big Red. Going up to New Orleans on time all the way. How sweet it is with Big Red. You notice it everywhere. More folks chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Truck stops and the coffee's hot and conversation's fine. Hey, Mike, what's things like out Route 59? Then you pass Big Red around and the fellas take a chew. How sweet it is with Big Red. You ought to try Big Red Chewing Tobacco. It's moister, smoother, more satisfying. Got a taste of his own that keeps on tasting good all chew through. Climb on board. Start chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco soon. How sweet it is with Big Red. We'll return to our story in a moment.
Hi, I'm Pinocchio, the big nose and all that, you know. But seriously, lots of kids don't know about me. How can kids read if they don't have any books? And millions of kids, black, white, red, yellow, brown, all races, live in homes without any books. Getting books into the hands of these girls and boys is what the national program, RIF, Reading is Fundamental, is all about. Here's what RIF has found out. When kids choose the books they want because the subjects interest them and they own the book, that makes reading fun. And when reading is fun, it's just fundamental. Books widen the kids' world and their abilities and their whole life. Every community needs RIF. Find out what you and RIF can do in your community. Just write RIF, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560. That's RIF, R-I-F, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560. Right now. If America's to grow up thinking, reading is fundamental.
With the apartment full of people and the whole neighborhood nervous about the recent murders, leave it to Aunt Emily to say the wrong thing at the wrong time.
You have a devil's beard, Mr. Saberin.
Please, Mrs. Teasdale, it's a Van Dyke or a space beard if you like, but don't call it a devil's beard. You'll frighten my wife.
She's perfectly right, darling. You do have a decidedly satanic look.
I have some very special good news to relate later tonight. Haven't I, Lisa?
Oh, what is it? Can't you tell us now?
No. I've bought a special bottle of champagne to open with supper after the theater. My news will have to keep until then.
Chris and I exchanged a look. It was going to be a typical Guy Saberin evening. His tickets to a play written by his friend, followed by his big news over a bottle of his champagne. He had to be the big shot. The last big news he'd had to share with us was the announcement of his promotion to senior salesman with the distillery firm he worked for. He had bought Lisa a mink coat to celebrate. That was Guy Saberin's one redeeming quality in my eyes, his almost slavish devotion to Lisa.
Well, your celebration may keep, but Donald's won't. Some of the boys and girls from the drop-in center are coming to share that beautiful cake you made, Laura. Have you thanked Miss Prescott, Donald? Donald?
Oh, please, Aunt Emily. He doesn't have to. I was happy to do it.
Donald is painfully shy, I'm afraid. But not when it comes to his music. Why don't you thank everybody with a song, Donald? That lovely one you wrote. It always makes me cry. It's called City of Night. Go ahead, Donald.
Asphalt and concrete, neon and steel. Nowhere, anything real. Bolted doors on the houses. Shutter doors on the hearts. Broken dreams in the concrete. Murder dreams in the steel. Grief in the darkness, grief and despair. Nowhere, someone to care. Got to get out of night. Find me, oh find me, my city of light.
No one spoke for a moment. Aunt Emily was wiping the tears from her eyes, and I felt a lump in my throat. I'd found myself thinking about poor Kathleen Windsor alone in her apartment, the lonely, love-starved prey of a depraved killer. Then I looked at Donald and saw his sensitive mouth begin to tremble and moisture brimming in his own eyes.
Donald's not used to people being good to him.
My thoughtful Chris moved over to talk to the boy, while Laura put the cake in a hat box for Aunt Emily to carry home. It seemed Aunt Emily was right about Donald Hamill. He was a nice boy with a lot of soul. She was equally right about Tony Bartha, who had done nothing but stand in the corner and look sullen the whole time. I didn't care much for his attitude either. The so-called comedy by Guy Sabrin's friend turned out to be a dismal tragedy. But Lisa's buffet dinner was more than making up for it.
If there was any humor in that comedy, I'm afraid it was too sick to live.
Of course, the rising young novelist Christopher Galloway is a far better judge than an unpublished amateur playwright like myself.
Well, I've never written anything more than an occasional postcard. But I judged the play tonight to be an unqualified bomb.
I guess you're right. My old buddy missed the mark with that one.
Darling, why don't you bring out your champagne now?
Right. We've been waiting all evening for this big news of yours, Guy.
It's worth waiting for, I promise you. Here we go. Very special champagne for a very special occasion.
Oh, look at those beautiful bubbles.
And I'm ready to toast. If you'll just tell us what we're toasting.
A toast to my beautiful wife, Lisa, who is soon to make me a father.
Oh, Lisa, that's wonderful.
Congratulations, Guy. Now, that is big news.
Ah, that isn't all. I have a little something else that's a surprise to Lisa as well. A small present, my love, in honor of the occasion.
Guy, what is it?
Open it and see.
Emeralds. But how?
I have a bit of news all my own, darling. I was just given a bonus as the firm's top salesman.
Guy, that's marvelous.
Yeah, nice going, Guy.
But I noticed Lisa didn't say a word. She stared at the emerald necklace for a long moment, then quietly snapped the case shut and put it away. While Chris humored Guy, I followed Lisa into the bedroom. Oh, Lisa, you're worried about something. It's not the baby, is it?
Oh, no. The baby's the most beautiful thing that's happened.
Then what is it?
It's Guy. He worries me. A mink coat, an emerald necklace. We can't afford such things.
But Guy explained. First his promotion, and now a bonus.
He's making all that up. I know he is. He didn't get promoted. And there hasn't been any bonus. That's what worries me so, Nicky. Where is Guy getting so much money?
Hey, what you got there? It looks like tomato juice. It's V8. What you got there? It's V8. Looks like tomato juice. It's V8. Try it. Wow. It sure doesn't taste like tomato juice. It tastes like V8. A great natural blend of 8 garden vegetables. V8 cocktail vegetable juice. V8.
Certainly, State Farm has been one of the most competitive companies when it comes to rates.
State Farm agent Bob Westbrook talks about car insurance value.
But I think even more important than rates to most people is the service they know they're buying. With State Farm, you're in a position to get more service from more agents throughout the entire country than any other company in the industry.
Like a good neighbor.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Charlotte, I'm home.
The supper's not ready, Chester.
Should I go back to the office?
No, stay.
Well, what are we having?
Tuna casserole.
Sure. We had tuna casserole last week.
Hey, it's the same one. There was some left over.
I'm not hungry.
You said we have to start watching our pennies.
I would rather starve than eat tuna casserole again.
Well, when we got married, you said you loved tuna casserole.
And before you get married, you love everything.
Oh, I'll put it on a different plate. Maybe it'll taste different.
Charlotte, you know I hate tuna casserole.
Well, close your eyes and pretend it's steak.
Sure. Well, why don't I close my eyes and pretend I'm a retired millionaire and you're the galloping gourmet?
Gourmet.
Social Security can't help Charlotte's cooking, but it can help Chester's retirement plans. Today, nearly 17 million retired workers and their dependents are getting Social Security retirement benefits. And for nearly everyone 65 or over, Medicare benefits are available to help pay hospital and doctor bills. For more information, call your nearest Social Security office.
It was Aunt Emily calling to tell Laura how much everybody had enjoyed her Schwarzwalder Kirschtorte. Donald had had a successful party with the kids from the drop-in center. He had played his guitar, and they had all rapped around the clock, as Aunt Emily put it. But then she got on the subject of Tony Bartha.
I've seen him hanging around Crestview Public School several times lately.
Why would someone his age want to hang around an elementary school?
My point exactly. And the other day I saw him talking to a man in a big flashy car parked at the corner by the school. When he saw me, they stopped talking and the man quickly drove away.
Did you ask Tony about it?
Yes. He said the man had just been asking for some directions. But I don't think I can take Tony at his word.
Aunt Emily, do you think there might be a connection between Tony's taking drugs and... well, could he be selling them to school children?
That very thought occurred to me. He's no good, I'm afraid. Certainly he's no good for Donald.
Then you shouldn't be letting him stay at your house.
I've decided I'm not going to any longer. I'm telling him tonight that he has to leave by Monday. He can sleep at the center until he finds someplace else to go.
I hope he doesn't give you any problem about leaving. He's such a surly character.
Oh, he'll give me some of his lip, I suppose. But don't worry, I'll just tune him out. Right here.
By the time Sunday afternoon rolled around, Laura was out on still another date with Julian Brooke. And after slaving all weekend over a hot bobbin, I was eagerly looking forward to my promised afternoon and evening with Chris. We were going to go antique shop browsing in Old Montreal, then have dinner.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Nicky, but I have to write this afternoon. You go ahead and I'll meet you wherever you say for dinner.
But, Chris, you promised.
I know I did, Muffet, but I didn't get my quota of pages done this morning, so I'll just have to keep at it.
But it's only a matter of a few hours.
A few hours counts a lot when you're on a deadline. Now, you know how it is when I'm in the middle of a book.
I know that the book always seems to be more important than anything else.
That's not true, Nicole, but it is my work, and I expect you to understand. I said I'd meet you for dinner. Now, isn't that good enough?
And what am I supposed to do between the time the shops close at 5 and you meet me at 7? Walk the streets?
Go into Notre Dame Cathedral and pray for my soul. I'll be here, Nicole. If you still want to have dinner, call me.
The only times Chris ever called me by my given name, Nicole, was when he was angry. That's the way it would always be with Chris and me. There would always be a book between us. A damned book. Oh, I knew I was being childish, but I was feeling neglected. I looked at the summer frock I had just finished hemming and thought of my trip to Jamaica. Maybe I would meet someone else. Someone who wouldn't put his work ahead of me. One thing I was sure of, I wasn't going to call Chris back. I'd find somebody else to go shopping and have dinner with. And if it couldn't be a man at the moment, well, there was always Aunt Emily.
I'm sorry, Nicky, but it appears I've got hold of that flu bug of yours. In fact, as soon as one of the boys come in, I'm going to send him over to borrow a heating pad from you, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course, Aunt Emily. And I hope you feel better soon.
Oh, I will, dear. You know me. I never stay down for long. And it's just as well about this afternoon. Antiques aren't really my bag. They're too old for me.
Oh, you're right, Aunt Emily. They are.
Oh, there's the door. Probably one of the boys now. Ciao, dear.
So I stayed home, watched TV, and cooked myself a lonely hamburger for dinner. Too stubborn to call Chris and apologize. Neither of the boys had showed up to borrow the heating pad for Aunt Emily, so I decided to take it over to her myself. Perhaps Perhaps I could cheer her up a little, I thought. But I knew it was far more likely it would be she who cheered me up. Feeling depressed over my quarrel with Chris, I gave no thought to my walking alone to Winnicott Road. Aunt Emily's apartment building was on the corner. The main entrance was on Côte Saint-Luc, but I always used the side door on Winnicott. My aunt's apartment was on the main floor, number 3. I was about to knock when I noticed the door wasn't quite closed. The boys probably hadn't closed it on their way in. I'd tell Aunt Emily to caution them not to be so careless. I pushed the door open and walked in, calling out so that Aunt Emily wouldn't be startled. Aunt Emily? Aunt Emily? It's Mickey. The apartment was deathly quiet. Aunt Emily must be asleep, I thought. I crossed the living room, passed the door to the kitchen, and stopped dead. I saw her lying there on the cold linoleum, lying stiffly on her back with her bluish-tinged, fear-contorted face staring up at me. The realization slapped me across the face. Aunt Emily had been murdered.
Grief in the darkness, grief and despair. Nowhere, nowhere, someone to care.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour. Now, here are the bunkers, Gene Stapleton and Carol O'Connor.
The house we liked the best wasn't the one we ended up buying. It was beautiful on the outside, but we found out that there were terrible termites everywhere. It would have cost us thousands of dollars to really get the house in shape.
That's right, and we didn't figure on all the increases in property tax, maintenance, and other expenses. But we went to HUG and got some very good advice.
Yeah, we were pretty lucky, weren't we, Archie?
Lucky? No, Edith. We wasn't lucky. We were smart. I know some people who never got as serious as us about buying a home. They've been having headaches ever since.
Buying a home is a big deal. Learn about house hunting, property inspection, FHA-insured loans, and the responsibilities of ownership in a free booklet called The Wise Home Buying Guidebook. Write HUD, Department HB, Washington, D.C., 20402.
What is a Harrier? It isn't a helicopter, but it could land in your backyard. Harrier. It isn't a conventional jet, but it can match the speed of sound. Harrier. It's a revolution in aviation, and the Marines are looking for good men to fly it. Harrier. Phantom. Skyhawk. Cobra. Marine Corps. If you're a college man thinking of aviation, think Marine Corps and talk to the Marine officer who visits your school. The program is PLC Air, and there's no campus training. A few good men can even get free civilian flying lessons while they're still in college. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to fly the Harrier, Huey, Intruder, Bronco, in the Marine Corps.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Face of the Foe. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Big Red Chewing Tobacco, V8 Juice, and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Patricia Power's eerie saga of a neighborhood besieged. Face of the Foe. Starring Jessica Walter, Joseph Campanella, and Judy Carn. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Beach Nut Chewing Tobacco and Quaker State Motor Oil. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
As in every winter, Montreal is crippled by seasonal blizzards. But residents along Winnicott Road are also paralyzed by something they're not accustomed to. The threat of being raped and murdered. Tension in the vicinity is running high. Doors are locked and chained. Friends and neighbors eye one another with suspicion. For Laura Prescott, having been assaulted in the park, a new boyfriend has brought an element of security into her life. But for her roommate, Nicole Nugent, the killer, whoever he may be, has struck tragically close to home. The third murder victim is Nicole's own Aunt Emily, the picturesque, blithe spirit who was apparently loved by all. Three questions linger in the minds of all concerned. Who is this madman lurking about? Why is he doing these terrible things? And finally, and most desperately, who will be his next victim? Face of the Foe continues in a moment.
Hello, this is William Conrad. If you're planning a trip abroad this year, you'll be returning to the United States through customs. You'll be asked to declare, either orally or in writing, everything you've acquired abroad and have in your possession at the time. Your baggage and belongings will be examined, and during thorough examinations for illegal narcotics, you may experience a slight delay. In order to clear customs more quickly, it's a good idea to keep all sales slips and have them handy when you make your declaration. Also, do your best to pack the articles you've acquired abroad in the same suitcase. Know before you go about customs rules and regulations. For free information, contact the U.S. Treasury Department's Bureau of Customs District Office nearest you and ask for customs hints for returning U.S. residents. You'll find the Customs Office listed in your phone book under U.S. Government.
It was Monday morning, the day after Aunt Emily's murder. The sky was gray and heavy, with sweeps of angry black clouds that foretold a storm. The heavens, I thought, were protesting the slaughter of the innocent. Chris was with me, our quarrel forgotten and his book willingly set aside. Laura was there, along with Julian Brooke, his gentlemanly manner abandoned as he expressed outrage over Aunt Emily's murder, with his mouth set in a firm, hard line. And Lisa and Guy had come. Guy, for a change, silent and subdued. Lisa, beautiful and serene as ever, had taken me in her arms and rocked me gently, urging me to cry. But the tears wouldn't come. And now there was Lieutenant Philippe sitting wearily across from me, his cynical gray eyes looking bleak as death.
We know you're tired and under great strain, mademoiselle. We too are tired and under strain. There must be no more of these violent murders.
It's too late to say that now, Lieutenant. My aunt is gone.
Yes, I know how you must feel, mademoiselle, but The danger continues until the killer or killers are apprehended.
There is nothing I can tell you, Lieutenant. I can't imagine who would ever want to kill my aunt.
Your aunt had 2 boys staying with her. Both boys seem to have disappeared.
But she was good to them. They wouldn't have any reason to hurt her, except...
Except what, mademoiselle?
Well, one of them, Tony Bartha. My aunt was going to ask him to leave. She thought he was into the drug scene. He might have become angry and...
Then, Mademoiselle Nugent, there was someone, after all, who might have had reason to harm your aunt,
I suppose so, Lieutenant.
It seems there's always someone.
Lieutenant, was my aunt sexually molested?
No, mademoiselle. She was spared that indignity. Although, as in the case of Elsie Grunberger, it may only have been that something frightened the killer away.
And so my Aunt Emily, who loved life and lived it with such zest, now lay stiffly in a mahogany casket between a pair of flickering tapers in a flower-banked room of Hanson's funeral parlor, her eyes sealed forever against the world of Maya. A bewildering variety of people came to pay their last respects. The stunned and frightened remaining members of St. Simon's Choir, of course, and a dozen young monks from the Hare Krishna temple in saffron-colored robes with tilacs painted on their foreheads. A group from the drop-in center with Donald Hamill and Tony Bartha conspicuously absent. A supermarket clerk, the woman from the cleaning shop, the tea importer on Blurry where Aunt Emily had gone every month for her special blend of Darjeeling tea, who told me Aunt Emily had known almost as much about tea as he did, and a grizzled old shoemaker who said that Aunt Emily had been a woman after his own heart. She had always demanded that thick, stout soles be put on her shoes, none of those fashionable, skinny ones that wore out in no time. The shoes were for walking, weren't they? And she always had him put cleats on her heels so people could hear her coming. That was my Aunt Emily. I thought of her gleaming red motorcycle, stored away for the winter in her garage, and I knew what Aunt Emily would want me to do with it. If Donald Hamill ever returned, it would be his. It was the night following Aunt Emily's funeral, and Chris had suggested supper for just the 2 of us by the fire in his comfortable bachelor apartment.
You're not eating anything, Nicky. What are you thinking about?
Oh, I was thinking about my trip. Oh, this has certainly taken the shine out of it.
Oh, but your Aunt Emily would be the first to urge you to go, despite everything.
I know. That's why I'm going, despite everything.
3 weeks in Jamaica is just what you need.
But it seems a bad time for me to go away and leave Laura alone in the apartment.
Well, if you think she's nervous about it, why don't you suggest she go and stay with a friend while you're gone?
I think I will. Well, one thing we've decided, we're having a peephole installed in our apartment door.
That's a good idea. There's still that question of whether or not Kathleen Windsor and your Aunt Emily willingly admitted the murder or someone they knew and trusted.
I'm exhausted from trying to figure out who did it and how. I'll just have to trust that Lieutenant Philippe will eventually catch the murderer.
Lieutenant Philippe looks too tired to catch anybody. But you're right, Muffet. You try to put everything out of your mind except your trip.
And giving you my answer when I get back.
You don't even have to worry about that. Considering all that's happened, I can wait a little longer for your answer.
Oh, Chris, you're so dear. I don't know why I keep putting you off.
Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet eating her curds and whey. Along came a spider and sat down beside her and frightened Miss Muffet away.
Is that why you've always called me Muffet?
Because you elude me. It's not just my preoccupation with writing that bothers you, Nicky. That's just part of it. You're afraid of love. You like the shallows, the quiet waters. But you're afraid of the whirlpools of love, afraid of being caught up, whirled away, lost in the maelstrom.
You're right, Chris. I am afraid.
But you have to take chances in life, Muffet. Make an act of faith and surrender yourself to the whirlpool without fear. That's what living is all about.
I knew Chris's words about life and love were true, and I was going to do a lot of thinking about them all the time I was gone. The trouble with me was I was a coward about life and love and death.
daddy was a mighty fine man. He taught me a thing or two. A woman can hurt, so you stay on your guard, and beechnut's the tobacco you chew. Them times we'd go fishing, my daddy and me. He'd tell me everything he ever knew. We'd go after big mouth in close to the bank, and beechnut's the tobacco you chew. Around here, beechnut's the word for chewing tobacco. It's been that way, father and son, for a long, long time. What's the secret? It's the way beechnut just keeps getting better. Like beechnut's a lot moister these days, with more taste and less stems. Big improvements. You ought to try today's beechnut chewing tobacco. And now I'm a daddy with a son who's full grown, and I tell him a thing or two. Scared money don't win, evil women drink gin, and beechnut's the tobacco you chew.
We'll return to our story in a moment. Now, here are the bunkers, Jane Stapleton and Carol O'Connor.
The house we liked the best wasn't the one we ended up buying. It was beautiful on the outside, but we found out that there were terrible termites everywhere. It would have cost us thousands of dollars to really get the house in shape.
That's right, and we didn't figure on all the increases in property tax, maintenance, and other expenses. But we went to HUG and got some very good advice.
Yeah, we were pretty lucky, weren't we, Archie?
Lucky? No, Edith. We wasn't lucky. We were smart. I know some people who never got as serious as us about buying a home. They've been having headaches ever since.
Buying a home is a big deal. Learn about house hunting, property inspection, FHA-insured loans, and the responsibilities of ownership in a free booklet called The Wise Home Buying Guidebook. Write HUD, Department HB, Washington, D.C., 20402.
Before I knew it, it was Saturday, and I was in a plane, the terror and tragedy diminishing behind me as I headed for 3 sunny weeks in Jamaica. The first thing I did on my arrival in Port Antonio was enroll in the Meet the People program at the local tourist board. I was introduced to 2 Jamaican girls my age and taken on a round of activities that left little time to think of the grim events at home. Sightseeing, swimming, water skiing, rafting down the Rio Grande, and riding the trails up into the Blue Mountains. I was so busy that my first week in the islands flew by. Montreal and murder were beginning to seem very far away. But then I received a letter from Laura.
Dear Nicky, we've been having sleet, snow, rain, and cold ever since you left. Doesn't that make you feel smug from where you sit under the Caribbean sun? No need to worry about me. Every time I peek through our new peephole, it's into the smiling face of my handsome English escort. The more I'm with Julian Brooke, the better I like him. And I'm with him a lot. One bit of news, for whatever it's worth. Guess who I saw coming out of the parish house next to St. Simon's Church? None other than our scowling neighbor from apartment 4, T. Oliphant. But without the mysterious brown cotton under his arm for a change. What do you make of that? Love, Laura.
I wasn't sure what to make of it. Aunt Emily and the 2 other murder victims had been members of St. Simon's Choir. Lieutenant Philippe had suggested the killer therefore might very possibly be associated with St. Simon's. And now it appeared T. Oliphant was. Yet neither Kathleen Windsor nor Aunt Emily had shown any sign of recognizing him when he passed by them in the lobby of our apartment building. Then with a shudder, I recalled how he had looked at both of them in the same way, with that ugly sneer of his. I was glad to be so far away from Montreal at the moment, and relieved to know that Julian Brooke was looking after Laura. I was determined to enjoy my final week in Jamaica. I had splurged on a plush hotel suite overlooking the dazzling white sandy beach and sparkling blue sea at Montego Bay. I took a leisurely breakfast on the balcony each morning, lazed on the beach until the afternoon when I went sightseeing. I thought about Chris hard at work on his book, but my mind refused to dwell on anything so serious as the question of our marriage. Then, all too soon it seemed, my vacation was over. And on my very last day in Jamaica, I received another letter from Laura.
Dear Nicky, I decided to take your advice after all and stay with a friend until you come back. There's been the bother of several anonymous phone calls. You know, the kind where you pick up the receiver and only hear someone breathing on the other end. A little frightening after all this murder business. Chris is in Toronto for a quickie conference with his publisher, so Julian and I will meet you at the airport. Nicky! Here we are.
Oh, Laura, it's so good to see you. Hello, Julian.
Welcome home, Nicole.
Nicky, you got a glorious tan. Wait till Chris sees you.
Oh, I suppose you arranged this Montreal snowball just for me.
To make you feel at home.
Laura and I had in mind taking you off to my place for a drink and a bite to eat as a bit of a homecoming celebration, if you're not too tired.
I'm not too tired. I'd love it.
Good, then let's collect your luggage and be off.
Julian Brooke had to be a very successful furniture designer. He drove us in his sleek black sports car to an opulent glass and steel structure in Westmount, where he escorted us up to his second-floor apartment, into a spacious combination living room library, elegantly furnished with sleek modular furniture and an impressive display of rare books, paintings, and sculpture. He poured us cocktails and graciously toasted my homecoming. I could see from the look he and Laura exchanged over their glasses that their relationship had been progressing well. A few moments later, a waiter appeared at the door with a catered dinner of delicious seafood.
Just one of the services of the establishment. Catered meals at the tenant's request from the Penthouse restaurant.
As you can see, Julian believes in living in style.
Well, why not if you can afford it?
You're not the only world traveler, Nicky. Julian is taking off for Rome next week.
But not for a vacation, however, purely business. I'm going to see Giorgio Bartoli, the Italian designer, about that new plant I'm opening.
Oh, it sounds exciting. Don't get him started, Nicky. His passion for innovative furniture is almost equal to his passion for boats.
And speaking of passions, I'm taking Laura to see her favorite Spanish dance company at the Club Midnight next Saturday evening. Do you suppose you and Chris might join us? It'll be my leave-taking party just before my plane takes off.
Oh, sounds lovely to me, but I'll have to check with Chris, of course.
Julian will be going right to the airport, so if you and Chris come, I can ride home with you.
Laura, tell me about the phone calls, the ones you mentioned in your last letter.
Oh, I imagine whoever it was has become discouraged by now, since I haven't been there to pick up the phone.
I'm afraid it isn't so much those calls that caused Laura to abandon the apartment while you were away.
Then what was it? What else has happened?
I didn't want to write you about it while you were still on your vacation, Nicky. But now that you're back, you'll have to know.
Know what?
There's been another murder, I'm afraid.
Oh, God, that makes 4. Was it another poor woman strangled?
Yes. In an apartment on Queen Mary near Godfrey. Just a block over from Winnicott Road.
Was she a member of St. Simon's Choir like the others?
I don't know. The papers didn't say. It was a very sparse account.
The police are under a tremendous amount of pressure, I suspect. 4 murders, and they don't seem any closer to an answer.
There's a little town in western Pennsylvania called Oil City where they make peace of mind. They put it up in quart-sized green and white cans and ship millions of them all over the land to people who don't want to worry about their cars. This peace of mind for car owners is called Quaker State Motor Oil. The folks who make it are experts, men who really know motor oil, because that's been Quaker State's specialty for over 50 years. Quaker State starts with the finest natural petroleum the earth provides, 100% pure Pennsylvania-grade crude oil. Then they put it through step after step of refining and fortify it to fight heat and rust and dirt and wear and give your engine the protection it needs. Quaker State Motor Oil. Who says you can't buy peace of mind?
Quaker State your car to keep it running, yeah, to keep it running.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
What is a Harrier? It isn't a helicopter, but it could land in your backyard. Harrier. It isn't a conventional jet, but it can match the speed of sound. Harrier. It's a revolution in aviation. And and the Marines are looking for good men to fly it. Harrier, Phantom, Skyhawk, Cobra, Marine Corps. If you're a college man thinking of aviation, think Marine Corps and talk to the Marine officer who visits your school. The program is PLC Air, and there's no campus training. A few good men can even get free civilian flying lessons while they're still in college. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to fly the Harrier, Huey, Intruder, Bronco, in the Marine Corps.
Another murder, the fourth, just 2 weeks after Aunt Emily's. And it had happened in a building just a 10-minute walk away from Laura's and my apartment. The police, looking for logic, searching for clues to construct a pattern, concluded the killings were the work of a disordered mind, a mind that knew no logic, had no pattern. When Chris called on his return from Toronto, I was grateful for the sound of his voice and the feeling of his solid, reassuring presence near me again.
I hoped Jamaica was more fun than Toronto.
It was beautiful, but I'm glad to be home, now that you're home, too.
Well, that makes two of us, Muffet. And you might be interested to hear that somebody else is back in Montreal, too.
Who?
Donald Hamill.
Donald? Where is he?
At the moment, bunking in with me. I found him and his guitar camped on my doorstep when I got in late last night. After that little talk he and I had at your place on his birthday, I guess he felt comfortable with me.
You're a comfortable kind of person, darling. Where has Donald been?
He hitched out of the city in a panic, but then decided to come back and try to clear things up as far as he was concerned. He's agreed to let me take him down today to give the police his story.
What is his story? And where is Tony Bartha?
Donald says he doesn't know where Tony is. When they left your aunt's house that last day, they split up. And according to Donald, that's the last time he saw Tony.
And Donald didn't ever go back to Aunt Emily's?
Yes, he did. About 6:30, according to him. He found the door open and your aunt lying dead on the kitchen floor.
Then maybe it was Tony who killed her.
It could have been. Anyway, that was Donald's first thought. He panicked and took off.
Do you think the police will believe his story?
I don't know, but I think I do.
So do I.
Well, I'll let you know what the police think over dinner tonight. How about the Carmen Espresso at 7, okay?
Oh, Nicky, with that tan, you're more gorgeous than ever.
Oh, Chris, thank you. Now I know how much I missed you.
Well, that's what I was counting on.
Nicky, you're back.
Oh, Guy, I didn't see you come in.
Hello, Guy.
Oh, I'm glad I ran into you, too. I have something to show you. Look. It's a surprise for Lisa. Do you think she'll like them?
Why, they're really beautiful earrings, Guy.
Those green stones are emeralds, in case you're wondering. I hope Lisa likes them.
How is Lisa?
More beautiful than ever. Maternity becomes her.
Lisa could never be anything but beautiful.
I know. Every time I look at her, I find it hard to believe she's my wife. Do you really think she'll like the earrings?
That was Guy Savarin's big problem. He was so unsure of himself that he could never stop putting on a big show, even with his wife. Poor Lisa. I knew how she was going to feel about another of Guy's expensive gifts. Where was he getting the money to buy them? That's what I wondered. Fortunately, for the sake of my intimate reunion dinner with Chris, Guy was too eager to spring his latest surprise on Lisa to linger long at our table. Between his deadline and the extra work I found piled up at the office after my 3 weeks away, Chris and I had no other chance to be together the rest of the week. By Friday evening, I felt up to nothing more than a light dinner and early to bed. As I opened the door on the quiet apartment, I realized it was the first time I'd been home alone since I came back, since the police had issued their grisly warning. I closed the door firmly and slid the chain lock into place. As I started for the kitchen... Hello? 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 Who is this? Say something. I dropped the receiver back on the hook, drawing my hands away as though the phone were on fire. A chill shot up the length of my spine. I should have let the receiver off. But perhaps this time it was Chris or Laura calling home for some reason. Why be frightened of a silly telephone? Even if it was that creep calling back, I could just tell him to bug off. Hello? Maybe I wasn't so brave after all. I decided to leave the phone off the hook and hope that no one would try to reach me. I'd have a quick dinner and get into bed. And tomorrow I'd suggest to Laura that we have our number changed. The monotonous hum of the phone off the hook was a little unnerving, but better than that sudden shrill ring in the empty apartment. I was about to take to my bedroom and hopefully let sleep shut out all my disquieting thoughts of prowling psychopaths in the night when... It was someone at the door. But who? No one had pressed the buzzer from the lobby. If it were Laura without her key, she would call out, not frighten me with that strange, soft knocking. Who is it? Why didn't they answer? I was almost afraid to look through the peephole, but it seemed whoever it was wasn't going to go away. I put my eye to the opening and looked out, straight into the cold, thick Glen stare of T. Oliphant.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
At 19, Jill Kinmont was one of America's top women skiers, till an accident on an icy slope left her paralyzed. Now, 17 years later, she's a teacher, a good teacher.
I guess you can say I've overcome my handicap, but I couldn't have done it alone. I had family, friends, people who accepted me, believed in me, and helped me believe in myself. Yet there are millions of handicapped people in this country who aren't getting the acceptance they deserve because some people think that a handicapped person can't hold down a job, can't pay the rent, can't learn, can't be a human being. Well, unless you recognize that we are human beings with feelings, with skills, with a sense of responsibility, then you're adding a handicap we can't overcome.
This public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
One more for the road. He took just one more for the road. He took just two more for the road. Who knows why? Three more for the road. He wanted four more for the road. Who knows why? Five more for the road. He needed six more for the road. Who knows why? Well, the road was shining like a silver ribbon, and the family was looking at the view, and the kids were laughing, and they all were living, and they never even knew what hit 'em. What hit 'em? What hit 'em? What hit 'em? The road was shining like a silver ribbon, and the
Get the problem drinker off the road, for his sake and yours. Write to Drunk Driver, Lux 1969, Washington, D.C. We'll tell you how you can help. A public service message on behalf of the U.S. Department of Transportation.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Case of the Foe. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Beechnut Chewing Tobacco and Quaker Steak Motor Oil. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Patricia Power's eerie saga of a neighborhood besieged. Face of the Foe. Starring Jessica Walter, Joseph Campanella, and Judy Carn. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
State Farm Insurance and Big Red Chewing Tobacco. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Winter at times seems interminable. After the first snowfall, the excitement is gone and it's all the same. Cold, bleak, and dreary. For Nicole Nugent, a 3-week vacation in sunny Jamaica was just what the doctor ordered. And she returned to Montreal well-tanned, well-rested, and well-healed. She had missed her friends, and that was good. Friends are everything. But she'd also missed something else. A fourth unsolved, inexplicable murder, and it was bad. It was the fourth such grisly event in a very short period of time. The victims were all women, all belonged to the same church, all lived in the same neighborhood, Nicole's. And now Nicole Nugent is spending the evening at home, alone. There's a muffled knocking at the door, and she's looking through the peephole at a face, and one that she suspects might be the face of the foe. The conclusion of our story follows after this word.
Hello, my real name is Florencia Vicenta de Garcias Martinez Cardona Moss. No, it's not a new rock group. I'm known professionally as Vicky Carr. But my real message today sings out good news for all of you. A new federal aid program to provide education and training after high school, especially if you don't have the money for it. It's called Basic Grants, and helps provide money for full-time students entering for the first time a college or university, vocational school, technical institute, or a hospital school of nursing. It helps you pay for tuition, books, and other expenses. Basic Grants makes it possible now to prepare for the special vocation or career you've been hoping for. And best of all, it's not a loan. That's right. You don't have to pay it back. So apply right away. Simply contact the school or college you're planning to enter, or post office, or write Basic Grants, Box 84, Washington, D.C. Buena suerte, mis amigos.
I stepped back from the door and flattened myself against the wall, unmindful that he couldn't see me. I wasn't going to answer. T. Oliphant terrified me. I remembered the awful look he had given Kathleen Windsor the night she was murdered, and Aunt Emily just a few days before her murder. And then I remembered something else. The time that he had looked at me in the same way. The knocking had stopped. I had been standing against the wall for several minutes. Perhaps he had gone. I looked through the peephole. There was no sign of T. Oliphant. I had a dinner date with Chris before we were to join Julian Brooke and Laura to see the Spanish dance troupe at the club midnight. The festive mood of the evening, however, got off to a slow start. I felt uncomfortably out of sorts with a vague headache that I hoped would not develop into one of my crippling migraines. And Chris was tired from working on his book at such a hard pace. I suspected he was weary of his responsibility for Donald Hamill as well.
I always worry a little when I go off and leave him alone. He's a good kid, but so naive and impressionable, he could get into trouble a block from home.
I guess that's why Tony Bartha was able to get such a hold over him.
Well, at this point, I wouldn't say Donald's his own man. Tony persuaded him to try heroin once, you know. Donald didn't like it. But Tony held the fact that he tried it over his head like a sword. Threatened to tell the police Donald was a junkie if he ever breathed a word about Tony's drug-pushing activities.
Is Donald frightened now that he's told the police everything?
No, just relieved. Like I say, he's a good kid. I like him.
So did Aunt Emily. As soon as Donald knows where he's going, I want to give him her precious red motorcycle. I know she would have wanted him to have it.
Oh, he'll love it. Probably almost as much as he loves that guitar of his.
When we joined Julian Brooke and Laura in the Starlight Room, we found Julian preoccupied with the weather, concerned that the snowstorm might prevent his plane from taking off.
If it keeps up, I think perhaps I'd better check with the airport.
The storm should let up by morning. It wouldn't be too much of a problem if your plane couldn't leave till then, would it?
No, I suppose not. Well, let's not let a little snow dampen our party. Now, what would you two like to drink?
Nicky?
Manhattan, I think.
Scotch and soda for me, please.
I'll tell you what, I'll go track down our waiter on my way to the phone. I may as well settle this airport business if I can, so we can all relax and enjoy ourselves.
Don't be too adamant about leaving tonight, darling.
You know I wouldn't leave at all if I didn't have to.
It's too bad he can't wait until tomorrow to leave.
He's anxious to be there as quickly as he can. The opening of this new plant is very important to him.
Laura was in luck. Julian came back with the word that the airport was socked in by the storm. There wouldn't be a plane out until morning at the earliest.
I'd like to say I'm sorry, darling, but I'm not. Now you don't have to dash off before the evening's over.
Well, it upsets my plans in Rome a bit, but there's nothing I can do. And, of course, I'm not in any hurry to leave you alone.
Well, no reason, then, why we shouldn't settle down to a pleasant evening.
But only a few moments later, Chris was called away from the table to answer a telephone page. Julian had finished his drink and was doodling on a cocktail napkin, another ship in red ink, when Chris returned. Chris's face was set in a deep, worried frown.
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to leave. It's Donald. He's in trouble.
Got to get out of this city of night. Find me, oh, find me, my city of light.
Agent Darrell Hutchison of Garden City, Georgia, explains why personal service and car insurance is just as important to State Farm Mutual's low rates.
We are not always the lowest price that an individual can find for insurance. So I have had people come by that have already gotten prices from other companies. They come by, and this particular time, we were a little higher than they were. But after talking with them, tell them that I can give them one thing that the other company cannot give them, and that is my personalized service. They know that I am here. I'm here to stay as an agent, and these points make a difference. They don't want to be treated as a number. They still want to be treated as an individual, especially when they have a claim problem. They want to be given service because that's what they're paying for.
A good neighbor.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Hi, I'm Pinocchio, the big nose and all that, you know. But seriously, lots of kids don't know about me. How can kids read if they don't have any books? And millions of kids, black, white, red, yellow, brown, all races, live in homes without any books. Getting books into the hands of these girls and boys is what the national program, RIF, Reading is Fundamental, is all about. Here's what RIF has found out. When kids choose the books they want because the subjects interest them and they own the book, that makes reading fun. And when reading is fun, it's just fundamental. Books widen a kid's world and their abilities and their whole life. Every community needs RIF. Find out what you and RIF can do in your community. Just write RIF, Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560. That's RIF, R-I-F. Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., 20560, right now. If America's to grow up thinking, reading is fundamental.
if I can, or I'll call you later, Muffet.
It's all right, Chris. Do whatever you have to. I understand.
Look after my girl, will you, Julian? My pleasure, old chap.
I watched Chris's big frame weave hurriedly among the crowded tables and disappear. Almost instantly, I wished I had gone with him. I was aware of the fourth chair at the table, now glaringly empty. Laura and Julian were a twosome. They didn't need me. I looked across the table at them when their faces suddenly blurred. I knew right away what was wrong. It was a migraine attack coming on. I had them 3 or 4 times a year, and I knew that after my sight blurred, a violent headache and nausea would follow in swift succession.
Nicky, what is it?
Oh, Laura, it's happening again.
No, Nicky, not now, not here.
I'd better go. It's so bright in here, and the noise.
Well, what is it? What's wrong?
Nicky gets these attacks occasionally. Migraine. They're quite painful. She'll need to take the prescription the doctor gave her.
It's all right. Now, you both stay where you are. I'll take a taxi.
Oh, no, Nicky, we'll go with you.
Of course.
No, Laura. You've been so looking forward to this evening, and it's Julian's last night in town.
But I know how sick you get. You can't go home alone.
I'll be all right once I get there. There's nothing for anyone to do. I'll just take my pills and get into bed.
If that's all there is to do, I'll see you home. I can get you there faster than a cab, especially in this storm.
No, really.
I insist. Laura can wait here so she won't miss any of the show, and I'll return as soon as I know you're comfortably bedded down.
Are you sure you'll be all right alone, Nicky?
Of course. Once the medicine takes hold, I'll sleep.
Help her out quickly, Julian. She looks faint.
I'll ask the head waiter to look out for you, Laura, and I'll be back in about 30 minutes. We're in for some slow going, I'm afraid. It's bumper to bumper along the strip.
I'm all right, Julian. You're being very kind.
Just hold on. You'll be home soon. We're here, Nicole. Now, can you make it all right?
What? Oh, yes.
Here, let me help you.
Slowly, please, my head. Oh, it hurts. I'm feeling quite sick.
What a shame having something hit you like this.
I'll be better soon, after I've taken my tablet.
Yes. Well, I'm going to see you comfortably inside before I leave.
I fumbled in my purse for my key, but with my blurred vision, I couldn't fit it into the lock. Julian took the key from me, led us into the lobby, and guided me gently to the door of the apartment.
There you go. And here are your keys.
Oh, thank you, Julian. I'll be all right now. You get back to Laura. She'll be worried.
I want to make sure you're settled first. Let me take that wet coat. You better let me help you off with your boots.
No, I can manage them. I bent down to pull off my boots and felt myself sinking under a wave of nausea and dizziness. Julian caught me. His strong hands were on my shoulders, and then, suddenly, at my throat. Julian! What are you...
Too bad you became interested in China clippers, Miss Nugent. That was your Aunt Emily's mistake.
I don't understand.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters now.
Here's tobacco chewing, truck driving Dave Dudley for Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Chauffeur in a big machine rolling all day. How sweet it is with Big Red. Going up to New Orleans on time all the way. How sweet it is with Big Red. You notice it everywhere. More folks chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Truck stops and the coffee's hot and conversation's fine. Hey, Mike, what's things like out Route 59? Then you pass Big Red around and the fellas take a chew. How sweet it is with Big Red. You ought to try Big Red Chewing Tobacco. It's moister, smoother, more satisfying. Got a taste of its own that keeps on tasting good all chew through. Climb on board. Start chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco soon. How sweet it is with Big Red. The The Zero Hour continues after this.
Charlotte, I'm home.
The supper's not ready, Chester.
Should I go back to the office?
No, stay.
Well, what are we having?
Tuna casserole.
Sure. We had tuna casserole last week.
It's the same one. There was some left over.
I'm not hungry.
You said we have to start watching our pennies.
I would rather starve than eat tuna casserole again.
Well, when we got married, you said you loved tuna casserole.
Well, before you get married, you love everything.
Oh, I'll put it on a different plate. Maybe it'll taste different.
Charlotte, you know I hate tuna casserole.
Now close your eyes and pretend it's steak.
Sure. Well, why don't I close my eyes and pretend I'm a retired millionaire and you're the galloping gourmet?
Gourmet.
Social Security can't help Charlotte's cooking, but it can help Chester's retirement plans. Today, nearly 17 million retired workers and their dependents are getting Social Security retirement benefits. And for nearly everyone 65 or over, Medicare benefits are available to help pay hospital and doctor bills. For more information, call your nearest Social Security office.
Julian Brooke was the strangler. His hands were at my throat. I tried to scream through a windpipe that was being choked off. There was a rushing noise in my ears, and the ugly, distorted face hovering over me began to dissolve. I was falling into a well of blackness. Slowly, I floated back to the surface, hearing before I could see. Sounds of a scuffle, glass breaking, and suddenly, blessedly, I heard Chris's voice.
Nicky, are you all right?
Gradually, light and colors came together, and the scene took shape around me. Julian Brooke was standing in the middle of the living room, flanked by two policemen. There was a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his hands were manacled. Lieutenant Philippe was there, and Laura, standing off in a corner, motionless as a statue, her face a white blur. The coffee table was overturned, and broken glass littered the floor. Chris was holding me in his arms.
It's over, Buffett. It's all over.
You'll be all right, mademoiselle. We've called for a doctor.
Don't try to talk now, Nicky. Don't talk. Just rest.
Monsieur Galloway is right, mademoiselle. Do not try to talk now. There will be time.
Time to sort out the terrible puzzle whirling round in my brain. Charming, well-bred Julian Brooke had tried to kill me. He had killed my Aunt Emily. Why? What did he mean about China clippers? How did Chris and the police arrive in time to save me? And poor Laura, how was she going to take all this? Somehow that concerned me more than anything else.
It's just so hard to believe that it was Julian all along.
There are still so many things I don't understand.
Oh, I'm not sure I want to. It's all so dreadful. I just thank God you were saved.
Everything is still a jumble in my head. I hope Chris gets here soon with Lieutenant Philippe.
And then you'll really hear what an utter fool I've been.
What do you mean?
The money for my restaurant. $50,000. I gave it all to Julian Brooke.
Do not worry, Mademoiselle Prescott. Your money is safe and it will be returned to you. But to begin with, Mademoiselle Nugent, let us hear the exact words Julian Brooke spoke to you as he was making the attempt on your life.
He said, "Too bad you became interested in China clippers, Miss Nugent. That was your Aunt Emily's mistake."
Mm-hmm. And you had no idea what he meant by that?
I still don't, Lieutenant.
Monsieur Galloway will explain. You see, Nicky, Julian Brooke thought that you had the sketch.
What sketch?
Well, let me begin at the beginning, darling. Remember the night after Kathleen Winds's murder? You had the flu and I brought in some Chinese food for us?
Yes, I remember.
Well, you had just read about the murder in the paper and were pretty upset. You went in to take an aspirin. That's when I noticed the sheet music on your coffee table. Just one sheet. And it had Kathleen Winds's name on it.
She'd just come from choir rehearsal, and she had an armful of music and books that she put down on the table.
Yes. Well, I thought you were upset enough about the murder. You didn't need anything around to remind you of it. So I just stuck the sheet of music in my pocket. I was wearing an old jacket that Saturday that I haven't worn since. So there was nothing to remind me of the music until last night.
What happened last night to remind you of it?
I saw a sketch Julian had been doodling at the table, a sailing ship done in red ink. I picked it up.
He drew one here when he was waiting for you one night, Laura. I thought it was just a hobby.
Ah, and his downfall. You see, Monsieur Galloway here remembered he had seen what he thought was a similar sketch on the back of Kathleen Windsor's piece of sheet music.
Which would suggest that Julian Brooke knew her.
We had been ferreting about all this time for a man in Kathleen Windsor's life. When Monsieur Galloway informed me of his discovery, I felt certain we'd found him.
But, Chris, how did you and the police get here so quickly? How did you even know Julian brought me home?
Well, I'd gone to the police station directly from the club and answered a Donald's call, remember?
Oh, yes, Donald.
Well, the police had finally gotten Tony Barth on a drug charge, and Tony had tried his bit about implicating Donald. But it's okay now. Tony was exposed for what he is, a liar. Donald's in the clear.
As it turned out, Monsieur Galloway and I had other fish to fry.
When Lieutenant Philippe confirmed my suspicions, I called the club midnight to warn you about Julian. Laura answered the page and told us Julian had taken you home.
I took a taxi from the club.
And the police and I got here as soon as we could.
And you got here just in time. If we hadn't got caught in traffic.
Yeah, well, thank God for icy roads. Brooke tried to make a run for it, of course, headed for your balcony. But the lieutenant here brought him down with a beautiful flying tackle.
At the expense of your glass coffee table, I'm afraid.
But I still don't understand. Why did Julian Brooke try to kill me?
When he saw his sketch was gone from the table at the club, he thought you had taken it, that you must have connected it with the sketch on the back of Kathleen Windsor's music, as he knew your Aunt Emily had.
Then that's what he meant when he talked about China clippers and Aunt Emily's mistake.
Precisely, mademoiselle. He explained to us that he tried to divert your aunt by calling her attention to the sketches of clipper ships on the wall of the Warwick Tea Room. But these sketches are in black ink of British clipper ships, while his sketch in red ink was of the Flying Cloud, a very identifiable American clipper ship with an angel blowing a trumpet at its bow.
Then he knew Aunt Emily was sure to remember where she'd actually seen it. On Kathleen Windsor's music.
And he learned that Kathleen Windsor had come here to you directly from her choir practice the night of her murder. Thus he assumed you also must have seen the sketch he had drawn on her music.
A murderer shouldn't go around leaving his trademark everywhere.
That isn't the only evidence Monsieur Brooke left around. Because he intended to leave the country that night, he had brought his bag to the club midnight. We found its contents most interesting, particularly those beneath its false bottom.
What did you find?
For one thing, your money, Mademoiselle Prescott. Fortunately, he had not spent it as he had Kathleen Windsor's.
You mean he swindled us both in the same way?
With the same story, that he needed the money temporarily to open his new furniture plant, but not quite in the same way. With you, Mademoiselle Prescott, his approach had to be more subtle. Thus, he staged the attack on you in the park, so that he might become your rescuer.
But how did he even know I had $50,000?
From your unwise advertising in the paper, mademoiselle. He first called you in answer to your ad for a restaurant property, do you recall?
Yes, I certainly do. I thought he was a practical joker. But the voice, it wasn't Julian's.
I'm afraid it was, mademoiselle. Monsieur Brooke is a master of disguises. Another item we found in his bag was a false mustache and a Van Dyke beard.
Then the man Aunt Emily saw in the car with Kathleen Windsor was Julian Brooke.
Yes, the same man, different name. Kathleen Windsor knew him as Stephen Harcourt, while Elsie Grunberger had met him under his real name, Charles Potter.
Julian murdered Elsie Grunberger, too? I mean, Charles Potter?
Yes. It was the first time he killed. He had to do it to protect his investment in the Windsor woman. Elsie Grunberger had been a friend of the rich widow Potter had fleeced out of her savings. Unfortunately for Elsie, she caught sight of him with Kathleen Windsor one day, and he knew she recognized him, despite his disguise. He followed her home and killed her.
Well, then the arrest of Julian Brooke, Charles Potter, solves 3 of your murders. What about the 4th, the most recent one?
That, regrettably, is still on our books. Charles Potter denies having had anything to do with it.
It is a month now since that fateful Saturday when the mask was ripped off Julian Brooke and the face of the foe revealed. Laura has found a location for her restaurant and is hard at work trying to forget all that happened. Meanwhile, I've learned not to judge people by the faces they wear. T. Oliphant may be something of a woman-hater, but it turns out that all those brown cartons of his contain toys that he makes and delivers regularly to St. Simon's Parish House as gifts for needy children. Donald Hamill has been placed in a good home where he continues to carry on his love affair with his guitar when he's not vrooming around on Aunt Emily's red motorcycle. The snow lies deep now on the graves of Aunt Emily, Kathleen Windsor, and Elsie Grunberger. But of course, Lieutenant Philippe continues to caution us to lock our doors, reminding us that there is still a murderer loose in Montreal.
Asphalt and concrete, neon and steel. Nowhere, anything real. Bolted doors on the houses. Shutter doors on the hearts. Broken dreams in the concrete.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
At 19, Jill Kinmont was one of America's top women skiers, till an accident on an icy slope left her paralyzed. Now, 17 years later, she's a teacher, a good teacher.
I guess you can say I've overcome my handicap, but I couldn't have done it alone. I had family, friends, people who accepted me, believed in me, and helped me believe in myself. Yet there are millions of handicapped people in this country who aren't getting the acceptance they deserve because some people think that a handicapped person can't hold down a job, can't pay the rent, can't learn, can't be a human being. Well, unless you recognize that we are human beings with feelings, with skills, with a sense of responsibility, then you're adding a handicap we can't overcome.
This public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
Sir, we're asking people what they know about different organizations.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll never join anything again.
No, we're not asking you to join.
See, I'm a disgruntled member of the Mammal of the Month Club. Now, my March selection was supposed to be a cuddly raccoon. Instead, they delivered a gnu, and I live in an apartment. Man, a gnu's a big antelope.
Sir, we're asking about organizations like the American Cancer Society.
I never joined them, but I contribute a lot.
Good, because the American Cancer Society needs plenty of support for all the things they're in. For instance, there are numerous educational activities like telling people how important checkups are and knowing cancer's warning signals. That helps save lives.
I thought the Cancer Society was mostly research.
No, it's service, education, research, and then some.
Well, maybe I'll join the American Cancer Society.
Good. The society needs volunteers as well as contributions.
You know what my June mammal selection was? A South American sloth. Hangs around upside down all day long from my chandelier, my drapes, the wall sconce. Imagine a sloth on a sconce. Or was the sconce on a sloth? I don't know, but they were both.
That concludes this week's production of The Zero Hour. Patricia Powers' Face of the Foe. Next week, we'll begin another exciting dramatization of a tale of mystery and suspense. We'll tell our story in 5 days, at the same time, Monday through Friday. So, on Monday, rest your eyes and listen here to The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by State Farm Insurance and Big Red Chewing Tobacco. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theatre. Heard every weekday at this time.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, May 10th. The Lux Radio Theatre presents Joan Crawford and Francho Tone in Mary of Scotland with Judith Anderson. Lux presents Hollywood, starring Joan Crawford, Francho Tone, and Judith Anderson. And as guest of honor, the head of one of the oldest houses in English nobility, the Earl of Warwick. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. These performances come to you through the courtesy of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap. And may we thank you for your enthusiasm for this fine soap, which of course makes the Lux Radio Theatre possible. Now, I'm sure you have all heard men say something like this.
Pretty? No, not exactly. But let me tell you something. Boy, she's got a way with her. There's something about her that sort of gets you.
When a man talks that way about a girl, you can be sure she's learned the secret of being really attractive to men. That skillful and beautiful little screen star Betty Davis says this. You girls who want to be popular, here's something to remember. The man was never born who could resist the charm of perfect daintiness. The least fault against it just ruins illusions, spoils romance. The easiest, most delightful way I know to protect daintiness is to bathe with Lux Toilet Soap. The active lather leaves skin really sweet, fragrant with the delicate perfume you'll love. Try it. I turn our microphone over to Hollywood's celebrated producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The climax of tonight's play was created exactly 350 years ago, when in 1587, emissaries from the English crown entered the great hall of the castle of Fotheringay and read to a woman named Mary the memorable orders of Queen Elizabeth. Termed the most eloquent historical romance drama of our time, the story you will hear is the work of Maxwell Anderson. It brings us through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Joan Crawford in the title role, and Francho Tone as Bothwell, while Judith Anderson will portray Queen Elizabeth. Joan is one of the most earnest actresses in Hollywood. The next picture in which she will star with Spencer Tracy is named 3 Rooms in Heaven. From Cornell University, Francho Tone went immediately to the stage. We in Hollywood know him not only as a fine actor, but as one of our most civilized, charming, and best-liked neighbors. He comes to you shortly on the screen in MGM's They Gave Him a Gun. In Judith Anderson, Broadway lends us one of its greatest dramatic actresses, last seen in Hamlet, The Old Maid, and Come of Age. Now, back through history, back to the kingdom of the north, to Scotland, land of lakes and heather, of pibrochs and bluebonnets and bagpipes, of tartan and tam o'shanter, back to a day when one throne stood in Edinburgh and another in London, back to romance, as the Lux Radio Theatre presents Joan Crawford and Francho Tone with Judith Anderson in Mary of Scotland. Scotland, in the year 1561, from France across the angry waters of the North Sea, Mary Stuart comes unheralded to take her rightful place upon the throne as Queen of Scots. It's a stormy midwinter night. On the pier at Leith, Scotland, 2 soldiers huddle in a corner seeking shelter from the wind and freezing rain. The Earl of Bothwell walks quickly along the pier and, stepping from the shadows, addresses them sharply.
Leg it over to the inn, one of you lads, and fetch a chair.
What on God him, my lord?
Curse your guard duty. The Queen of Scotland stepping out of a boat in velvet shoes.
I doubt there's a chair nearer than Edinburgh town.
There's one at the Leith Inn, as you well know.
We'd need the silver for that in any case.
What the devil do you mean by haggling over a dirty chair? Seize it. Seize it in the Queen's name.
I'll fetch it.
And you go with him.
I will, my lord.
The Queen of Scotland with her velvet shoes. We'll want none of her here.
A very braw evening to you, Master Knox.
And to you, Lord Bottle?
It seems some here have heard of her coming, though not perhaps those she'd have chosen. You're not here by chance to greet Mary Stuart.
If I had aught to say to her, it will be for her own ears.
No doubt. And I have a little observe to make to you about that, too, sir. I'm no such fool as to try to muzzle a minister. Nevertheless, whatever it was you were going to say, you won't say it. That's my observe to you.
I shall say what I have come to say.
Here at the steps for the Queen. She's coming off the boat.
That you are Queen would be known if the world were stripped of subjects. The very trees and frozen mountains would bow down to you, Your Majesty.
I can well imagine. Body of me, I could wish the clouds would stoop less to their queen in my native land.
Oh, one forgets how rank dismal this Scotland can be.
Dismal? Traitor. Have you never plucked a gowan in spring? A very green gowan?
Oh, is there spring here in this heathenish climate?
They are sweeter than in France, as I recall. And all fruits are sweeter here. Of those that grow. And the summer's sweeter.
They're short enough, in faith.
And when they come, they will bring excellent devices of masks and ornaments to deceive the eye, and soft words and perfumes to cumber the senses of mankind.
Who is this man?
Jigmasters and the like will come in authority with Mary Stuart, and their council will be whining and carousing the flowers and fruits of evil.
Surely this is some jest, sir. Surely this is not said in welcome to me.
And what other welcome shall we give the woman of Babylon? The leprous and cankerous evangel of the devil.
Stand back. Your Majesty, they're preparing a room at the inn. The chair will be here at once. If you would deign to take my cloak for your shoulder.
Thank you. I wish to speak to this gentleman.
This is Master John Knox, of whom your grace may have heard.
Nay, then I have heard of him, and I wish to speak to him. Master Knox, it is true that I am Mary Stuart and your queen. And I have come back from France after many years away to take up my rule in this country. It is true, too, that I am sad to leave the south and the sun. And I come here knowing that I shall meet with difficulties that would daunt many older and wiser than I am. For I am young and inexperienced, and perhaps none too adept in statecraft. Yet this is my native place, Master Knox, and I loved it as a child and still love it. And whatever I may lack in experience, whatever I may have too much of youth, I shall try to make up for, if my people will help me, in tolerance and mercy, and a quick eye for wrongs, and a quick hand to right them.
Hey, they told me you spoke, honey.
Your Majesty, if the old goat has said anything that needs retracting...
He shall retract nothing in fear. I will have all men my friends in Scotland. Can we not be friends, Master Knox?
Your Majesty, I have said what I came to say.
But you no longer mean it. See, I give you my hand, Master Knox. It is a queen's hand and fair. And I look at you out of honest eyes, and I mean well and fairly. You cannot refuse me. Do you still hesitate? It is clean.
Your Majesty.
And will you come to see me at Holyrood House and give me counsel? For heaven knows I shall need it. And I shall listen. That I promise.
I will come.
I will send for you, and soon.
Good night, Your Majesty.
Good night, Master Knox. Now I wonder, will he hate me more or less?
More, probably. However, it's just as well to have him where he can watch him.
You're an outspoken man yourself, Captain.
I am.
You will forgive me, but so far I have not heard your name.
The captain is James Hepburn, madame, the Earl of Bothwell.
Ah, you fought ably for my mother.
I have been of some slight service here and there.
You have indeed. Tell me, my lord of Bothwell, have I done well so far? Shall I not make this Scotland mine?
Madam, it is a cold, dour, sour, villainous country. And the folk on it are a cold, dour, sour lot of close-shaving villains. And I can only hope no harm will come here to that bonny face of yours. And no misery to the spirit you bring.
Now here's a new kind of courtesy.
You'll hear far and wide I'm no courtier, madam. But I have eyes, and I can see that the new sovereign is a comely lass, and a keen one. And I was for her from the first I saw her face. But from my heart I could wish you a better country to rule over.
Enough. Solemnly and truly, sir, it may be that they are not a happy race. But they have beliefs. And what they believe from the heart. Why, even this Master Knox...
He believes whatever's to his own advantage. He split the country wide open over your coming and leads the pack against you. We'll have bloodshed over it yet.
Bloodshed?
And plenty.
No. If I thought that, I should turn now and bid the mariners hoist sail and put back for France. I shall win. But I shall win in a woman's way, not by the sword.
Let us hope so.
Hope so. But I shall.
I am no courtier, madam. I say, let us hope so.
And so Mary Stuart began her reign in Scotland. Meanwhile, in the court in London, the jealous Queen Elizabeth of England begins to plot the downfall of the young sovereign.
You said, Lord Burleigh, you had made some memoranda in regard to Mary Stuart.
They are not in order, but the main points are covered. First, Mary Stuart has crossed from France to Scotland against your advice and without your safe conduct.
Yes?
Second, she has been crowned Queen of Scotland. This also against your wish and in defiance of your policy.
Yes?
Third, she is next heir after your majesty to the throne of England and is held by some to be the rightful Queen of England at the present time.
Out with it, then. What must be done?
She must be defeated.
Truly, but not so quick. Not so quick with wars and troops and expenses. Have you no better counsel?
In all my reading, I have found no case of a sovereign deposed without violence.
Milord, it is hard to thrust a queen from her throne. But suppose a queen were led to destroy herself, led carefully from one step to another in a long descent, until at last she stood condemned among her own subjects, barren of royalty, stripped of force, and the people of Scotland were to deal with her for us.
Can this be done?
She is a woman, remember, and open to attack as a woman. We shall set tongues wagging about her. And since it may be true that she is of a keen and noble mind, let us take care of that, too. Let us marry her to a weakling and a fool. A woman's mind and spirit are no better than those of the man she weds.
She will hardly marry to our convenience, madam.
Oh, not if she were aware of it.
You have thought of someone? She is seen much with the Earl of Bothwell.
I have thought of Darnley.
But after herself, Lord Darnley is in fact heir to the English throne.
The better. He is handsome and a good bearing.
Yes.
And a fool.
A boasting, drunken boy.
If I give out that I am determined against it, she will marry him. And he will drag her down, turn her people against her, make her a fool in council, spoil her beauty. I tell you, a queen who marries is no queen. A woman who marries is a puppet, and she will marry him.
But this will take time.
It will take many years. I can wait.
And we shall need many devices.
You shall not find me lacking in devices. In the word to drop here, the rumor started there. It will grow up about her in whispers that she is tainted in blood. She will be known as double-tongued, a demon with an angel's face, a prophetess of evil. Her own people will rise and take her scepter from her.
But, Your Majesty, you...
However, I am not to appear in this. Always and above all, I am to seem her friend. You would say that I am in myself more nearly what will be said of her.
No.
Perhaps. But that is not what is said of me. Whatever I may be, it shall be said only that I am the Queen of England and that I rule well.
With expert prompting from Elizabeth in England, the court of Scotland fast becomes involved in a morass of lies, deceits, and petty intrigue. Lord Darnley, vapid of countenance, vain in bearing, has already begun to press his favor with Mary, Queen of Scots.
Mistress Beaton, is it true that our sovereign is inaccessible this day?
Quite true, I fear, my Lord Darnley.
Oh, heaven help the man who tries to woo a queen.
Lord Darnley is to remain within call. It is Her Majesty's pleasure.
Oh, well, that's something.
Oh, my Lord Bothwell.
I see my name's remembered, and that's a triumph. Tell the sweet Queen Lord Bothwell would see her alone.
Sir, she's closeted with her secretary. We're not free to speak with her.
Closeted? So? I like not that word closeted. Who is there here can speak with her and tell her?
My lord, she has spaced this day off into hours. So many to each, and I fear your name is not scheduled.
I've been sloughed off much the same way, my lord.
Run along, then, and practice wearing that tin sword you got hung on you before it tripped you.
Tripped me?
Aye, run and play. This one's been used. The nicks along the edge were made on tougher than you. Tell my Lady Queen I wish to see her, now.
My orders are strict, my lord. Her Majesty has great problems of state.
And they concern me more than some others. Now I've argued enough with women and women-faced men. A room's a room and a door's a door. Shall I enter without warning, or will you announce me to her?
Your Majesty.
I will speak with my lord alone.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Do I find you angry?
Yet these pests and midges.
You saw me yesterday.
I have been standing since this early morning. I and some 100 crows out in a coppice on the cliff's edge, waiting for the smoke to rise from your breakfast chimney. And by the Lord, these crows are a funny company. I've had 4 full hours to study them.
You come to tell me this?
I come to tell you I've never shown such patience for a woman. Not in my life before. When I would see my girl, why, I must see her.
Your girl? Give me leave, since I'm a queen with a kingdom to reign over, to queen it once in a while.
I tell you truly, I've the manners of a rook. For we're all crows here, and that's what's understood in this town. But I could be tame and split my tongue with courtly speeches if I could be sure of you. If I could know from one day to another what to make of your ways. You shut yourself up with secretaries and ministers, harking for weeks on end to that truffle, while I perch me on the rocks and look my eyes out.
Mm-hmm. When I was but 13, a pretty lad fell in love with me. He'd come, afternoons, late midnight, early dawn, sopping with dewfall. He'd stand there waiting for a glance. I've never had such tribute.
This is no boy. This is a man comes beating your door in now. It may be you're too young to know the difference, but it's time you learned.
You've had your way, my lord. We've spoken, though I had no time to give. And now, with your pardon...
You'll go about the business of marrying someone else.
I cannot marry you. I beg you. Ask it not. Speak not of it. Let me go now.
They've made a slave of you. This half-brother of yours, this fox of a Maitland, this doddering Châtellerault. What they'd like best of all is to wreck you, break you completely, rule the country themselves. And why they fear me is because I'm your man alone and man enough to stop them.
Yes, you are man enough. It's dangerous to be honest with you, my Boswell, but honest I'll be. Since I've been woman-grown, there's been no man save you, but I could take his hand steadily in mine and look in his eyes steadily, too, and feel in myself more power than I felt in him. All but yourself. There is aching fire between us. Fire that could take deep hold and burn down all the marches of the West and make us great or slay us. Yet it's not to be trusted. Our minds are not the same. If I gave my hand to you, I should be pledged to rule by wrath and violence, to take without denial and mount on others' ruin. That's your way, and it's not mine.
You'll find no better way. There's no other way for this nation of churls and cravens. Here you strike first or die. Your brother Murray seeks your death. Elizabeth of England seeks your death, and they work together.
Nay, you mistrust too much.
God help thee, child.
Oh, be staunch to me. You have been staunchest of all. Let me not lose your arm, no, nor your love. You know how much you have of mine. I'm here alone, made queen in a set, hard, bitter time. Aid me and not hinder.
So it shall be. Lady dear, do you use guile on me?
No, sweet. I love thee. And I could love thee well. Go now and leave me. We've been seen too much together.
You must lay this hand in no one's else. It's mine.
I have but lease on it myself. It's not my own. But it would be yours if it were mine to give.
And now, to Mary's court comes an ambassador from England, in the person of Lord Throgmorton, whose purpose is to trick the Scottish Queen into marriage with Lord Darnley.
Come down to earth and speak without swaggering. What is it that Elizabeth would have me do?
There is some hope, Your Majesty, that when you seek a husband, you will not do so to bolster up your claim to the English crown.
That had not occurred to me.
But surely your choice in marriage will imply your attitude.
I have no intention of plighting my troth at once. But if I had, I've received enough advice already on that point. A mort of it. And I'm tender.
Say no more, madam. And I will say no more.
Oh, out with it now. Give me the advice. I won't take it.
You see, Your Majesty, Elizabeth had a fear of this. The young Lord Darnley has come north against her will. Why he's here, we don't know. Nor whether by invitation or what plans you have concerning him.
I have none.
Then, if you will, forget what I have said. It was only that this Darnley combines to exactness what Elizabeth dreads in case you marry. After you, he's next to her throne. And if you had a son, why, he'd be heir to England. And I think the plain fact is that Elizabeth would rather choose her own heir.
Now, heaven forgive me. I am heir to the throne of England. And after me, whatever children I have. Is it part of her love to cut me off from my right?
In brief, my queen has wished that you might choose Bothwell or perhaps some other.
And that's the message. We're down to it at last. Lord Throckmorton, I marry where I please, whether now or later. And I abate not one jot of my good blood's lien on the English throne. Nay, I shall rather strengthen it if I can.
This will hardly please.
I could hardly expect it would. But I, too, am a power, and it matters what pleases me. This was all?
This is all I am commissioned with.
I shall see to your safe conduct. Yes?
Will Your Majesty see a gentleman calling himself Lord Bothwell?
He's in again?
There's no keeping him out.
The Doxy invited me in herself.
You may go, Beaton.
Yes.
Lord, I have heard from England.
Mary McQueen, what you heard I could have guessed. She's a demon. She bodes you ill.
I believe it now. Oh, would heaven I'd been born deep somewhere in the Highlands and there met you. A maid in your path and you but a Highland bowman who needed me.
Why, if you love me, Marie, you're my maid and I your soldier.
And it won't be.
Aye, it will be.
Look, Bothwell, I am a sovereign and you obey no one. Were I married to you, you'd be king here in Edinburgh. And I'd have no mind to your ruling.
They'll beat you alone. Together we could cope them.
Love you I may, love you I have, but not now and no more. It's for me to rule, not you. I'll deliver up no land to such a hothead. If you'd been born to the blood, I'd say, aye, take it. The heavens had a meaning in this. The royal blood's in me. I will have no master. Nay, I am jealous of this, my Stuart blood. Jealous of what it has meant in Scotland. Jealous of what it may mean. They've attacked that blood, and I'm angry. They'll meet more anger than they know.
And who has angered you? Not I.
Elizabeth.
I thought so. She's afraid if I'm half a prophet that you'll marry me.
No, her fears run the other way. She's afraid I'll marry Darnley and threaten her throne, and so I might.
Will you tell me what that means?
I mean, if I have a son, he'll govern England.
And so he might if he were mine, too.
Nay, might. But it must be. She dares to threaten my heritage.
Does that mean Lord Darnley? Aye, lady, will you stoop so low to choose a weapon? This is not worthy of the girl I've known. Am I to be ousted by a papejay? An end of mouldy string? You take too much on yourself for the future. Think of us, and the hours close on us here we might have together. Leave something to the gods in heaven. They look after lovers.
Oh, what's a little love? A trick of the eyes, a liking to be set beside the name you'll have forever or your son will have? You don't offer enough, Lord Bothwell. You're not true in it, and I'm not true to myself and what I feel for you.
I'm no lute player to languish and write sonnets when my lady says me nay. But when the tug begins around your throne, you'll be lost without me. Try no threats toward England. It will tax a hardy man all his time to hold what you have.
We differ there, too. What I have, I'll defend for myself.
If you marry this Darnley, I take away my hand.
Oh, before heaven, he believes he's held me up so far, and that I'd fall without him.
I believe it, and it's true. Darnley. No miracle could make him a king. He's a fool, and he'll rule like a fool.
We shall see, Lord Bothwell.
Well, I'm sped. My suit's cold. But by heaven, lady, Darnley, he sticks in my craw. I can't go him.
Will you learn, Lord Bothwell, that this is not your palace, but mine? Or must you be taught that lesson?
There's been a bond between us. We'll find it hard to forget.
You may, not I. I've set my face where I'm going.
Lass, God fend thee. You've seen the last of me.
I've given no leave for departure, Lord Bothwell.
I need no leave, nor leave-taking. You see no more of me.
Here in Hollywood, there's an apartment house with a view of the hills from the windows. On the top floor lives Miss Jane C., who came to Hollywood a year ago and is now an extra over at the Paramount Studios. Today, she's home early to greet a friend just arrived from New York. Let's listen in.
It's a break that Betty's away, so you can use this bedroom the whole 2 weeks you're here. I've cleaned out the top drawers there, and there's room in the closet.
Oh, thanks, darling. I'll hang my dresses up right away. We can talk while I unpack. Heavens, this bag was stuffed and something's dropped on the floor.
I'll get it. Oh, it's under the bed. Here it is. Wait. Well, there's 2 of them. 3 of them. For Pete's sake, Lux toilet soap.
Certainly, darling. Never go anywhere without it. No cosmetic skin for little Nettie. You know, unless cosmetics are thoroughly removed...
You're explaining to me, and after I've been in Hollywood for a year. Well, Ned, old girl, I'll have to hand it to you. We may be able to tell you something out here about how movies are made and show you the Coconut Grove or the Brown Derby, but we're not going to be able to tell you a thing about smart complexion care.
It's because Lux toilet soap has active lather that it guards so effectively against cosmetic skin, little blemishes, enlarged pores, dullness. It carries away every trace of dust, dirt, stale rouge, and powder. Use it before you put on fresh makeup. Always before you go to bed. Use it regularly. You'll learn why 9 out of 10 screen stars use it. At home in their own luxurious bathrooms and in their studio dressing rooms as well. Now, back to Mr. DeMille.
Joan Crawford, Frank O'Tone, and Judith Anderson return to us now in Mary of Scotland. An evening in the year 1566. Mary has been married to Lord Darnley for only a year, but already the vicious actions of the new king have reflected on the throne. The web of lies surrounding Mary has grown stronger. Malicious tongues have linked her name falsely with that of Rizzio, her secretary. In a hall in the palace, Mary is seated near the great hearth. Rizzio and the ladies in waiting form a circle about her. Mary is sad, and Rizzio knows the reason.
Oh, my lady, I shall never forgive myself. I favored Lord Darnley, and he's our weakness, not our strength.
None could have known that.
I should have known. Bothwell would have been better.
Bothwell?
Aye, Bothwell. He'd have held them off. There's no trifling with him.
Let's have no talk of Bothwell.
He's better away. The country's been much quieter since he left it, hasn't it, madam?
Much quieter.
You'll have a child, Your Majesty. You'll have an heir, and then you'll be happier.
With Darnley's child?
He will change, too. The man changes when there are children.
We must hope so.
His Majesty will return tomorrow?
He was to have returned 3 days ago, but the hunting may have been delayed. We may expect him soon.
Your Majesty, I have a request which you have denied before, but which I must make again. It is necessary for me to leave Scotland.
Oh, Rizzio.
I grow lonely for Italy.
We know why, Rizzio, and I won't have it. I won't have my friends driven from me.
I think it best.
Has His Majesty spoken to you?
Only by the way. Oh, I'm not wanted here. You know that.
The king is full of these whims and fancies, my dear Rizzio. If I gave way to one, I should have to humor him and all. You and I know that I'm quite innocent with you, and you with me. And I can't spare you.
Majesty, I tell you honestly, it's torture to speak of going away, and yet... Oh, I want no harm to come to you through me.
And none will. The king is jealous of everyone, my Rizzio. Everyone I see or have seen. It's a brain-sick notion. I know that he has acted and spoken foolishly in many such matters. But as for danger, there is none.
I hope there is none.
His Majesty?
My lord.
I'm unexpected, perhaps. Too early. A thought too early. I'll retire. Come when I'm wanted.
No, my lord. You've been long expected and more than welcome.
Why, a pretty wife. A housewife with her maids. A pretty sight. And maybe a cavalier or two for the maid's company. That sit ye down all. I'll not intrude.
I'll take my leave, my lady.
No, stay. Stay, Rizzio. I'm the one to go, it seems.
You're tired, my lord. Will you wish some service, something to eat or drink?
She sends me off to bed, you note. You noted, Rizzio.
My lord, I hoped you would have some other word for me when you return.
I think if I gave you the word you've earned, you wouldn't stay to hear it. Ribbon! Ribbon!
What is this? You will retire, sire. Who are you?
My good friend Ribbon.
Is this a place for armor? I will receive Lord Ribbon another time.
The gallant's there, Ribbon.
Hey.
This is my apartment, sir, and I ask you to go.
Not yet, Miss Sweet. Lord Douglas comes here, too.
I demand little courtesy, but that little I must have. Are these your friends? If so, take them elsewhere.
Aye. I'm to have my friends in my apartment, and you're to have yours here. That fellow Rizzio with the kinked hair there. That's he, the one we have in question. He, I tell you, that Italian spawn.
Your Majesty.
Take him!
No, Lord Douglas, Ribbon. Whatever you have in hand here, put no faith in this king I've crowned and set beside me. His word is a paper shield.
I'm king in this country, mistress, and I know my rights.
Let me pass.
Nay, lads, my sword says
Take me, my
nay.
queen.
Try, Rizzio.
We'll take care of him.
No.
Douglas, I'll remember this. Murdered him. You pack of filthy cowards.
Yea, and done well.
Done well. Oh, fools and cowards. Oh, Rizzio. It was I wouldn't let you go.
You might cover that sight.
Is he dead, Rita?
Yes, madam.
Oh, you do well. You do well, all of you. You shall answer for this.
There'll be no answering. We know what we know about you.
You pitiful dolt. To think such a calf should rule, and at my choosing. God may forgive you, not I, and Rizzio. Take yourselves out, you pollute the dead to stand there.
Come, we've done our work.
And well done, too.
Rizzio. He wanted to go to Italy.
Madam, take care. The blood will stain your dress.
Oh, if that were all. This blood will bring more blood after. Now I see. Before I reign here, clearly there will be many men lie so for me. Slain in needless quarrel. Slain, and with each one with blood to spill but once, like his. Oh, I tell you, beaten, my soul is aghast at this blood spilt for me. And yet it hardens me, too. These are their manners. This is the way they go to work. I shall work on them, and not too lightly. They think of me as a girl, afraid of them. They shall see. And yet my mind believes nothing of what I say. I'm weak as grief stripped and wept out before them.
Your Majesty, there's someone here would speak with you.
Let no one enter. No one. In all this kingdom, I can trust but 5, and one's myself. And we're women, all of us.
But he's from France, and says that he has news.
From France? What is his name?
He gave me this token for you. No name. It's a crow's feather.
Tell my Lord Bothwell I have no wish to see him now or later.
Oh, madam, you'll see him. I brought him along with me.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you've had unwelcome company this hour, if I've heard aright. And I care not to be another. But I come to make an offer I made before. To be your soldier.
I have no time to talk, Lord Bothwell. Nor do I wish to see you. The time's gone by.
Queen, turn not away your friends. You're few enough. Too few, it seems, to prevent what's happened.
Oh, go now. I'm not unkind. But I'm cut off from you. You know that.
Aye. There was no need to hide your weeping. He was over young to die.
Oh, it's not for him. No, it's for all I wanted my life to be, and is not.
Majesty, you have a fortunate star. It will come well yet.
If I have a star at all, it's an evil one. To violate my room, kill my servant before my eyes. Oh, how I must be hated.
They'll pay for that.
Perhaps.
I've taken an oath they'll pay for it. Your Majesty, I wearied of France and exile, wearied of the sun and wine, and looked north over the water, longing for fog and heather in my own country. further, the news was none too happy from Scotland. They want your throne and plan to have it. But I mean to live in this land and mean you to be queen of it. The Earl of Bothwell is home and spoiling for a fight. Before day dawns, they'll hear from me.
Lord, I thank you.
Give me no thanks. I like a fight too well to pretend it's a virtue.
You have no army.
I have my border men. Lord Huntley's joined with me in his Highland kilties. If you'd call your clans, we could drive them to the wall.
It's a war, then.
It's war already. They've turned your Darnley against you. They'll use him as long as they need his seal. It's in the wind. This Darnley has not long to live.
I'd have no hand in that, nor you.
Lady, I need you and you need me. But I'll be cursed if Darnley's needed on this earth.
You have never yet learned how to take an order.
And never will, from man or woman living, sovereign or knave. I have not been conquered and will not be. But I offer you my loyalty, and it's worth the more for that.
You shall be my Lord Admiral and act for me. Yes. And to that let me add how my breath caught when I knew you were here. Hoping I know not what. Things not to be. Hopes I must strangle down. Oh, Bothwell. Bothwell, I was wrong. I loved you all the time and denied you. Forgive me, even too late.
I tell you, we shall be happy yet.
No, for I think I've been at the top of what I'll have, and all the rest is going down.
You're weary. You've borne too much. They shall pay for this.
Come no nearer, my lord. It's not ours to have. Go now.
Yes, your majesty. Yet I tell you, we shall be happy. And there will be nothing not ours to have.
The Earl of Bothwell's prophecy came true, in part, for Darnley was mysteriously murdered. And some months after his death, the Queen and Bothwell were married. But their happiness was short-lived, for rumors again beset the throne. Rumors that Bothwell himself had murdered the king and set himself up in his place. Scotland was split in two, and the nobles arrayed themselves in battle against their sovereign. At a parley in Dunbar Castle, Murray, the Queen's half-brother, addresses the vanquished Earl of Bothwell.
We have little to gain, Lord Bothwell, by a conference with you. The battle is ours. The Queen is prisoner to us. But to spare ourselves further bloodshed, and spare you bloodshed, we grant this respite and ask that you surrender without conditions.
No. No, I thank you. Moreover, Murray, if your turn's to be foremost in this council, we'll stop now and argue the matter outside.
Be patient, my lords. We're here to make terms, as you are, Bothwell. The Queen and you have been defeated. We made war on you because you two were married, and because she planned to make ye king.
You make war on us like the pack of lying hounds you are by swearing in public and in court that we killed Darnley so that we might marry. You've won with that lie. May your mouths rot out with it. And now, what do you want? What do you ask us?
First, that you leave Scotland.
That's easily said. What else?
Why, next, that the Queen should delegate her powers to the lords of the council, those you see before you.
I see them.
And bind herself to act with our consent only.
No more?
No more.
Then here are my conditions. I will leave and trouble you no more. If you pledge your word that the Queen's to keep her throne and her power intact without prejudice to her rights. But if you dare encroach 1 inch on her sovereignty, guard your gates, for I'll be at them.
Aye, you make your terms.
Aye, I make mine. Defeated, I still make mine, and you'll do well to heed them. I shall want leave also to see the Queen for a moment.
You know our answer.
Then look to yourselves.
Take his terms, my Murray.
Are we to fight a war and win and toss the spoils away?
Find some agreement, for I'm in haste. And if you say no to me, I've other plans.
I say, let him go and leave her the throne.
And if you do, this sword stays in a scabbard, and lucky for all of you. You give your pledge? Lord Maitland.
I give my pledge, Lord Bothwell, for all here present. We have not rebelled against the Queen and will not. If you are banished.
Then give me leave to speak alone with her.
With the Queen?
Aye, for a moment.
Thank God you're safe.
And you are safe, my Queen. Safe and set free, and may keep your kingdom.
At what price?
They made a bargain with me. God knows whether they'll keep it, but I think they will, for Maitland gave his word, and he's been honest.
What bargain? You've sacrificed yourself for this. What have you offered?
Nothing to weigh against what you'll keep. I've given my earldom. That's a trifle to what we save.
Oh, you shall have it back and more to put with it.
No, I've accepted exile. I'm to leave the kingdom.
Well, then, I'm exiled, too. I'm your wife, and I love you, Bothwell.
The bargain's made. You may keep your crown without me, but not with me. Do you abdicate your throne? What's left?
Call in the men of your guard. Cut our way through and ride. They'll never hit us. We can rouse the North, ask help from France and England, return with an army they dare not meet.
You'd raise no army, Marie. You forget what a drag I am on you. The North is sullen of the South toward you and me. What's left we must do apart.
What if we lost? At the worst, we'd have each other.
And do you vision the end of that? A woman who was a queen. A man who was the Earl, her husband. But fugitives put to it to ask for food and lodging. Enemies on every road. They, weary, heartsick, turning at last on each other with reproaches. She saying, I was a queen, would be one now but for you. And he, I have lost my earldom.
I betrayed you once and betrayed my love. But I learned by that. I swear, though it cost my kingdom, not again.
If you wish to thrive, break that oath. Betray me, betray your love. Give me up forever. For you know, as I know, we lose together. God knows what we'll ever win apart.
Nothing. Oh, Bothwell, the earth goes empty. What worse could happen than parting?
Can I stay? This once for the last, I can save you from yourself and me. There's something wills it. I go alone. This is your kingdom. Rule it.
You must not surrender. They'd serve you as they served Donald.
I'll not surrender. I'll see to my own banishment. Find my guard, force my way out, and go.
We must say goodbye.
Aye, girl. We've spent what time we had, and I know not when I'll see you. Let's have no pretense unworthy of us. It's likely we'll not meet again on this same star.
God help me and all women here in this world, and all men. And let all women and men drink deep while they can their happiness. It goes fast and never comes again.
Face these lords like a queen and rule like a queen. I'd help you if I could, but I'm no help. You must meet them now.
Yes, I'll meet them. Can you break your way through? They're watching.
It's a chance. Huntley. Huntley. I'm here. We ride at once for Stirling. Be ready for a fight.
We're ready.
I must take my moment.
I know.
Goodbye, sweet. But if they wrong you, if you ever need me, look for me back.
Goodbye to our two worlds.
Our horses, Huntley. Your lord. Away, then. Waste no time.
Who's there? It's Bothwell. Bothwell, hit him off. On guard. Pistol him. Pistol him.
Well, brother?
The Earl of Bothwell. Is he gone?
He has.
You've sent him off. That was your ruse.
Lord Bothwell will leave Scotland. That was what you wanted.
Lord Murray, he's escaped.
Hey, clean away.
Madam, collect what necessities you require. You will change your residence.
That is at my will, I think.
You think so?
You're to be lodged in Holyrood House for the time.
I'm to be lodged. And your faith? You pledged your faith and word, all of you, to leave my power untouched. Leave me my throne if Bothwell and I were parted.
We'll keep it when Lord Bothwell surrendered to us.
Go out and take him. Go out and take him if you can. But for your queen, I warn you, never since there were kings and queens in Scotland has a liegeman laid hand on my line without regret.
What you need, gather it quickly.
This is betrayal at once of your word and sovereign.
We know that.
I need nothing.
Your Majesty.
I am a prisoner beaten. Come after me to Holyrood House. I may have my own room there, Lord Maitland.
Yes, madam.
You show great courtesy for a liar and traitor.
You lied to us, a black and level lie. Blackest and craftiest. It was you we believed.
Aye, sister. It was that we counted on.
Aye, brother.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Kate.
Mary of Scotland, starring Joan Crawford, Francho Tone, with Judith Anderson, is resumed in a moment. In the 16th century, when our play was being enacted in real life, among the closest advisors of Queen Elizabeth were the Earl of Warwick, his younger brother, the Earl of Leicester, and Leicester's son, Essex. Tonight, it's my honor to introduce the present Earl of Warwick, member of a family which for centuries has been among the most distinguished in the British Empire. Nephew of Anthony Eden, England's Foreign Secretary, our guest recently arrived in Hollywood. Here, under the name of Michael Brooke, he makes his debut shortly as a motion picture actor. Ladies and gentlemen, Charles Guy Fulk Greville, Baron Brooke, and 7th Earl of Warwick.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, but think of what time you'd save if you called me just Mike, or at least Michael Brooke.
I'll take that advice, Mike. Queen Elizabeth doesn't fare so well in tonight's play. Do you think we do her an injustice?
All I can say, Mr. DeMille, is that Elizabeth did what she thought best for England, just as Mary did what she thought best for Scotland. My ancestors, as you said, were rather close to Elizabeth. About 10 miles from my home in England is Kenilworth Castle, which many of you will recall from Sir Walter Scott's novel. Elizabeth gave Kenilworth to the Earl of Leicester, and they'd visit there quite frequently, and often come over to my home. As a matter of fact, I still sleep on what was called Elizabeth's bed. It's a fine old bed with enough room for 5 people if we ever get crowded. I also have her fiddle. When she owned it, it was about 200 years old. So today it's really an antique. It's beautifully carved, and in spite of its ripe old age, can still be played.
Do you have any of Queen Mary's belongings?
No, but I've seen several. There's a house near mine which belongs to the Throckmortons. I've been there many times. They own one of the garments worn by Queen Mary when she met her death. Also near Warwick at Sulgrave is the ancestral home of George Washington. And Shakespeare's birthplace at Stratford. Shakespeare was alive at the time of your play tonight. It's a great romantic age, though many things were terribly crude. To put it bluntly, it was an age of awful smells. In fact, a gentleman protected himself by carrying a gold or silver ball around his neck filled with perfumes which he could sniff whenever the going got rather tough. Women used lots of cosmetics, which had such funny names as Fat of Swans, Turpentine of Abazo, and one which might interest you, Mr. DeMille, called Soap of Cyprus. But I dare say they'd have given its weight in gold for a cake of Lux toilet soap. It's a splendid soap. I took along several cartons on an expedition I made in 1935 through Russia, Persia, Afghanistan, and into India. One of the comforts I didn't like to leave behind.
I don't blame you. After a trip like that, Mr. Brooke, even Hollywood must seem rather a dull place.
On the contrary, it's one of the world's most fascinating communities. Certainly the only place where one can learn the motion picture business. I'd like to stay here 4 or 5 years, acting and learning, and then perhaps I'll be able to make some better pictures at home.
Too bad that you're unable to attend the coronation.
I regret it tremendously. I know this program is frequently heard across the ocean and all over England. Although I can't be there on Wednesday, I can at least say what's in my heart. God save the King.
In which sentiment, I'm sure we all join you. Mary of Scotland, starring Joan Crawford and Francho Tone with Judith Anderson. Escaping from her enemies in Scotland, Mary fled to England, fled to certain doom at the hands of another enemy, Elizabeth. The jealous English queen was quick to seize her advantage. Mary was imprisoned in Carlisle Castle, there to await for help, which never came. In her room, the exiled sovereign turns from her barred window as the heavy door swings open.
I have seen but a poor likeness, and yet I believe this is Elizabeth.
I am Elizabeth. May we be alone?
Beaten.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I had hoped to see you. When last you wrote, you were not sure.
If I've come so doubtfully and with
slow step. It's not for lack of thinking of you. Rather because I've thought too long, perhaps, and carefully. Then at last it seemed, if I saw you near and we talked as sisters over these poor realms of ours, some light might break that we'd never see apart.
Can it be as I've hoped? Can it be that you've come to me as a friend, meaning me well?
Would you have me an enemy?
I have plenty to choose among as enemies. What I seek now is only my freedom, so that I may return and prove in open court and before my witnesses that I am guiltless. You are the Queen of England, and I am held prisoner in England. Why am I held, and who is it holds me?
It was to my interest, child, to protect you, lest violence be offered to a princess and set a precedent.
You wish me here? You wish me in prison? Have we come to that?
It's safer and better for both our kingdoms if you remain my guest.
For how long?
Until the world is quieter.
And who will rule in my place?
Why, who rules now? Your brother.
Elizabeth, I have been here a long while already. If it's your policy to keep me, shut me up, I can argue no more. No, I beg now. There's one I love in the north, you know that. And my life's there, my throne's there, my name to be defended. And I must lie here, darkened from news and from the sun. Lie here impaled on a brain's agony.
Then be advised. And sign your abdication.
Stay now a moment. I begin to glimpse behind this mask of yours. It was this you wanted from the first.
This what I wanted? Why, I'm no witch to charm you. I make no incantations. You came here by your own road.
I see how I came. Back, each step the wrong way. And each sign followed as you'd have me go. It was you who forced Bothwell from me. You there and always.
Your life was a threat to mine. Your throne to my throne. Your policy a threat.
And you'd take my life and love to avoid this threat?
Nay, keep your life and your love too. The lords have brought a parchment for you to sign. Sign it and live.
And if I will not sign this abdication?
You've tasted prison. Try a diet of it.
And so I will.
I can wait.
And I can wait. I can better wait than you. Bothwell will fight free again. Kirkcaldy will fight beside him, and others will spring up from these dragon's teeth you've sown. Each week that passes, I'll be stronger and Murray weaker. I wait for Bothwell, and wait for him here.
Child. I studied this gambit before I played it. I will send each year this paper to you. Not signing, you will step from one cell to another. Step lower always, till you reach the last. Forgotten. Forgotten of men. Forgotten among causes. Wait then for Bothwell's rescue. It will never come.
I may never see him?
Never. It would not be wise.
And suppose indeed you won within our lifetime. They still will find you out. Win now. Take your triumph now, for I'll win men's hearts in the end, though the sifting takes this 100 years or 1,000.
Child, are you gulled by what men write in histories? This or that, and never true. It's not what happens that matters, but what men believe to have happened. They will believe the worst of you, the best of me.
And still I win. A demon has no children. And you have none, will have none, can have none, perhaps. Leave me here and set me lower this year by year as you promise. Still, I win. I have been a woman, and I've loved as a woman loves, lost as a woman loses. I have borne a son, and he will rule Scotland and England. You have no heir. A devil has no children.
By heaven, you shall suffer for this. But slowly.
And that I can do. A woman can do that. Come, turn the key. I have a hell for you in mind, where you will burn and feel it. Live where you like and softly.
Once more I ask you, and patiently, give up your throne.
No, devil. My pride is stronger than yours, and my heart beats blood such as yours has never known. And in this dungeon, I win. Here, alone.
Then, good night.
Aye, good night. Beaten.
You will not see your maids again, I think. It's said they bring you news from the north.
I thank you for all kindness.
Year after year, the fateful missive came. Year after year, with head held high, the exiled queen refused to sign, until at last another document arrived, one with no need of Mary's name to make its fatal clauses binding.
This, then, my good lord, is the warrant?
The warrant for your death, milady.
Signed by Elizabeth. And by her my fate is sealed. And yet not death. For I have died these 20 years 1,000 deaths, with each one worse than that which went before. I welcome then these tidings, and I pray to God the end of all my bitter suffering is at hand. Tell your queen, my lord, that I am ready.
Many years before, Mary, Queen of Scots, had embroidered 6 words upon a piece of linen. 6 simple words, which were, "In my end is my beginning." Our play, ladies and gentlemen, is done. Leaving the royalty of ancient Scotland and England, we bring you the royalty of modern Hollywood and the stage in a brief interlude with our stars, Joan Crawford, Francho Tone, and Judith Anderson.
It's rather difficult to be original, ladies and gentlemen. And what you want most of all to say is simply thank you.
I think you might express our appreciation of the Lux Radio Theatre, Joan.
That's right. But personally, I feel indebted not only to the Lux Radio Theatre, but also to Lux Toilet Soap.
Well, I was coming to that, Judith. I think everyone should at least try Lux Toilet Soap. And if they're like me, they'll keep on using it. After all, it's the easiest thing in the world to have a smooth, healthy complexion when you let Lux Toilet Soap take care of it for you. And certainly there's no doubt that a lovely complexion is very important to women.
That's exactly the way I feel, Joan.
Mr. DeMille, what are we going to listen to? The Lux Radio Theatre next Monday night.
A play, Joan, that has a particular message and a particular appeal to every family. Maybe you saw it on the screen, or when it was entertaining capacity crowds on Broadway. It has a compelling honesty and a simple love story that I'm sure will keep you all very close to your loudspeakers. The title, Another Language, and starring in it will be Betty Davis, Fred McMurray, and John Beale. Sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Betty Davis, Fred McMurray, and John Beale in Another Language. As a special guest of honor, you will hear also from the mother of our president, Mrs. James Roosevelt. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
A word of appreciation to those who were with us in the cast tonight. Edward Cooper as John Knox, Kenneth Hunter as Burley, Vernon Downing as Darnley, Walter Kingsford as Throgmorton, Vernon Steele as Maitland, Leo McCabe as Moray, Phyllis Coghlan as Mary Beaton, and James Eagles as Riccio. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Fun from Hollywood with our star comedian Fred Allen, who tonight brings us Jack Benny. Music by Peter Van Steeden. New features, new music, new laughs. It's Town Hall tonight. Crowd cheer as Fred Allen leads his parade of stars to the old town hall. Fred's leading the band dressed as Santa, followed by those claws in the theater sides of the mighty Allen Art players. Let's join the happy crowd, folks. Everybody's going. Here they come, Speed Demons.
But, Sir Malcolm, you can't break the speed record here in traffic. I must, old bean. I've got to get to my radio in a hurry. It's Town Hall tonight.
Balloonist.
You just came down, Professor Kickard. Why are you taking your balloon up again?
The radio reception is better illustrated, fair lady. It's Town Hall tonight.
Deep sea divers.
Don't tell me you've located a sunken treasure in that wreck, Bill. Yeah, there's a radio down there. It's still worse, and it's Jack Benny tonight.
Well, sir, here we are before the old town hall, and there's Fred with an old oil lamp making light of the folks as they pass inside. Let's listen.
Eeny, meeny, miny, and the more the merrier, folks. All roads lead to the old town hall. Now, don't jostle, madam.
Hi there, croak voice.
Hi, Pest. Hello, Mrs. Sider.
Is Jack Benny here tonight, Mr. Allen?
Not all here, but all there is of Benny you'll find on the inside. With a joke, a tune, and we're starting soon. So hurry.
You finished, Fred?
You bet, Harry. And it's up to Peter now. His first number is Be a Good Sport.
Well, I'll try, Fred. Let her go, Peter.
Be a good sport. Now don't you be a poor loser. Be a good sport. It's great to be a good loser. I mean, kind and be forgiving. Don't cry over spilt milk, how I can make a living. So be a good sport. What if today has its trouble? The weather report may show a lovely tomorrow. Even if you live to be 100, life is still too short. So be a good ace, be a good scout, and be a good sport. What if today has its sorrow? The weather report may show a lovely tomorrow. Even if you live to be 100, life is still too short. So be a good egg, be a good scout, be a good fellow, be a good sport.
Presenting that zealous star of Zazu's as dithery, xylophone zephyrs, titillating somnambulant satire, Xanax Zany of the cinema, Fred Allen in person.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. Go away, boy. Oh, all right. See, right away. Get away from this microphone here. Good evening. We must get a weather strip put on the hall here. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we have a nice night for it this evening, and before the Hollywood Weather Bureau butts in with a commercial to take the credit for the weather, I'll read you the town hall bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, the first grocer to sell bacon sliced so thin that the streets had to be pinned to the fatty part, has a special announcement. Hodge says that during the cold spell, he's taking out his dial phone and putting in one of the old stylers, folks. Hodge says you can't use a dial phone with your mittens on, and it's so doggone cold in the store, if you take your mittens off, it'll frost your hangnail. So until it warms up, Hodge is inviting all mitten lovers to stop in and phone in comfort. So much for smart customer appeal around the village, and now for the town hall news. The curtain, Harry.
For certain, Fred.
The curtain for certain. A long fella, hey?
I'm only 5'2", Fred.
The lights go out, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The town hall news sees nothing, shows all. Washington, D.C. Government Weather Bureau predicts that backbone of recent cold wave is broken, and nation can expect moderate temperatures from now on. Town hall news, checking on recent snowstorms and below zero weather around the country, interviews prominent citizens affected. Tales of strange happenings are rampant in the land as a result of recent cold. At Bildad, Nova Scotia, Mr. Tufton Pump gives off-record statement. How did you find the recent snap, Mr. Pump?
It's the worst storm I've seen in these parts in the past 10 years, all but 1 year.
Didn't you see a storm that year?
I didn't see nothing that year, son. I broke my glasses.
I see. Well, how cold was it, Mr. Pump?
Well, to give you a rough idea, our Townshend Club gave a community sing last week, and they called on me to solo.
What happened?
It was so doggone cold, I opened my mouth to sing Old Man River.
What came out?
An icicle 2 cornices long.
Thank you, Mr. Pump. At Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Mrs. Nadine Whine, a housewife, tells her strange story. You say it was real stormy, Mrs. Whine.
Lord, yes. Snow was so high yesterday, folks going by the house were stooping down to look in my transom.
Was it uncomfortable indoors?
I was chilled so bad, I shook half the spots off a polka dot Mother Hubbard.
Must have been cold, all right.
It was plumb bitter. Why, I sat down on a chair and thought I had a frostbite.
Wasn't it frostbite?
No, I was sitting onto my false teeth, the lowers.
Thank you, Mrs. Whine. At Rockaway Beach, New York, Fordyce Westbaum, retired pushcart baron, had ghastly experience in the cold wave. What took place, Mr. Westbaum?
Hey, what's happening to me should happen to a polar bear.
Did the cold affect you physically?
Not only physically, but financially.
Really? What happened?
For 15 years, my neighbor Gold Club, a tight wad, but a good one, is owing me $4. Yesterday in a blizzard, I am meeting Gold Club.
Face to face?
Beard to beard, we are meeting. The temperature is below.
Below zero?
Below zero, he's asking. On top of the mercury, zero is looking like a halo yet.
But what about Gold Club?
Gold Club all of a sudden getting sociable. He's saying, Miss Brown, for 15 years I'm owing you $4. And today you're catching me in a mood to settle.
Did you get the money?
Well, I'm putting out my hand in the cold to take it. And lo and give out, I'm hearing something dropping.
Was it the $4?
Not $4. It was 4 of my fingers. A climate, please.
Thank you, Mr. Westbaum. At Hollywood, California, Miss Fern Fickle, loyal Californian, denies the very existence of a cold wave. You say you didn't observe the sudden change in temperature, Miss Fickle?
In California, one doesn't discuss the weather with strangers, mister.
Why, not with strangers, huh? Only entre nous. Why, it was freezing. It was freezing last week.
Oh, yes, zero night. The Chamber of Commerce arranges it annually. It's to help people with swimming pools.
The Chamber of Commerce wants your swimming pools to freeze?
Yes. Once a year, we tip up the ice and sweep out the bottom of the pools.
You Californians take the cake.
No, we lower it back in the pool instantly.
You deny... You deny the existence of bad weather here in Hollywood recently?
As a loyal Californian, I do.
Why, it was so cold last night, I saw hail coming down.
Not hail, tourists. You might have seen some puffed rain, but not hail. This is California.
Thank you, Miss Fickle. Many farm tenants report unusual happenings. At Pine Snuff, Arkansas, Farmer Conway Straggle is interviewed in his barn. Don't you feel the cold here in your barn, Farmer Straggle?
You're darn tootin', stranger. So cold in here right now, I'm steam heating them hens' nests.
You have to heat the nest?
Sure do. How'd you like to sit down on a nest of cold straw and try to lay an egg?
Well,
Me neither, son.
Does the cold bother your cows?
You betcha. Milk freezes right in them. I've been getting it out in sticks.
Milk steaks?
Yeah. Well, look, I'll show you. I'll move over there, Bessie. Quiet. I'll milk her for you. All right, easy, Bessie. Take it easy. Now, watch this. The milk comes out about a foot. Then it freezes, and I snap her off.
Thank you, Farmer Straggle. Break me off a pint, and I'll take it with me.
I'll take that.
These flashes have given you an idea of the present-day machine-age cold wave, ladies and gentlemen. But in the mind of the oldest inhabitant, the outstanding cold wave ever to sweep this country occurred during the winter of 1871. On the night of January 2nd, 1871, the mercury took a 52-degree drop. The drop.
Gentlemen, our first guest stars tonight, the Basin Street Boys. You have heard their voices many times in musical cartoons, and tonight they sing their latest number, You Drove the Gloom Away.
When the sky is cloudy and gray, and the rain is hard all day, you did something sweet to me. Drove the gloom away. When the snow was on the ground, and the tree leaves couldn't be found, you did something sweet to me. Drove the gloom away. Now beers warm around you. Da-da-da, baby, thank you, divine. I'm so wild about you, baby, and the darkness off your mind. When the snow was on the ground, and the tree leaves couldn't be found, you did something sweet to me. Drove the gloom away.
As it pains me, and will you, may I present... Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. Will you go away? Oh, fuck. May I present, ladies and gentlemen, I don't mind riffraff coming in the audience, but when it comes to the microphone, of all... May I present Mr. J. Aloysius Grump, who sees all, tells all, and knows enough after reading a reliable weather report to come in out of the rain. Mr. Grump.
Hi, folks.
I understand you're a bit of a prophet in your spare time, Mr. Grump.
You said it, Alan, you said it. I'm in the know, see? So I can tell what's going to happen before it happens, see? And I'd like to say right here and now that from where I sit, the outlook's pretty gloomy indeed, yes, sir.
What, with Christmas coming on?
Well, that's just my point. Most of the gals who'd like to have mink coats for Christmas are going to get washing machines.
Willy-nilly, eh?
You said it. Father's checking account is going to have fallen arches, and that ain't all. People all over the country will go through the holidays eating too much and drinking too much and feeling like the end of a misspent life. And there's nothing they can do about it.
Oh, now, come, Mr. Grump. You are painting a pretty gloomy picture here. I grant that a lot of us will overindulge during the holidays, and naturally we will feel stuffy or grouchy or have a headache, because that overindulgence has upset our stomachs. But there is something you can do about it, ladies and gentlemen. You can reach for a friendly bottle of Sal Hepatica. Because so many physicians will tell you
that sluggish, under-par feeling is so often caused by two things: accumulated waste and gastric acidity. And Sal Hepatica is a quick-acting, effervescent mineral salt laxative made especially to get after both of these conditions at once.
That's why it is particularly effective, ladies and gentlemen, because Sal Hepatica not only removes accumulated waste through laxation, but besides, it also counteracts that acidity. So just put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water and drink it. You'll soon be feeling alert, alive, feeling that there is a Santa Claus. If you'll just remember Sal Hepatica for the smile of health.
Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours have just played Limehouse Blues. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you didn't expect to meet...
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking.
Will you get away from here?
Is this Wednesday night or not?
Well... As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, tonight... You didn't expect to meet...
Whom, Fred?
Well, right in back of this radio studio on the Warner Brothers lot here, Harry, there's a gentleman who operates a lunch wagon. Mm-hmm. Day and night, he is a veritable tornado of chopped meat and onions, for he is a genial Merlin who assembles hamburgers at an instant's notice for his customers. And his customers, Harry, are only movie and radio celebrities. Now, I think a man who works untold hours to help radio and movie favorites fend off malnutrition has an odd profession.
He certainly has, Fred.
Well, I've invited him to jump out of his frying pan into our fire this evening and see how it feels to be grilled himself. And so then, ladies and gentlemen, tonight I know you didn't expect to meet Mr. Willie King. Willie, you always make all of us feel at home at your lunch wagon, and Harry and I want you to feel at home here with us tonight.
Thank you, Miss Allen. I'll do my best.
Well, first of all, do you just operate this one lunch wagon in back of the studio?
No, I have 6 wagons altogether.
Where are the other 5 touring cafes?
They're in the garage. I only use them for special occasions.
For banquets, weddings, and things like that, you mean?
No. When Warner Picture companies go on location, I send out my trucks to serve lunch to the actors and mechanics.
I see. You have the location concession.
Right. I'm the only lunchman with the exclusive concession at the studio.
You haven't any competition then?
Well, there's one fella running a freelance lunch wagon, but he can't muscle in on my territory.
A freelance lunch wagon. It isn't that fella they call Tomaine Sam, is it?
I won't mention any names. Why should I advertise a competitor?
You're right, Willie. Well, tell me, has your lunch wagon ever been in any of the Warner pictures?
Yes, at the one you eat was used, I'm a fugitive from a chain gang.
It was in I'm a fugitive from a chain gang, huh? Well, how did it scream?
For not being made up and considering it's a wagon, it looked pretty good.
Well, you ought to paint your wagon red, Willie, and be ready for Technicolor.
You think it's a bad idea?
I think it's a good idea. But say, there's one... don't mind my voice tonight, Willie. I'm taking voice lessons from Andy Devine's teacher. It's just having effect. But say, there's one question I forgot I should have really asked you first, Willie. How did you get into this a la carte cafe business?
Well, years ago, I used to be in picture business.
Uh-huh. Now it comes out. You were an actor, huh?
No, I was assistant director with Larry Seaman in silent pictures.
What was the last picture you worked on?
The Wizard of Oz.
Were there any actors who are stars today in The Wizard of Oz?
Clark Gable was an extra in that picture. He carried a spear.
I wonder what ever became of that spear.
I wouldn't know.
Naturally, but how did you happen to work yourself up from assistant directing to owning a lunch wagon?
Well, when the talkies came in, I asked Jack Warner to give me the lunchroom concession at his studio.
And Jack Warner did, huh?
Yes, Fred, that was 12 years ago, and thanks to his kindness, I've been in business ever since.
Well, I imagine, Willie, that during the past 12 years, you have sold a sandwich to practically every big star on the Warner lot.
Yes, I've known them all.
And you're acquainted with all of the Warner stars today, of course?
Oh, yes, Dick Powell, Joan Modell, Edward G. Robinson, Andy Devine, Pat O'Brien, Leslie Howard.
What does Leslie Howard usually have for lunch? Kippers and crumpets?
No, Mr. Howard generally has coffee and donuts.
Well, confidentially, Willie, have you ever caught Leslie Howard dunking?
Well, one day...
Now, wait for your laugh, Willie. Wait for your laugh.
Well, one day when he was drinking his coffee, I did hear a splash.
You heard a splash while Mr. Howard was drinking his coffee. Was Les dunking?
No, his wristwatch fell in his coffee.
Well, who else bulks calories at your table-d'hote trailer?
Ruby Keeler.
Does Ruby like your hamburgers?
She says they're the best in town.
No kidding, huh? Is Al, what's his name, her husband, Al, that fella, is he a hamburger addict?
No, Al generally takes his steak smothered in ketchup.
What about Betty Davis?
Miss Davis is crazy about potatoes. I've seen her order fried potatoes and potato salad in the same plate.
I imagine you treasure the mental picture you have of Miss Davis's potatoes among your starchy souvenirs, Willie.
There's no time for sentiment when you're running a lunch wagon, Fred.
Say, I've forgotten one of Warner Brothers' most important stars, Willie. Have you ever served Paul Muni?
Sure, but I have trouble recognizing him. He looks so different in every picture.
You've never chased Mr. Muni away from the wagon, have you?
No, but once when he was making Louis Pasteur, I kept him waiting a half an hour. I didn't recognize him with his beard on.
Did Mr. Muni stop in for lunch at Emil Zola?
Every day.
I'd like to have seen Zola eating a hamburger.
Say, if they're good enough for Paul Muni, they're good enough for Zola.
You've been catering to movie folks so long, Willie. Tell me, who eats more, the stars or the extras?
Well, the extra usually. Lots of the stars are dieting while they're working.
Have you ever witnessed any unusual gluttony at your wagon?
Once I saw Barton McLean eat 5 steak sandwiches in a row.
5 steak sandwiches? Is that an all-time vitamin record?
No. I think Al Dubin, the songwriter, holds the record.
Oh, I've seen Al. He's a pretty big boy.
Al must weigh about 250.
I know. I heard they offered him a job as a stand-in over at the Elysian Mountain until they get the runaway part. Till they get the runaway part back in place. What did Al eat the day he broke your record?
As I recall, Al had 2 ham sandwiches, 2 hot dogs, 2 hamburgers, salami sandwich with ice cream, and plenty of coffee and tea in between.
What did Al say when he finished?
It wasn't a word.
I get it. Well, thanks, Willie, for giving us this opportunity to put on our optical napkins and take a peek behind your mound of chopped steak and onion.
It's been a pleasure, Fred.
You like the radio business, eh?
It's not bad. You don't have to wear an apron.
I know, but you found the secret of success in your own business, Willie. You hitched your lunch wagon to a movie star.
And the Warner Brothers.
Right. Every sandwich a Warner Brother production. Now, before you go, is there a word of encouragement or advice you'd like to give to any youngsters who might be thinking of going into your business?
Only this, Fred. If you're going to be a success making hamburger sandwiches, you've got to make both ends meet.
Meat? Meat as in hamburger, I see. Well, good night and thank you, Willie King. Gentlemen, the King's Men. Tonight the boys sing Nobody Loves a Riveter But His Mother. Hammer away, boys.
Get me! Gotcha! Get me! Gotcha! All for one and one for all. That's how us girls play basketball. Get me! Gotcha! Get me! Gotcha! That's how I earn me weekly check. With a hammer on me shoulder and a girder around me neck.
Hey, you guys, look at that swell dame down below. There she goes.
Get me!
Hey, how do you get that hitting me there with a red-hot rivet?
Oh, look what you're doing, you clumsy boo.
Oh, I'm fed up with this lousy job anyhow.
Why? A girl can love a sailor, a butcher, or a tailor, but nobody loves a riveter but his mother. A girl can love a plumber, or some guy even dumber, but nobody loves a riveter but his mother. She'd love a crook who'd break into a jewelry shop. If she's a cook, she'd even love a cop. Oh, nurse. But when we start to rivet, no woman cannot live it. So nobody loves a riveter but his mother. A girl can love an actor, a lawyer or contractor, but nobody loves a riveter but his mother. But nobody loves a riveter but his mother. King Solomon, 10,000 wives, all paid his rent, and each one paid 0.1%. Oh, for goodness sake. But when we start to rivet, no woman cannot live it, so nobody loves a riveter but his mother. Get me! Gotcha.
Thank you. Our next guest, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Eugene Lester. Mr. Lester is not a soloist by profession. Gene is the official candid cameraman for the popular radio magazine, The Radio Guide. Gene, you're out here in Hollywood doing candid camera work on some of the radio shows, aren't you?
Yes, Fred, I've been shooting all the shows originating from the West Coast here.
You have, huh? What shows have you done recently?
Well, so far I've done the Hollywood Mardi Gras, the Burns and Allen show, Phil Baker, and then I think that fellow sitting over there in the corner was on one of them.
Oh, Mr. Benny?
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one.
Well, see, you'll know as soon as you get the things developed. If there's any doubt as to what's been going on, Gene, in your camera, as soon as you get the scripts developed, you can let us know. When are these going to be in, these pictures you've been snapping? I saw you taking some at our dress rehearsal today. When are they going to be in Radio Guide?
Well, these pictures that I've taken today will be in your issue of Radio Guide on January 7th.
January 7th,
That's right.
And you do, I heard you humming at your work, the other day, and that is the reason why we've sort of invited you to carol for us this evening, Gene. Do you do much singing ad libitum besides your camera work?
Well, I do a lot of singing in the darkroom where nobody can hear me.
Well, that's... But tonight you're going to come right out with the lights on and see what happens, huh? Do you prefer photography to singing?
Well, they sort of both work hand in hand.
Well, they do in a way at that. The only difference is that a photographer would be apt to tell other people to look out for little birdie, whereas the singer would have to look out for the little birdie himself. But, well, all right, Gene. I guess we have exhausted the fun for the moment. We mustn't be too funny now because Mr. Benny is coming along with a wham shortly. And what are you going to sing, Gene?
Well, there's a new tune called Rosalie that seems to be pretty popular today.
Rosalie from the picture of the same name?
That's right.
All right. Rosalie, thank you.
Rosalie, my darling, Rosalie, my dream, since the night when stars danced above, I'm so much in love, dear Rosalie, have mercy. Rosalie, don't decline. Won't you make my life thrilling and tell me you're willing to be mine, Rosalie, mine.
Mr. Dean Lester, ladies and gentlemen. Radio guide and the camera expert. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you have no serious objections, I'd like to conduct a little experiment at this point. You see, some expert has just burst into print with a statement that radio audiences listen with only half their minds, and consequently have only a vague idea of what they hear.
Well, do you think you can change all that, Fred?
No, Harry. All I want to do is to prove or disprove it. Now, if I can just get someone within the range of these tired eyes... well, this gentleman here in the front row. Do you listen regularly to this program, sir?
Every chance I get.
My public. Would you, would you mind stepping up to the microphone just a second, sir?
Glad to.
Thank you. Now, will you tell me in your own words what Mr. Von Tell says every week about Ipana toothpaste?
Well, I'll try. Let's see. He recommends Ipana toothpaste and massage, and my dentist backs him up on it, too. He says you can help keep your teeth bright and sparkling with the regular use of Ipana. And then I think he makes a very good point when he says that the soft, creamy foods we eat don't give our gums enough work to do. But if we massage our gums every day with Ipana toothpaste, we can give them the exercise they need to help keep them firm and healthy. I guess that just about covers everything. Well, Fred, this gentleman sort of knocks your expert theory into a cocked hat, doesn't he? Well, of course, Mr. Von Zell, I've been using Ipana for a couple of years now, and just lately with one of those new double-duty toothbrushes, so I've had plenty of chance to check up on your statements. Maybe that's why I remember them so well. Well, whatever the reason is, we're very indebted to you, sir. Not at all, Mr. Von Zell. Oh, there's one more thing I didn't mention.
Well, maybe we better leave that for Harry. He might feel slighted if we didn't. Go ahead, Harry.
Well, I don't know. All that's left for me to say is since brighter teeth and healthier gums naturally mean a far more attractive smile, ladies and gentlemen, always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty. Town Hall tonight will continue immediately following a short pause for your station identification.
Peter and Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours have just played part of I'm Feeling Like a Million. We started our new service a few weeks ago, ladies and gentlemen. You know, on all of the hour programs, right in the middle, where the announcer says this is station so-and-so and so-and-so, the music always sort of dies out, and for a few brief seconds, you miss part of the tune. So week after week now, we are going to give you back the few little bars of music you missed when the announcer speaks in our program. Will you play the few strains there, Peter, for us, please? Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you fit that back into the part you heard before the announcer spoke, you have I'm Feeling Like a Million. Now, on Friday night, the Port Jervis String Ensemble will...
Do you mind if I interrupt, Mr. Allen?
Why, no, Portland. Into each life, some rain must fall, unless one lives in Palm Springs, of course.
Or unless one is an old maid.
What has an old maid to do with no rain falling in her life?
If an old maid never gets married, she never gets a shower, does she?
Tub or shower as long as she's healthy. What is this?
Well, I got a big surprise for you tonight, Mr. Allen.
Big surprise. Now, look. Portland, this is the day of digest publications, concentrated foods, and capsule criticism. Couldn't you sense the trend and show up with a little surprise?
But this is the biggest thing you've had on the program this year.
Hello again for the fourth time. Now, look, Portland, a thing on the program we don't need. Stuff I don't mind, but not a thing.
But, Mr. Allen, it isn't a thing. This is an old friend of yours from the days of vaudeville.
If it's Otto the train seal, throw him a fish and tell him I'm busy. Now, wait a minute, Fred. If you'll just take your nose, that one you used to talk through, out of that microphone, you'll see that it's me. Oh, Jack. Jack Benny. Well, I'm terrible. Wait a minute. There's a reception goes in there. Well, it doesn't matter. I was worried there for a minute. Well, you've been on 4 times. If you took a little bit each time, it's better you get it all at once like this. Let it pile up. Well, I'm terribly sorry, Jack. I didn't notice you. How long have you been standing there? Since 8 o'clock this morning. They've been using me instead of the Boulevard watch time.
Say, Jack, did Mary come along with you?
No, Porty. She wanted to come over, but she's busy with her Christmas shopping.
Christmas shopping?
Yeah, right now she's over at Bullock's Wilshire putting me through bank.
That gives me an idea. Tally ho, Jack.
So long, Porty. Well, Jack, this is quite a surprise, you dropping in. I didn't know you were going to be here tonight. I didn't know it either, Fred, until I heard you announce it 5 times last week. But don't get me wrong, Freddie. I appreciate that build-up. I'm one guy who knows that it pays to advertise. Now, listen here, Benny. If that's a hint, you're not getting 1 cent for crawling in here tonight, and you know it. Why, Fred, I didn't expect to get paid for this. I haven't any more right to take money for working on this program than you have. You for a while there. Now, those armchair jokes, they'll hold you for a while. Now, hold on there. Hold on there, Benny. That's an insult. Well, if I was Professor Quiz, I'd say correct. Absolutely correct. And if I was Major Bowes, you'd have left with a unit 10 minutes ago. Hey, that's nice work if you can get it. You know, Freddie, I wouldn't mind being back in vaudeville again, though, would you? Ah, those were the good old days. Yes, sir. Say, Fred, no kid, will you ever forget the time you and I were together at the Orpheum Theater in Sioux City, Iowa? Yep. Only I was on the stage. I don't care, Freddie. I made more money selling peanuts in one day than you did all week. Well, Jack, I didn't make much money in those days, but I was a pretty good juggler. Remember how I used to toss those Indian clubs in the air and do a funny monologue at the same time? I sure do. And, Fred, you remember when you dropped those clubs? How you'd let them lay there right alongside of your joke? Yep. Well, you ought to know. You swept up the theater every night. I did not. I used to stay in the theater late just to practice my violin. Yeah, you should have stuck to your broom. I should have stuck to my own program, too. I had to ask for this, yes, sir. Well, you had to write it, yes, sir. Yourself. Well, Fred, anyway, a lot of water has gone over the Don since then, huh? Over the Don? Yes, Fred, you know how careful we have to be. But just think, Freddie, just think, here we are, both in Hollywood and both of us in pictures. It does seem unreasonable, doesn't it? Of course, Fred, maybe I shouldn't point this out, but I do make a lot more pictures than you do. Well, Jack, there's so little of you in each one, you have to make more. Oh, is that why they do it? I'm glad you brought that up. How do you like pictures, Fred? Fine, Jack. I just finished one called Sally, Irene, and Mary. I'm leaving for New York next week. Oh, they're releasing you instead of the picture. Now, Benny, if you're here to drip venom, heed your promiscuous spattering, and remember that retribution is the trailer that follows oral pollution. Alan, you're just lucky I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I had a hunch you were going back east, Fred, and that's why I came up here to see you. Have you decided which way you're going back? I mean, which form of transportation? Well, I was going to take the boat and go through Panama, but I've got a hat, so I decided to take the train. Well, Fred, of course, I don't want to influence you one way or the other, but have you ever thought of driving back east? You know, by automobile? What kind of an automobile? Now, don't rush me. And it's in good condition, too. No kidding. Would you like to drive back home, Freddie? No, Jack. I'll stick to the chief. Well, if you'd rather hang around with Indians. But the chief is a train, as you will find out when you finish your next picture, Mr. Benny. Say, what are you trying to get at, anyway? Well, Fred, I own a Maxwell. And I thought that... You don't think you can palm that tin nightmare off on me, I hope. Why, I wouldn't be found dead in that car.